History's Strongest Husband Chapter 115 to Chapter 148. Following that, Xianxia controlled the volume, allowing Wang Lian to be intoxicated, but not to the extent of making him faint. In an instant, Wang Lian had once again opened the door to a new world. I, Wang Lian, have lived the past 20 years in vain. What damned imperial examinations? What damned career? What damned women? All of them were worthless. At least in this hour, he felt that he was omnipotent. His senses were so sharp that everything around him seemed to have changed. He looked out the window at the sky. Wang Lian walked briskly, a few questions appearing in his mind. Who am I, Wang Lian? Where did I come from? Where am I going? Where is the origin of this space-time? What are the stars in the sky? After I, Wang Lian, die, will I turn into a star in the sky? 2 hours later, this feeling gradually faded. Wang Lian's mood fell from boundless excitement to boundless depression. That kind of gloominess and despair didn't need to be performed at all. It was best to meet Xianxia in this state. Xianxia handed a small bag of powder to Wang Lian and said, "You didn't eat this on the way, did you?" Wang Lian said, "Benefactor, if you give it to me tomorrow, I will definitely use it myself. But I have just been high, and my addiction hasn't come up yet." Then, he said to Yu, "Besides, I want to take revenge on Xianxia more than you do." He had been doing so poorly in the past, but now he was the son-in-law of Count Qingan House, and he was about to become a Qianhu. "Why, if you live a good life, how can I be happy?" Next, Wang Lian took a bath and changed into an old silk robe. His scholarly honor had already been stripped, and he no longer had an official position, so he was no longer qualified to wear official robes. Sitting in front of the mirror, Wang Lian hesitated for a moment before he lost control of his hands and started drawing his eyebrows and lips. Moreover, when he looked at himself in the mirror, he revealed a strange smile that was actually of the charming attribute. Then, Jean Moulin appeared in his mind. The key was not her face, but her clothes. Wang Lian's heart began to tremble. Could it be that something had changed in his body? Then he couldn't control his hands anymore and smeared rose essence all over his body. Everything was so strange and unexpected. 2 hours later, a different Wang Lian walked out of the house. There were 3 horses for him to choose from. According to his previous plan, he should have chosen the tallest and most majestic horse. But for some reason, he picked the thinnest one out of the blue. The bones in the back of the skinny horse stood out. Xianxia couldn't help but think of a saying. The young lady riding the skinny donkey was a perfect fit. No, I have to get this out of my head. Jean Zhong whispered in Xianxia's ear, "Son-in-law, should we send someone to keep an eye on him? What if he takes the opportunity to run away?" Xianxia was about to explain. But Wang Lian turned around and said, "Jean Zhong, how much longer do I have to live? Where else can I go?" Incredible, Wang Lian's senses had now evolved. He could hear such a small sound from so far away. But what he said was the truth. Wang Lian didn't have long to live. He had lost his scholarly honor, his official position, and even his family jewels. Where else could he go, now? The only motivation for him to live was the 2 hours of immortal ascension every day. In reality, drug addicts, as long as they could satisfy their cravings every day, they wouldn't even mind living in a toilet, let alone living in an enemy's house. So for the sake of one's family and life, some things should never be touched. Inside the Xiaoyama Chiho's camp, the owner of the splendid court, Lin Mo, had come to see his son. "Zhu'er, is there really no problem?" Lin Mo said, "In the past few months, almost all those who opposed Xianxia are dead." Lin Zhuo said, "Father, but those who were killed by Xianxia didn't have any backing." By accident, Lin Zhuo said the truth of Journey to the West. Lin Zhuo said, "What's the matter with Zhang Jin? What's the matter with Su Qianqian? What's the matter with Zhu Wenhua? Isn't he still alive and well?" As soon as the monarch's signal came, didn't these people sharpen their knives and wait to kill Xianxia? Lin Mo said, "What I'm trying to say is that we shouldn't be too conspicuous. Isn't it better to let Zhang Jin deal with Xianxia?" Lin Zhuo said disdainfully, "Father, I'm backed by Count Qingan House. My father-in-law is the Northern Conqueror General, commanding more than 30,000 troops. I'm one of the vanguards in attacking Xianwu Mansion from all directions. What kind of glory is that? Do you think there's a need for me to retreat? Besides, Xianlang has already come. He asked me to release the cavalry from Xianwu Mansion, but I refused. He didn't even dare to fart. This kind of person only bullies the weak and fears the strong. Then, Lin Shuo felt that his attitude was a little presumptuous in front of his father, so he picked up the teapot and poured a cup of tea for Lin Mo to make up for it. Father, how frightened did you suffer because of Xianlang? That day, you even wrote your will and bought the poison. The splendid pavilion directly closed for a month, not daring to do business. Xianlang caused you to end up like this. Don't tell me that he doesn't need to pay the price. Lin Shuo said coldly, don't tell me that my Lin family doesn't need to regain the face that we lost. How can our Lin family regain face? How can we establish ourselves in Xuanwu City? Of course, we have to step on Xianlang's head. Lin Shuo said, something like face can only be picked up from where it was lost. Our Lin family will also be the influential people in Xuanwu City in the future. Face is the most important thing. Lin Mo agreed with this. He thought of something and said, oh right, yesterday Su Guangyun came to me and asked me to join forces with him to deal with Xianwu Mansion. We must make them suffer a big loss. Do it. Lin Shuo said, as long as we attack Xianwu Mansion, it is politically correct now. We will do it no matter what the price is. Has Su Guangyun finally recovered from the defeat on the night of the engagement banquet? The edict of the monarch is really powerful. It instantly raises people's fighting spirit. Lin Mo said, I heard that Li Wenjing is dead? I heard that he had an affair with Ho Tsai, and now Ho Tsai has become the exclusive property of the monarch, so he died? Lin Shuo hesitated a little and said, not only that, the key point is that this reckless thing got involved in the battle between the second prince and the crown prince, and even secretly cursed the crown prince with witchcraft. Because of this, the second prince knelt outside the monarch's palace for 6 hours. Even if the monarch didn't kill Li Wenjing, the second prince would have skinned him. The monarch had no choice but to kill him. The crown prince and the second prince still have to act like brothers. Then Lin Shuo hurriedly said, Father, this matter should be kept to yourself. Don't tell anyone else. The public announcement of Li Wenjing's death is that he suffered too much that night and died suddenly of a heart attack. After his death, the monarch might even give him an edict to promote him. Whether it was secretly cursing the crown prince or the affair between Ho Tsai and Li Wenjing, it couldn't be publicized. Killing Li Wenjing was one thing, but the political signal sent by the monarch must not be changed. Well, father, the person sent by father-in-law to discuss the marriage will be here soon. You should hurry home. If you are not at home when the important guest arrives, it will be impolite. Lin Shuo said. Lin Mo hurriedly stood up and walked outside. Then he turned back and said, Shuo, who will the Count Qingan house send to discuss the marriage with me? Lin Shuo said, probably an uncle. Night fell. The day's training ended. Xiaoyama Chihos ended the day's hustle and bustle. The soldiers returned to the barracks. Lin Shuo was drinking by himself smugly. It had been a while since he became the fiancé of the Count Qingan house, but he was still as light as a feather, as if he was floating in the clouds. It really felt unreal. While drinking, Lin Shuo seemed to be talking to himself. Xianlang, there's still one more day. If you don't bow and apologize to me tomorrow, I will make a move on the cavalry of the Xianwu Mansion. I will make a move on that Jin Jianyang. When that time comes, don't blame me for being ruthless. Xianlang, don't blame me for stepping on you. You have a great reputation. I can only become famous by stepping on your head. He said another truth. What was the fastest way to become famous? Of course it was by stepping on another famous person's head. Therefore, whether it was the entertainment industry or the literary industry, there were so many scolding wars. Lin Shuo continued to drink happily. Many people thought that he must be very miserable marrying a wife who was almost 150 kilograms. He must be almost unable to get hard. But it was not like that at all. Lin Shuo found that beautiful women were good. But ordinary beautiful women were not as good as his 150 kilograms wife. Each had its own flavor. How would you know if it was delicious if you didn't try it? Of course, they were not married yet, so he had not really tasted the taste of this 150 kilograms wife. But after seeing his future wife, he realized that he really had feelings for her 150 kilograms. Humans were too insignificant. Their understanding of themselves was also very shallow. They did not know what they really liked. In Game of Thrones, the Duke of Horror Castle, Old Skinner, even married a 150 kilograms woman and gave birth to a son. At this moment, there was a sudden commotion outside. Linjua said coldly, "What's the matter? Who is it? How dare you make a ruckus outside the military camp? Are you tired of living?" The subordinate came in and said, "A man claimed to be your best friend. He insisted on coming in and was beaten out." Then, someone shouted from outside, "Brother Linjua, it's me. Wang Lian, Wang Lian." Wang Lian, Linjua was overjoyed. He was extremely excited. "Brother Wang Lian, you finally appeared. Is my return to my hometown finally going to be a success? Is my show-off finally going to be a success?" Linjua was overjoyed. He wanted to welcome him himself, but after thinking about it, he calmly waved his hand and said, "Let him in." After Wang Lian came in, he immediately knelt on the ground and cried, "Brother Linjua, save me, save me." Ayaya, that felt so good. The person who used to step on your head every day to show off is now directly kneeling in front of you. During the previous gathering, although his classmates flattered him, they were still reserved and could not lower themselves to flatter him. That feeling of satisfaction was like scratching an itch through one's boot. But now, Wang Lian directly knelt. This is really good. Immediately, Linjua went forward to help Wang Lian up. "Brother Wang, why are you doing this? We are best friends. How can you treat me like an outsider? How can I accept such a big bow from you?" Wang Lian kowtowed out and said, "Brother Lin, save me, save me. I have nowhere to go." Linjua said, "Why? Who wants to harm Brother Wang?" Wang Lian sobbed and said, "Of course it's City Lord Lu Wuyan. I and his concubine were in love. In my excitement, I inevitably did something I shouldn't have. In the end, Lu Wuyan directly drowned that concubine in the river." Linjua said, Then Lu Wuyan did not take revenge on Brother Wang?" Linjua was still somewhat vigilant. "Didn't you, Wang Lian, already get destroyed by Lu Wuyan? Why did you suddenly appear again?" Wang Lian stood up, revealing an extremely pained and humiliated expression. He said with a trembling voice, "Lu Wuyan sent people to capture me and then let me go." Linjua said doubtfully, "He let Brother Wang go so easily? This didn't make sense." Wang Lian did not say anything. He directly opened his robe and took off his pants. Linjua exclaimed, "Brother Wang, what are you doing?" Then, he was completely dumbfounded. Because he saw that Wang Lian's lower part was empty. The stitched wound was still red. He had actually been castrated. Linjua couldn't help but feel his scalp go numb. Wang Lian must have been in so much pain at that time. "City Lord Lu Wuyan did it?" Linjua asked. Wang Lian gritted his teeth and said, "Who else could it be other than him?" Everything could be explained now. No wonder Wang Lian was released. He had already received the cruelest punishment. Then, Wang Lian knelt down again and cried, "Sir Lin, this lowly one has nowhere to go. Please save me this time. Sir Lin, I have been harmed by Shenlang. My official position has been stripped, and my scholarly honors have also been stripped. I have nowhere to go now. Please take me in. Even if this lowly one has to work like an ox or a horse, I will repay your kindness." Wang Lian continuously kowtowed. He was using his life to put on a show. The current him had already reached some kind of extreme. He didn't even need Shenlang's reward. He would use all his strength to harm Linjua. Linjua said awkwardly, "But I don't have a suitable official position by my side." Wang Lian cried, "At this point, this lowly one doesn't dare to hope for any official position. I am already satisfied as long as I have food to eat and a roof to live in." Linjua said, Then I will trouble Brother Wang to be a small secretary by my side and help me organize the manuscripts." "Yes, master." Wang Lian was overjoyed and bowed. Linjua was even more overjoyed. A person who was once high and mighty had now become your slave. Was there anything in the world more satisfying than this? Servants, prepare a banquet. I want to welcome Brother Wang, Lin Zhuo ordered. Following that, the two of them happily ate and drank. Wang Lian tried his best to flatter Lin Zhuo. Every single sentence and word was simply flattering to the extreme, and there was no bottom line. It really made one's hair stand on end. Lin Zhuo was incomparably satisfied. Previously, he had sent out flattery and sent out kowtowing, but now he had returned it tenfold. Who said that there was no return for effort? It could be seen that people still had to suffer setbacks. Look at Brother Wang Lian. He used to be so arrogant that people wanted to beat him to death. Now, he was so outstanding and comfortable. Then, unknowingly, Lin Zhuo gradually drank more and more. He didn't know why. He actually felt that Wang Lian's eyes and demeanor were a little charming. The point was that he actually found it a little interesting. Were humans really so insignificant? Did they know themselves so little? Was there a door to a new world waiting to open every day? Brother Wang Lian, don't worry. I will definitely avenge you. In my eyes, Xianxia is just a clown. Just wait and see me step on his head and make him lose all his face. Xianwu Mansion? It's just a skeleton in the grave. And Jean Mulan, don't be fooled by her current arrogant look. In the future, after Xianwu Mansion is defeated, her only place to go is the musical house. At that time, her martial arts will be abolished, and she can only become a bitch who can be ridden by thousands of men. The more Lin Zhuo drank, the more excited he became. At this time, Wang Lian said loudly, "Everyone, listen, don't approach this house before dawn. Don't disturb our drinking." Lin Zhuo was stunned, then nodded and said, "Did you hear that? Don't disturb our drinking." Yes, all the soldiers outside said. Then, Wang Lian quietly poured the white powder prepared by Xianxia, the world's most powerful hallucinogen, into the wine pot. Then, he poured a glass of wine for both of them. The two drank together, and the two got high together. Wang Lian was fine, because he already had experience. But after Lin Zhuo drank the added wine, he completely opened the door to a new world. How could the wine suddenly become so strong? The whole world has changed. Everything around me has become so wonderful. Strange and dazzling shadows are spinning. He felt as though he was about to fly into the sky. At this time, Wang Lian's eyes and expression became more charming, and he brought the wine to Lin Zhuo's mouth. "Dalong, take your medicine." For some strange reason, Wang Lian blurted out these words. He had also read Xianxia's book many times. Then, a scene that people could not bear to look at directly happened. Wang Lian guided everything and let Lin Zhuo sleep with him, and it made a lot of noise. The faces of the soldiers on guard outside became extremely weird. They were creeped out. Someone could not help but quietly open the door and look inside. "I'm really almost blind. It's really unsightly. This world is really terrible." Several hours had passed, it was dawn. Lin Zhuo felt a hangover and a splitting headache. What's going on? I don't usually have such a headache when I'm drunk. What happened last night? I almost have no memory. It's like a dream. A very terrible dream. "Lin Lang, you're awake." A strange voice came into his ear. The voice was very sharp, with a little bit of pretentious charm, but it was made by a man. Vaguely, it was Wang Lian. Lin Zhuo suddenly opened his eyes. Then, he saw an unsightly scene. He saw a scene that destroyed his worldview. At first, he was completely shocked. No, this must be a dream. None of this is real. Lin Zhuo closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, the scene in front of him was still so terrible. It was still Wang Lian's vicious and charming face. Because the dosage was not high, everything that happened last night came to his mind bit by bit. Lin Zhuo almost exploded, as if he was struck by lightning. His scalp was numb, and his limbs and bones were trembling. When he saw Wang Lian, it was as if he saw a ghost. Lin Zhuo was completely going crazy. He let out a series of shrill screams. No, no, no. Note, the third update is here. Today's update is 15,000. I'll take a short break and then continue to write until midnight. Alright, pastries. Please give me encouragement and support, brothers. Although Lin Zhuo was marrying a wife and not marrying into the family, the wedding ceremony had to be held at Count Qingan House. Of course, the Lin family would also hold a ceremony, but the scale would be much smaller. This time, the person sent by Count Qingan House to the Lin family to discuss the marriage was one of Wu Yuyu's uncles, named Wu Zhaoyin. This person's status was not high, but his seniority was relatively high. After he arrived at Xuanwu City, he was immediately received with a high standard of reception. Not only did Lin Mo find Su Guanyun, but he also invited Castellan Lu Wuyan. Zhang Jin and Lin Zhuo were not present, because they were juniors, and this kind of marriage discussion could only be carried out between the elders. Of course, the so-called discussion was completely one-sided. After receiving the warm hospitality, that night, Wu Zhaoyin stayed at the Lin family. The next day, before dawn, a soldier suddenly came to the Lin family, saying that Lord Lin Zhuo had something to discuss with Wu Zhaoyin. Wu Zhaoyin was old, and his sleep was relatively light. The night before, he drank wine and recited poems, and with great difficulty, he was woken up in less than 4 hours. Of course, he was not happy. However, Lin Zhuo said that he had something important to discuss, so he did not delay. After washing up, he unhappily took a car to Xianxia Chiho's. When he rushed all the way to the destination, the sky was already bright. What important matter does your lord have? Why did he call me here before dawn? Wu Zhaoyin said angrily. However, he found that the soldier who came to report the news had already disappeared. So, he became even more angry, and directly rushed into Xianxia Chiho's. Then, he saw the incomparably eye-piercing scene in front of him. Lin Zhuo and Wang Lian were actually entangled together, and there was not a single one of them left. Instantly, he was completely stunned and could hardly believe his eyes. Lin Zhuo, are you crazy? There was nothing strange about messing around with rabbits, but you actually messed around in the military camp. Do you still have any respect for Count Qingan House? Do you still want your reputation? Don't you have any face? For a moment, Wu Zhaoyin pointed at Lin Zhuo, his whole body trembling, unable to speak. My eyes are going blind. I'm still a child, why do you want me to see the scene? At this moment, an exaggerated voice sounded out from the side. One could tell that it was Shen Lang, because he was putting on an act. Shen Lang came with Jin Zhong and the others. The scene in front of him was really like a scanning scene in a hotel. Lin Zhuo's brain was about to explode. When he first opened his eyes and saw Wang Lian's sinister smile, he was already stunned. When he saw Wu Zhaoyin again, he really wanted to faint immediately. This was his fiancé's uncle. Although he did not have much power in Count Qingan House, his seniority was very high, and he was a very conservative person. Lin Zhuo, do you still have any face for what you've done? Finally, Wu Zhaoyin roared. Lin Zhuo only felt that his whole body was ice cold, and his back was covered in cold sweat. At this moment, he did not care about shame anymore. His future was the most important, and his fate was the most important. Instantly, he immediately got rid of Wang Lian's entanglement, and knelt in front of Wu Zhaoyin, saying, Uncle, please listen to my explanation, please listen to my explanation, I was framed, sir, please uphold justice for this student. Unexpectedly, Wang Lian was faster than him. He directly knelt in front of Wu Zhaoyin, hugged his legs, and cried, These few days, Lin Zhuo has been sending people to look for me. I thought it was something important, so I came to see him yesterday evening. Who knew that this beast would get me drunk and then molest me? My lord, although I, Wang Lian, was stripped of my scholarly title, I was also a high scholar, and I used to be the registrar of Xuanwu City. Lin Zhuo, I'm going to sue you, I'm going to sue you. Instantly, Lin Zhuo was completely stunned. Before he could say anything, Wang Lian actually bit him first. Shen Lang said, Wang Lian, although I am your enemy, I am a righteous person. But I'm a righteous person, and I can't bear to watch such a tragedy. I support you in suing him. Don't worry, someone will kill you. I will let Xianwu Mansion send soldiers to protect you, and you can go to Taisho Prefecture to sue them. You can go to the governor's palace to sue them. In short, they will give you an explanation. If a prince breaks the law, he will be punished the same as a commoner, let alone a mere deputy thousand households. Shen Lang said righteously, I don't believe that there is no justice in this world. I don't believe that a high scholar's dignity can be trampled on like this. At this point, Lin Zhuo finally reacted. He instantly looked at Chen Lang with resentment, and then he said in a hoarse voice, "Chen Lang, you tricked me?" Chen Lang laughed coldly, "What does this have to do with me? You were the one who told me to come and apologize to you yesterday, so that you would release the innocent soldiers of Xianwu Mansion. I came here early in the morning, but I didn't expect to see such a horrible scene." Then, Chen Lang said, "Guards, protect High Scholar Wang Lian. No matter how much he offended me, he is still a distant relative of Xianwu Mansion. I can't let him be trampled on like this. Wang Lian, I will bring you to Taisho Prefecture to file a complaint." Then, Shen Lang waved his hand. Jin Zhong and the others took out a cloak and wrapped it around Wang Lian. They were about to bring him to Taisho Prefecture to file a complaint. Wait. The person who spoke up to stop them was Wu Zhaoying from Count Qingan Mansion. At this point, he could tell that Lin Zhuo had been framed. This was all part of Shen Lang's plan. Shen Lang said, "Elder, what can I do for you?" Of course, Wu Zhaoying couldn't let Shen Lang bring Wang Lian to Taisho Prefecture to file a complaint. Although they weren't married yet, Lin Zhuo was Wu Yuyu's fiancé. If Shen Lang brought Wang Lian to file a complaint, then this matter would be blown out of proportion. It would create a huge scandal, and it would greatly damage the reputation of Count Qingan Mansion. "What do you want?" Wu Zhaoying asked directly. Shen Lang said, "More than a dozen soldiers of Xianwu Mansion were detained by Captain Lin Zhuo for no reason. I am here to ask for them." "In your dreams." Lin Zhuo was about to blurt out. But Wu Zhaoying said directly, "Release them." Lin Zhuo was startled, but he didn't dare to disobey. He ordered all the soldiers of Xianwu Mansion to be released. After a while, these people appeared in front of Shen Lang. Although these people looked haggard and had wounds on their bodies, at least they weren't in danger. The most important thing was Jin Jianyong. Her clothes were still intact, and it seemed that she wasn't humiliated. But just like before, when she saw Shen Lang, she immediately blushed and didn't have a place to put her hands and feet. It was really hard to tell that she was a powerful knight. What a sin. It was really annoying to be so handsome because there were countless women who secretly liked you. "Sir Lin Zhuo, goodbye." Shen Lang said, "This Wang Lian is too pitiful. I was worried that you would kill him, so I brought him along." Next, Shen Lang took away the cavalrymen of Count House and Wang Lian. This wasn't his style, right? He had never suffered a loss before. Now that the cavalry of the Black Tortoise Earl Manor had been detained and even whipped, Shen Lang actually left just like that? He didn't even plan to retaliate fiercely. This was because Shen Lang was afraid that it would ruin the more exciting story that would follow. After having sex with Wang Lian, the terrible virus in Lin Zhuo's body still needed time to take effect. If he said he would kill your whole family, he must do it. After Shen Lang left with Wang Lian and the others, everyone in the hall had left without a single soul. Lin Zhuo quickly found a piece of clothing and put it on, then knelt in front of Wu Zhaoying. "Uncle, I was set up by someone." Wu Zhaoying directly stopped him from defending himself. "Lin Zhuo, being framed is more shameful than you openly calling Lord Rabbit. Do you understand?" This sentence revealed the difference in thinking between civilians and nobles. In the eyes of nobles, it didn't matter if your private life was messy. It didn't matter even if you played with men, as long as you were powerful enough. However, being framed by others was incompetence, which was the greatest sin. Why would you be framed by someone? Because you were arrogant. Since you became the husband of our Wu family, you seemed to be high in the clouds. You thought that you could do whatever you wanted because you had a big backer. Look at what you did after returning to Xuanwu City. The first thing you did was to show off to your friends. If you didn't want to show off so much, how could Wang Lian have succeeded? Wu Zhaoying's words could be said to hit the nail on the head. It made Lin Zhuo recall what he had done these days. It was really shameful and uneasy. He used to be a very shrewd person. How could he suddenly become so careless? Young man, your eyes should look at your feet, not at the sky. Otherwise, you will fall down. Of course, it's okay for young people to suffer a little setback. Now falling down can at least make you alert. At least you won't die if you fall from this height. If you fall from a higher place in the future, you will be smashed to pieces. Playing with Lord Rabbit is nothing. There are many aristocrats. The key is that you showed incompetence this time, which made us very disappointed. How can we believe that you can take on heavy responsibilities in the future? How can we believe that you can become the representative of Count Qingan House in Xuanwu City, and even in Nujiang County? Lin Zhuo immediately cowed out and said, "Uncle, please teach me." Wu Xiaoying said, "Such a thing happened. It's not a big deal, but it's not a small one either. Whether your marriage with Yu continues or not depends entirely on her father. Do you know what you should say when you see him?" Lin Zhuo cowed out again and said, "Uncle, please teach me." Wu Xiaoying said, "After you see the master, don't make any excuses, and don't say that you were framed. You only need to protrude 4 words, no shame, and be brave. You desperately reflect on your own complacency and let Shenlang take the opportunity to frame you. What you need to do is to reflect on your shortcomings and magnify them 10 times, 100 times. You need to show that you are more distressed and disappointed than anyone else. Even take the initiative to break off the engagement with Yu, so that you still have a chance to live." Lin Zhuo suddenly gasped in amazement. Count Qingan House was really amazing. This uncle did not hold any important position, but he was also an expert. Wu Xiaoying continued, "If this still can't change the master's mind, then you should pull out your sword and commit suicide. Say that you would rather die than tarnish the reputation of Count Qingan House. At this time, you must be decisive and ruthless. You must really cut your own throat, but remember to avoid the main artery. You have to practice with the wooden sword dozens of times." Lin Zhuo said, "Father-in-law is a military bigwig and has seen countless people. No matter how realistic my performance is, he will definitely see through me, right?" Wu Xiaoying sneered, "Of course he will see through you. How can you really commit suicide? It's precisely because he will see through you that you have to perform." Lin Zhuo cowed out and said, "Please advise, uncle." Wu Xiaoying said, "He can see through your act, but this also shows another characteristic of you. You are shameless enough and good at acting. What is the most important thing for a political mission? It's acting. Also, your act of committing suicide was very realistic. You directly cut your own throat. What does this prove? You are ruthless enough to be so ruthless to yourself. Of course, you will be even more ruthless to your enemies. You are good at acting and so ruthless. How can the master not look at you in a different light? He will feel that you are a person worth nurturing. When that time comes, your marriage with Yu can continue." An expert, truly an expert. Lin Zhuo was full of admiration. Who would have thought that this uncle, who was not well known, would be so unfathomable? Could it be that everyone in the nobility is this amazing? Shenlang, just you wait. When I get over this, I will definitely return the humiliation today 10 times over. At this moment, Wu Xiaoying said lightly, "Get ready to go to Jing'an City to meet the master. Also, tell your father to pay me more, triple." Inside Xianwu Mansion, Shenlang said, "Father-in-law, this Wu Xiaoying looks very amazing." Lord Count frowned slightly. He personally felt very uncomfortable with the word amazing. However, he now understood that in this world, only others could adapt to Shenlang. It was not Shenlang who had to adapt to this world. Lord Count was aware of this son-in-law's awesomeness. Sigh, what a pity. Why is he not my son? But it is not a pity. He is my son. In the end, he is a good boy, and a very good boy. This Wu Xiaoying is of course amazing. Lord Count explained, 20 years ago, he competed with Qingan for the position of the prince. As soon as these words came out, Shenlang and Xuanwu looked at Jin Mutsong not far away. This fat otaku was still copying books. Sigh, Shenlang and Xuanwu sighed at the same time. If Lord Count had a second son, this fat otaku would have nothing to do with it. Count Qingan House has 2 outstanding sons who are fighting for the position of the prince at this age, but you are still copying homework, and you, this fat otaku, Jin Mutsong, became the prince with your eyes closed. This world is really unfair. Feeling the 2 eyes, Jin Mutsong shrank his neck and said weakly, "Why are you looking at me?" Shenlang asked, "How did Wu Xiaoying lose?" Xuanwu said, "He couldn't have a child." Ah, so miserable. If he couldn't have a child, no matter how excellent he was, he couldn't be the ruler. Then Xianlang was a little worried about himself. He had been reading books on the wall all this time. Would his body be overdrawn and he wouldn't be able to have a child in the future? Ba ba ba, jinx, jinx. At this moment, a commotion suddenly broke out outside. Why is it noisy again? After a while, Jin Zhong came in to report. Master, son-in-law, the local people of the fief are here to see you. Did you hear that? Jin Zhong directly said, Master, son-in-law, there was no prince. However, Jin Muzong didn't care at all. When it came to important matters, he didn't wait for others to ignore him. He ignored himself first. I don't care about your matters. My world is only copying homework. Count Xuanwu and Xianlang arrived outside the Count House's castle. Suddenly, dozens of elders in front of them knelt down. Greetings, Lord Count. Xuanwu quickly helped the oldest local people up and said, You are all older than me. How can you greet me like this? Get up, get up. Dozens of local people stood up. Xuanwu said, Elders, why are you here to see me? One of the local people said, Thanks to the Count House's care, the mulberry leaves are growing well this year. The silkworms are not suffering from any serious diseases. This year's cocoon harvest is 20% more than last year's. Count Xuanwu said, That's a good thing. After selling the cocoons, everyone's lives will be more comfortable. The local people said, Who said it wasn't? Everyone is very happy. They feel that they can live a good life this year and are thanking the Count House for their kindness. Who knew that after we sent the cocoons to Xuanwu City, they would not accept them? Not accept, the cocoons were harvested well in previous years, but this year they said they would not accept them. The entire Xianwu mansion had 100,000 people, and 70% of them relied on silkworm farming for a living. The annual income from silkworm farming was much higher than that from rice farming. Most of the farmers' fields and hills were used to plant mulberry trees and raise silkworms. The money from selling the cocoons was used to pay taxes to Xianwu Mansion, some was used to buy food, and the rest was used for household use. Because the Count House's taxes were not high, the farmers' lives were good. They were better off than the other farmers in Xuanwu City. 2 years ago, many farmers spent a lot of money to buy better mulberry saplings. This way, they could produce more leaves. Now they are not accepting the cocoons. This is going to be a big problem. This is equivalent to nearly 100,000 farmers, half a year of labor wasted. Without money, how are they going to pay taxes to the Count House? How are they going to buy food? How are they going to feed their wives and children? The whole family is counting on selling the cocoons to survive. The Count House's annual income comes from the silkworm tax. Once the tax is cut off, the Count House will face a serious financial crisis. Moreover, Xianwu Mansion has to pay the Yinyuan Association's debt every 6 months. Without this money, the financial chain will be broken. The most important thing is that the 100,000 people don't have money to buy food. It will be a big mess. The Count said, Su Guangyun doesn't accept the cocoons, but the splendid quartz Lin Mo also doesn't accept it? The local people said, Yes, these two families don't accept the cocoons produced in our Xianwu Mansion. The Count said, In the past, there were also silk merchants from other counties who came to collect the cocoons. Moreover, they also competed to be the first to bid. Did they not come this year? The local people said, No, none of the silk merchants from other counties came. They can only sell to the Su family or the Lin family. But these two families deliberately targeted us. They publicly ordered that they are not allowed to accept our cocoons. Not only did they refuse to accept it, but they also said that no silk merchant in the entire Tiannam province will accept our cocoons. This matter is very serious. There are insects inside the cocoons. If they are not processed within a certain period of time, the insects inside will turn into moths and fly out of the cocoons. When that time comes, the cocoons will be half destroyed. This is an economic attack on Xianwu Mansion. The Su family and the Lin family are only the manipulators. Behind them are Zhang Chong and Zhu Yong. Otherwise, there will be silk merchants from other counties. The village elder said, The Su clan's patriarch and his daughter even publicly announced that if we want them to collect the cocoons from our fief, we have to let the young master personally go and talk to her. Otherwise, our cocoons will rot at home and we will starve to death. Xianlang's eyes suddenly shrunk. This again, Lin Shuo was just half dead because of me, and he is not far from death. You, Su Guangyun and Su Qianqian are still playing this game, but this is also part of the plan. Just in time, it will be New Year in a few months. Shen Lang can kill this fat pig of the Su family to celebrate the New Year. Shen Lang said with a smile, okay, I will go and talk to the Su family now. Immediately, dozens of local people knelt in front of Shen Lang and said, thank you for saving our lives, son-in-law. Shen Lang came to the Su family to negotiate with Su Guangyun and Su Qianqian. The ex-wife didn't say any nonsense and directly stated the conditions. After being tortured by Shen Lang again and again, she seemed to have become colder and stronger. Shen Lang, you want us to accept the cocoons of the farmers in Xianwu Mansion? The conditions are very simple. You hand over the formula of the purple and rainbow dyes for free. In this way, we can consider buying the cocoons produced in your fief at a lower price. Yes, lower the price. Otherwise, the cocoons of your 100,000 people will rot at home and they will starve to death. How about you find a way to transport these cocoons to the state of you for delivery? But you don't have the official documents to export such a large number of goods, so it's better to let them rot at home. Shen Lang, when you unscrupulously offended us, you should have thought that this day would come. Note, the first chapter is more than 5,000 words. I beg for your support and monthly votes. Shen Lang said indignantly, Su Qianqian, don't go too far. This is related to the livelihood of 100,000 people. Su Qianqian sneered, that's also the business of Xianwu Mansion. It has nothing to do with us. Shen Lang said, Su Guangyun, Su Qianqian, have you forgotten the lesson I taught you before? Why did you provoke me again? Su Qianqian said disdainfully, that's right. We have been defeated by you again and again before. Our reputation is ruined. But so what? Did you hurt a single hair of ours? Not really. Su Qianqian sneered, so your victory is just a spiritual victory, a false prosperity. Did you change the predicament of Xianwu Mansion? Not at all. 80,000 people besieged Xianwu Mansion from all sides. Instead, it became more fierce. Su Guangyun picked up a cup of tea and took a light sip before he said, Shen Lang, you did obtain a complete victory during the engagement ceremony earlier. But what did you get? It was just a moment of happiness. Other than that, you got nothing. My Su family has a bad reputation, but Qianqian has married herself. I have also thought it through. What do I need such a good reputation for? I am a big businessman. Making money is enough. Shen Lang, didn't you ask us what gave us the confidence to provoke you again? Su Guangyun suddenly shouted, take a look, what is this? Shen Lang couldn't help but look at the hall. There was a plaque hanging there, with 4 golden characters, Su Shou Tian Nan. Looking at the inscription, it turned out to be given by the Crown Prince himself. No wonder every character was made of gold. Su Guangyun spent hundreds of pounds of gold on these 4 characters. This was a supreme honor, a huge protective talisman. Compared with the calligraphy personally given by the Crown Prince, the reputation of the Su family was ruined. This is the source of our confidence. Su Qianqian said proudly, we still need to thank you, Shen Lang. It is precisely because of your new golden dye formula that we have today. The silk dyed with your new formula is golden and luxurious. It is much more outstanding than before. The Crown Prince and the other members of the royal family look especially noble when they wear it. They surpass the royal family of other countries in terms of spirit, energy, and spirit. The Crown Prince was overjoyed and bestowed him a treasure of calligraphy. It can be said that without you, Shen Lang, there wouldn't be any reward from the Crown Prince. I'm really grateful, but you won't get this credit. We'll take away your golden dye recipe, and you won't have to pay a single gold coin. Su Guangyun said, this is the real benefit. What did you get? Shen Lang was so angry that his whole body was trembling, and his face was red. Su Qianqian said, Shen Lang, now we want to force you to hand over the purple dye recipe and rainbow dye recipe, but we still won't give you half a gold coin, you have to give them to us for free. Shen Lang angrily rebuked, you're daydreaming. Su Qianqian said, then you just wait for those moths to break out of their cocoons. Time is very tight. In the entire Tiannam province, even in the entire state of Yu, no one will collect your cocoons. Unless you pay for the farmer's cocoons, but do you have a workshop? Can you spin silk? Can you weave silk? Su Guangyun said, the nearly 100,000 people of Xianwu Mansion rely on silk to make a living. If no one collects the cocoons, your Xianwu Mansion will have no tax revenue. Cutting off the money supply is a small matter. The most important thing is how to feed these 100,000 people. If you can't feed them, these 100,000 mouths will eat all of you. If 100,000 people starve, it will incite a revolt. Once there is a revolt in Xianwu Mansion, Taisho Prefecture and the governor's office will immediately intervene. At that time, the situation will quickly collapse. Su Xianxia said, unless your Xianwu Mansion pays for the food to feed these 100,000 people. But with your current financial situation, can you afford it? Shenlang, you are very smart. I believe you are clear about the consequences. Shenlang said with a trembling voice, in order to block the economy of Xianwu Mansion, you are really spending a lot of money. Governor Zhu Yong personally ordered this, right? Su Qianqian sneered, surrounding Xianwu Mansion with 80,000 people. Do you think this is a joke? Then, Su Qianqian said, Shenlang, stop struggling. Hand over the purple dye recipe and rainbow dye recipe. We are willing to buy the cocoons of your people at half price. Half price? Shenlang exclaimed, Su Qianqian, don't go too far. You are demanding an exorbitant price. Yes, half price. Su Qianqian said. Once the cocoons were bought at half price, the tax paid to the count house would definitely be gone, and the money would only be enough for the farmers to buy food to fill their stomachs. In your dreams, you are dreaming. Shenlang shouted, I don't believe that you are the only one buying cocoons. Then, Shenlang slammed the door and left, looking flustered and exasperated. Su Qianqian said lightly, Shenlang, I will give you 3 days to think about it. After returning to Xianwu Mansion, Shenlang's anger disappeared without a trace. He played chess with his wife leisurely. He won one game after another. Wife, I have an interesting question. Why don't you guess it? Shenlang said. I won't guess. I won't listen. Mulan wouldn't be fooled again. Shenlang said, there was a group of people who went to the dairy to milk the cow. Everyone else squeezed out a big bucket, but Xiaobing only squeezed out half a bowl. Can you guess why? Mulan's face turned red and she didn't say a word. Xiaobing, who was next to her, asked, Young master, is it because the cow I milked produced less milk? Shenlang said, no, it's because you milked the wrong cow. You milked a bull. Xiaobing was stunned. Young master, you are talking nonsense. A bull has no milk. Alright, Xiaobing, just ignore him. Mulan said. After a while, Xiaobing finally reacted. She stomped her foot and said, Young master, you're so annoying. You're so annoying. I won't talk to you anymore. Then, Xiaobing threw a punch at Shenlang. As she moved, the two rabbits shook vigorously. How could she be so fierce at such a young age? Mulan couldn't stand it and turned her face away. Young master, you're so annoying. I'll beat you to death. I'll beat you to death. Xiaobing's eyes were watery as she hit him. Her seductive look made people fall for her. Shenlang couldn't control his hand and took the opportunity to pinch Xiaobing's chest. Xiaobing's delicate body trembled. She looked at Shenlang in disbelief. Her whole body was red. You're so annoying. Then, she moved even faster. She pouted and kissed Shenlang on the cheek before running away. Mulan's back was facing them the whole time. That was why the adulterous couple was so daring. When Mulan turned around, Shenlang said with a serious face, Wife, I was just teasing her. I mainly thought she was stupid. It was as if he hadn't done anything just now. Mulan said, Husband, I think you need to train your body again today. Let's go play the 6 animals frolics. Shenlang felt like he had been struck by lightning. He exclaimed, Why? I didn't do anything. It was just a joke, and you still want to punish me? Jean Mulan, don't you think you're going too far? Jean Mulan didn't say anything. She pointed at a certain place. There was a glazed object there. It was so smooth that it could reflect a person's reflection. It was like a deformed mirror. Even though their backs were facing each other, Mulan clearly saw the actions of the adulterous couple, Shenlang and Xiaobing. Shenlang's scalp went numb. He had been hunting geese all day, but today he was pecked in the eye. What an injustice! A jealous woman was, of course, a terrible thing. Then, the whole yard was filled with Shenlang's screams like a pig being slaughtered. Wife, gentler, gentler, wife, I was wrong. I was really wrong. I won't dare to do it again. After another 10 rounds of 6 animals' frolics, Shenlang was once again tormented to the point where he wished he was dead. The next day, a sorrowful Shenlang went to talk to the big fool. Big fool, I heard that the Grandmaster is taking you to the mountains to practice martial arts. Shenlang asked. The big fool nodded. Yes, Master said he would take me as his last disciple. What's a last disciple? Shenlang was jealous. That was the Grandmaster's position. It meant that he would spend the rest of his life training the big fool. He said, a last disciple means that you are responsible for closing the door every night when Master sleeps. The big fool thought deeply and said, so this is a last disciple. Too dumb, you are smart. Shenlang sighed. Big fool. If a man is not strong, he really has no status at home. He is always bullied by women. The big fool said, too dumb, you were bullied by Miss Mulan again? What? Even you, the big fool, know about this? Shenlang nodded and said, so as a man, we must be strong. We can't let women climb over our heads and abuse us. As a man, we must be brave after being ashamed. A man should be self-reliant. The big fool was very pleased. He also felt that his brother's body was too weak. Now that he was going to be self-reliant, he was very happy as a brother. Shenlang tried his best to tiptoe and patted the big fool's shoulder. So, big fool, you must practice martial arts well. One day, when you are super powerful, you must think of a way to pass your martial arts to me. That way, I can turn over and become the master. I won't be bullied by my wife. The big fool was stunned. After a long while, he seemed especially serious and said with force, okay, I will definitely practice hard and become very powerful. Then I will pass my martial arts to you. This time, Shenlang was really stunned, because the big fool's words were like an oath, full of ceremony. Jin Mutsong, who was walking over, suddenly said, Big fool, then how about you pass some of your martial arts to me? The big fool thought for a while and said, no, I can't pass my martial arts to you, three dumb. Jin Mutsong didn't reject this form of address. He said unwillingly, why? We are also good friends. The big fool said, because there will always be someone who wants to beat too dumb. Immediately, Shenlang was unhappy. You. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Aren't you implying that I like to stir up trouble? Big fool, I suspect that you are playing dumb. There was only 1 day left until the 3 days given by Su Qianxian. The cocoons of the 100,000 people in Xianwu Mansion were still not collected. These people were getting more and more anxious. Every day there was a new rumor. They said that son-in-law Shenlang didn't want to help them. They said that no one in the entire state of Yu would collect their cocoons, so they could only be kept at home. They said that someone wanted to starve the 100,000 people in Xianwu Mansion to death. The situation was getting more and more tense. Every day, Su Qianxian complacently watched the situation in Xianwu Mansion deteriorate. She imagined that Shenlang was in pain and anxiety every day. She was right. Because the next day, Xiaobing tried every means to seduce him. At first, she just kissed him secretly, and then she rubbed her chest against him. But Shenlang didn't dare to respond too much. He could see that before he slept with Mulan, he must not sleep with Xiaobing. And to sleep with Mulan, he needed an explosive point to explode their love for each other to the extreme. However, Lil Bing, that loose lass, was trying every possible way to seduce him, causing Shenlang to be extremely troubled and anxious. I didn't know that Xiaobing was such a woman before. What were you doing earlier? Don't be so evil on the first night. How can your son-in-law's right hand have calluses? Every day, there were more and more people kneeling outside Xianwu Mansion. Early this morning, there were thousands of people kneeling outside the fief. But no one made trouble or even shouted. They just knelt outside. Of course, Count wouldn't drive these people away. Instead, he sent them food and water. The Black Tortoise Count's manner was very popular. Even in such a situation where everyone was in a state of panic, there was no uprising. But people were also very realistic. If no one collected the cocoons for a while, these farmers would have no money to buy food, which would lead to a disaster. The consequences of 100,000 people starving were unimaginable. The anger of 100,000 people was enough to swallow the whole Xianwu mansion. Unless Xianwu took out all the money to buy food to feed these 100,000 people. Shenlang gathered his emotions for a while and walked out of the count house again. The moment he went out, his face became extremely sad and painful. Shenlang didn't go to Su Guanyun's house, but to Lin Mo's house in Splendid Court. Lin, I want to make a deal with you, how about it? Shenlang, I will give you the purple and rainbow dye formulas for free. After you get these two formulas, your business will become very popular. You will surpass the Su family and become the #1 silk merchant in Tiannam province. The face of Lin Mo, the owner of Splendid Court, was full of modesty and pride. A few days ago, when Lin Zhua had an accident, he was also very anxious. He was afraid that the engagement between his son and the young lady of Count Qingan House would be cancelled. If that happened, the Lin family would return to its original state. In Lin Mo's view, Lin Zhua did such a scandal, Qingan Count Wu Zhaozhong would definitely tear up the marriage contract. But he didn't expect that after Lin Zhua went to Count Qingan House and knelt for 2 hours and cried in front of Qingan Count for half an hour, the crisis was actually resolved. The engagement continued. But when Lin Zhua came back, there was a deep wound on his neck, almost cutting his aorta. Lin Mo was ecstatic, but he was also puzzled. What were these big shots thinking? Such a big scandal happened, but they acted as if nothing had happened. But Lin Zhua was fine, but Shenlang was in trouble. Lin Mo, of course, also knew that it was Shenlang who framed his son, Lin Zhua. But he had always been a person with a sweet mouth and a dagger in his heart. He didn't like to be too fierce on the surface. 80,000 people besieged Xianwu Mansion from all sides and blockaded Xianwu Mansion. Although his Lin family was only a supporting role, they also had a part in it. Seeing Shenlang in trouble, Lin Mo felt very satisfied. Son-in-law Shenlang, those two formulas are priceless. You want to give them to me for free? Lin Mo smiled. Shenlang said, yes. Lin Mo said, what's the condition? Shenlang said, ask Lin to buy the silkworm cocoons from the farmers in my family's fief. Lin Mo said, son-in-law Shenlang, are you begging me? Shenlang said in grief and indignation, yes, I'm begging you. This concerns the livelihood of 100,000 people. The heavens are merciful. Please, Lin, have mercy. Shenlang begged as he calculated in his heart. The incubation period of those viruses was generally about 2 weeks. In a few days, the viruses in Lin Zhua's body would probably take effect. That scene was really something to look forward to. Ha ha ha. Lin Mo finally couldn't hold it in anymore. He laughed and said, Shenlang, you also have this day. You also have this day? Weren't you omnipotent before? Weren't you very arrogant before? When you harmed my son, Lin Zhua, did you think that this day would come? When you caused my splendid court to close for a month, did you think that this day would come? The heavens have eyes. Finally, it's Shenlang's turn to be cornered. Shenlang said in grief and indignation, Lin, are you going to watch the 100,000 people in my fief starve to death? Lin Mo said lightly, so what? I'm not the one starving to death. I'm looking forward to the 100,000 starving people devouring your Xianwu mansion alive. Shenlang pointed at Lin Mo and said with a trembling voice, You're so vicious. Lin Mo said lightly, same to you. Men, see the guest out. The dejected Shenlang was driven out by Lin Mo. This scene was quickly reported to the Su family. Su Qianxian smiled proudly, this little bastard can't hold on any longer. Tomorrow at the latest, he'll come begging to us. Su Guanyun said, he's trash after all. At the critical moment, he still gave himself away. At night, in Xianwu Mansion. Shenlang said lightly, the show is finally almost done. We'll wrap it up tomorrow. Wife, you'll have to help me with what's coming up. Mulan nodded. Then, Shenlang carefully used a needle to tear open a hole in each cocoon. Then, he poured the white powder that had been soaked in water into these cocoons. Then, he closed the holes in the cocoons. It looked like there was no trace of it, and the cocoons were still intact. Mulan's movements were faster and more careful than Shenlang's. "Husband, what kind of powder is poured into the cocoons? I've never seen it before," Mulan said. Shenlang said lightly, "White phosphorus." "That's right, white phosphorus. White phosphorus will burn when it exceeds 40 degrees Celsius. It almost doesn't need any trigger conditions. Once these cocoons with white phosphorus are transported into the Su family's workshop, what will happen? It doesn't need a lot, a few hundred is enough, mixed in the countless cocoons. Under the high temperature, they will burn fiercely and can't be extinguished. The entire workshop will be set ablaze, along with the astronomical amount of silk and silk." Because Su Xianxia married Zhang Jin, this time the Su family expanded crazily, almost monopolizing the entire Tiannan province's cocoons. Almost all of the family's assets have been invested. When the time comes, the fire will soar to the sky. How gorgeous and how destructive it will be. Note, the second night watch has been sent, there will be a third night watch after 10 p.m. At least in this world, there was no white phosphorus. These white phosphorus were refined by Shenlang. Last time when he played the trick of ghost fire against the Song Enterprise, he used white phosphorus. At this time, it was already late autumn. The temperature at night was at most 10 degrees, so the white phosphorus would not be in danger of burning. Of course, the temperature in this adytum was very high, because Shenlang was very hot. Why was it very hot? He deliberately built the table not high, and there were no chairs, so Mulan had to slightly bend her delicate body and carefully pour the white phosphorus into the cocoon. In order to facilitate the movement, Shenlang asked her to wear a tight leather suit. Such a hot woman bent over there and worked seriously. Imagine that posture. That back curve that could make one explode, those two super long legs. Did you feel hot after seeing it, yes or no? Yes or no? Yes, 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 yes. Shenlang was panting and did not dare to breathe. Because he was afraid that he would spit out flames and ignite the white phosphorus. "Wife, you've done really well. You're much faster than me and much more accurate than me," Shenlang praised. He was simply spouting nonsense. Although his martial arts skills were terrible, he was still a surgeon. He could still do this kind of detailed work quickly and well. Mulan said, "Thank you for your praise, husband." Shenlang said, "In this case, capable people should do more work. The next more than 1,000 cocoons are all yours." Mulan pursed her lips and gritted her teeth. Then, the rogue Shenlang really let go. He picked up a stool and sat behind Mulan's buttocks, 1 foot away from her. He drank tea happily and looked at his wife's back. His eyes were so roguish, as if he wanted to melt his wife's pants. He wanted his eyeballs to fly out and drill into. "Wife, it's not that I'm slacking off, it's just that I have to keep drinking water to extinguish the fire in my heart. There's nothing I can do about it. My wife, you're just too beautiful. You're even more beautiful when you show your face, and even more beautiful when you cover it up. Every time I see your back, I feel like I'm burning up. Baby, why do I love you so much? Every time I see your face, my heart feels like it's going to jump out of my chest. When I saw the back, my heart felt like it was going to explode." Shenlang's words of love made Mulan blush and gnash her teeth in anger. A man who could casually say his love was a scumbag. Every word of the beautiful man behind her couldn't be trusted, not even a punctuation mark. But Mulan still enjoyed listening to them. But after a while, she felt that something was wrong. From the corner of his eyes, he saw that the hooligan had already pressed his face against hers. A murderous aura flashed through his eyes. Shenlang smiled awkwardly and quickly retracted his face. "Honey, look at you. I want to press my hot face against your cold butt, but you are not happy about it. Honey, I saw a mosquito on your butt just now. I was going to bite it to death," Shenlang said. Then, he slapped the man's face. In that instant, he felt like he was about to be drunk. It felt so wonderful. Mulan couldn't take it anymore. She suddenly stood up straight and stared at Shenlang coldly. Pretty boy, you're getting ahead of yourself. Honey, be careful. This is white phosphorus, which is very, very dangerous. You will burn with the slightest impact. Don't move, don't move. Shenlang said seriously, the ignition point of this thing is only 40 degrees. This is not a joke. Mulan still didn't move. Shenlang said, honey, let's get to work. Don't tell me you want to give me these more than 1,000 cocoons? This is related to the life and death of 100,000 people, it's related to the 100-year foundation of our Kim clan. At her wit's end, Mulan angrily lay back down and continued to work. Shenlang stepped forward, put his arms around her waist, and gently kissed her face. He kissed her earlobe and said softly, all right, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have provoked you. Don't be angry, baby. Mulan's body stiffened, but she didn't break free. Shenlang kissed the corner of her mouth again. You're so annoying. Mulan said angrily. Honey, you're so nice. I'll leave all the work here to you. I'm a little sleepy. I'm going back to rest, Shenlang said. Then, he turned around and left. Mulan said through gritted teeth. She really wanted to beat this man to death. Shenlang quickly went out. Just then, Mulan's voice came from behind. Husband, you can rest, but if you want to fool around with Xiaobing, you can try. Shenlang squatted down and his heart instantly turned cold. He couldn't go on like this. His wife's mind-reading skills were getting better and better. Women were really fickle. You were the one who wanted to sleep with Xiaobing before, and now you're the one who won't let me sleep with Xiaobing. What on earth do you want, then? The scumbag Shenlang really asked Mulan to pour the white phosphorus into more than 1,000 cocoons. Mulan was busy all night. Then, she personally put the more than 1,000 cocoons filled with white phosphorus into hundreds of baskets of cocoons. There were at most 2 or 3 in each basket. The cocoons were divided into 3 grades, high, middle, and low. Shenlang collected all the 3 grades, and there were cocoons in every basket. The next day, there were already 7,000 or 8,000 civilians outside Xianwu Mansion. Shenlang walked out with a haggard face and a haggard appearance. Anyway, don't ask him how he got into this state. You can just turn on some movies and vent your anger. Seeing Shenlang come out, the 7,000 or 8,000 people outside knelt down neatly. Young master, please save us. If we don't sell the cocoons, the insects will really fly out. We're still waiting for money to buy food. We're running out of food. Shenlang said with grief and indignation, everyone, I'll go and beg the Su family. No matter what conditions they have, no matter how they humiliate me, I'll agree. As long as everyone has food to eat, as long as everyone can make money. Immediately, the 7,000 or 8,000 people kowtowed neatly and looked at Shenlang with gratitude. Thank you, young master. I'll set up a memorial tablet for you when I get home. Thank you for your great kindness, son-in-law. Jean Mutsong saw this scene and couldn't help but say, Father, isn't brother-in-law using these kind people? Xuanwu hesitated for a moment and said, it's right to love the people, but it's also right to have people's hearts be like water, and it's also right to have people move like smoke. Those in power need to have a sense of propriety. Jean Mutsong was a little confused and didn't understand. Xuanwu sighed in his heart, but he couldn't explain too much. If Shenlang was here, he would tell Jean Mutsong the truth. You have to love the people, but at the same time, you have to treat them like fools. Jean Mutsong said weakly, isn't brother-in-law a little heartless to these people? Xuanwu said, only the heartless can be affectionate, and the affectionate are the real heartless. After saying that, Xuanwu sighed softly. His silly son was destined not to understand the profound mysteries within. Shenlang entered the Su family with an incomparably miserable appearance, as if his soul left his body. His eyes were lifeless, and his limbs were trembling. I admit defeat. Shenlang handed over 3 pieces of paper and said, these are the 3 dye recipes, the first is the upgraded golden dye, the second is the purple dye, and the third is the rainbow dye. Su Xianxia stretched out her lily-white hand and took the 3 pieces of paper. She carefully read them and memorized them. Shenlang said, are you satisfied now? Can you buy the cocoons of our fief's people? Su Xianxia was very happy. Shenlang, if you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? Shen Lang said in a sorrowful voice, I've already admitted defeat, what more do you want? There are already 8,000 people outside the Count house, I've already given you the recipe, what else do you want? What else do you want? In the end, his voice became hoarse. Xianxia said, this is not enough. Shen Lang said in a trembling voice, Xianxia, don't push your luck. Xianxia said, Shen Lang, I learned this from you. Shen Lang said miserably, I don't have anything except for these 50 kilograms. You only have one life, nothing else. Xianxia said, apologize to us, for the harm you've done to us in the past, apologize to us. Shen Lang bowed and said, Xianxia, I was wrong, I was really wrong. I beg you, for the sake of our past friendship, forgive me this time, please let me go. These words sound a bit familiar, but this was the first time Xianxia heard it. How refreshing, what a wonderful feeling. Shen Lang, who was so awesome before, was now apologizing to him in such a pitiful manner. That feeling was really like the feeling of entering a new world after reading his book, Boundless Romance of the Golden X Plum Blossoms. Sigh. Humans are so complicated, to think that there are so many new worlds. Xianxia said, Shen Lang, didn't you feel good when you forced Zhu Wenhua to burn his Mandarin duck dreams? Didn't it feel good to burn thousands of books at once, to burn your own blood and sweat? Yes, it felt better to kill hundreds of millions of his blood and sweat at once. Shen Lang said, trembling, Xianxia, what are you trying to do? Xianxia said, didn't you write a book to slander me? How many copies of Boundless Romance are there now? Take them all out and pile them into a mountain, then burn them publicly. No, no. Shen Lang said hoarsely, that's my blood and sweat, I can't burn it, I can't burn it. Xianxia said, then you can go back, I won't collect your cocoons. Let those 100,000 people starve to death, let them besiege your Count house. Shen Lang staggered back a step. After a long while, he gritted his teeth and said in despair, I can publicly burn my Boundless Romance of the Golden X Plum Blossoms, but you have to collect the cocoons at full price. Impossible. Xianxia said. Shen Lang said, then let's go all out. We, the Count house, will buy these cocoons with our own money, boil them, and spin them ourselves. Then, Shen Lang left. Xianxia's voice came from behind, she sneered, do you have workers? Do you have workshops? Do you have money? 60% of the original price, sell it or not. Shen Lang gritted his teeth and said, sell, sell, sell. Then, Shen Lang piled up thousands of copies of Boundless Romance of the Golden X Plum Blossoms in the Su family's courtyard and personally burned them. In the fire, Xianxia's face was almost twisted with excitement. Today was the most enjoyable day of her life. So it turned out that the feeling of slapping someone's face was so pleasurable. No wonder Shen Lang was so addicted to it. Through the fire, she looked at Shen Lang's figure and couldn't help but think of another sentence. He looks like a dog, even in broad daylight. Su Guangyun was still drinking happily. He got back all the face he lost before, all of it. Shen Lang, you deserve this, ha ha ha. At this time, Shen Lang suddenly roared, people of Xuanwu City, you see, I did this for you, for you. Then, Shen Lang directly leaned back and fainted. He didn't deliberately overdo it, but because after he fainted, Su Guangyun and Xianxia would instinctively relax a lot. As long as he opened his eyes, the father and daughter would instinctively be alert. The Su family finally began to buy the cocoons of the farmers of Xianwu Mansion. Although it was only 60% of the original price. But these farmers could only sell with tears in their eyes. However, at this critical moment, Xianxia still made a move. She suddenly made a decision. Only 300,000 kilograms, and the rest could be discussed later. Hearing this, everyone suddenly panicked. Only 300,000 kilograms, the whole Xuanwu city produced more than 3 million kilograms of cocoons. 300,000 kilograms was just a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. Xianxia said, don't worry, we will also buy the rest of the cocoons, but we still have to discuss it with son-in-law Shen Lang. What she meant was very clear. She wanted Shen Lang to further compromise and agree to her more excessive demands, so that she could continue to buy the cocoons of Xianwu Mansion. Take advantage of your weakness and kill you. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Of course, Su Qianxian wanted to torture Shenlang. She must make him wish he was dead. Shenlang, who was pretending to be unconscious, smiled inwardly. Alas, what a wonderful situation. This situation not only made the Su family bankrupt, but also made a windfall for the Count house. If I can't check Su Qianxian's pulse, I, Shenlang, won't call myself the great imperial uncle. 300,000 kilograms of cocoons were bought. He got it at a 40% discount. Su Guangyun was really happy. Not only did he trample on Shenlang and slap the face of Xianwu Mansion, but he also made a fortune. Next, Su Guangyun planned to buy the remaining 3 million kilograms of cocoons of Xianwu Mansion at a 30% discount. He was going to make a fortune. This was so cool, everything he had lost in the past was all back. He could still make money, ha 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 ha. Check every basket of cocoons carefully. Shenlang is a very insidious person. Be careful. Check 10 cocoons randomly in each basket. Don't let go of any clues. Be especially careful if the surface of the cocoons is coated with poison. Then, hundreds of workers carefully checked the cocoons bought from the Count house. There were thousands of cocoons in each basket, but only 2 or 3 had white phosphorus. The probability of being selected was really very small. Okay. Even if you were selected, could you find anything? The cocoons were intact. There was nothing on the surface, not to mention the poison. Take out 100 cocoons randomly and open them for examination. Following Su Guanyun's order. 100 cocoons were cut open. They were still normal inside. There was no poison, nothing but a worm. That was the cocoon that was about to turn into a butterfly. Not to mention that the cocoons with white phosphorus were not selected, even if they were selected, they still couldn't find anything. Because Shenlang and Milan had poured white phosphorus into the cocoons. Su Guanyun and the others thought about poison and never knew about white phosphorus. No matter how smart they were, they couldn't find anything wrong with it at all. Shenlang, the toy boy, did things very carefully. Master, there is nothing wrong with these cocoons, the craftsman said. Su Guanyun said, send them all to the big workshop outside the city. Scatter them in different storage rooms according to the level of the cocoons. Yes. Then thousands of cocoons were all transported to the big workshop of the Su family outside the city and scattered to different storage rooms according to the level of the cocoons. The Su family's big workshop covered more than 100 mu. There were millions of kilograms of silkworm cocoons, as well as countless silks and silks. A kilogram of fresh cocoons cost about 17 or 18 yuan on modern Earth. It was even more expensive in ancient times. In short, the total value of all the raw silk, cocoons, and silks in the Su family's big workshop was more than 100,000 gold coins. Converted to Earth's currency, it was more than a few hundred million. This was almost half of the Su family's wealth, not to mention the big workshop that covered more than 100 mu. The thousands of cocoons from the Xianwu mansion were piled up in dozens of storage rooms according to the level of the cocoons. More than 1,000 silkworm cocoons with white phosphorus inside were also quietly lying within. At this moment, there was no need to mention how obedient they were. The whole big workshop was in full swing. The fire was burning. The big pot of water was boiling. Hundreds of workers were busy day and night. These were the 2 busiest times of the year, once in spring and once in autumn. They had to hurry. The schedule was very tight. They had to cook the cocoons in the shortest time possible, spin them into silk, and then dye them. It wouldn't be long before merchants from all over the world would gather in Xianwu City to buy silk. From the south to the north, from the west to the east. Even merchants from thousands of miles away from the western regions would come. Time as money was vividly displayed here. The whole workshop was shrouded in mist. Although it was late autumn night, the whole workshop was still as hot as a steamer. Almost all the artificial humans were bare-chested. The temperature here was more than 50 degrees Celsius, and most places were more than 40 degrees Celsius. The temperature was gradually transmitted to the storage room. Gradually, it was transmitted to every cocoon. Among them were the cocoons that Shenlang and Milan had poured white phosphorus into. The whole workshop was still bustling with activity. But one corner of the storage room seemed particularly quiet. It was like the moment before a bomb exploded. And then, the temperature inside one of the cocoons exceeded 40 degrees Celsius. The humid environment made the white phosphorus more likely to burn. Puff, inside one of the cocoons, the white phosphorus had exceeded the ignition point. Suddenly, a ball of green flame burst forth. The most terrifying will-o'-the-wisp. Boom, the will-o'-the-wisp ignited, the white phosphorus burned to a terrifying degree, far exceeding that of gasoline. In an instant, the entire cocoon was set ablaze. Then, the entire basket of cocoons was set ablaze. Then, the entire storage room, tens of thousands of kilograms of cocoons, all burned. The destruction had begun. Note, the third update has been sent. There are 16,000 words added today. I feel like sleeping. Brothers, please support me and give me strength. Cocoons were flammable. Bamboo baskets were also flammable. Even the pillars and eaves in the warehouse were flammable. Therefore, the fire was extremely fierce. In a few moments, the entire warehouse was ablaze. "It's on fire, it's on fire," the first worker who discovered the fire immediately shouted. "Quick, put out the fire, put out the fire." The workshop was lacking in everything but water. There were large vats everywhere. Soon, dozens of workers were holding buckets and basins, desperately trying to extinguish the fire. The walls of the warehouse were made of mud, and it was difficult to burn through them. If this continued, the fire might really be extinguished. However, in a warehouse a few hundred meters away, a very strange scene appeared. Two workers were carrying a basket of cocoons into the warehouse. Suddenly, a ball of green flame suddenly burst out. A will-o'-wisp. The two workers swore that it was a will-o'-wisp, exactly the same as the will-o'-wisp they had seen in the tombs. It was too late to talk about it, but it was too late. Another worker immediately wanted to bring water to extinguish the fire, but the vats were tens of meters away. Therefore, he had an idea. A classic scene was born. The little worker who peed to extinguish the fire. Although this worker was already 18 years old, his size was similar to that of the little boy on Earth. He was too quick-witted. It seemed that there was some truth to the saying that big breasts have no brains. Ba ba ba. He deleted the paragraph above. He fantasized about how much money he would receive after extinguishing the flame and making a great contribution. However, a shocking scene appeared. Such a small flame and such a large puddle of water. It did not extinguish the fire. The will-o'-wisp swayed and danced in the water. There was actually a fire in this world that could not be extinguished by water. It really was a will-o'-wisp. Soon, the entire basket of cocoons was set ablaze. This seemed to be a signal. Next, an even stranger and more terrifying scene appeared. In the large workshop that spanned hundreds of acres, inside dozens of warehouses, one will-o'-wisp after another suddenly ignited. There was no warning, as though it was the work of evil spirits. Basket after basket of cocoons were ignited. Storeroom after storeroom was ignited. At first, these people were desperately trying to extinguish the fire. Then, they were completely stunned. Everyone's hair stood on end when they saw this. "Ah, there's a ghost, a ghost." A few storerooms, a dozen storerooms, dozens of storerooms, all started to burn. This fire could no longer be put out. Everyone was earning their wages, so why should they work themselves to the bone for their employer? There's a ghost, everyone run. Run. If you don't run now, it'll be too late. It's too late. Then, hundreds of workers swarmed out. He rushed out of the workshop. It was still safe outside. Because of the high walls. These walls were originally meant to prevent thieves, but now they had become the best isolation belt. Hundreds of workers stood outside the workshop. The autumn wind blew. The fire in the workshop burned even more fiercely. In a short period of time, hundreds of acres of the workshop were engulfed in a sea of fire. No one could save this big fire. There were an astronomical number of cocoons, countless amounts of raw silk, and countless pieces of silk inside. Everything was burned to the ground. Just this workshop alone was worth tens of thousands of gold coins. The hundreds of workers were filled with fear and elation. So the exploiter was in trouble this time. But now that the workshop was burned, their jobs were gone. Ghost fire, it's definitely ghost fire. I heard that this place used to be a mass grave. The evil ghost has come for revenge. I saw the ghost fire with my own eyes. The hundreds of workers discussed and concluded that it was ghost fire. The hundreds of people saw that the green flames had appeared out of thin air. No one had set the fire at all. In the midst of the flames, the wind howled, like the wailing of evil ghosts. The hundreds of workers trembled in fear. Suddenly, a worker said, "It smells so good, I'm hungry." Everyone took a whiff. It smelled so good. There were countless silkworms in the cocoons, so of course it smelled good after being roasted. These workers were heartless. But the manager of the workshop was Su Guanyan's confidant. Seeing this scene, his legs went weak, and he almost peed his pants. "It's over, it's over. It's all over. Quick, go into the city and report to the patriarch." Then, a dozen guards of the workshop rode fast horses and rushed toward the Su family's residence in Xuanwu City. At the highest point of the Xianwu mansion, Xianlang had been waiting here since dinner. He had even occupied the best seat in advance. He had brewed tea, prepared melon seeds, and prepared snacks. He was waiting to watch a good show. He didn't have to wait for long. Just over 2 hours later, the sky in the west was cold from the flames. The fire was so big that hundreds of acres of the workshop were all on fire. Even though they were more than 20 miles away, they could see it clearly. Mulan, wearing a dress, was also watching from the side. Xianlang quietly moved closer and sniffed. "My wife smelled so good." Xianlang's hand was on Mulan's small waist. Mulan didn't object. Xianlang's hand slid down bit by bit. Again, Mulan didn't object. Xianlang's hand fell on the most voluptuous and wonderful place. Mulan still didn't object. It was really unusual. Then, Xianlang saw Mulan's eyes were full of tears. She wasn't sympathizing with the Su family, but hating the destruction. No matter who did it, it was not easy to build it. It was heartbreaking that it was burned down by a fire. Xianlang moved his hand up bit by bit and held his wife's waist with a little force. Mulan nestled in his arms. "Wife, we did it to survive," Xianlang said softly. "In this world, nothing is more important than survival. Even if you have good intentions, you have to survive first." "I know," Mulan said, "I'm sad, but I don't regret it." Xianlang gently kissed Mulan's forehead and said, "My wife is always strong. Your husband has never seen you so fragile." Mulan said, "You'll see more of it in the future." This was already the biggest confession he could make. Why would a strong person become weak? The reason was simple: Su Guanyan was holding a big banquet. Previously, Su Qianjian and Zhang Jin's engagement banquet was too high-end. The businessmen in Xuanwu City, and even some of the Su family's relatives and friends were not qualified to attend. Originally, they planned to hold a make-up banquet the day after the engagement banquet and invite all the businessmen and relatives. But that night, at the engagement banquet, Xianlang won a big victory, and the Su family suffered a crushing defeat and lost face, so naturally, the make-up banquet was left unsettled. But today was a good day. Xianlang was defeated, and the Su family won a big victory. Therefore, the Su family's master held this supplementary banquet and invited all the rich merchants present. Today, Xianlang, that little bastard, finally had his bones broken and his spine broken. Did you guys see how that little bastard Xianlang looked like today? Not only did he bow and apologize to Su, but he also burned thousands of his books with his own hands. That scene was so satisfying. Yeah, that little bastard fainted on the spot. I heard that he vomited blood after being carried back to Xianwu Mansion. Su Gong made a lot of money this time. He bought 300,000 kilograms of cocoons at a 40% discount. How can there be such a good business in the world? Su Guanyan said with a smile, "What's the big deal? There are more than 3 million kilograms of cocoons produced in Xianwu Mansion. I plan to buy them all at a 30% discount." As soon as this was said, everyone was envious and jealous. It was amazing that Su Gong had a marriage alliance with the governor. They thought that it would be a bottomless pit and they had to keep pouring money into it. They didn't expect that they could make a lot of money. It seemed that the combination of power and money was the most powerful. Can Xianlang not sell it? Does he dare not sell it? If he still doesn't sell it, the moths in the cocoons will fly out. At that time, those 100,000 hungry people will eat Xianlang alive, and these 100,000 hungry people will burn the entire Black Tortoise Earl Manor to ashes. What can Su Wu do? Buy food with his own money to feed 100,000 people? Where does he get the money? I'm not afraid to tell you that Xianwu Mansion is not only poor, but also heavily in debt. The debt can't be paid back in several lifetimes. The Kim family is just a skeleton in the grave. It's almost finished. As for Xianlang, since he compromised for the first time, he has no bottom line, Su Guangyun said lightly. He wants me to buy the more than 3 million kilograms of cocoons left in his fief? Okay, kneel down to me in public and kowtow to apologize. Yes, let Xianlang, the little beast, kowtow to Lord Su and apologize. Everyone flattered him. Su Xianxia didn't drink with them. Instead, she drank alone in the room of the embroidery building. She wanted to celebrate this victory in peace. Just like what those people had said, Xianlang's spine had already been broken. Today he could burn books in public, so tomorrow he could kneel down and kowtow. Once people broke through the bottom line of their dignity, they would have no bottom line. Thinking of the tragedy of Xianlang in the future, Su Qianqian felt happy and even a little sympathetic. Xianlang, you shouldn't have gone to Xianwu Mansion to be a son-in-law. You should have been a servant in my family, so that you would have a better end. A bootlicker should be a bootlicker for a lifetime. Why should he change his position, after the destruction of Xianwu Mansion in the future? Xianlang would die without a burial place. And now it seemed that Xianlang might not be able to hold on until that day. Su Qianqian picked up the wine glass, opened the window, looked at the bright moon in the sky, and smelled the fragrance of osmanthus in the third season. She drank a little too much and was a little tipsy. She didn't know why she was a little wet. She raised her glass to invite the bright moon and drank with them. Su Qianqian couldn't make such an awesome poem. Moreover, she didn't like to write poems, and she didn't like to be a talented woman. One glass for the bright moon, and the other for destruction. Xianlang, your short legendary career is over. Su Qianqian drained the cup in one gulp. Then, she seemed to see a ball of fire. To be precise, it was not a ball of fire, but a red light in the western sky. Her heart couldn't help but tremble. That seemed to be the direction of her family's big workshop. Although the Su family was rich, they were only businessmen after all. They couldn't build their factory on a mountain like Xianwu Mansion. The terrain here was not high enough, and she couldn't see clearly enough. Su Qianqian was stunned for a moment, and then she ran wildly toward the highest point of her house. Please don't, Su Qianqian prayed desperately in her heart as she ran wildly. Su Guangyun was a little drunk. He was originally arrogant. At this time, he was complacent and even a little carried away. Everyone, my family will hold a big banquet tomorrow. Please continue to come and watch a good show. At my daughter's engagement party last time, didn't Xianlang win a great victory and look awe-inspiring? Tomorrow night, let him kneel and apologize in public. If he doesn't kneel, let the 100,000 people in Xianwu Mansion starve to death. Ha 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 ha, and at this time, there was a burst of hurried footsteps outside. The manager of the Su family's big workshop rushed in with a dozen guards. Their faces were still black, and their bodies were covered with ashes. Seeing this group of people in a mess, Su Guangyun said unhappily, "What's wrong with you? My place is full of guests. Aren't you disgracing me by looking so embarrassed?" The manager suddenly knelt down and kowtowed, wailing, "Master, it's bad, it's bad. Our workshop is on fire. Everything is burned. Countless silkworm cocoons, countless raw silk and silk, everything is burned. It's all over, it's all over." As soon as these words came out, Su Guangyun's body suddenly swayed. As if he had auditory hallucinations, he even picked his ears. And all the guests suddenly fell into silence. They could hardly believe their ears. The Su family's big workshop was burned down. How could it be possible? There were water tanks everywhere in the workshop, and there was water vapor everywhere. How could it be burned? After a while, Su Guangyun suddenly stepped forward and kicked the manager. "Who told you to talk nonsense? Who told you to talk nonsense? Are you tired of living, or have you drunk too much cat piss? The manager desperately kowtowed and said, "It's true, it's true. Master, you will know when you go and see." At this time, Xianxia ran over like a gust of wind. "Father, it's bad. There's a fire in the west. Come on, prepare the carriage. We're going to the big workshop." A moment later, Su Guanyun and Su Qianqian took the carriage and rushed to the big workshop outside the city. When Su Qianqian and Su Guanyun arrived, the whole big workshop had been surrounded by hundreds of soldiers. It was not to put out the fire, but to prevent the fire from spreading. Because the big workshop was no longer saved. It was almost burned out, and many walls were beginning to collapse. His autumn clothes were cool, but being so close to the fire, he felt like he was being roasted. But Su Guanyun's body was cold, and he couldn't feel the slightest bit of warmth. He looked at the fire that soared into the sky. All his drunkenness disappeared without a trace. A chill rushed from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. It had been decades. This big workshop had expanded from a few acres to dozens of acres, and finally to hundreds of acres before it reached this scale. It was the foundation of 2 generations. Not to mention the astronomical number of cocoons, silk inside. But now it was all burned down. How great was the loss, only God knew. That was most of the family's wealth. This big workshop was the foundation of the Su family, now it was all destroyed. Just more than 2 hours ago, he was still proud and felt that he was at the peak of his life. But now, fate seemed to have kicked him into the 18th level of hell. God, why are you doing this to me? Why didn't you put out the fire? Why didn't you put out the fire? Su Guanyun roared crazily. The chief manager wailed, "We can't save it, we can't save it." Dozens of warehouses burned at the same time. The fire was so strange that it couldn't be extinguished even with water. "It's all over, it's all over." Su Guanyun roared like a wounded beast. Then, he felt a stream of air rampaging in his chest and abdomen. That feeling of suffocation was enough to make him explode. Then, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Then, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. This time, he really spat out blood, and it was spat out one mouthful after another. Then, Xianlang's face appeared in Su Guanyun's mind, like a sneering, poisonous snake. "Xianlang, you're so vicious, so vicious." Then, Su Guanyun suddenly fell backward. Pastry doesn't usually ask for tips. Now there's an activity. If you tip more than 500,000 Qidian coins, you can get a recommendation. I'm here to ask for tips. Thank you. Pastry will work hard to make you feel comfortable. After Su Guanyun fainted. Master. Several servants rushed forward, pinching his philtrum and massaging his chest. After a long time, Su Guanyun woke up. After vomiting blood, Su Guanyun's mind became clearer. It must be Xianlang's plot. It must be. This little bastard is usually so arrogant, but today he bowed and apologized, and even burned my book. This little bastard is as poisonous as a viper. Today's fire must be set by him. There must be something wrong with the cocoons he sold. But, all the cocoons sold by Xianlang were checked, and there was no problem. Moreover, these cocoons were all burned cleanly, leaving no evidence behind. There was no flaw at all, no trace at all. But Su Guanyun knew that it must be Xianlang's doing. Su Guanyun roared, "Come with me to Xianwu Mansion to catch Xianlang. This fire must be set by him, it must be him. Governor Lu Wuyan, take your soldiers and follow me to Xianwu Mansion to catch him." However, Lu Wuyan, who was on horseback, didn't move. His scalp was numb. He really didn't expect that Xianlang, the pretty boy, would be so vicious. He directly destroyed the foundation of others. Most importantly, he, Lu Wuyan, was also Xianlang's enemy. Governor Lu also knew that his name was already on the wall. To be hated by someone like Xianlang, this was truly a terrifying thing. "Governor Lu Wuyan, take your soldiers and follow me to Xianwu Mansion to catch him." Su Guanyun shouted. "How?" Lu Wuyan asked. "Is there any proof? Do you think I'm Linshua?" Looking at the big workshop that was gradually turning into ruins, Su Qianqian's delicate body turned into a statue. Her body didn't seem to belong to her. There was no warmth at all. He even lost his ability to react. After a long while, tears rolled down from the corners of her eyes. Then he couldn't stop. His body went from cold to hot, and he even became manic. Her beautiful eyes were bloodshot and red. Including her generation, it was already the family business of 3 generations. Destroyed just like that, destroyed. This feeling was so painful that he wished he was dead. Previously, when Xianlang trampled on and humiliated her, she still felt pain. But compared to what was in front of him, what was that pain? I should have known that a despicable person like Xianlang would never admit defeat. A man like Xianlang would rather die. He would rather perish together than kneel down and admit his mistake. He would also not be willing to burn his own book and slap his own face. Once he did this, he would want to put others to death. On the other side, Su Guangyun seemed to have gone crazy. He shouted, "Lu Wuyan, are you afraid? You may be afraid, but I'm not. I have Taisho Prefecture behind me. I have the governor's office behind me. I have the calligraphy bestowed by the crown prince. Lead the troops to catch Xianlang, catch Xianlang." Su Qianqian's vision darkened as if she was about to faint. Her father was almost crazy. At this time, she, Su Qianqian, must not collapse. She must calm down. She took a few deep breaths. For some reason, when the air entered her lungs, she felt as if a knife was cutting her. Su Qianqian stepped forward, held her father's hand, and said solemnly, "Father, the most dangerous time for our Su family has come." Su Guangyun roared, "Go catch that little bastard Xianlang. Go catch him." Su Qianqian said, "Father, the most important thing now is not to find out who burned our big workshop, but how to face the current predicament. Don't forget, we have already received tens of thousands of gold coins from the merchants in the western region. If we can't hand over the silk before the deadline, we will have to pay double the money. Our big workshop has been burned, but for us, the most precious thing is not the workshop, but the brand of Su Xiao. Once we lose our reputation and credibility, we will really be ruined." Su Qianqian's words were extremely clever. The most precious thing for Coca-Cola was not the factory, but the brand and the channel. Even if all their factories were burned, all the banks in the world would waive their checks and ask Coca-Cola to lend them money. At most, they could make a comeback in a few months. Although the reputation of the Su family's silk was not as good as that of Coca-Cola, it was also a famous brand. Especially recently, the crown prince had given Su Xiao the calligraphy of Tiannan. This was the most precious asset of the Su family. Su Qianqian softly said, "Father, we still have a chance. The big workshop was burned down, but we can rebuild it. Xianlang destroyed our workshop, but we can take revenge in the future. Our back is against Taisho Prefecture, and our back is against the governor's office. But, once our golden brand is destroyed, we will be finished." At this time, Su Guangyun really sobered up. His daughter was right. Especially at this time, they could not afford to lose their footing. Su Qianqian said, "Time is very tight, and the delivery date is getting closer. We don't have to sell our own silk shop, but those merchants who place orders with us, we must deliver the goods on time, otherwise our family will really be ruined." Su Guangyun said, "Daughter, you are right, you are right. What do you think we should do next?" Su Qianqian said, "Borrow the workshop from Lin Mo. Although the scale is a bit small, it is enough. Under the common enemy, he will definitely lend it." Su Guangyun said, "No problem, I will go see Lin Mo in person." "No need," Lin Mo's voice sounded from behind, "I will lend it, I will lend the workshop to the Su family unconditionally." Su Qianqian stepped forward and bowed, "Owner Lin, words cannot express my gratitude." Lin Mo said, "We have a common enemy, at this time, we should unite as one." Su Guangyun trembled, "After we get through this crisis, we will join hands and kill that beast Xianlang. We will skin him, pull out his tendons, and kill his whole family." Lin Mo's face twitched, he gnashed his teeth and said, "Yes, kill his whole family, kill that little beast's whole family." This owner Lin's hatred for Xianlang was no less than Su Guangyun's. It wasn't just because Xianlang had framed his son and almost destroyed his son's future, but also because of fear. If the lips die, the teeth will be interdependent. Xianlang, that little beast, was so vicious, he actually harmed Su Guangyun so miserably, then wouldn't it be his turn next? Therefore, he must help Su Guangyun to get through this crisis. Now he borrowed the workshop, but he also needed the most important thing. Cocoons. Without cocoons, how could silk be made? How could he deliver the goods on time? This year, the Su family expanded so much that they almost monopolized all the cocoons in the entire Tiannan province, and these cocoons were all burned. Did he have to go to other provinces to buy, not to mention whether he could buy it or not? The key was that there was no time. The merchants from the southern countries and the western regions were about to arrive, and these people had paid the deposit. If the Su family couldn't deliver the silk, not only would their golden signboard be destroyed, they would also have to pay several times the amount. At that time, even if they sold all the Su family's fields and houses, it still wouldn't be enough. Now, there was only one place with cocoons. That was the Xianwu mansion. They still had 3 million caddies of cocoons in their hands, although this amount was not much. But if they brought back the stock of the Su family's silk shops, plus the silk woven from the 3 million caddies of cocoons, it should be enough to deliver the goods. The most important thing now was not to make money, but to keep the Su family's signboard and credibility. As long as they could deliver the goods on time, they could bear any price. Su Guangyun and Xianxia felt their blood run cold again. They were going to see Shenlang again. But this time, they were going to beg Shenlang to sell the remaining 3 million caddies of cocoons to them. This retribution was too fast. How vicious was that gigolo Shenlang? The two sides had a life-and-death feud, and now they were going to beg him. What was the difference between that and a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth? But at this time, they were meat on the chopping block. Su Guangyun said, "Where is Zhang Jin?" Su Qianqian said, "He went to do something important." Zhang Jin did go to do something important. He accompanied his father to visit the northern marquis's mansion. They besieged the Xianwu mansion from all directions. Zhang Qianqian hoped that the northern marquis's mansion would not only support them on the surface, but also want them to do something substantial. Su Qianqian trembled and said, "Father, I'm going to beg Shenlang to sell us the more than 3 million caddies of cocoons." Su Guangyun closed his eyes in pain. What was the most painful thing in the world? He knew that it was Shenlang who burned his workshop, but not only could he not arrest him, but he also had to beg him. Heavens, was there anyone more vicious than this little beast? Compared to Su Qianqian's misery, there was another person who was riding on the crest of success. He had successfully overcome this crisis. According to the tricks taught by Wu Zhaoyin, not only did he keep his engagement with Wu Yuyu, but he also seemed to be appreciated by his father-in-law. Not only that, but there were other gains. He had done such an absurd thing, publicly sleeping with a rabbit in the military camp, but not only did no one in the Count Chingon house spurn him, but they even regarded him as a kindred spirit. Before, the young masters of the Count Chingon house all ignored him and looked down on him. After this incident, they actually became much more affectionate towards him. Especially the third and fifth young masters, they even invited him to a super party. In modern terms, it was a super big party. To be more professional, it was the feast of the sea and sky. Lin Zhuo once again opened the door to a new world. It was really, king eye-opener. The life of this group of nobles was so decadent that it made people's hair stand on end. When Lin Zhuo went to the Count Chingon house, he was still uneasy, wondering if his father-in-law would blame him. As a result, the fifth young master sneered, "Lin Zhuo, in a rich and powerful family like ours, it's not even wrong to play with a woman or a rabbit." Then, Lin Zhuo spent 2 days and 2 nights in debauchery. He played like a madman. Even if his martial arts were very high, he felt that his waist was about to break. Before leaving, his father-in-law, Chingon Wu Zhaozhong, once again met Lin Zhuo. "Zhang?" He took Zhang Jin to the northern marquis mansion, and then they will visit the Jin High Count house, Wu Zhaozhong said. "Do you know what this means?" Lin Zhuo said, "It means that the final strangulation of the Xianwu mansion is about to begin, and it means that the Kim family will soon be destroyed." Wu Zhaozhong said, "This time Li Wenjing died a little unjustly. The villain under his bed that cursed the crown prince may not have been released by him." Lin Zhuo said, "Then could it be Shenlang who did it?" Wu Zhaozhong said lightly, "Do you think he is a god?" Then, Wu Zhaozhong said, "It doesn't matter who released the villain that cursed the crown prince. The key is not to involve the second prince, and not to cause a conflict. Therefore, Li Wenjing can only die." The monarch had just issued an edict to pardon him, and then immediately turned around and secretly killed him. It can be seen how angry the monarch will be. Lin Zhuo said, therefore, in order to show the determination of the new policy, the monarch's means will be more violent. Governor Zhu Yong and Zhang Su. The governor felt the monarch's will, so they accelerated the strangulation of the Xianwu mansion, and the intensity of the strangulation has also increased a lot. Wu Zhaozhong said, this is a feast, do you know? Of course it was a feast. Destroying the Xianwu mansion was not only a great contribution, but it also meant an astronomical amount of wealth. This feast, Count Qingan House, is not the main character, but I still want a piece of meat, Wu Zhaozhong said. Then, after you return to Xuanwu City, do you understand the mission? Lin Zhuo said, attack the Xianwu mansion from the side, cooperate with Zhang Su. Carry out endless harassment and attacks on the Black Tortoise Count's mansion, making them run for their lives. Yes. Wu Zhaozhong's eyes were full of admiration. This son-in-law really did not let him down. At this time, Lin Zhuo sighed in his heart. This uncle Wu Zhaoyin was really amazing, every sentence he taught him could tickle the heart of his father-in-law. Wu Zhaozhong said, just do it, don't be afraid of crossing the line, and don't be afraid of misfiring. If we can cause a war, then in this feast, we can play the role of the main character. Yes. Lin Zhuo said confidently. This is a feast, it's not easy for a veteran aristocrat to fall. If we can't tear a big piece of meat from the corpse of the Kim family, our ancestors will not forgive us. After Lin Zhuo returned to Xuanwu City, he immediately received another piece of good news. Xiaoyama Chihos had been officially transferred, and the position of Chihos was vacant. Lin Zhuo directly became the acting Chihos, and in 2 to 3 months at most, he would be promoted. This world is really ridiculous, I obviously made a big mistake, but I can still be promoted. Shenlang, Lin Zhuo, came back safe and sound, and even got promoted. You didn't kill me last time, and now it's my turn to kill you. Lin Zhuo gnashed his teeth. This time, when he returned to Xuanwu City, the task given by his father-in-law was very clear. It was to lead troops to constantly attack and harass the border of the fief of Xianwu Mansion. Any border was vague. The same was true of Xuanwu City and the fief of the Kim family. A certain bridge, a certain road, a certain mountain, all of them were demarcations. And the cavalry of Xianwu Mansion patrolled along the border. What would Lin Zhuo do next? The people of the fief of Xianwu Mansion crossed the border to cut firewood, catch. The soldiers of Xianwu Mansion crossed the border to patrol, catch. And even if you didn't cross the border, we would still catch you, because the border is vague. Whether you crossed the border or not, I, Lin Zhuo, have the final say. If I say you entered my defense area, then you crossed the border. In short, I arrest people every day, and madly harass and attack every day. Xianwu Mansion can't stand it anymore? The two armies directly fight, that's great. Then let's fight and make the matter bigger. The battle between hundreds and thousands of people directly alarmed the whole country. What do you want to do in Xianwu Mansion? How dare you attack the monarch army? Are you trying to rebel? Shenlang, just you wait, I, Lin Zhuo, will become a mad dog, crazily biting your family. I will become the nightmare of Xianwu Mansion. Lin Zhuo, who returned to the military camp, had a smug and hideous smile on his face. But for some reason, his crotch was a little itchy, and so was the back of his eye. Lin Zhuo scratched it casually and didn't take it seriously. Of course, he didn't know that many terrible viruses were spreading and multiplying crazily in his body. Soon, he would break out of his body. He didn't have time at all. Back to the Su family's mansion. Su Qianxian asked someone to prepare a bath. After soaking in the hot water for a quarter of an hour, her body seemed to gradually recover some temperature. Then, she wrote down every corner of her body cleanly. She used rose essence to make her body fragrant. Then, she drank a glass of wine so that she could sleep well. Only in this way would she be able to shine brilliantly tomorrow, and only then would she have sufficient energy to face Shenlang and welcome this fierce battle. The next morning, Su Qianxian wore the most beautiful clothes, and it wasn't even that dignified, completely highlighting her graceful figure. She drew a slightly seductive beauty. She put on rouge. She printed her lips, red as fire. Any man is a pervert, so is Shenlang. No, especially Shenlang, beautiful and seductive women could always gain some advantage in negotiations. Shenlang would definitely find Su Qianqian's appearance familiar. Because, this was the same as Xianxia in a colorful poster in Endless Romance of Golden Plum. In that poster, Xianxia didn't show her arms, waist, or thighs, which was rare. But it was also very seductive. Why did Su Qianqian dress up like this? Because the reason why Shenlang drew Xianxia like this was that this image most matched his inner fantasy of Su Qianqian. Taking a deep breath, Su Qianqian boarded the carriage. But a moment later, she got off the carriage again. After returning home, she picked up a book, which was Shenlang's Endless Romance. Let's go to Xianwu Mansion. Inside the carriage, Su Qianqian read the book carefully and took out the strokes to highlight the key points. This was Shenlang's proudest work. This was written by you, Shenlang, to discredit me, Su Qianqian. I brought this book to your door to have a big talk with you. I not only read it many times, but I also made reading notes. This is humble enough. Is Shenlang satisfied enough? This is equivalent to XX teacher holding a picture of himself in XX classroom and saying, "Do you think this angle is good? Are you satisfied with it? Shall I make another one for you on the spot?" For the Su family, the most important thing was to get the 3 million kilograms of cocoons and deliver the goods on time. Otherwise, the Su family would be completely destroyed. Entering the gate of Xianwu Mansion, Su Qianqian got off the carriage. Please report to son-in-law Shenlang that Su Qianqian wants to see him. No, Su Qianqian pays respect to son-in-law Shenlang. Note, the second update will be delivered, and the third update will be delivered after 10 p.m. I'm still short of 300,000 Qidian coins. I'll try my best in the last hour. Everyone, please help me. My wife will make up for the difference in the end. Inside Xianwu Mansion. Mulan was busy with military affairs, so she was not at home. Thus, son-in-law Shen completely let himself go. He was drawing a picture. Xiaobing was a model. She was sitting sideways on a chair, wearing very little, looking very alluring. Son-in-law, are you done yet? It's very tiring for me to pose like this. Mulan was not around, so this girl had completely let herself go. Anyway, even if Miss found out something, the one to be beaten would be son-in-law, and Miss never hits me. That coquettish look came one after another, and her figure was so curvy that it seemed like a flower. Her two big eyes were always watery, and that beautiful face with a little baby fat wished she could write a few words on it. Son-in-law, come here. Alright, it's almost done. Shenlang said. Xiaobing could not wait to run over and said coquettishly, let me see, let me see. Then, she pretended to be careless and squeezed her soft and delicate body into Shenlang's arms. The drawing was so good that Xiaobing almost did not recognize herself in the picture. It was so seductive. Then, she pretended to look at the drawing seriously and leaned forward to let her face touch Shenlang's lips. Aya, son-in-law, you're really shameless. I don't look like this, you've clearly drawn me into a seductress. The little girl said coquettishly while twisting her small body, pretending to carelessly rub against Shenlang. Damn it, you're only 17, right? You're so seductive, what can you do? And you still say you're not a seductress. Shenlang felt that he was playing with fire. It was very dangerous to continue like this, but he was reluctant to push her away. At this time, another maid, Xiao Huan, ran in. Seeing this scene, she could not help but exclaim. I didn't see anything. Xiao Huan hurriedly covered her eyes. Xiaobing immediately dodged and instinctively covered her chest. However, she quickly let go and proudly straightened her back. In this courtyard, Mrs. Number 1, and I, Xiaobing, am number 2. Son-in-law must not be seduced by you coquettish bitches. Shenlang stood up, slightly shrunk his body back, righteously said, Xiao Huan, do you know what is the most important thing to be a human? Xiao Huan said, keep your mouth shut, what you can say, what you cannot say, you must be clear in your heart. Shenlang, very sensible indeed. Xiao Huan thought to herself, how can I not be sensible? Son-in-law, how many times have you harmed me? Just yesterday, Xiao Huan accidentally spilled the beans. In the end, when she fell asleep that night, her son-in-law soaked her hands in hot water. Early the next morning, Xiaohuan found that her bed was completely soaked. This son-in-law was simply too evil. Xiaohuan hurriedly took a bath, washed the quilt, and then fantasized in her mind that son-in-law did not take the opportunity to do something else to me last night. Then she couldn't help but run in front of the mirror to look at herself, inexplicably depressed. Shenlang, Xiaohuan, why are you in such a hurry to find me? What's the matter? Xiaohuan said, Uncle Zhong is looking for you. Uncle Zhong was Jin Zhong. He was the leader and idol of all the servants and maids in the count house. But Jin Zhong was very sensible now. He knew to let the maids in first to report, and not rush in directly. When Shenlang walked out, Jin Zhong's gaze was a little strange. Son-in-law, Su Qianqian is here to see you. She really came. Shenlang's face did not have much of a proud expression, but was a little hesitant. Su Qianqian's heart was a little anxious as she waited. She was wondering what kind of face Shenlang would use to receive her. Proud? Frivolous? Or directly flirting, or even worse. Shenlang came. The expression on Su Qianqian's face instantly changed, revealing a charming smile. This commoner girl pays her respects to son-in-law Shen. Su Qianqian bowed to Shenlang. That curve was incomparably alluring. She had never seen such a fawning smile, nor had she seen such a charming gaze. And the clothes she was wearing, the makeup on her face was actually the same as Shimin Xianxian in Boundless Romance. This was the expectation that Shenlang had for Su Qianqian. Pretending to be a talented woman, an enchanting and vicious snake beauty, that is where you belong. Previously, every time Shenlang saw Su Qianqian, he would either humiliate her or flirt with her, or talk about being husband and wife for a night, or something along those lines. But this time, Shenlang was very serious, and directly walked in front of her. Su Qianqian just half bent over there. Because Shenlang did not say anything like that. And this posture of hers made the curve of her waist particularly attractive. Son-in-law Shenlang, I have read your book from beginning to end 11 times, it is really written very well. Su Qianqian said flatteringly, I really did not expect that you would have such talent. Compared to your book, the poems I wrote before are really a shame to see. And Zhu Wenhua was right to burn all his books, because compared to your book, his Mandarin duck dream is simply unsightly. Shen Lang still did not pay attention. Su Qianqian opened Shenlang's Boundless Romance and read a paragraph. Dense clouds confuse the evening peak, dark fog locks the sky. Stars and the bright moon compete for brightness, green water and blue sky. Monks go to the ancient temple, deep in the forest the noisy crows fly, visitors go to the deserted village, dogs bark in the alley. This kind of beautiful paragraph is everywhere, it is simply fascinating. I am not afraid that you will laugh at me, just look at the handwriting of your book, perhaps there are more than 100,000 words. When will the second volume come out? I am really looking forward to it. Su Qianqian's voice was charming, as if she had completely transformed into Shenlang's die-hard fan, as if Shenlang's book did not tarnish her eyes. As if the person who forced Shenlang to burn the book yesterday was not her. But Shenlang still did not say a word, looking at her coldly. Slightly gritting her jade-like teeth, Su Qianqian said in a sweet voice, Shen, a night of husband and wife, 100 days of love. I already know my mistake, I admit defeat, young master, please stop the supernatural power. Shenlang said, sit. Only then did Su Qianqian stand up, gracefully sitting on the brocade stool. Shenlang said, Su Qianqian, when your family encountered a disaster, why did you not beg Zhang? Why did you not beg your husband, Zhang Jin? Su Qianqian smiled charmingly, Shen must be joking. Just this sentence alone seemed to have infinite meaning. Su Qianqian said, how can I ask husband to help me with my matters? These words sounded like they were full of love for Zhang Jin, vaguely evoking Shenlang's jealousy. Shen, I really admit defeat, I was really wrong. Su Qianqian stood up again, bowed to Shenlang, and said, I apologize to you, when you were in the Su family, I did not treat you well, and then repeatedly offended you. Please forgive me, forgive the Su family, on account of my ignorance. No. Shenlang said, you don't think you were wrong, and you don't even have any regret in your heart. Until now, you still think it was right to drive me out of the family, and it is also right to marry Zhang Jin. In fact, in your eyes, the Black Tortoise Count's mansion will be destroyed in 3 months. At that time I will die without a burial place. Su Qianqian said charmingly, how can that be? Shen is wise and powerful, how can anything happen to him? Shenlang said, Zhang? After going to the northern marquis mansion with Zhang Jin, they will go to Jin High Count House next. The pace of killing Xianwu mansion has accelerated. Instead of weakening, their strength has increased, and Count Qingan House can't wait to get a share of the pie. In the eyes of the world, Xianwu mansion is already a pile of bones in the grave, and I, Shenlang, is already a dead man. Winning a small battle against your Su family won't change the overall situation at all. The charm on Su Qianqian's face gradually faded away, and she said, Shen is really good at joking. Shenlang said, and for your Su family, the most important thing now is not to find out who burned the big workshop, but to get through this difficulty and keep the golden signboard of Su Xiu. Only then will your family be valuable. Otherwise, before Xianwu mansion is destroyed, you will be finished first. The charm and smile on Su Qianqian's face finally disappeared. Shen, we are willing to pay 1.5 times the price to buy the more than 3 million caddies of cocoons on the land of Xianwu mansion. Su Qianqian said directly. Shenlang said, 3 times. As soon as these words came out, Su Qianqian's delicate body suddenly trembled. The smile and charm on her face disappeared without a trace. This is really an exorbitant price, 3 times the price, this is to squeeze all the remaining money of the Su family. Shen, your price is too high. Su Qianqian gritted her teeth and said, how about this? If you want to do anything to me to vent your hatred, just do it. Of course, I must not let my husband down, so I can't make him a cuckold. If you want to hit me, you can abuse me, you can do anything. Su Qianqian closed her eyes. Shenlang said, don't think that you can pay me back. Just 3 times the price. Take it or leave it, not a single gold coin less. Su Qianqian opened her beautiful eyes, and her beautiful face trembled as she said, Shen, are you trying to squeeze the last drop of blood out of my family? Yes. Shenlang said. Su Qianqian said, but don't forget, except for my family, no one dares to accept your cocoons. We are afraid of both sides, so young Master Shen, don't go too far. If you don't sell your cocoons to us, my Su family will certainly be finished, and your Xianwu mansion will also be finished. Hundreds of thousands of farmers won't have money to buy grain, and there will be a big mess. Shenlang said, then we will make our own silk and weave our own silk. Su Qianqian said, you have a workshop? Do you have workers? At this point, Su Qianqian's face changed, and instantly turned pale, because she thought of something. Sure enough, Shenlang said with a smile, if there are workers, there will be a workshop. Isn't your family's workers our workers? Yes, if the Su family's big workshop is burned, these workers will have to eat. If the Count House wanted to weave silk to recruit them, would they still not join the Su family against a common enemy? Su Qianqian clenched her teeth until they bled, and coldly said, Shenlang, do you really not leave any way out? Shenlang said with a smile, Qianqian, isn't this right? You are a beauty in a snake cave, so why are you pretending to be a fox? Do you think I'm more used to your vicious appearance? What do you mean by not leaving any way out? Do you still want to give me a way out? I want to use your way out, will you let me? Su Qianqian no longer pretended to be arrogant, and Shenlang also revealed his true rogue face. This is more natural, they are all a dog couple, they are the same. Su Qianqian said, the decisive battle to besiege the Xianwu mansion is just around the corner, and this big ship will soon capsize. Your young Master Shen is already on this ship, and will die without a doubt. But your parents and younger brother can survive. The original price is 1.5 times the original price. Su Qianqian said, after the Xianwu mansion incident, I can guarantee your parents and younger brother's safety, I can swear on my ancestors and future children. Shenlang raised his teacup and said, send the guest off. Jin Zhong immediately came in and said directly, Miss Su Qianqian, please. Su Qianqian gritted her teeth and said, double the price. Shenlang said, Qianqian, you let me down. Compared with life and death, what is money? You don't look like such a narrow-minded person, do you? Get ready, our Xianwu mansion is going to open our own workshop, go and recruit workers. Then, Shenlang directly left, without any intention of turning back. Su Qianqian's heart was bleeding. 1 jean of fresh silkworm cocoons cost 20 copper coins, which meant that 1 gold coin could buy about 100 jean. According to the original price, 3 million jean of silkworm cocoons in Xianwu Mansion's fief only cost about 30,000 gold coins. Now Shenlang directly increased the price to 90,000 gold coins. This was already the limit that the Su family could afford, and they even had to mortgage their houses and shops. Shenlang really wanted to squeeze the last drop of blood out of the Su family. Su Qianqian roared, "Shenlang, Xianwu Mansion is going to be destroyed soon, why do you need so much money? Is it useful?" Shenlang said lightly, "This money is not for me, but for the people of Xianwu's fief. We are just selling silkworm cocoons for them, and the count house is just collecting taxes. Besides, who will complain about having too much money?" Shenlang said, "I will count down from 5. 5, 4, 3. B. 1. Su Qianqian tore the book into pieces and said, "I'll give it to you, I'll give it all to you. Just triple the price. Shenlang, take this gold coin with you to your grave. The final battle against the Kim clan of Xianwu will begin soon. Shenlang, I want to see how you will die." Su Qianqian could no longer control herself, and she could not hide the hatred in her eyes. The next day, Su Qianqian officially made a deal with Xianwu. This was her special request. She absolutely did not want to see Shenlang again. She had said that when she saw Shenlang in the future, he was destined to be a dead body. 3 million jean of silkworm cocoons were sold by thousands of people, and it took several days to complete the transaction. "Xianwu, you can guarantee with the reputation of the Kim family that there is absolutely no problem with these cocoons," Su Qianqian said. Xianwu Jinzhua said, "I swear that there is no problem with these cocoons." Su Qianqian believed it, because the reputation of the Kim family was far more than 90,000 gold coins. The Su family could not come up with so much cash, so they mortgaged more than a dozen shops and houses, and finally got a loan of 60,000 gold coins from the Inyuan Association. A total of 90,000 gold coins were sold in dozens of boxes. Of course, most of the money was to be given to the 100,000 people of Xianwu Mansion. The count house only collected taxes and got 18,000 gold coins. Thousands of people knelt in front of the count house, kowtowing with tears on their faces. "Many thanks to Sir Earl for your kindness. Thank you for saving my life, Lord Count. Thank you, Lord Count." The people of the whole fief fell into a sea of joy. Originally, they were worried that these cocoons could not be sold and they would starve this year. Unexpectedly, the income more than doubled compared with the previous years. Su Qianqian emptied all her assets, bought the cocoons at 3 times the price, and immediately shipped them to the workshop of Lin Mo's family. Hundreds of workers worked day and night without rest. The silk must be woven and dyed before the delivery deadline. There was no problem with this batch of cocoons. Everything went very smoothly. The raw silk was pulled out. And it was woven into silk batch by batch. And the quality was very good. Su Qianqian and Su Guanyun could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. And Zhang Jin and Zhang Su also received good news. There was also good news from them. The negotiations with Xinbei Marquis Mansion and Jinhai Count House were very smooth. The final strangulation of Xianwu Mansion was about to begin. Su Qianqian was tired and thin, but he did not feel tired at all. This voice echoed in her mind forever. "Shenlang, I want to see how you will die. When Xianwu Mansion is destroyed, you, Shenlang, are doomed to die without a burial place. I will skin you and pull out your tendons. Then I will step on your body 10,000 times and burn your bones to ashes." In these 10 days, Lin Zhua completely turned into a mad dog. He led the cavalry of Xiaoyama Chihos and madly harassed the fief border of Xianwu Mansion. He had already created friction and trouble time and time again. And he even moved the boundary stone openly and led the army to invade the territory of Xianwu Mansion again and again. The conflicts between the two armies broke out dozens of times. Every time, Mulan forcibly suppressed it. Otherwise, the small conflicts would have broken into a big war. Seeing that Mulan and Xianwu Mansion were so weak, Lin Zhua was more complacent and provoked more unscrupulously. In the past 2 days, he directly shot arrows at the cavalry of Xianwu Mansion in the name of crossing the boundary. Although he didn't shoot people, he killed 8 horses of Count House. Xianwu Mansion still didn't fight back, which made Lin Zhuo feel that they were weak and easy to bully. Xianwu Mansion has become a pile of bones in the grave. Ha 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 ha. Of course, Lin Zhuo wanted to share his complacency with others. When he returned home, he had a drink with his father, and his heart was filled with joy. In the evening, he found the most beautiful maid in the family to sleep with him and fought desperately. Shen Lang, when the Black Tortoise Count's manor is destroyed, I'll definitely tear you into pieces. Jean Mulan, aren't you high and mighty? In the future, you are destined to be in the musical house. At that time I will not be stingy to patronize you. I will also bring the 3rd and 5th young masters of Count Chingon House to pamper you. But at this time, the maid under him suddenly screamed. Master, you are bleeding. Lin Zhuo looked down and found that there was a big sore on his penis, which had been broken and was bleeding. The point is that it doesn't hurt much. I didn't notice it before. Did I just get up today? What is this? Lin Zhuo was stunned at first, and then he instantly sobered up, and his whole brain almost exploded. He felt cold all over. He was shrouded by boundless fear. I vaguely know what this is. This is like a plum blossom. This is the most terrible disease. This thing can't be cured. Note, the 3rd chapter is here. Today, the 3rd chapter is 14,000. I continue to write until midnight. 3 days ago, the monarch suddenly decreed that the Marquis of Jinyuan, Sunan, would be reinstated as the great general of the army, and conferred the title of the Crown Prince's junior protector. Marquis Sunan accepted the decree to express his gratitude and rushed to the capital. Marquis Jinyuan's statement dealt a fatal blow to the Xianwu Mansion. The New Deal party celebrated, in the mansion of the Northern Marquis. Zhang? The governor and the Marquis of Northern Town, Nangong Ao, were having a secret discussion. Nangong Ao, General of the North. He was one of the 5 giants of the State of Yu's military and a top-notch martial artist. He was more than 9 meters tall and was as majestic as a mountain. He was tall and slender. When he sat, he was like a pine tree. When he stood, he was like a spear. When his eyebrows were furrowed, they were like silkworms, but when they were raised, they were like 2 sharp blades. His eyes were sharp and domineering. His entire body was filled with a strong aura that made people want to avoid him. The governor is worried that once Xuanwu is cornered, he will lead his army north to join the Wu kingdom. In order to prevent such an outcome from happening, the governor has sent a memorial to the monarch to increase the number of defenses at the border between the Wu and Yu kingdoms. Nangong Ao said, once the monarch gives the order, the great general of the north will do as you say. Following that, Marquis Jinbei Nangong Ao said, the commander of this rebellion is General Zhu Lin? It should be him. After all, the general's mansion is relatively close to the South Kingdom. There's no need for him to travel far. Marquis, your heir is 25 years old this year, right? Yes. Zhang? He said, I have long heard that Crown Prince Xianxia has the bravery of 10,000 men. Compared to you in the past, you are not inferior. You flatter me. There were a few experts among the younger generation of the Southern Heaven City's aristocrats. In terms of swordsmanship and martial arts, Tang Yan, the martial maniac of the Jin High Count House, was the best. As the direct disciple of the South Sea Sword King, he was usually not at home but traveled around the world with his teacher. In terms of horse riding skills and the ability to lead troops, the Crown Prince of the Northern Marquis, Nangong, was undoubtedly the best. Zhang? He said, Crown Prince, you are so valiant and your military skills are top-notch. Great General Zhu Lin wants you to give up your treasure and let Crown Prince lead an army into the South Kingdom to quell the rebellion and be the vanguard. Although the new policies of the state of Yu were getting more and more intense, it was still relatively peaceful on the whole, so it was getting harder and harder to get military merits. Zhu Shi's suggestion to let the heir of the Northern Marquis, Nangong, lead the army and be the vanguard was clearly to give him credit. However, Marquis Jinbei understood the hidden meaning in his words. My son is leading the army, is he leading the Northern Army or my family's private army? Nangong Ao directly asked the essence of the question. If he were to lead the Northern Army, it would be the state of Yu's army. If it was a private army, it would be a strong political signal. Northern Marquis took the lead in sending his family's private army to the South Kingdom to quell the rebellion. Aren't you old nobles following suit? Do you still have any patriotism? Therefore, if the Crown Prince of the Northern Marquis led his family's private army into battle, he would be the instigator. Countless old nobles would bear a grudge against him. Previously, when Zhang Jin and Su Qianxian were engaged, Marquis Zhenbei had sent his second son, Nangong Ping, to attend. This was the signal that his position was shifting towards the new political party. Now, the new political party actually wanted him to take a step further and completely stand against the old nobles. Marquis Zhenbei was silent. Zhang? The governor said, second young master Nangong Ping has been an imperial censor for 2 years. Yes. Zhang? The governor said, one of my registrars has been sick for a long time. This position has been vacant for 3 months. I wonder if the Marquis can give it up again? The position of imperial censor sounded noble, but it did not have any real power. It was only a secondary 7th rank. For commoners without backing, this was the top position. But for the children of the rich and powerful, this position was just for show. And in Taisho Prefecture, the highest registrar was a 5th rank, and the lowest was a 6th rank. This was equivalent to a promotion of 3 ranks in a row. Marquis Zhenbei Nangong Ao frowned and pondered for a moment. He nodded and said, I will have the family's private army ready to go south to quell the rebellion. He was not attracted by these 2 conditions. The reason why he agreed was because of the decree of the monarch 3 days ago. Marquis Xianxia Sunan was reinstated as the general of the army. This was like the first domino to fall, even though the state of Yu did not have such a word. For Xianwu Mansion, this was a fatal blow. For Marquis Zhenbei Nangong Ao, this was a dangerous signal. Who was the biggest old noble in the state of Yu? Duke Weiwu Mansion, Marquis Zhenxi Mansion, Marquis Zhenyuan Mansion. Xianwu Mansion could only be ranked in the top 5. Duke Weiwu Mansion's fief was in Yenzhou. That place was too complicated and could not be moved. Marquis Zhenxi Mansion's fief was connected to Chu in the west. It was the backbone of the defense against Chu and could not be moved. Therefore, the first to bear the brunt of the new policy should have been Marquis Zhenyuan Mansion. Marquis Zhenyuan Mansion's fief was 3,000 square kilometers and had a private army of more than 5,000. It could be said to be the leader of the old noble. Not only that, Shenlang's mother-in-law, Su Peipei, was the daughter of the first wife of Marquis Zhenyuan Mansion. When the wind of the new policy blew, Marquis Zhenyuan Sunan tentatively resigned due to illness. In the end, the monarch really agreed. Therefore, the powerful Marquis Zhenyuan returned home, far away from the center of power, and looked a little lonely. Not only that, he was also worried that the monarch would cut him first with the new policy. Therefore, he was especially low-key and took the initiative to cut his private army from 7,000 to 5,000. Unexpectedly, the monarch's first attack was on Dongjiang Count House. Now, the second attack of the new policy was on Xianwu Mansion. Marquis Zhenyuan, who had been estranged for 7 years, was once again reinstated as the general of the army. This was to tell Marquis Zhenyuan Sunan not to support Xianwu Mansion. It would be good if he was obedient. Did he want the military power of tens of thousands of troops? Moreover, this was also a deterrent to Marquis Zhenyuan. If Nangong Ao was not obedient, he could be replaced at any time. Roping in one, beating one, threatening one. 3 birds with 1 stone. The monarch played this method very well. It was under such circumstances that Nangong Ao agreed to Zhangsu's request. Zhangsu's request. I will take the initiative to ask the monarch to send the family's private army to the South Kingdom to quell the rebellion. Nangong Ao said, as for Xianwu, I believe he is righteous and will not do anything against the monarch. But if he loses his mind, my army can go south at any time to quell all possible hidden dangers and rebellions. Zhangsu immediately got up and bowed, thank you for everything, Marquis. I am extremely grateful. He was overjoyed. Marquis Zhenyuan Nangong Ao was willing to be the knife in the monarch's hand. Next, the monarch could be said to be murderous with this knife. Which old aristocrat is not obedient? Directly issue a decree to let your family's private army go to the South Kingdom to quell the rebellion. And once these private troops go to the South Kingdom, and under Zhu Lin's command, only God knows what will happen to them. This battlefield will dry up the blood of the old aristocrats. Even a rebellion can become a political tool in the hands of the monarch. And with Marquis Xingyuan Nangong Ao's statement, it almost cut off any possibility of Xianwu armed resistance. Xianwu Mansion's 3,000 private army is powerful. Can it be more powerful than Marquis Xingyuan's tens of thousands of troops? Therefore, the success of the negotiation with Marquis Xingyuan Mansion meant that the overall situation was half settled. Next, Nujiang Prefecture Governor Zhang Su met with Xu Tingyu of the Yinyuan Association. After the Battle of Jinshan Island, Xianwu Mansion will completely lose Jinshan Island. Is your association sure that you will collect all the debts from Count Jinshua and take back Guanya Island? Zhang Su said. The envoy of the Yinyuan Association Xu Tingyu said, yes. Zhang Su hesitated for a moment. After hesitating for a moment, he said, Master Xu, may I ask, your association has been cooperating with the old aristocrats of the state of Yu for many years. Why did you suddenly change your position? Xu Tingyu's steamed bun-like face was still full of smiles, but his eyes were full of sarcasm. These old aristocrats only know how to protect themselves. Everyone knows that if the lips die, the teeth will be interdependent. But when the Dongjiang Count House was destroyed, who helped? Now that Xianwu Mansion is in trouble, who helped? Xu Tingyu said, Marquis Xingyuan is the leader of the old aristocrats, and the in-law of Xianwu. What happened in the end? When the monarch issued the decree to rise, Marquis Sunan couldn't wait to receive it. Although the Marquis of Xingyuan and Earl Xuanwu had a conflict, as the leader of an old noble family, the Marquis of Xingyuan's residence did not send a single person to attend Jean Mulan's wedding. Of course, Jean Mulan got married in a hurry, but did Marquis Xingyuan react in any way in the months after the wedding? Did he send any gifts? These old aristocrats are like a plate of loose sand. If we, the Yinyuan Association, put our chips on these people, we will lose our lives. Zhang? He smiled slightly. It could be said that the old aristocrats were so vulnerable. Marquis Xingyuan was the main culprit. A snake can't be without its head. As the leader of the old aristocrats, you became a turtle. Of course, you will be defeated by the monarch. Everyone knows that if the lips die, the teeth will be interdependent, but it is another matter to do it. If everyone understood the principle of righteousness, the state of Qin during the Warring States period would not have been able to destroy the other 6 states. Xu Tingyu hesitated for a moment, then suddenly said, Governor, the new policy is not only for the old aristocrats. This sentence was meaningful. Zhang instantly understood. Once the monarch purged the old aristocrats, what would happen next? Civil and military power would be divided. At that time, the governor would no longer have military power. The county system was imperative, the centralization of power was unprecedented, and more power was in the hands of the monarch. But Zhang? But he pretended not to understand. Because that was at least a decade later. At that time, he would have already entered the central. Even if he did not go on the stage to pay his respects, he would at least be the chief officer of the 6 ministries. As the saying goes, after I die, I don't care what the flood is. At this moment, there was a knock on the door, and Zhang Jin's voice came. Father. Zhang? He frowned and said, Come in. Zhang Jin came in and whispered in Zhang's ear. He was about to whisper in Zhang's ear. Xu Tingyu, the envoy of the Yinyuan Association, was about to go out. No need, just say it in public. Zhang Jin said, Su Guangyin's big workshop was burned down. Zhang? His face twitched slightly. Why did he let his second son, Zhang Jin, marry the daughter of a rich businessman? It was because he wanted money. After destroying Xianwu Mansion, he needed at least 100,000 gold coins to seek the position of commander-in-chief in Yenzhou. The Su family had to pay for all this money. Now, the Su family's big workshop had been burned down. This was really bad news. At this moment, Xu Tingyu, the envoy of the Yinyuan Association, suddenly said, Zhang? Sir, I have a sister who is 18 years old this year. She is as beautiful as the moon. The meaning was very clear. Zhang? If you want to seek the position of commander-in-chief in Yenzhou, the Yinyuan Association can help. We have money. But some money is easy to take, and some is not. Zhang? He pretended not to understand at all. Goodbye. Shu Tingyu did not say much and directly left. Father, just now, Shu Tingyu means. Zhang Jin said. Zhang? He waved his hand and said, it's not easy to take their money. Don't take it unless you have to. Zhang Jin said, the Xianwu mansion is about to be destroyed. Father's management of the commander-in-chief in Yenzhou will soon be put on the agenda. If the Su family is in trouble and can't take out the money, it will delay father's plans. Zhang? He said, do you like Su Qianqian? Zhang Jin was silent for a moment, then nodded. Zhang? He said, she is a powerful woman. Although she is the daughter of a businessman, she can be a good wife to you. Zhang Jin said, but father will need a lot of money soon. Zhang? He said, we have to give the Su family a chance. On the surface, the Su family's big workshop has been burned down, but the most valuable thing about them is the Su Shou name, the channels, connections, and reputation they have built up over decades. As long as they survive this crisis, the golden signboard will not fall, and the burned workshop can be rebuilt. As for the gold coins I need, as long as the Su family's signboard is not falling, we can let them borrow money from the Yinyuan Association. Zhang? He said, don't do things like breaking the engagement easily. It's too damaging to your character. Zhang Jin said, yes. Zhang? He sighed and said, but if the Su family can't survive this crisis and completely fall, then they have no value. No matter how excellent Su Qianqian is, she can't be our daughter-in-law. I really hope there won't be a day when Zhang? Although I am a ruthless official, I don't like to see blood. Zhang Jin said, Father, how about I go back to Xuanwu City? Zhang? He said, no, the Su family is just a small matter. The siege of Xianwu Mansion is a big matter. The next trip to Jin High Count House is very important. You can't be absent. Yes. Zhang? He said, compared with Jin Mulan, who is better in martial arts? Zhang Jin said, I don't know, but Tianheng was killed by me in one move. I believe he is not worse than Jin Mulan. Zhang? He said, when you go to Jin High Count House to compete with that martial arts fanatic, you must do your best. You must determine how good Tang Yan's martial arts are. This is very important. You can't be careless. Yes. Zhang Jin said. Zhang? He said, calm your mind and prepare to go all out. Don't be distracted by Su Qianqian's matter. If you are lucky, she will naturally become your wife. If not, then, there's nothing you can do. What should I do if I have a heart disease? Go to the telephone pole to find the old military doctor. Lin Zhuo's heart was filled with panic, but he also felt lucky. Maybe it's not plum blossom, maybe it's just heat? Or maybe it's just some other heart disease that won't kill people. So Lin Zhuo disguised himself, completely covered his face, and went to a very private medical center. Then he saw an old military doctor. It was really an old military doctor. This doctor used to be in the army, but he retired and opened a medical center when he was old. The doctor carefully examined Lin Zhuo's family jewels. Lin Zhuo waited for the judgment of fate. Doctor, is this plum blossom? Lin Zhuo's voice was almost trembling. He was too scared. He was in a constant state of anxiety. The doctor shook his head. Lin Zhuo was overjoyed, God really saved me. He was pulled back from hell. I, Lin Zhuo, swear that I will never go out and fool around in the future. If I violate this oath, I will cut off my family jewels. Of course, most men's oaths were **T. The old Dr. Yu said, not only plum blossom, but also cauliflower, and there is a rash, not only on the family jewels, but also in the anus, so sometimes you should be very itchy and unbearable. A thunderbolt hit Lin Zhuo's head hard. Is it true? No way. Maybe this doctor is wrong? Definitely not. I, Lin Zhuo, still have a bright future. How can I get this kind of disease? I still have a lot of things to do, such as killing Shenlang, and making great contributions in destroying the Xianwu mansion. For example, watching Jin Mulan, the princess of Xuanwu City, enter the musical house. How can I die before I finish these things? This doctor must be wrong. He must be. This doctor looks so serious, but his medical skills in this aspect must not be good. Next, Lin Zhuo went to find 3 more doctors. They all looked more wretched. And they were specialized in treating venereal diseases. All the doctors had the same judgment. And they were very shocked. Your Excellency, what on earth do you do? Are you a rabbit? I have never seen a person infected with 7 or 8 kinds of diseases. It's really an eye-opener. Lin Zhuo trembled and said, Are you sure there are plum blossoms? What he was most afraid of was this kind of disease that could kill people. Yes, 100% sure. The wretched doctor said, I specialize in treating diseases in brothels. Although plum blossoms are rare, I have seen at least 200, if not 300. I can't be wrong. Lin Zhuo was really desperate, shivering all over, and said, Then, is there any cure? The wretched doctor said, There is no cure. Lin Zhuo said, Can't I cut it off? The wretched doctor said, The poison has attacked the heart, but it will attack the family jewels first. It's useless to cut it off. After going back, you can eat and drink. You don't have much time. In the Xianwu mansion, Xianxia was painting Mulan. Now it was like a storm was brewing. The siege on the Xianwu mansion was getting fiercer and fiercer, and the noose was getting closer and closer. The final battle of Jinshan Island was very close. However, there was no tension in Xianxia. He was still leisurely. Most of the time every day was eating, drinking, and having fun. Not only did he eat, drink, and have fun, but he also dragged others with him. What is a genius? I, Xianxia, spend the time of others working on drinking tea and having fun. Of course, this time it was not Xianxia's initiative to paint, but Mulan's initiative. Because she saw the portrait of Xiaobing. But this woman was too conservative, unwilling to take off her clothes, and unwilling to stroke her hair coquettishly. Master Shen lost a lot of space to play. Sweetheart, can you stick your butt back a little more? That place of yours is the most beautiful in the world. It must be protruding. It must be curved and explosive. Explosive or not? My wife, your name is not good. Why don't you call yourself Jean Mulan? It sounds like a block of wood. How about Jean Mulan? At this moment, Jean Zhong's voice sounded outside. He was outside the yard and absolutely did not dare to come in. He dared to come in before because he would not see anything he should not see. But since young Master Shen moved in, most of the time there were things that should not be seen in this yard. Miss Su Jianting, the Crown Prince of Xiangyuan Marquis Mansion, requests to see you. Master wants you to go. Xianxia frowned. Because this time, Jin Zhong did not mention Xianxia. What did this mean? Count did not want Xianxia to meet Su Jianting, the Crown Prince of Xiangyuan Marquis. Who was this person? And Mulan was originally embarrassed and sweet because of Xianxia's teasing. At this moment, after hearing Su Jianting's name, her face suddenly changed dramatically and was full of coldness. Su Jianting and the Marquis Mansion, these 2 words were a taboo in this family. This Su Jianting was not only Mulan's cousin. Moreover, the 2 were betrothed before they were born. But 8 years ago, Mulan was only 13 years old at that time. The 2 families tore up the marriage contract. Since then, the relationship between the 2 families was completely cold and almost broke off. Today, this cousin of hers actually came to visit once again. Master Jean told us that all the cousin of the female lead was not a good thing. Xianxia only glanced at Mulan's expression, then without saying anything, he stepped on the stool and wrote 3 words on the wall. Su Jianting, the first on the list of enemies, note, the first chapter with more than 5,000 words, begging for support and monthly votes. Congratulations to book friend 20170416032326661 for becoming the new leader of this book. We are very grateful. There were 2 types of tortoises in this world. The first was the Xuanwu, a defensive type, but also full of stubbornness. The other was the 1,000-year tortoise and 10,000-year tortoise. Xuanwu belonged to the former type, while Marquis Jinyuan belonged to the latter type. The bird that sticks out dies first, and the rafters that stick out rot first. Marquis Xiangyuan had always adhered to this truth, always following the will of the monarch. He was clearly the leader of the old aristocrats, but he acted as if it had nothing to do with him. It was also because of this that the monarch never attacked the Marquis Xiangyuan's residence. Because the monarch clearly knew that once they attacked Marquis Xiangyuan, it would lead to a strong counterattack. In order to protect himself, the Marquis of Xiangyuan would instantly transform from a tortoise to a leader. Dozens of old aristocrats would immediately choose him as the backbone to fight against the monarch. The old aristocratic alliance, which was in a state of disunity, would immediately twist together. At that time, it would be the worst situation for the monarch. They would first put the big one aside, then deal with the smaller old aristocrats one by one, and finally deal with the big one. At that time, if Marquis Xiangyuan wanted to counterattack, there would be no more subordinates around him to summon. Marquis Xiangyuan, of course, saw this. But he also believed in another famous saying, "I don't need to run faster than the hunter, I just need to run faster than my companions." As for what would happen when his companions were all dead, what would happen when it was his turn, that would be at least a dozen years later. What would happen in these 10 years? The monarch was in his 50s this year. To put it bluntly, how many more years would he have? Within 10 years, the state of Yu would definitely have an inheritance war. The crown prince and second prince would be evenly matched. Apart from the state of Yu, the state of Wu and the state of Chu would also have a winner. At that time, would the state of Yu still have such a stable external environment? At that time, the situation at home and abroad would be extremely tense. Who would have the time to deal with Marquis Xiangyuan? In order to fight for the throne, the crown prince and second prince would not even have time to curry favor with Marquis Xiangyuan. Everyone laughed at Marquis Xiangyuan's cowardice, but Su Nan treated everyone as a fool. There was no absolute truth in this world. It was a truth that the bird that stuck out would die first, and it was also a truth that the teeth would be interdependent without the lips. All truths depended on the right timing. Greetings, aunt, greetings, uncle. Su Jianting, the heir of the Marquis of Xiangyuan, meticulously saluted. Xuanwu gave him an expression and nodded. His wife, on the other hand, had a frosty look on her face. She did not have the slightest bit of goodwill towards her nephew. "Have some tea," Xuanwu said. "Yes." Su Jianting sat down and picked up the teacup. He was not annoyed. After that, the atmosphere turned completely cold, and it seemed extremely awkward. A moment later, Mulan walked out. Su Jianting's eyes flashed with a glimmer of light and a complicated look. Once upon a time, this cousin should have been his wife. With her temperament and appearance, it was really rare to find someone like her. But now, she had become someone else's wife. It was really, then, he saw Shenlang beside Mulan. Su Jianting had heard many stories about this son-in-law. Su Jianting got up and cupped his hands in greeting, "Brother-in-law, cousin." "Cousin," Mulan said. Shenlang did not greet him because he had never been polite. But every hair on his neck was almost standing up. Because this Su Jianting in front of him was unexpectedly so handsome. When Shenlang looked at other men, he would automatically belittle them by 30%. Even so, when he looked at Su Jianting, he was almost as handsome as Shenlang. Madame Count couldn't help but say, "Su Jianting, I haven't congratulated your father yet. He has become the great general of the army and re-entered the central command. I heard that after he received the imperial edict, he couldn't wait to rush to the capital and even set off overnight." Madame couldn't help but be sarcastic in every sentence. Su Jianting said, "I've let Aunt see a joke." Xuanwu said, "Why did you come this time?" Su Jianting said, "Grandmother has not seen aunt and cousin for a long time and misses you very much, so she sent me to invite aunt and cousin to stay at home for a while. Moreover, grandmother also wants to meet this brother-in-law. I heard that he is extremely outstanding." Su Jianting looked at Shenlang and sent out an invitation. "No need." Madame Count said, "Even if I die in Xianwu Mansion, I don't want to go to your Xiangyuan Marquis residence to avoid disaster. I was born a member of the Kim family, and I will die a ghost of the Kim family." Su Jianting said, "Grandmother is already old, and you are her most beloved daughter. These days, whenever she thinks of aunt, she frequently tears." Madame Count said, "When you made that choice, I didn't think of myself as your daughter. You go back and tell your grandmother that Su Peipei is dead." Su Jianting said, "Aunt, when the family broke the engagement, I was thousands of miles away." Madam Count interrupted him and lightly said, "Su Jianting, don't feel too good about yourself. That day, our Kim family tore up the marriage contract first." "Yes." Su Jianting bowed. Madam Count said, "If there's nothing else, you can go. We didn't prepare dinner at home." Su Jianting said, "There's one more thing." Madam Count said, "Speak." Su Jianting said, "I heard that cousin's martial arts on horseback are strong, and your swordsmanship is even stronger. This nephew wants to learn a thing or two." Mulan wanted to refuse, but Shenlang nodded to her. "Okay, let's go to the courtyard," Mulan said. Inside the courtyard, Jean Mulan and Su Jianting were separated by one zhang. "Please. Please." The two of them attacked at the same time. The style of that sword was indescribable. Fast, it was so fast that Shenlang's eyes couldn't see it clearly. It was so fast that it looked like there was only one sword, but in fact, there were 17 stabs. But even in the eyes of a layman like Shenlang, he could see that Mulan was at her real peak. Compared to when she killed Tianheng, he didn't know how much stronger she was. That day when she killed 4 assassins, she used at most 50% of her power. That day when she killed Tianheng, she used at most 70% of her power. And now, Mulan was using almost 120% of her power to fight. The two swords instantly clashed, and then like a huge electric light, the two of them were bounced back. Su Jianting was like a goose landing on the ground. Mulan was like a butterfly landing on the ground. Su Jianting cupped his hands and said, "Cousin, thank you for letting me win." Mulan didn't speak. Su Jianting said, "Cousin, I once competed with Jin Haibo, the martial fanatic Tang Yen, and I lost. His meteor fall, I can't take it. I tried 10 times, but I couldn't take it 10 times. Then, he cupped his hands towards Shenlang and Mulan, "Brother-in-law, cousin, goodbye." Su Jianting left. Mulan's face was frosty, and she seemed especially unwilling. Shenlang went forward and gently embraced her. Mulan's tears fell, and she hugged Shenlang and cried, "Husband, I lost." Shenlang picked up her jade hand, and the web between his thumb and forefinger was bleeding. And her aura was very chaotic, and it was obvious that she had suffered some internal injuries from that sword. Shenlang kissed Mulan's hand, and caressed her hair. Mulan said, "I originally wouldn't have lost, but I had to practice swordsmanship, and I also had to practice martial arts on horseback, so I lost to him." Right now, in front of Shenlang, Mulan seemed very childish. But what she said was true. Martial arts were divided into 2 kinds, one for the battlefield, and one for the martial world. The martial arts of the martial world were suitable for one to fight alone. The martial arts of the battlefield were suitable for battles. Generally speaking, one could only focus on one. For example, Xianxia, the eldest son of Count Jinbei, focused on the battlefield martial arts, while Tang Yen, the martial arts maniac of the Jin Hai Count house, focused on individual martial arts. Mulan pressed her face tightly against Shenlang's chest, and said weakly, "Husband, I can't even defeat Su Jianting, how can I defeat that martial arts maniac, Tang Yen? If I lose to Tang Yen, I will lose 1 out of 3 battles, and it may cause us to lose Jinshan Island forever. Then I will be the family's sinner for 100 years. Now, I can see that even though I have not fought with Tang Yen, my swordsmanship is at least 2 levels lower than his." Shenlang was heartbroken. He kissed her earlobe, and said softly, "Baby, do you believe me?" "I believe you," Mulan said softly, "Husband, in my heart, there is nothing you can't do." She looked up, and her beautiful eyes were filled with tears, as charming as the stars in the sky. Shenlang said, "Then I promise you, you will win the battle with Tang Yen. We will also win the battle for Jinshan Island." Then, Shenlang said with a smile, "Wife, I have an idea that I haven't had the time to tell you." Mulan asked. Shenlang said, "I want to train you into the world's #1 master. If anyone dares to provoke me in the future, you will help me beat him up." "Okay." Mulan nodded hard. Then, Mulan said, "But I suspect that the big fool will be the world's #1 master. What should we do?" Shenlang said, "Then let him lose half of his martial arts." "Ugh." Shen Lang begged in a low voice, "Wife, do you still close the window when you shower at night?" Mulan pretended not to hear him. Silence meant that she did not close the window. Shen Lang said to you, "Wife, I'm going to turn into stone now." Mulan stomped her foot, turned around, and left. She hated husband's behavior the most. At such a sweet moment, he always acted like a hooligan and spoiled the mood. When men and women fell in love, they would recite poems under the moonlight. "Husband, when you and I were in love, you told dirty jokes every day." Now, Mulan, who used to be pure and innocent, understood everything now. Her theoretical knowledge was even richer than that of her mother, who had been fighting for 20 years. Listening to a man's words was better than 10 years in bed. After Mulan left, Shen Lang looked in the direction where Su Jianting left. Up until now, Shen Lang had faced many enemies. Basically, he did not have the power to fight. All of them were crushed to death by Shen Lang. This Su Jianting in front of him seemed to be a powerful enemy. Today, he did not act like an enemy at all. Not only was he polite, but he also took the initiative to challenge Mulan. He wanted to remind Mulan that her martial arts were far inferior to Tang Yan's and she had no hope of winning this battle. But the more polite he was, the more he felt superior. It was the feeling that he saw everyone as a fool. It was still the same truth: those who knew how to show off better than me, Shen Lang, deserve to die. Count Qingan House. Damn, they're all bastards. Qingan Wu Zhaozhong was furious. Even as a noble, Wu Zhaozhong was full of vulgarities. Marquis Xianxia Sunan is a bastard, a villain, a bastard who should be cut into pieces. I have never seen such a useless marquis. Even a dog is not as obedient as you. When the monarch decreed, you went to the capital to work. Can't you refuse 3 times? Even a dog wouldn't be as enthusiastic as you. Just like the corpses and vultures on the grassland. Originally, there were only 3 families who wanted to eat the Xianwu mansion. The New Deal Party, Marquis Jinbei Mansion, Jinhai Count House, and Count Qingan House took advantage of the geographical proximity to forcefully take a bite out of it. The other families were watching the show. They were tempted, but they did not dare to rush forward. Now, Marquis Xianxia Sunan accepted the decree and went to the capital to work. That was nothing more than telling the world. Although I and Xianwu Mansion are in-laws, there is no relationship between us. You can do whatever you want. Don't give me face. As for those old nobles, they had originally wanted to lend a helping hand to the Black Tortoise Earl's mansion. Now, Marquis Jinbei Mansion requested the monarch to send the family's private army to the South Kingdom to quell the rebellion. This was equivalent to handing a knife to the monarch. Marquis Xianxia Mansion was also terrified. Whoever dared to jump out, the monarch would cut them down. Despicable and shameless, before Xianwu Mansion collapsed, countless vultures were circling in the sky, waiting to eat the bodies of the Kim family. I count Qingan House. Want half of the saltworks on Wanya Island, Marquis Qingan said coldly. I will fight whoever dares to snatch this piece of meat from me. Who is Viscount Zhu Lanting? He is just a cat and a dog. How dare he snatch the meat? Does he deserve it? Go and order Lin Shuo to be crazier and more vicious. Don't be afraid of dead people, don't be afraid of killing people, and don't be afraid of fighting. Don't harass them through their boots. You can cross the border and attack. It doesn't matter even if it causes a small-scale war. Crown Prince Wu Yuanhua of Count Qingan House frowned and said, although Xiaoyama Chiho's army is considered elite, I am afraid they will still be at a disadvantage against the cavalry of Xianwu Mansion. Qingan Wu Zhaozhong pondered for a moment, then slammed his fist on the table and said, secretly transfer the experts of the family over and fill them up under Lin Shuo's command. Tell Lin Shuo to fight the enemy with numbers. If he encounters any small-scale cavalry patrolling from Xianwu Mansion, he will eat them all. Capture them. Capture as many of Xianwu Mansion's private army as possible and hang them up in public. Let everyone see that I, Count Qingan House, am the one who works the hardest. In the future, when we divide the meat, I must get a big piece. Yes. Crown Prince Wu Yuanhua said. More than an hour later, a group of 100 elite cavalrymen galloped out, rushing towards Black Warrior City. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. How many benefits would there be if an old noble family collapsed? The monarch would eat the big piece, and we would eat the small piece. If we let this opportunity go, Qinggan would never forgive himself. Last time when Dongjiang Count House collapsed, many people ate until their heads were full. At that time, Count Qinggan House was too far away, so they couldn't eat. This time, Xianwu Mansion was right next to them. If they didn't snatch a piece of meat, even the heavens wouldn't be able to bear it. So, don't blame me, Wu Zhaozhong, for being too unsightly. But don't be jealous, ha 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 ha. Wu Zhaozhong had been dissatisfied with these old nobles for a long time. What are you all so arrogant for? Do you think you are so great just because you have a fief and a private army? Usually, when they met, these old nobles would pretend to be smiling, but their eyes were filled with a sense of superiority, looking down on these new nobles. Now, all of you are going to be unlucky and die without a burial place. If we don't take this opportunity to stab the Kim family in the back, our Wu family doesn't deserve to survive among these wolves. Yuanhua, Zhang? He should be in Jin High Count House now. You go there. Wu Zhao said solemnly, tell him bluntly that we want half of the Black Tortoise Count's saltworks. No matter who else joins this banquet in the future, this piece of meat cannot be snatched away by anyone. Otherwise, don't blame me for creating trouble for him when he seeks to become the next governor of Yanzhou. Crown Prince Wu Yuanhua said, do you want to say it so directly? Wu Zhaozhong said, at this time, you have to be direct. If you beat around the bush, when Xianwu Mansion collapses and everyone divides the meat, it will have nothing to do with us. Even if the nobles in the army weren't rude and overbearing, they had to pretend to be so. Yes. Wu Yuanhua said. At this moment, a shout full of fear and timidity suddenly came from outside. Father! Wu Zhaozhong frowned. It was his third son, Wu Yuanxiong. He was fond of this son because he was very good at reading and had also become a jurin. However, his private life was too messy and dissolute. However, these were all small matters. As a noble, what was the big deal about playing with a few women? What was the big deal about playing with a few men? What now? Qinggan Wu Zhaozhong said, what trouble did you get into this time? Which good girl did you molest this time? Send money to shut her up. If that doesn't work, send a knife. The third son, Wu Yuanxiong, walked in. He was thin and his face was full of despair. After coming in, he knelt down straight. Wu Zhaozhong said coldly, what happened? Don't look so useless. Did you kill me? But you don't have to look like this. If someone dies, then so be it. Wu Yuanxiong did not say anything and took off his pants. His manhood was full of sores, plum blossoms, and cauliflower. Father, I'm finished. I'm finished. Father, I'm still young. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Qinggan Wu Zhaozhong was stunned. It was as if a bolt of lightning had exploded in his head. His whole body stiffened and he felt cold all over. How did this happen? How did this happen? Wu Zhaozhong roared, all of you played with good girls. Every time you played with them, you would get a doctor to check your body. Only when they were clean would you play with them. The third son, Wu Yuanxiong, cried, I don't know either. After playing with them for so many years, nothing happened. Why did something happen this time? I'm not the only one. Something happened to fifth brother too. More than 10 people were killed. Wu Zhaozhong's scalp went numb. Then, he remembered something even more terrifying. Quick, gather all the men and women in the residence and check their bodies. See how many of them were hit? Third brother, call fifth brother in. Tell me honestly, who have you slept with in the residence? How many have you slept with? 2 hours later, the results were out. It was chilling to the bone. It was frightening to the soul. In the entire Count Qinggan house, dozens of people had been found to be infected. In the room, a charming and beautiful young woman knelt on the ground and cried. Her eyes were full of panic and despair. She was Wu Zhaozhong's most beloved concubine, the absolute exclusive. Now she was also infected. Wu Zhaozhong saw it with his own eyes. It was outrageous. What did this mean? It meant that his son had an affair with his concubine. Wu Zhaozhong roared crazily. He was extremely furious, the concubine hugged his thigh and cried, "Husband, you can definitely be cured. You can definitely be cured. Cure your mother." Wu Zhaozhong pulled out his saber and slashed down, "Kill for me." Note, the second update has been sent. The third update is still after 10 o'clock. Please support me, brothers. Congratulations to Thunder Addict for becoming the new leader of this book. Jinhai City was more than 200 miles away from Xuanwu City. The Kim family used to be the owner of Xuanwu City. Similarly, the Tang family used to be the owner of Jinhai City. In fact, the relationship between the two families was very good a long time ago. They even had a marriage alliance for decades. The Tang family's title was even higher. At that time it was the House of Jinhai, not the Count House of Jinhai. All of this changed 180 years ago. 180 years ago, an ancestor of the Kim family suddenly came back to life. He turned from a useless person to a martial arts genius. The ancestor's original name was Kim Zhou. Later, he changed his name to Kim Zhou. His life was like a cheat. Many novels didn't dare to write it like this. From a useless person to a top master, it only took him less than 5 years. He led the army to fight all over the country. He led the army of the state of Yu to defeat the state of Wu and the state of Chu. At the age of 39, he became the Grand Protector of the Crown Prince and the General of the White Cavalry. Fortunately, he had no interest in the title. Otherwise, he would have been a marquis or even higher. In his hands, the Kim family's fief had reached a heaven-defying 5,000 square kilometers. Because that generation's Black Tortoise Earl, Jin Zhou, simply made the Marquis of Jinhai dim in comparison. Kim Zhou won every battle, while the House of Jinhai lost every battle. The Kim family's fief expanded several times, while the House of Jinhai's fief shrunk by more than half. Their title was also reduced from Marquis to Count. At that time, the relationship between the House of Jinhai and the Xianwu mansion broke. They no longer had a marriage alliance. They didn't have any contact with each other. The Battle of Jinshan Island was a muddled lawsuit in that period. First of all, Jinshan Island was the territory of the House of Jinhai. But they lost it. It was taken by a group of powerful pirates. Not only did they snatch Jinshan Island, but they also seized many nearby islands. Moreover, they formed groups to raid and plunder the coastal areas of the state of Yu. It was also that generation Xuanwu Jin Zhou who led the army to beat the crap out of the pirates, snatched back dozens of coastal islands, and ended the maritime chaos of the state of Yu that lasted more than 10 years. The monarch of that generation bestowed Jinshan Island to the Kim family in recognition of King Zhou's contribution. From then on, the relationship between the Kim family and the Tang family was completely broken and they became enemies. However, at that time, the Jinzhou Count was too powerful, and the Jinhai Count House was completely unable to recapture Jinshan Island. However, this heaven-defying giant of the Kim family died suddenly at the age of 43. His sudden appearance seemed to have exhausted the luck of the Kim family for hundreds of years. After that, the Kim family produced several generations of mediocre members, causing the family's fiefdom to become smaller and smaller. In the end, only 1/3 of the fiefdom was left. The luck of the Jinhai Count House seemed to be gradually restored, and each generation was stronger than the previous one. Would they be willing to give up Jinshan Island? Of course not. Therefore, for this Jinshan Island, the two families had fought countless times. Their brains were almost beaten out of their heads. The monarch of the past generations was also hateful, treating this Jinshan Island as a place of bloodshed for the two families. Now, the Jinhai Count House had controlled Jinshan Island for decades. It was precisely because of the excellent iron ore constantly produced on this island that the Tang family's strength was stronger and the military equipment was better, although the fiefdom area was not as large as the Xianwu mansion. Moreover, the talents of this generation of the Tang family were far greater than those of the Kim family. In terms of papers, Crown Prince Tang Yun was the palace testing flower. In terms of martial arts, martial maniac Tang Yan was well-deserved to be the first young master in Tiannan. Therefore, if they didn't completely occupy Jinshan Island now and destroy the Kim family now, when would they wait, in the Jinhai Count House? Martial maniac Tang Yan was very unhappy. He had been doing well in the South China Sea, but in the end, he was called back to the family. But as long as there was a fight, he was happy. He and Tang Yun were not twins, but they looked very similar. It was difficult for outsiders to distinguish them at once. So, he made 2 cuts on his face. His reasons were very strong. First, he didn't want to look like Tang Yun. He was himself, a different kind of firework. Second, it was not a good thing for a man to be too handsome. It was easy to be distracted. Not to mention other things, how much time did he waste looking in the mirror every day? What was a genius? He used the time others used to look in the mirror to practice martial arts. Moreover, Tang Yan practiced martial arts differently from others. He was extremely focused. After the age of 13, his foundation was extremely solid. Since then, he only practiced one kind of sword technique. Meteor Fall, and this set of sword technique only had one move. It was also called Meteor Fall. He had practiced it for a total of 14 years, he had practiced one sword technique for a total of 14 years, how terrifying was that? It was like watching a short movie for a total of 14 years. No, it was even more extreme. This was equivalent to looking at a photo for 14 years. So, how perfect was this sword technique? Let's put it this way, among the younger generation, Tang Yan had never met an opponent for this sword technique. The person who will compete with you today is called Zhang. He is also one of the top young experts in Tiannan. 6 years ago, he became a martial arts scholar and was ranked among the top, Jin Haiba said. Tang Yan nodded casually. He never cared who his opponent was, nor did he care how good his opponent's martial arts were. No matter how good his opponent was, he was not as good as him. You have to do your best, Jin Haiba said. Okay. Tang Yan nodded, but his eyes were staring at an ant 10 meters away. No, this ant is awesome. It's even more awesome than me. Generally speaking, an ordinary ant could only lift a weight equivalent to 50 times its own weight. This ant should be more than 100 times its own weight. Tang Yan felt that he needed to study this ant carefully. Half an hour later, Tang Yan, the martial arts addict, was still thinking about that ant. In his hand was a heavy sword that had not been sharpened. It was a real heavy sword made of meteorite. In order to forge this sword, his teacher had almost broken his legs. Please, Zhang Jin said. Zhang Jin suddenly arched his body. In an instant, his form changed. It was as if he had turned into a ferocious beast. The power in his body kept condensing and condensing. All the muscles and tendons in his body suddenly bulged. This feeling was as if his body was about to explode. Zhang Jin was very, very strong, otherwise, he would not have become a martial arts scholar at the age of 17 and become the commander of Xuanwu City Guards in his 20s. After coming to Xuanwu City, he immediately looked for Tianheng to fight. In the end, he killed Tianheng with one move. Bang, a sudden explosion sounded. Zhang Jin's body shot out like a cannonball. The blade in his hand slashed toward Tang Yan like lightning. Tang Yan was stunned. Then, he instinctively waved the heavy sword in his hand. Meteor Fall, it was still the same move. He did not know how many times he had used it, or how many times he had used it. It was as if he had mastered it and could do whatever he wanted. Boom, Zhang Jin's strong body seemed to have collided with a powerful aura. It was as if a high-speed car had crashed into a wall of air. The greater the force he exerted, the greater the rebound force. The battle was over. In the room, Zhang? How was it? Very powerful, but even weirder. Extremely weird, Zhang Jin said. In fact, in terms of internal energy, Tang Yan might not be stronger than me. Zhang? Is it because of the weirdness of this swordsmanship? Zhang Jin said, yes. When he used this sword move, it was as if a powerful force field had appeared around his body. Any huge force that tried to break through would be met with a huge rebound force. The more power you use, the more powerful the rebound. Zhang? Su Jianting, the son of Count Zhenbei, has strong internal energy and first-class swordsmanship, but he still lost to Tang Yan. He couldn't break his meteor fall 10 times in a row. Zhang Jin said, I have competed with Su Jianting before. After all, he is a martial artist, so his swordsmanship is better than mine. But in terms of internal energy, he might not be stronger than me. Zhang? A person who only practiced this swordsmanship for 14 years is really invincible. Zhang Jin nodded. Zhang? According to your feeling, is there a solution to Tang Yan's swordsmanship? Especially for Jean Mulan? Jean Mulan is a genius, but her internal energy is not as good as mine. Zhang Jin said, Su Jianting and I can't break Tang Yan's swordsmanship, so it's even more impossible for Jean Mulan. She will lose without a doubt. Zhang? Well, your mission is over. Go back to Xuanwu City. Zhang Jin said, yes. Zhang? If the Su family can't get through this, you must remember that we can't break off the engagement. Zhang Jin's face trembled. Yes. Of course, he heard the other half of his father's unspoken words. Can't break off the engagement and spoil his character, and can't marry Su Xianxia, then, what should he do? The answer was too cruel to come out of his mouth. Count Qingan House, Wu Zhaozhong stood there naked with his limbs wide open. The 4 doctors carefully examined every inch of his body. Every doctor was drenched in cold sweat. Because if they found out that this count had some kind of disease, their lives would be in danger. At least, they would lose their freedom. Also, this Uncle Jing'an was too invasive in certain areas, and it made them feel very inferior. 4th Madam has been infected with plum blossom. Has Lord Count slept with her recently? A doctor carefully asked. 7 days ago. Qingan said. He had more than a dozen wives and concubines. Even if he doted on his concubine, he couldn't sleep with her every day. Moreover, at his age, he was more restrained in this aspect. Once every 2 days was the most he could do. A doctor carefully said, then may I ask if you doted on her? Qingan Wu Zhaozhong said, later, she had geranium that day. The doctor said, at least for now, we didn't find any plum blossom or cauliflower on your body. At least you are safe. But the incubation period of this thing is different. Some have 10 days to half a month, and some have 1 month. Got it. Wu Zhaozhong directly put on his clothes and said, for the next 6 months, don't leave my house. Father, it was 4th Madam who seduced me. The 3rd son, Wu Yuanxiong, cried. Qingan's majestic body was like a fierce tiger, as if he wanted to devour someone. Why? Wu Zhaozhong said, could it be that I can't satisfy her? Wu Yuanxiong said, it's because father is too fierce and powerful, making her suffer as if she was being tortured. I don't have much capital, so I'm more gentle and pay more attention to techniques. Then, the 3rd son, Wu Yuanxiong, cried, Father, save me, you must have a way. Wu Zhaozhong said, who is the source of this illness? The 3rd son, Wu Yuanxiong, thought for a while and shook his head, I don't know. He had slept with too many people, he really couldn't remember. The 5th son, Wu Yuanbao, suddenly said, it might be Lin Zhua. Wu Zhaozhong said sternly, speak. The 5th son, Wu Yuanbao, said, our small group is very fixed. If someone got sick, it would have already acted up. That day, it was only Lin Zhua, a newcomer. Wu Zhaozhong's gaze turned cold, Yuan Bang, come in. A martial arts expert entered and knelt on the ground, saying, greetings, father-in-law. Wu Zhaozhong said, go to Xuanwu City and check on Lin Zhua's body. If you find that he has a dirty illness, and it's acting up more severely, kill him immediately. Kill him as cruelly as possible. Yes. The godson, Wu Yuanbao, burst out. The 2 sons knelt on the ground and kowtowed desperately, saying, Father, we know we were wrong, we know we were wrong, we will definitely clean ourselves in the future, please save us. Wu Zhaozhong didn't say anything and directly put on his gloves. He came to the 2 sons and reached out, grabbing one son's neck with each hand. Father, father, don't. Don't, spare us. Wu Zhaozhong said indifferently, you are my sons, of course it's disgraceful to sleep with my concubines, but it's not a big crime. But you are already people who will die, you can't contribute to the family even if you live, you will only bring hidden dangers, so. Wu Zhaozhong suddenly used his strength and immediately broke the necks of his 2 sons. The 2 of them didn't even have the chance to scream. They immediately bled from their mouths and noses and died. Go in, the dozens of people in the Count Qingan house cried and screamed. All of them were infected. They were banished to a cellar by the soldiers of the Count Qingan house. Don't, we can still save them. Lord Count, spare me. Wu Zhaozhong, you will die a horrible death, you will die a horrible death. Wu Zhaozhong, a night of husband and wife, 100 days of kindness. You snatched me away, and now you want to kill me? Wu Zhaozhong, I've made you a cuckold. Your 2 sons have been seduced by me, haha. After entering the cellar, there were more than 10 pots of charcoal burning inside, and they were charcoal with smoke, not completely burned charcoal. Bam! The iron door of the cellar was closed. A moment later, a series of coughs came from inside. A series of shrill screams. Another moment later, there was no sound. Dozens of people who had been diagnosed with the disease died without a trace. In the attic, Wu Zhaozhong's elder brother, Wu Zhaoyin, looked at all of this indifferently. His elegant face showed a mysterious and cruel smile. Then, he whispered, Shenlang, you're welcome. Of course, he never colluded with Shenlang from beginning to end. But for an extremely smart person like him, he would not let go of any opportunity. Lin Shuo was thinner, but he was even more terrifying. Like a poisonous snake. He led dozens of warriors to ambush in the grass. His target was Jin Jianyong, the captain of the cavalry of the Xianwu mansion, Jin Mulan's sworn sister. She was the woman who was highly skilled in martial arts and merciless on the battlefield, but when she saw Shenlang, she would blush and be at a loss. After confirming that he was infected with a terrible disease, Lin Shuo first felt despair and fear. Then there was boundless hatred. He wanted to take revenge on Shenlang and the world. In his opinion, this Jin Jianyong must have an affair with Shenlang. So he wanted to capture this woman and ravage her 10 times, 100 times, to transmit all the diseases to her body. It would be better if she could transmit it to Shenlang, but it didn't matter if she didn't. In short, before he died, Lin Shuo must drag someone down with him. With this goal in mind, Lin Shuo ordered to stop the attack and harassment. He had been lying in ambush here for a full 3 days. Finally, Jin Jianyong appeared. This woman was wearing leather armor and riding on a tall horse. Her figure looked especially slender and sexy. She led dozens of cavalry. It was not easy to deal with, but Lin Shuo had already set a huge and terrible trap on the way. The cavalry team led by Jin Jianyong was getting closer and closer to the big trap. Lin Shuo was getting more and more excited, and more nervous. Hurry up and fall into the trap, bitch of Xianwu Mansion. Once you fall into my hands, I will let you know what it means to beg for death. Lin Shuo decided that he would not only drag Jin Jianyong to hell with him, but also all the warriors behind him. Presumably, these warriors of Count Qingan House would not refuse a woman like Jin Jianyong. But, when they were more than 10 meters away from the big trap, Jin Jianyong suddenly raised her hand and shouted, "Stop." She remembered every place on this road clearly. There should not be these fallen leaves in front of her, and there should not be these branches. So, there was danger, there was a trap. Prepare for battle. Jin Jianyong gave the order and suddenly pulled out her scimitar. Dozens of knights behind her all pulled out their swords. Lin Shuo was furious. He did not expect the woman of Xianwu Mansion to be so cunning. Go, catch that woman, and ravage her 100 times, 1,000 times. Lin Shuo roared. Then, he suddenly jumped up from the grass. He jumped more than 2 meters high and fiercely pounced on Jin Jianyong. Then, his body fell. Because both of his legs were cut off at the base. Filthy blood spurted out. Behind him, a master slowly walked out. Thank you, Drifting Knight, for the 50,000 coins reward. Thank you. Lin Shuo was stunned. He abruptly discovered that his body had suddenly become shorter by a large margin. Both his legs were cut off at the base. Instantly, he felt extremely cold and empty. Ah. He couldn't help but let out a miserable howl. Even though he knew that he didn't have long to live, he still felt fear. He screamed crazily. Count Qingan House's godson, Wu Yuanbao, slowly walked over and stared coldly at Lin Shuo. He couldn't imagine that this Lin Shuo could kill dozens of people from Count Qingan House. Count had a total of 9 sons, 3 of them died in one go. 13 concubines, 4 of them died. Lin Shuo felt the life in his body slipping away. He desperately gasped for breath, but he still felt that he didn't have enough air. His brain was still dizzy. He could clearly feel his body turning cold. Why? Lin Zhua asked. Lin Zhua was already mentally prepared for Count Qingan House to send people to kill him. But why did they have to kill him at this time? He was about to attack Xianwu Mansion's Jin Jianyang. Why did Wu Yuanbao have to kill him at this time? Why couldn't he wait until he had ravaged Jin Jianyang? Of course, Wu Yuanbao wouldn't answer him. He moved forward like lightning and drew a cross with the sword in his hand. Immediately, Lin Zhua's body was cut into 4 pieces. 4 neat pieces, absolutely symmetrical. This was definitely a Virgo. This time, Lin Zhua didn't even have the chance to scream and died. It was such a pity that he couldn't understand life before he died. A samurai came forward and gave Wu Yuanbao a pot of oil. He poured the oil on Lin Zhua's body and burned it. A moment later, Lin Zhua's body turned into ashes. Jin Jianyang was shocked to see this. Just like Lin Zhua, her heart was filled with questions. Why did Wu Yuanbao want to make a move now? Why didn't she wait for Lin Zhua to attack her before making a move? Has Xianlang slept with you? Wu Yuanbang asked. No. Jin Jianyang's face instantly turned red as she shook her head instinctively. Wu Yuanbang said, then after Xianwu Mansion is destroyed, you will be my woman. Then, the foster son of Count Qingan House turned around and left, appearing very cold. Jin Jianyang was stunned, and her pretty face paled. Pooh, even if your whole family dies, Xianwu Mansion will never be destroyed. Also, I, Jin Jianyang, would rather have a crush on son-in-law for the rest of my life than fall for an ugly man like you. In fact, Wu Yuan was not ugly. But in front of Xianlang, most men were ugly. Inside Xianwu Mansion, Xianlang had opened the door to a new world. His X-ray eyes could not only be used to see inside the body, but also to perform surgeries. Moreover, he could also see the dantian and internal energy. He remembered that there was a particularly explicit line in a TV series called Liaozhai. My 2 eyeballs will be dug out and put in the ladies' toilet. And now, Xianlang's eyes were completely stuck to the lower part of his wife's abdomen. Then, he gradually moved up and stopped at the position of her heart. His whole face was almost lying on Mulan's chest. Mulan could not bear it anymore. She moved her hands away from Xianlang's face. Husband, are you looking at internal energy? Mulan asked, full of doubts. Xianlang said, Wife, why are you in such a hurry? When Yanghua and Xiaolongnu practice martial arts, they don't even wear clothes. Are we already very conservative? Mulan said, Husband, are you sure this is the process of training me to be the world's most powerful martial artist? Of course. Master Shen nodded. Xianlang was not completely acting like a hooligan just now. He was using the X-ray to look at the true qi in Mulan's body. Of course, it could be seen clearly from a distance of 1 or 2 feet. But in order to see more clearly, Xianlang decided to stick close to her. Using the X-ray, he saw Mulan's dantian, tendons, and the flow of internal energy in her entire body. Wife, your right arm and left leg were injured, and your left chest. Speaking of this, Xianlang suddenly exploded. Who was it? Who injured your left chest? And it wasn't with a sword, it was with a palm. I killed him. I stomped him. That place is something only I can touch. Mulan was surprised at first. Husband was not acting like a hooligan. He could really see it. Because Xianlang was really right. The tendons in these 3 places were injured. How did he see it? Because on the surface, these places seemed to have healed. The person who injured my chest was a woman, Mulan said. Oh, then I feel much better, Xianlang said. Mulan frowned. Xianlang's killing intent soared again as he asked, Who is she? I stomped her. But this time, it was too obvious that she was acting. Zhong Shishir from Marquis Xianxi's residence. Mulan said. Marquis Xianxi's residence? It was an old noble family that ranked 2nd in the state of Yu. Compared to the Xianwu Mansion, he was a real warlord. Zhong Shishir commanded the 100,000 Western troops and was the backbone of the resistance against the Chu kingdom. This family could be said to have many generals. There were 2 families in the state of Yu that were especially powerful. Even the monarch had to give way to them. One was the Duke of Weiwu's residence in Yenzhou, and the second was the Marquis Xianxi's residence. Shenlang said, why did that be asterisk tch Zhongshir injure you? Mulan said, to exchange pointers. Wife, the 3 places where you were injured have healed on the surface, but the tendons and veins inside have been damaged. Shenlang said, so when inner energy passes through these places, it will be consumed slowly. It will affect your cultivation. Mulan was surprised. That's true. Husband, you can even see this? Shenlang said, when I prepare the tools, I will clean up all the damaged and sediments in these tendons and veins of your body. This way, your compatibility will increase by at least 5%. Then, Shenlang said, wife, why is your inner energy and true qi purple? Mulan was completely flabbergasted. She said in disbelief, husband, you can even see this? Yes. Shenlang said, where did this purple inner energy and true qi come from? Mulan said, it's a natural bloodline. Martial arts talent is innate. Of course, hard work is also very important. Shenlang said, then what does the purple true qi represent? Is it awesome? Mulan said, it's of a very high grade. It's suitable for practicing both swordsmanship and martial arts on the battlefield. It's a very rare bloodline. Wife is really awesome. Mulan said, but the so-called purple bloodline is invisible to the naked eye. It's just a description. How can husband see it? Mulan was really amazed by husband's talent. She couldn't even understand it. But, maybe husband had this kind of strange talent. Shenlang was also very surprised. His X-ray eyes were so powerful that he could even see blood and true qi. Shenlang said, then what's the highest grade and most awesome bloodline? Mulan said, of course it's golden. That's the peak of martial arts talent. Shenlang said, who's so awesome? A golden bloodline? Mulan said, it's rare in the world. My teacher, Zhongchuk, has never seen a person with golden bloodline in his whole life. Never seen a great master who is so awesome. He has traveled all over the world and fought all over the world. That might be really rare in the world. Now Shenlang felt a little better. Although I don't have the golden bloodline, no one else has it either. Great Master Zhongchuk was going to leave with the big fool. The Xianwu mansion was in big trouble, but it had nothing to do with him. As a great master, he had never been involved in politics. Along the way, Shenlang was still thinking about how awesome the golden bloodline must be. It was probably 1 in 100 years. Just how awesome would that be? Wouldn't it be world-shaking? At this time, a figure walked over. Shenlang looked up. He instinctively used his X-ray eyes to take a closer look. Damn it, didn't they say that people with golden bloodlines were rare in the world? Why did I meet one when I went out? He saw clearly that the true energy flowing in that person's body was golden. A heaven-defying golden bloodline. Big fool. Hee hee, too dumb, I'm going to follow master up the mountain. The big fool opened his arms and hugged Shenlang. He said seriously, too dumb, you have to work hard. Shenlang was still in shock and didn't react. What was going on? Didn't they say that the big fool was very talented in martial arts? But, no one told me that his martial arts talent would be so high. Golden martial arts bloodline, did it have to be so crazy? Did it have to be so exaggerated? He was not the protagonist. How could he be so awesome? No wonder Zhongchuk didn't want to get involved in the affairs of the Xianwu mansion and hurried to take the big fool up the mountain. He was afraid that the big fool would be discovered by the second great master. Too dumb, you have to work hard. The big fool looked serious. Shenlang, serious about what? The big fool said, to have a baby. Shenlang patted the big fool's shoulder and said, after you go up the mountain, you have to practice martial arts well. The big fool nodded hard. Shenlang, after you become powerful, remember to pass on your peerless martial arts to me. The big fool nodded even more seriously. Jin Mutsong came over with tears in his eyes. He was the most reluctant to see the big fool leave. Eating, sleeping, and beating Daodu was the daily life of this family. He was that Daodu. But there was a good person in the family, and that was the big fool who never beat Daodu. Now this person was going to leave. Big fool, I don't want you to go. What do you want to say to me? Jin Mutsong asked. The big fool looked at Jin Mutsong and said seriously, 3 dem, you have to work hard too. Jin Mutsong said, what do I have to work hard for? The big fool said, work hard to find a wife. People like us who are so ugly usually can't find a wife. Jin Mutsong's heart was stabbed by a knife. He said angrily, you should go. Before leaving, Grandmaster Zhong Chuk still said it. Mulan, you are definitely not Tang Yan's opponent. Or in other words, no one in the younger generation is Tang Yan's opponent. Maybe the big fool in 5 years can. Martial maniac Tang Yan has only practiced one move, Meteor Fall, for 14 years. It is impossible to beat him. Mulan said, Teacher, is there really no hope at all? Zhong Chuk said, there is no hope at all. All the young masters in the state of you have challenged Tang Yan, and they all failed without exception. These words filled Mulan's heart with despair. The Battle of Jinshan Island was divided into 3 battles. The battle between her and Tang Yan was especially important. It could even decide the outcome and the survival of Xianwu Mansion. Meteor Fall was the Sky Sea Pavilion's treasure. The South Sea Sword King, Xianxia, also relied on this move to dominate the world and become a grandmaster. Of course, Xianxia also practiced other sword techniques, but Tang Yan only practiced this move for his entire life. Xianlang suddenly said, Grandmaster, Meteor Fall is the Sky Sea Pavilion's treasure. It has not been defeated for decades. But it does not mean that it is flawless and unbreakable. The Grandmaster looked at Xianlang but did not say anything. As a martial Grandmaster, there was no way for him to communicate with a layman. Xianlang did not know any martial arts, and yet he said that he could break Meteor Fall. It was really ridiculous. This would not only make people believe in the authenticity of his words, but it would also make people wonder if he was crazy. No matter how talented Xianlang was, he was only good at strategy. He had no understanding of martial arts at all. If he did not even know the basics, how could he break it? Wasn't that just daydreaming? Grandmaster Zhong Chuk said, Mulan, my sect will always be your last retreat. Then, he left with the big fool. Mulan was under a lot of pressure. She was on the verge of breaking down. She practiced her swordsmanship crazily every second until she was exhausted. At this time, Xianlang did not tease her. Instead, he used all his gentleness to comfort her. When she was exhausted, Xianlang massaged her with the most professional methods. When he pressed his hands on her groin, he did not move an inch. Husband, I really can't. I really can't beat Tang Yan. Master has never been wrong. Meteor Fall is really unbeatable. I can't even beat Su Jianting, let alone Tang Yan. Among the 3 battles with the Jin High Count House, this one is the most crucial. If we lose, we will lose the battle for Jinshan Island. If I lose, I will be the sinner of the Kim family. Our Xianwu Mansion is basically finished. No one was always strong and confident. That was only shown in front of outsiders. Everyone had their weak moments. They would only show it in front of the people closest to them. Xianlang repeated, Baby, do you believe in me? Mulan said, I believe in your husband. In my eyes, there is nothing you can't do. However, Xianlang knew nothing about martial arts. He himself did not even have the strength to truss a chicken. To be honest, he didn't even know what this Meteor Fall sword technique was. He did not even know the most basic knowledge of swordsmanship, let alone break it. Even Grandmaster Zhong Chuk could not break this swordsmanship. Because he had fought with Xianxia. It was a swordsmanship that even Grandmasters could not break. To say that Xianlang had a way to break it would be the ravings of a lunatic. He was really daydreaming. Xianlang said, My dear, we might have a result tonight to break Meteor Fall. At the Su family. Zhang Jin said, Father said that no matter what happens, the Zhang family will not break off the engagement. Su Qianqian was touched. She said gently, Thank you, husband. It is Qianqian's fortune to be able to find you. Zhang Jin said, Father, Count Zhenbei, Count Jin Hai, and the Yinyuan Association have successfully concluded the negotiations. The monarch's decree will come soon. The Xianwu Mansion's destruction has entered the countdown. The surrounding nobles are eyeing the Xianwu Mansion like a tiger watching its prey. Then, they will pounce on the corpse and snatch a piece of meat to eat. Su Qianqian said, husband and father-in-law will definitely get the biggest piece. Zhang Jin said, the Su family is no exception. After the Xianwu mansion collapses, the 30,000 mu of mulberry fields will belong to you. Of course, you will have to buy it in name, but you can borrow the money from the Yinyuan Association. You can use the 30,000 mu of mulberry fields as collateral. The Xianwu mansion had not been destroyed yet, but the cake had already been divided. Hearing this, Su Qianqian's breathing quickened, and she felt her body heat up. She loved wealth the most. 30,000 mu of mulberry fields was an astronomical amount of wealth, and it could continuously produce silk. It was like a money tree. Thank you, husband. Thank you, father-in-law. Su Qianqian looked at Zhang Jin passionately. Then, she asked, the destruction of Xianwu mansion is imminent. Is it time for you to start seeking the position of the next military governor in Yanzhou? That would require a lot of money. Zhang Jin nodded. Su Qianqian softly said, husband, you have to believe me. Although my Su family's big factory was burned down, it's still not enough. But as long as we can deliver the goods on time, our golden signboard will be preserved. This is our greatest asset. When the time comes, I will use dozens of shops and Su Shou's name to borrow gold coins from the Yinyuan Association and let eunuchs seek the position of military governor in Yanzhou. Zhang Jin gently said, I believe in you. For Su Qianqian, time was running out. The delivery date was getting closer and closer. Merchants from all over the world were coming to Xuanwu one after another. Especially the merchants from the western region. These people had all called a deposit. When they heard that the Su family's big factory had been burned down, these merchants couldn't help but change their expressions. They were worried that the Su family wouldn't be able to deliver the goods. In order to reassure these merchants, Su Qianqian brought them to visit the factory. She even showed them her trump card. She first showed them the purple silk. It was dyed with the formula given by Shenlang. These merchants were completely shocked. They looked at Su Qianqian in disbelief. This purple color is so pure and wonderful. It reminds me of the lavender fields in my hometown. Compared to the purple silk on the market today, it's many times more beautiful. This is simply a revolution. After this batch of purple silk hits the market, I guarantee that it will become popular all over the world. All other purple silk will become trash. Miss Su, did you research this purple dye formula? The merchants asked. Su Qianqian said, of course. The merchants said, you Su family are really geniuses. This purple formula is absolutely priceless. Su Qianqian said, the purple silk is just the first surprise that I have prepared for all of you. I have an even bigger trump card. The curtain was suddenly pulled. Suddenly, the rainbow-colored silk appeared. When the sunlight shone on it, it really looked like a rainbow hanging in the sky. These merchants were completely stunned, almost speechless. They were amazed to the extreme. Heavens! This color doesn't belong to the world at all. Miss Su Qianqian, you must have stolen the rainbow from the sky. That must be it. This rainbow-colored silk will definitely make countless women crazy. Even princesses and queens will be infatuated with it. Miss Su Qianqian, it's very unfortunate that your family's big factory was burned down. But compared to these two formulas, that big factory is nothing. With these two colors of silk, you can build bigger and more factories at any time. These silks are your inexhaustible wealth. Not only will the Su family not fail in vain, but it will also become more prosperous. You will become a super merchant second to none in the state of Yu. Listening to these words, the haze in Su Qianqian's heart completely dissipated. She said softly, the cost of these new dyes is extremely high, so the price of this purple silk and rainbow-colored silk will be very high, several times higher than normal. A merchant from the western region showed a charming smile. Miss Su, we won't talk about the price, I just want to know how much you can give us. Then, these merchants waved their money, competing for the Su family's share of the new silk. Although the silk hasn't been completely woven, but in just a short quarter of an hour, it was already finished. And the price was much higher than normal silk. Su Qianqian received 50,000 gold coins as a deposit. Su Qianqian looked in the direction of Xianwu mansion, her heart filled with endless hatred. Shenlang, do you see? The crisis of our Su family will soon be over. Our golden signboard not only didn't fall, but also became more valuable. On the contrary, your Xianwu mansion is about to be destroyed. Shenlang, I will wait for the day when the Kim family is destroyed. I will definitely step on your body 10,000 times, and then spit on your grave. At the same time, Shenlang stood at the highest point of Xianwu mansion. Mulan said, Husband, what are you looking at? Shenlang said lightly, the Su family will probably be destroyed soon. Then, Shenlang said, My wife, let's go. Mulan said, To do what? Shenlang said, To crack the invincible meteor sword art. Note, the first update is here, I have been writing all night. The thousands of words I wrote before were all destroyed and rewritten. Shenlang was definitely not an arrogant person. Of course, he had some areas where he could be arrogant. However, he also had some male benefactor. In general, Lang Yu was humble about things he didn't understand. For example, martial arts. Because the martial arts in this world were completely different from those on Earth. The martial arts in this world were very unscientific and many times stronger than those on Earth. Of course, the people in this world couldn't fly, and they couldn't smash a city gate with one palm. The general level of martial arts should be equivalent to the works of Master Jin. There was Dantian, internal force, and true qi. And almost all the martial arts secret manuals in this world came from the ancient times. Thousands of years after the destruction of the ancient world, human civilization flourished again. Not only did they unearth the 4 books and 5 classics, but they also unearthed all kinds of martial arts secret manuals. There were many secret manuals in Xianwu Mansion, and they were of relatively high quality. After Shenlang studied these secret manuals, he was completely astonished. Some of these secret manuals were engraved on nephrite scrolls, and some were actually bricks. Of course, they weren't real bricks, but special pieces of jade, about 20 centimeters long, 10 centimeters wide, and 3 centimeters thick. The entire secret manual's text, graphics, principles, and true qi circulation routes were all engraved inside the jade. There were layers on top of each other. There might be more than 200 layers in a jade that was only an inch thick. There were hundreds of words and 2 or 3 graphics on each layer. Shenlang was shocked. Isn't this a hard disk from another world? How did the ancient people engrave these secret manuals layer by layer into these pieces of jade? Then wouldn't I also engrave the endless romance of gold X plum into it, so that it can be passed down for thousands of years? Any paper, silk, parchment, wood, and so on couldn't go through the baptism of thousands of years. But these special jade pieces could. It could be seen how hard the ancient people had worked to pass on these precious civilizations. After later generations excavated these jade pieces, it would take several years to copy the content engraved inside the jade piece layer by layer, forming a thick secret manual. That way, people could learn from it. Basically, no one could understand the original jade brick secret manual. In order to find a way to crack the meteor fall sword technique, Shenlang had been spending all his time in the library of the Count House. He had read all the ancient books and read all the secret manuals. He really finished reading everything. His eyes were like cameras, and he only flipped through each page for a second before taking a picture and storing it in his brain. In just over half a month, he had finished reading all the books in the Count House. Especially the works of the ancestor Jin Zhou. Therefore, Shenlang now had hundreds of martial arts secret manuals in his mind. Am I not Wang Yuyan now, a humanoid secret manual vault? That's possible. Wait until I've read all the martial arts manuals in the world. In the future, when I go to fight with my wife, before the enemy even makes a move, I will know what the other party is going to do and how to counter it. However, the database in Shenlang's brain was still lacking. Moreover, he did not find any way to crack the meteor fall sword technique. His ancestor Jin Zhou had mentioned this sword technique before. He had also visited the Sky Sea Pavilion and read the meteor fall sword technique secret manual. Jin Zhou left a sentence. This secret manual is amazing. It has 2 sides. One yin and one yang, but I can't decipher it. After a brief understanding, I found that it is not suitable for me to learn, and it can easily lead to infertility. The Sky Sea Pavilion was one of the most powerful martial arts libraries in the state of Yu. The meteor fall sword technique was the treasure of the Xianxia pavilion. This was known to the world. However, no one had ever mentioned that there was a back of this secret manual, and there was a yin and a yang. Moreover, even someone as powerful as Xianxia could not decipher it. About 100 years ago, the Xianxia pavilion produced a pair of top geniuses. The man and woman spent more than 10 years to decipher the meteor fall sword technique secret manual and put it on paper. Only then did this ancient sword technique truly appear in the world and become a secret manual that could be learned. Then, the genius took the secret manual and left the Xianxia pavilion. 10 years later, the first South Sea Sword King, Qiu, appeared out of nowhere, relying on this meteor fall sword technique. The woman who had deciphered this secret manual with him became his wife. She looked ordinary and almost had no sense of existence. In the world's impression, there seemed to be only one meteor fall sword technique. There had never been two sides. Because it was always that man who killed his enemies in a second, it gave people the impression that he was the South Sea Sword King. However, Xianxia's words gave people endless fantasies. Xianlang boldly guessed that there were actually two South Sea Sword Kings in every generation, and they were husband and wife. The man who practiced the yang side of this sword technique was unparalleled in the world. The wife who practiced the yin side of the sword technique was the only one who countered her husband. What happened later seemed to completely confirm Xianlang's guess. Because every South Sea Sword King was a son-in-law, and he married the daughter of the previous South Sea Sword King. This generation's South Sea Sword King, Xianxia, who was also the teacher of martial fanatic Tang Yan, was no exception. 30 years ago, he married the daughter of the previous South Sea Sword King, Qiu. 13 years ago, his wife passed away, and Xianxia became the new island lord, the new South Sea Sword King. Xianlang speculated with the greatest evil intentions. Xianxia was unwilling to be countered by anyone, so he thought of a way to kill his wife. Thus, no one in the world could counter his sword technique. If Xianlang's guess was correct. There were two places in the world where one could find a sword technique that countered meteor fall. The first was Xianxia's wife, Qiu, but she was already dead. The second was the Xianxia pavilion, where the original version of this secret manual should still be there. To others, it was almost impossible to decipher these jade pieces. It was like the most complicated circuit board, with hundreds of layers engraved on the jade pieces. Apart from specialized geniuses, ordinary people would not be able to decipher it. Moreover, even a genius would need more than 10 years to decipher a single original version of the secret manual. But Xianlang was different. He had an X-ray machine and AI that could scan the interior of the jade pieces, decipher the contents layer by layer, and then store them in his brain. Xianlang realized that his cheat was getting more and more awesome. Night fell, Xianlang and Mulan rode south on a 1,000-li steed, heading for the Xianxia pavilion a few hundred li away. Master Lang had yet to learn how to ride a horse. Once he was on horseback, he could only feel safe in his wife's embrace. The Su family, Su Qianxian, was in a state of excitement and anxiety every day. She stayed in the workshop almost every day and watched the whole process in person. Su Guangyun was the same. While Su Qianxian was monitoring the weaving, Su Guangyun was monitoring the dyeing. "Are you sure there's no problem with the dye? Are you sure there's no problem with the dye?" Su Guangyun had to ask this question more than 10 times. Because this recipe was given by Xianlang. There was no problem with this little bastard, no matter how malicious he was. But the answer was the same every time. There was no problem with the dye. There was no problem with the dyed silk, whether it was exposed to the sun or washed at high temperatures. But time was still too tight. The deadline was really too tight. Zhang Chunhua came once. "Su Qianxian, are you sure you want to dye all the silk purple and rainbow colors?" People were tempted by profit. The Su family had paid a huge price for the 3 million caddies of cocoons. It was 3 times the price. This meant that if they were woven into normal silk, no matter how much they sold, they would lose money. The more they sold, the more they would lose. The gold color was exclusive to the royal family. It was useless no matter how high the price was. They couldn't sell it on a large scale. But purple silk was the favorite of the nobles, and rainbow colors were the favorite of women. In the spring and autumn period of China, the price of purple cloth was 4 times the price of other colors. In ancient Egypt, purple silk was nearly 10 times the price of ordinary silk. In Xianxia's hands, purple silk was sold for 4 times the price of ordinary silk, and rainbow silk was sold for 7 times the price. If they were all dyed into these 2 kinds of silk, not only would they not lose money, but they would also make a lot of money. Chunhua, I know what you are worried about. Xianlang, that bastard, is really capable of doing all kinds of despicable things. Xianxian said, but we have done many violent experiments. We have washed them with boiling water, roasted them with fire, and washed them with salt water, but the colors have not faded. Then, Xianxian said, I heard that the monarch's decree is coming soon. The battle for Jinshan Island is about to begin, and the bell of destruction for Xianwu Mansion is about to ring. Eunuch will soon need this large sum of money to operate the Yenzhou governor, so I must make a lot of money in the shortest time possible. Zhang Chunhua did not try to dissuade her. I'm waiting for that day at all times. I'm waiting for the moment when the Black Tortoise Count's mansion collapses. I'm waiting for the moment when Xianlang dies without a burial. Zhang Chunhua wanted to say something but stopped. 2 days later, the delivery time agreed upon by Xianxian and the merchants had arrived. 2 days later, after a few hundred miles of travel, Xianlang and Mulan arrived. Xianxia Pavilion. Xianxia Pavilion. It was the largest martial arts manual library in the southern part of the Great Yan Dynasty, the true temple of martial arts. This library was an incomparably huge castle, standing at the southernmost tip of the continent. The seawater directly hit the corner of the castle. How magnificent, it was not inferior to the large libraries on Earth. Every martial arts practitioner who came here felt like they were on a pilgrimage. Standing in front of this giant door, anyone would feel their own insignificance. There was not even a guard at the entrance of the castle. However, the entire Xianxia Pavilion was shrouded in a powerful aura that made people unable to bend down. The door was tightly shut. Xianlang and Mulan stepped forward and bowed, Master, we would like to enter the Xianxia Pavilion to study. A moment later, the door opened, and an old man walked out. Have the 2 of you received an invitation from the pavilion? Mulan shook her head and said, No. The old man said, Sorry, we did not receive an invitation. The Xianxia Pavilion does not accept visitors. Note, the 2nd chapter was sent. Although it was only 3,000 words, it took 3 hours to write. The Xianxia Pavilion had an invitation-only membership system. Was it like some high-class clubs on Earth? In his previous life, although Xianlang had been disfigured by sulfuric acid, he was still a great doctor and had saved many dignitaries and nobles. One of them, a notorious tycoon, heard that Dr. Shen was still single at the age of 40. He was grateful and gave him a platinum membership card. He said carefully, Dr. Shen, there are not only girls but also boys. Xianlang was grateful and tied a knot in the man's vast deference during the operation. Anyway, you are already in your 50s. Don't have illegitimate children all over the world. Back to business. Xianlang said, Wife, your martial arts are so high and your identity is so noble. You must be a member of the Xianxia Pavilion. Others might not understand the word member, but Mulan did. Husband, you think too highly of me, Mulan said. The Xianxia Pavilion's status was super high and very noble. It was a bit like the school in Game of Thrones and even more awesome than the Langia Pavilion in the Langia list. Who wanted to be a member? It had to be an academic guru, such as Mulan's teacher, Zhong Chuk. Most people were not qualified at all. Xianlang looked at the old man in front of him and said, Master, there is no problem with the invitation system. Do you have the right to invite? Of course. The old man said proudly. As one of the Xianxia Pavilion's professors, he certainly had the right to invite. Xianlang said boldly, Okay, then you can invite me now. The master looked at Mulan and said, Miss, is this your husband? Mulan nodded shyly. This husband was sometimes very proud, but, most of the time, he was quite embarrassing. The master said, It's not easy to live until now without the strength to truss a chicken. When others come to the Xianxia Pavilion, they are very respectful and do not even dare to breathe loudly, as if they are here on a pilgrimage. You, on the other hand, are as relaxed as visiting a brothel. Xianxia said, Master, I heard that to become a member of the Sky Sea Pavilion, one must be a guru? Grandmaster said, not a member, a visitor. Xianxia said, I also heard that Sky Sea Pavilion accepts any academic challenges. As long as you can solve any of your ultimate problems, no matter what discipline, you can become a guest of Sky Sea Pavilion? Guest of the pavilion, you are not even a member. Grandmaster had a lot of self-restraint, but now he felt that he also wanted to hit someone. He couldn't help but look at Mulan again. How did you, my husband, survive until now? It must be very hard for you to be a wife. This gigolo is not worthy of you. Before coming here, Xianxia had indeed done his homework. In the eyes of the world, the Horizon Sea Pavilion was a palace of martial arts. But they didn't just have secret martial arts manuals, they also had all kinds of academic works. Astronomy, geography, mathematics, music, and so on. This was a true academic temple. Master said, that's right. Every once in a while, our Sky Sea Pavilion will release some difficult problems to the world. Anyone who can answer one question will be invited. This was equivalent to those super awesome academic organizations on Earth. If your paper had not been published in Nature, Cell, or Science, you were not even qualified to knock on the door. But there were still many geniuses in this world. The Sky Sea Pavilion had released 10 problems before, and now 7 had been solved. Now there were only 3 left. Of course, after these 10 problems were solved, the Sky Sea Pavilion would release another 10 problems. These problems covered all kinds of disciplines, and only 2 or 3 belonged to martial arts. The problems released by such a prestigious academic temple were naturally the world's ultimate problems. If one wasn't a genius, they wouldn't even be able to understand it, let alone solve it. Remember Su Wenzhao? He was considered a genius in arithmetic in Xuanwu City, but he wasn't even qualified to look at these problems. Master said, young master, there are 3 problems left in the Sky Sea Pavilion's 10 ultimate problems. No one has been able to solve them for a full 3 years. Are you sure you want to try? Xianxia said, of course. 500 gold coins. Master said. How could such an amazing academic hall require money for people to answer questions? That's right, money. It wasn't that the master was greedy, but the cost of maintaining the Sky Sea Pavilion was too high. These professors were absolutely unwilling to accept any monarch's money. They didn't accept donations from officials or nobles. But they were willing to accept donations from ordinary people. Xianxia waved his hand, and Mulan handed over a box of gold coins. There were exactly 500 gold coins. Please follow me. Master said. Then, he led Xianxia and Mulan to a small room at the side of the castle. The room was empty, with only 3 chairs and 2 tables. Master said, which ultimate problem would you like to solve? Now there are only 3 questions left, martial arts, astronomy, and philosophy. Master Lang had read too few secret martial arts manuals, and his database was not rich enough. Philosophy was something that was too mysterious and abstruse. So, the only question left is astronomy. However, this was not Earth. The universe here was different. The astronomy problem in Xianxia's brain was probably useless. Astronomy. Master's eyes showed a king's contempt, and he handed over a piece of paper. This was one of the 3 remaining ultimate problems of the Sky Sea Pavilion. There were only 5 words in this question. How big was the sun? Was this question difficult? Was it awesome? It was difficult to make one's hair stand on end. It was absolutely insane. No data was given, just asking how big the sun was and what its diameter was. Once again, this was not Earth. So the diameter of the sun in this world was very likely different from the one in our world. At least, when Mulan saw this question, she was stunned. She had always thought that she was very smart, but now she doubted her intelligence for the first time. Almost everyone who saw this question would doubt their life. Master said lightly, if you can't solve it, don't waste time. Go back to where you came from. With that, he got up to leave. This question was very difficult, and even seemed to be completely unsolvable. But for Xianxia, it was extremely simple. He didn't even need to use his brain. Master, it will take at least 3 days to calculate this result. When Xianxia said this, he carefully stared at Master's face. If he guessed correctly, just hearing this sentence from Xianxia, Master would be shocked. Master was indeed shocked. This was the communication between the top of the wise. As long as Xianxia said this sentence, it basically meant that he had already solved it. But Mulan continued to be confused. She began to wonder if she and her husband were not a good match. Why couldn't she understand the conversation and expressions of these two men in front of her? But she looked at herself in the mirror, and was instantly full of confidence. For a rogue-like husband, there were probably these requirements for his wife. Hips, breasts, waist, face, money. As for intelligence, he probably didn't care very much. Otherwise, why would he have so much fun with the big fool, Jean Muzong? Next, Xianxia found a hollow bamboo pole and took Mulan's sword. He used the hollow bamboo pole to look at the sun. While looking, he used the sword to cut the bamboo, until the shadow of the sun in his field of vision completely filled the hollow diameter of the bamboo. At this time, the length of the bamboo divided by the diameter was 85 times. This meant that the distance between the sun and this world was 85 times the diameter of the sun. Sure enough, it was different from Earth. On Earth, the number was 80. Next, Xianxia inserted the bamboo straight into the ground. At absolute noon, he measured the length of the bamboo's shadow in the sun and recorded it. Then, Xianxia said to the old man, "Master, do you still need me to continue?" If he wanted to continue, Xianxia needed to find an accurate map, then take a boat to the north 2,000 li. 3 days later, at noon, he inserted the bamboo pole into the ground and measured the length of the bamboo's shadow. 2,000 li away, the same noon direct sunlight, the same 5 feet bamboo's shadow length would be different, there would be a difference of centimeters. The difference in the length of the shadow in the two places, 2,000 li away, and then according to the Pythagorean law, the distance between the sun and this world could be calculated. Then, this distance divided by 85, the diameter of the sun in this world could be calculated. Xianxia wrote the whole process of the solution. But in the end, he didn't give an accurate answer. Because he didn't have time to take a boat 2,000 li north. To be precise, it wasn't 2,000 li, because the surface of the planet was round, and he had to calculate the curvature, which required the use of pi. In just a quarter of an hour, Xianxia handed in the answer. Although he didn't give a final answer. But after reading, Master still trembled slightly. Because Xianxia's answer was absolutely correct, even more accurate than theirs. This was because Xianxia's pi was more accurate. "Young Master, you can't take a boat 2,000 li north, but please estimate the diameter of the sun?" Master asked. Xianxia calculated a little and said, "It should be 289 million li." The diameters of the sun in the two worlds were different. Xianxia roughly estimated the diameter of the sun in this world based on the diameter of the sun he was familiar with. Master looked at Xianxia in disbelief. It was really amazing, too shocking. After a long time, Master asked, "Young Master, how old are you this year?" 19. Xianxia said, "Oh, no, 18. Master didn't understand this joke. He sighed and said, "Geniuses are really born. Genius, the top genius. I've never seen such a young genius. Miss, you don't deserve him." Mulan was speechless. Master didn't say that just now. Xianxia said, "Master, can I enter the Sky-Sea Pavilion now?" Master smiled and said, "Welcome young master, as a guest of our Sky-Sea Pavilion." It wasn't that the academic master didn't know humor, it just depended on who he was talking to. Under the guidance of Master, Xianxia entered the Palace of Martial Arts and Academics. He entered the sea of countless secret books and works. "Jade Lady, it's time to receive the guest," Master shouted. A plump beauty in her 30s gracefully walked in. She wore a scholar's robe, which was especially tight and charming. However, although she was very beautiful, her hair was messy and her eyes were dark. She had no image to speak of. She cursed as she walked. "Another old man? Are all the smart young people in the world dead? What do you want to read?" The female scholar said viciously, "Hurry up and tell me, I don't have time. I'll give you 2 hours to find it yourself, my hands are tired." She looked up and saw Xianxia with her beautiful big eyes. Then she was stunned, and her beautiful eyes instantly lit up. With a cry of surprise, she quickly ran away again. Xianxia was stunned. What was going on? But after a quarter of an hour, she came out again. She seemed to have changed into a different person. Her hair became soft, the dark circles under her eyes disappeared, her face was smeared with rouge, and her lips were dyed red. She also changed into an even more charming blue dress. The female scholar said coquettishly, "Sir, that dirty woman just now is my sister. She has always been rude, I hope you don't mind. Sister, you two have the same hip circumference, chest circumference, and even the trigonometric function of the inner thighs. But whatever you say, it's all up to you." The beautiful scholar said coquettishly, "May I ask which book you want to borrow? Or was it a secret manual? Just sit here and rest, I'll go get it for you. Young master, would you like some tea? Would you like some snacks?" Xianxia said, "I want to borrow the meteor fall sword technique." The beautiful scholar was stunned, then said sweetly, "Yes, I'll go get it for you." Inside the Su family's mansion, countless silks were piled up like mountains. 60% of them were purple silk, and 40% were rainbow silk. Dozens of Western regions merchants stared at the silks with dazed eyes. It was so beautiful, it was simply a masterpiece of God. It wasn't silk at all, it was a mountain of gold coins. They could imagine what a sensation this silk would cause once it arrived in their country. Why were they all merchants from the Western regions? Because the market in the state of Yu was occupied by the Su family. The Su family couldn't open a shop in those countries, so they could only sell it to these merchants. "Bring it up," Su Xianxia ordered. Immediately, dozens of purple robes and rainbow skirts were brought up. "This is my greeting gift to you," Su Xianxia said. This was also an old rule. Every time they made a deal, they had to give these silk clothes to the other party. These Western regions merchants not only came by themselves but also brought their lovers, so they also gave them rainbow skirts. Dozens of Western regions merchants and their lovers couldn't wait to enter the room and put on the new robes and skirts. It was indeed gorgeous and graceful. Especially the rainbow skirts, they looked like fairies. Su Qianqian said, "Are you satisfied?" The dozens of Western regions merchants were full of praise. "Satisfied, very satisfied." Su Qianqian said, "Then shall we officially deliver the goods now?" "Officially?" The dozens of Western regions merchants agreed. They were even more eager to ship this batch of silk to their country as soon as possible so that they could quickly open the market and make a fortune. Next, it was time for the official delivery. This meant that the Su family would suddenly have more than 100,000 gold coins in their account. Even if they bought the cocoons at 3 times the price, this business was still a big profit. There was no hurry to rebuild the workshop. This money could be given to Zhang Chong to seek the position of commander-in-chief in Yenzhou. Su Qianqian let out a long sigh of relief. After so many days of hard work, they finally succeeded. The Su family finally got through this crisis. Not only did Su Xiu's golden signboard not break, but it also improved. These days, she had nightmares almost every night. The content of the dream was always the same. The silk suddenly faded. So, before the delivery, she selected the silk samples and had people do countless experiments. Exposed to the sun, roasted over fire, washed in salt water, scalded in boiling water, etc. Almost every method was used. The silk did not fade. Now, it was finally a success. Su Qianqian's eyes were wet. It was too difficult, too difficult. She turned around and saw her fiancé, Zhang Jin. She smiled intimately. Zhang Jin smiled affectionately. He also breathed a sigh of relief. The Su family's success meant that his father had the money to seek the position of commander-in-chief in Yenzhou. Most importantly, he could marry Su Qianqian. He didn't have to do anything terrible anymore. Su Qianqian said proudly in her heart, "Xianxia, oh Xianxia, you blind fool. You actually gave me 2 invaluable dyeing recipes. You think you can destroy the Su family by burning down my workshop? You ignorant thing, you don't even know that these 2 recipes are worth more than a workshop. Not only did you not defeat our Su family, but you made us stronger. You made me, Su Qianqian, stronger. My Su family didn't fall. The next one to suffer is you, Xianxia. Xianxia, I'll wait for you to die. I want to see how miserable your death will be." This day is coming soon. Your end is coming. Xianxia was delighted. However, at this moment, among the merchants from the western region, someone suddenly let out a scream. Then, Xianxia was horrified to discover. There were actually several merchants from the western region, as well as their lovers, who had many rashes and blisters on their bodies. Some of their faces began to swell and deform. One of them even began to have asthma and couldn't breathe at all. This silk is poisonous, poisonous. Of course, this silk was not poisonous. It was just that Xianxia had added a few allergic substances to the dye formula. And it was specifically for the allergic constitution of the people from the western region. How could I, Master Lang, let you, Xianxia, see through my methods? Note, the third update has been sent. Today, I've updated 14,000 words. I'm truly exhausted. Please support me. Please monthly votes. Allergies were something that could be mild or severe. A mild case was just a rash, but a severe case could lead to death. There were many types of allergens on Earth, and there were countless of them. Metal allergies, pollen allergies, mango allergies, dust mites allergies. There were even rubber allergies. Such people had a hard time. The Medical Daily of the United States listed the 4 most dangerous allergens, including alcohol, shellfish, and peanuts. But in general, allergies were also differentiated by race and region. For example, people in coastal areas were generally not allergic to seafood. But in inland countries far from the sea, people who did not eat seafood were more likely to be allergic to seafood. Asians were prone to allergies to pollen and dust mites. Westerners were far more likely to be allergic to peanuts than Asians. So in American dramas, peanut allergies often appeared. Even if one touched a little peanut powder or peanut oil, they would have bumps all over their body and their face would swell like a pig's head. The domestic audience felt that it was too exaggerated, but it was true. In reality, there were even cases of people who kissed their boyfriends and died of peanut allergy, just because their boyfriends had eaten peanut oil food. There was also a deadly allergy source, which was the juice of shellfish. And this time, the Western businessmen who came to Xianxia to purchase were all white people, and they were from inland countries. The probability of allergies to peanuts and shellfish was much higher than that of Asians. And Xianxia's 2 dyes, especially the rainbow dyes formula, contained as many as dozens of substances. Xianxia had added a total of 9 types of allergens to the people of the western region. There were more than 3 kinds of shellfish juices. Peanuts didn't appear in ancient China until the Ming dynasty, but in this world, peanuts appeared about 300 years ago. So, peanut oil was also added to the formula. If Xianxia had enough time, she could ask the craftsmen at home to carefully screen these formulas, such as removing certain substances, or making certain changes in the proportion of the formula. But, what she lacked the most was time. Since the big workshop was burned down, the delivery date was extremely tight, and it was like a sword hanging over her head. She spent a lot of money, hired 3 times the number of workers, worked day and night, and finally made all the silk within the deadline. She was worried that Xianxia would plot against her, but all her attention was on fade. All the precautions were based on the possibility of the silk fading. Dye fading had always been the most fatal flaw. Therefore, she asked the master craftsman to take 100 samples and conduct a violent experiment. The whole purpose was to see if the color would fade, but it didn't. As for allergies? She really didn't have such a concept. How many people in ancient times knew about allergies? As for why the dyers weren't allergic, artisans who were allergic to dyes had long been eliminated. These people were the lowest rung of society. A rash on their body was nothing to them. To put it in a sad way, allergies were also a disease of the rich. In our country more than 10 years ago, apart from fatal drug allergies, who cared about common allergies, for these low-level craftsmen, not to mention allergies and rashes, even if they were burned by fire, even if a layer of their skin was scalded off, it was nothing. Therefore, allergies would not be discovered in the workshop. Even if there were occasional cases of allergies, no one took it seriously. However, if they appeared on the body of a noble, it would be a big deal. The ruthless Xianxia added 8 or 9 allergens that were targeted at the white race of the western region in the formula. There would always be one that was suitable for you. There were dozens of businessmen present and their dozens of lovers. Even if there was only a 5% chance of being affected, it was already a big deal. These businessmen, who lived like princes, all had delicate skin and tender flesh, and their skin was like cream. This allergy was simply too painful. Rashes appeared one by one, and the itch couldn't be stopped at all. In a short period of time, they scratched and bled. The most fatal one was a businessman from the western region with an aquiline nose. His entire body was swollen and red, and he could no longer breathe. Even his throat was swollen. Because in the room just now, his lover was wearing a rainbow-colored silk dress. It was too seductive, and she was in a translucent state. He couldn't help but kiss and bite through the dress. He used his teeth to bite the rainbow-colored silk and chewed it in his mouth. Then, he bit his woman. This person was very fanatical. Countless women had been ravaged by him, and most of them were in so much pain that they wished they were dead. It was precisely because he was the wildest that the consequences were also the most fatal. The aquiline-nosed businessman desperately covered his throat. He was in great pain, and his eyes were bloodshot and almost popped out. He looked exactly the same as if he had been poisoned. Dozens of businessmen present cried out in alarm. This group of people enjoyed wealth and glory, and they cherished their lives the most. Even if most of them were fine at all, they were scared out of their wits. This silk is poisonous, poisonous. Just now, everyone was fine. After they changed into the new clothes given by Xianxia, this incident happened. Therefore, everyone present concluded that the silk must have been poisoned. Even if there were less than 10 people who were allergic. But the consequences were already fatal. Finally, the aquiline-nosed businessman suffocated to death. The doctors present tried everything they could to save him. They pinched his philtrum and gave him ginseng soup, but they couldn't save him. Someone died. The silk of the Su family killed someone. These western regions' merchants and their lovers had no time to care about taking off all their new clothes under the watchful eyes of the public. Compared to one's own life, what was shame? Refund. Triple the deposit. Life compensation. All the businessmen surrounded Su Qianqian in the middle, as if they had gone crazy. Seeing all this, Su Guangyun once again fell into a state of numbness. Last time, when the big fire burned down the big workshop, he had already vomited blood. After that, he struggled to hold on. Because he borrowed Lin Mo's workshop, his daughter, Su Qianqian, couldn't do it alone, so he also had to be present to supervise. These days, he had also exhausted his efforts. He ate little and slept little. What he did was to help the Su family get through this fatal crisis and keep the golden brand. But now, everything was over, completely over. Shenlang's figure appeared in his mind again. It must be him again, although this time, Su Guangyun still didn't know how Shenlang did it. But he was 100% sure that it was Shenlang's evil trick again. Shenlang, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Su Guangyun's vision darkened, and he completely fainted. And this time, he couldn't wake up even if he was in a coma. Looking at the scene in front of her, Su Qianqian's mind was roaring. Her whole body lost consciousness again, as if she was completely isolated from the world. It was as if everything that happened in front of her had nothing to do with her. When a person was in extreme pain and was hit to the extreme, the body would trigger its self-protection mechanism. The whole person seemed to be contained in a layer of shell, unable to respond to all stimuli from the outside world. How much effort had she put in these days? She continued to live in the Lin family's workshop every day. She did it to help the Su family get through this crisis, to keep the Su brand, to make her fiancé and father-in-law not disappointed in her. Now, everything was completely destroyed. Everything was completely destroyed. The past glory of the Su family was like a dream. After a long time, Su Qianqian felt a warmth behind her. Someone held her back, very strong hands. She couldn't help but look back and saw Zhang Jin's eyes full of pity. Honey! Su Qianqian finally couldn't help but cry out. At this time, the Su family was in chaos. They were so angry that they planned to burn all the silk in the mountains. They surrounded Su Guangyun and Su Qianqian, asking for money and compensation. Looking at everything in front of him, Zhang Jin's scalp went numb. what he didn't want to see the most happened. Seeing that his fiancée, Xianxia, was about to be drowned by the group of Western region businessmen, he rushed over and rescued Xianxia. Someone, call some soldiers over to suppress the scene. In the Xianxia pavilion, Xianlang, the scumbag, was having too much fun. What he was holding in his hand was the secret manual of meteor fall. It looked like a brick, but it was made of jade. Xianlang had seen so many movies and novels, but it was the first time he had seen a secret manual that looked like a brick. This secret manual was very precious. The South Sea Sword King rose because of it, and since then, this set of swordsmanship was known as the treasure of the Xianxia Pavilion. But Xianlang found that the professors of the Xianxia Pavilion were very indifferent to it. It was as if it was no different from other secret manuals. It was so easily placed in the hands of Xianlang. The name of the female scholar, Yunyang, was actually Zhang Yuan. Among the scholars of the Xianxia Pavilion, she was the youngest and prettiest. Therefore, she was also the most popular. The reason why everyone called her Yunyang was because she always called herself Laonyang. At this moment, Yunyang sat next to Xianlang. The table was filled with all kinds of snacks, more exquisite than the Xianwu mansion. At first, Xianlang ate them himself. Later, Zhang Yuan fed him with her slender hands. "Brother, guess how old I am?" Yunyang asked. Xianlang looked at her plump and beautiful face, tilted his head and thought for a while. 23.5. It was accurate to 1 decimal place. This kind of nonsense seemed sincere. Ha ha ha. Yunyang laughed and said coquettishly, "Nonsense, I'm only 18. Xianlang was stunned. "Huh? Sister, you know this too." A few of the Xianxia Pavilion professors looked at the couple and sighed in their hearts. People are not what they used to be. You, Zhang Yuan, said you were 18 years ago. You're still 18 now. What's your usual attitude towards us, bossing us around and bossing us around? You're the belle of the Xianxia Pavilion. You're the lowest level scholar, but you're like a boss. You're always mean and don't know what manners are. Now that a slightly handsome young man has come, you're like this. Where's your dignity and dignity? But how can you blame Zhang Yuan? In the Xianxia Pavilion, she interacted with old men every day. It had been more than 10 years. Of course, there were young people, but they were all low-ranking apprentices. As a scholar, she had to be high and mighty. Now that such a handsome young man had come, she couldn't help herself. If it were a man who hadn't seen a young woman for more than 10 years, he would fall in love with a sow, but Zhang Yuan was already very restrained. She really looked like she was 18 years old. Her snow-white hand supported her chin as she stared fixedly at Xianlang. It was as if every single word he said was especially interesting, causing her to be fascinated by it. An old scholar could not stand it anymore. He coughed and reminded her to pay attention to the Xianxia Pavilion's nobility and dignity. Cough, cough, cough. Zhang Yuan turned her beautiful face and said with a murderous look, "Do you have tuberculosis? Go away." Then she turned back and said sweetly, "Brother, what you said is so interesting. Go on, go on." Then she picked up a piece of pastry and put it into Xianlang's mouth. Her fingers accidentally touched Xianlang's lips again. "Brother, you actually shouldn't have borrowed the meteor fall sword technique." Zhang Yuan said, "After the rise of the South Sea Sword King, many martial arts grandmasters have borrowed it, but none of them could decipher it. One grandmaster even stayed here for a year and a half, but he still couldn't decipher it." Xianlang asked, "Who is this grandmaster?" Zhang Yuan said, "Zhong Chuk, a very powerful swordsman. He left not long ago." Oh, how embarrassing. He had never heard the grandmaster mention him. No wonder he kept saying that Mulan would never be able to break Tang Yan's meteor fall. The female scholar Zhang Yuan said, "More than 100 years ago, Qiu Ju, that adulterous couple, took more than a decade to decipher the secret manual of meteor fall. It's a pity that they didn't leave behind a copy, otherwise I would have shown it to you." Xianlang looked at it carefully. It was as if he was studying it casually. However, his X-ray eyes and AI were fully utilized to their fullest potential. He scanned it layer by layer, recording all the words, pictures, and chi paths in it. Once again, he gasped in amazement. It was truly exquisite. There were 230 layers on the inch-thick jade, which meant that the words and pictures on each layer were less than 0.15 millimeters. He could not imagine how the first South Sea Sword King, Qiuju, could decipher it layer by layer. When Xianlang heard that Qiuju and his wife spent more than a decade, he thought it was too long. But now he felt that it was amazing to be able to decipher it in less than a decade. No wonder the people in this world who specialized in deciphering secret manuals usually did not know martial arts. Because it was already amazing to be able to decipher 2 or 3 secret manuals in their lifetime. Where would they find the time to practice martial arts? Seeing that Xianlang was especially serious, Zhang Yuan did not say anything. She just looked at him quietly. Every 2 minutes, an exquisite dessert would be put into his mouth. Xianlang was quite familiar with this scene. In high school, the prettiest girl in the class often looked at him in a daze. A full hour later, Xianlang completely analyzed every layer of the secret manual Meteor Fallouter and recorded it in the AI. His guess was indeed correct. This secret manual was divided into 2 sides, one yin and one yang, reinforcing and restraining each other. Next, Xianlang returned the secret manual to its original owner and put it back in its original place. Under Zhang Yuan's reluctant gaze, Xianlang said goodbye and left. Immediately, the old scholar's present breathed a sigh of relief. The handsome guy finally left. Xianlang and Mulan once again rode north, returning to Xuanwu City. Of course, he still rode with his wife and was protected in her arms. Suddenly, Mulan said, "Husband, you have a woman's fragrance on you." After sending hundreds of soldiers to protect the Su family, Zhang Jin rushed to Jinhai City without stopping. He told his father, Zhang Chong, everything that happened to the Su family. Zhang Chong did not speak for a long time. A moment later, Xu Tingyu, the envoy of the Yinyuan Association, came to visit. "I have a younger sister who is as beautiful as a flower and as beautiful as the moon. She and young master Zhang Jin are a match made in heaven. After they get married, my family's dowry will be 100,000 gold coins, without any supplementary conditions. We, the Yinyuan Association, are very low-key and cannot interfere with the court of the state of Yu. But we can still shut some people up when the governor is seeking the position of commander-in-chief in Yenzhou." Zhang Chong and his son remained silent. Xu Tingyu said indifferently, "You have to hurry. According to common sense, a person's suicide time is within 48 hours of collapse. After this time, no matter how desperate they will not want to die." These words hit the nail on the head. Xu Tingyu said, "Actually, my younger sister is a cousin. Her family is in the spice business. They are a spice magnate in the north of the state of Yu. They have nothing to do with the Yinyuan Association." Qi Shanren, Governor Zhang should have heard of him. Of course he has heard of him. He is a tycoon who is far more powerful than Su Guanyin. Xu Tingyu said, "The Qi family also has a lot of business dealings in Yenzhou. Their foundation is quite deep. Governor Zhang will be able to use them when you go to Yenzhou to be commander-in-chief in the future. Yenzhou is not like Xuanwu City, it is much more dangerous." Zhang Chong closed his eyes for a long time. After opening them, he said indifferently, "I will send someone to the Qi family to propose." Then, he said to Zhang Jin, "Go, our Zhang family will not break off the engagement." Zhang Jin's face twitched, "Father." "Go," Zhang Chong said, "the siege of Xianwu Mansion is imminent, don't delay it." In the middle of the night, Xuanwu City, Su family. Su Qianxian fell ill on the bed, thin and pale. Zhang Jin sat at the head of the bed, looking especially gentle, his eyes full of love. "Zhang Lang." Su Qianxian's tears gushed out again, crying, "It's all my fault for being too eager. Sister Chunhua actually warned me to be careful, but I was blinded by greed. I shouldn't have dyed all the silk purple and iridescent, otherwise I wouldn't have been harmed by Xianlang." Zhang Jin said softly, "All right, since it has already happened, there is no point in regretting it. Don't think too much, rest well." Su Qianxian's eyes were full of tenderness. "Zhang Lang, if you want to break off the engagement, I can understand. I will publicly announce that it is all my fault." Zhang Jin said, "Don't be silly, how can I break off the engagement?" Then, he reached out and stroked Su Qianxian's hair. "Qianxian, don't think too much, no matter how big the matter is, sleep, it will be fine." Su Qianxian said gently, "Thank you Zhang Lang, you did not abandon me at the crucial moment. Don't worry, I will definitely not let you down, I will definitely become the best wife in the world." Zhang Jin patted her shoulder, saying gently, "Sleep well, if there is anything else we can talk about, I will go see father-in-law." Su Guangyan also woke up. He seemed to have fallen into a state of madness. He looked at Zhang Jin in front of him, not as if he saw his son-in-law, but as if he saw his savior. "Jin, we have not lost, we have not collapsed yet. Those Western region merchants, just return the deposit to them, don't even think about compensation, this is our territory anyway. Those silk can still be used, sell it to the pirate King Cho Tianwei, others do not want this batch of silk, he will definitely want it." Zhang Jin held a bowl of medicinal soup, saying, "Father-in-law, don't think too much, drink the medicine and have a good rest." Su Guangyan said hoarsely, "Your father is seeking the position of commander-in-chief in Yenzhou, doesn't he need money? Xianwu Mansion is about to be finished, when the time comes, we will sell the 30,000 mu of mulberry fields, exchange them for gold coins for your father to seek an official position. This time it must be Shenlang who harmed us, isn't Xianwu Mansion going to be finished soon? My dear son-in-law, when the time comes, you must give Shenlang to me, I must skin him, pull out his tendons, and grind his bones to ashes. I must kill Shenlang and his family." Su Guangyan suddenly sat up, his eyes full of endless resentment and hatred. If Shenlang was in front of him, he would definitely turn into a beast, rush up to Shenlang, eat him, and tear him to pieces. Zhang Jin's eyes flashed with a trace of sarcasm, then he brought the medicinal soup to Su Guangyan's mouth and said, "Father-in-law, drink the medicine first." Su Guangyan said, "My dear son-in-law, you must promise me, after the Kim family is destroyed, you must give Shenlang to me, I will skin him in front of everyone." "Okay." Zhang Jin said, "Drink the medicine first." Su Guangyan picked up the bowl and drank it in one gulp. Then, he slammed the bowl on the ground. "Shenlang, you little bastard, I will not stop until you are dead. I will tear you into pieces." Su Guangyan roared, his body trembling violently. Then, he was suddenly stunned. There was a cramp in his stomach. Puff, a mouthful of blood suddenly sprayed out. Then the second mouthful, the third mouthful. Black blood flowed from his nose, ears, and eyes. He was really bleeding from the 7 orifices. Su Guangyan looked at Zhang Jin in disbelief and used the last of his strength to say, the medicine is poisonous?" Note, the first update was sent, and it was written at 5 o'clock in the morning. I hope I can sleep for a few hours. Love is a war, and someone will always lose. Now, Shenlang lost again. Because his wife would not ride the same horse with him. It was a long journey of hundreds of miles, so this time, Mulan brought 3 horses with her. After smelling the fragrance of a woman on Shenlang, Mulan was surprised. "Scumbag, you have no regard for the occasion when you cheat. Wherever you go, you steal from there. You can even find a lover in a sacred place like the Sky Sea Pavilion?" Mulan was really amazed. You are such a scumbag, how can I stop you from cheating?" So, her delicate body gently jumped and landed on another horse, letting Shenlang ride alone. "You have grown so big, you should ride alone." Shenlang said, "Wife, it has nothing to do with me. It was that woman who insisted on sitting next to me, and she even wanted to sit on my lap. It was me who stopped her. I can still control myself when it comes to my lifestyle." "Haha," Mulan said. Shenlang said, "I seriously said that I am a man with a wife, and my wife is beautiful and has a good figure, and I hope that you will respect yourself. But she still insisted on sitting next to me, and the fragrance on her body made me sneeze. But I have to lower my head, and I still have a favor to ask of her, so I dare not resist." Mulan said, "Haha, you even know her name." Shenlang said with a sad face. "Wife, if I ride alone, I will fall." Mulan said, "You won't, I will catch you whenever you fall." "Really?" Shenlang said, "Are you sure?" Mulan said, "Humph. My martial arts are so high, it is easy for me to catch a good-for-nothing like you." Shenlang said, "Then I will fall now." Then, this hooligan's body tilted, and he was about to fall from the horse. Mulan gritted her teeth. She really wanted him to fall to the ground. But in the next moment, her delicate body suddenly jumped up and landed on Xianlang's horse like a swallow, hugging him. "Wife, you're the best," Xianlang said softly. "In my heart, you will always be the only one. In my eyes, other women are like wildflowers by the roadside. I won't pick them. At most, I'll accidentally touch them when I pass by and get a little bit of their fragrance." This was the first time Milan had heard a man talk about cheating in such a refined way. Being with this husband, not only would her intelligence be challenged, but her worldview would also be baptized. Then, Xianlang couldn't help but put his hand on Milan's waist again. Too beautiful, the most beautiful waist in the world. Not only was it slender, but it was also full of elasticity. It was smooth and bouncy, full of beauty. But that Zhang Yuan's waist was not bad. Although it was a little plump, it was definitely soft to the touch. Unfortunately, he was too reserved just now. Otherwise, Teacher Yuan would definitely not have rejected him. If not for the other men staring at her, she might have accidentally sat on Xianlang's lap. Gradually, Xianlang's hands were no longer on Milan's waist. One hand was up, the other down. Milan didn't stop him either. In any case, there was no point in stopping him. Even if she knocked his hand off, he would come back in less than half a minute. But Xianlang's hands were getting more and more overboard. "Xianlang, that's about enough." Milan frowned. Xianlang suddenly asked, "Wife, have you bathed today?" Milan said, "I bathed yesterday. We were in such a hurry today, how could I have the chance?" That's true, that's true." Xianlang discreetly retracted his hand. In that instant, Milan really wanted to beat this man to death. "My body is letting you take advantage of me, and now you're despising it?" I just haven't bathed for a day, right? Isn't it because the conditions don't allow it?" In the past 2 days, she had bathed almost twice a day and washed her teeth 3 times a day. Then, Milan sniffed hard with her nose. Her heart was full of uncertainty. "I can't really smell sweat, can I?" So, Milan sped up and soon arrived at a valley. There was a pool there. Milan jumped off the horse and took a set of tools, soap, a change of clothes, essential oil, and shampoo. Don't ask where the soap came from, and don't ask where the essential oil came from. "Wife, what are you doing?" Xianlang asked. Milan gritted her teeth and said, "I'm going to take a bath, lest you despise me, ancestor." A strange group arrived at the Black Tortoise Count's mansion. A group of more than 10 riders. It was clearly late autumn, but these people were bare-chested and covered with tattoos. The young rider in the lead had tattoos all over his face. His body was covered in tattoos of naked women. There were more than 100 of them. His face was tattooed with a human face and a snake body. He was obviously a handsome man, but the tattoos all over his body made him look especially evil. This group of people all had dark skin and iron-like muscles. And all of their teeth were yellow. Only the young rider in the lead was an exception. His teeth were very white. He carried a scimitar on his waist. The hilt of the scimitar was gold, carved with a woman's body. A golden necklace hung around his neck, with more than a dozen little skeletons strung together. This group of people rode their horses as if there was no one else around, scaring the servants in the manor, causing them to run around and scream. The patrolling riders were furious. Jin Jianyang directly rushed over with dozens of riders to stop them. She shouted in a sweet voice, "Who are you? How dare you come to Xianwu Mansion and behave atrociously? Take them down." Then, another group of riders suddenly rushed out of the Count House. It was the deputy of the Count House, Jin Qing. He suddenly accelerated and slashed with the big sword in his hand. He didn't want to kill, but to cut the scimitar in the evil man's hand. Clang! Instantly, Jin Cheng's whole body flew out, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The big sword in his hand also shattered. The evil man with tattoos of women on his body didn't move an inch, and still had an evil smile on his face. The gap between their martial arts skills was too big. His eyes first fell on Jin Jianyang's thighs, then between her legs, waist, chest, and finally to her face. At this moment, Jin Jianyang's whole body felt like it was stung by poisonous thorns. Jin Zhua of Xianwu appeared. There was a tall and handsome rider beside him. The horse he rode was especially tall, and the horse he was riding was especially tall. The writer's body was filled with a strong sense of power. He was the adopted son of the Count House, Jin Shiying, the #1 expert in the army of Xianwu Mansion, a powerful official, and the deputy of the private army of the Count House. At that time, when the Count House was looking for a son-in-law, he was the most popular candidate. Moreover, he was the idol of all the young people in Xianwu Mansion. Xiao Xiao greets father-in-law. The evil man on horseback bowed, and then looked around. Where is my wife Mulan? Why didn't she come to pick me up? Xianwu said, Xiao Xiao, it's not time yet, what are you doing here? This evil man was called Xiao Xiao, the son of the pirate king Qiu Tianwei. Qiu Tianwei was the largest pirate group in the East Sea of the state of Yu. The main enemies of the state of Yu were Wu and Chu, so the army was very strong, but the navy was weak. Moreover, the monarch didn't care much about the islands in the sea. Therefore, except for the years when the Jin Count appeared, most of the time, the islands outside the East Sea were occupied by pirates. Now, Qiu Tianwei occupied dozens of islands, and built a city on the largest island, and proclaimed himself the lord of New Tiao City. His navy was very strong, and in terms of territory, it was far larger than the Xianwu Mansion. These years, the new policies of the state of Yu were in full swing, and this made Qiu Tianwei even more arrogant. Hearing Xianwu's question, Qiu Xiao said, according to the contract from 20 years ago, I'm here to ask for money. 100,000 gold coins as compensation, to be repaid in 30 years, with interest of 9,000 gold coins per year. Qiu Xiao waved the parchment in his hand, which was the armistice treaty between the Xianwu Mansion and New Tiao City. Qiu Xiao smiled, also, I'm here to see my wife, Mulan. A few years ago, she lost to me in a duel, and according to the rules of the sea, she should be my wife. Then, he patted his chest, look at my chest, Mulan's body is tattooed, all I'm missing is her face. Although I've slept with hundreds and thousands of women, none of them could occupy my chest. The hundreds of women tattooed on Qiu Xiao's body were all virgins that he had slept with. If they weren't virgins, he wouldn't have tattooed them. Do you still remember the astronomical debt that the previous generation Xuanwu Earl owed? He hired 3,000 troops and an entire fleet to follow the example of his ancestor, Jin Zhou, to sweep away all the pirates on the Eastern Sea, seize the islands, and expand his family's territory. And at that time, his opponent was the pirate king, Qiu Tianwei. However, Jin Yu lost in count. The 3,000 mercenaries and the entire fleet were destroyed. Then, the entire coastal area of the Xianwu Mansion, especially Wangya Island, suffered from Qiu Tianwei's crazy revenge and sweep. Any ship that went out to sea from the Xianwu Mansion was mercilessly sunk. In desperation, the previous generation Xianwu Jin Yu and Qiu Tianwei signed the New Tiao City Armistice Treaty, compensating the other party 100,000 gold coins. This compensation was repaid in 30 years, with interest of 9,000 gold coins per year. Usually, 1 month before the Spring Festival, Qiu Tianwei would send people to ask for money. But this year, they came more than 2 months early. As for Qiu Xiao calling Mulan his wife, it was because he had seen Mulan a few years ago and was shocked. Then, he directly proposed to Xianwu and said that he didn't want all the debts and was willing to give 30,000 gold coins as a betrothal gift. This was regarded as a great shame by the Xianwu Mansion. Mulan was furious. So, the two fought. At that time, Mulan was 17 years old and Qiu Xiao was 25 years old. Mulan lost. Since then, Qiu Xiao kept calling Mulan his pirate wife. So, every aristocrat looked very glamorous. But after a deeper understanding, almost every aristocrat had a history of humiliation. Of course, from this, it could be seen how difficult it was for Jin Zhua to count. Every year, he had to repay the huge debt of the Yinyuan Association and the reparations of New Tiao City Qiu Tianwei. He didn't oppress the people and had to maintain a private army of 3,000. In this way, he lasted for a full 20 years. Not only did the family not fall into chaos, it at least maintained prosperity on the surface. If it weren't for the century-old aristocratic heritage, the Kim family would have been wiped out 20 years ago. So, there was a saying in the aristocratic circle. The heir of the family shouldn't be afraid of incompetence, mediocrity, or even the appearance of a prodigal. The most frightening thing was that the heir was ambitious. An ordinary prodigal wouldn't be able to squander a century-old foundation even if he lived his whole life. But an ambitious monarch was likely to squander all the wealth of his ancestors in one go. There was a similar saying on modern Earth. A rich family wasn't afraid of their son eating and drinking. They weren't even afraid of what they sucked. What were they most afraid of? They were most afraid of your son starting a business. They were most afraid that you wanted to expand the family business and ascend to new glory. That might cause the family to go bankrupt. The previous generation of Xianwu, Jin Yu, was such a person. He wanted to restore the glory of his ancestor, Jin Zhou. As a result, he made a decision that was far beyond his ability and almost brought the Kim family to eternal damnation. Not long after the new Tao City Armistice Treaty was signed, Jin Yu died in grief and anger. Jin Zhou inherited the position of Count Xianwu. Because of his father's lesson, Jin Zhou became particularly conservative, even old-fashioned. But it was also because of this that Xianwu Mansion survived the fatal crisis 20 years ago. After 20 years of operation, at least the foundation of Xianwu Mansion was once again as solid as a rock. If it weren't for the new policy, the century-old foundation of Xianwu Mansion would have been completely stabilized. Xianwu said, "Qiao Xiao, there are still more than 2 months before the annual repayment. You're early." Qiao Xiao said, "Everyone knows that Xianwu Mansion is about to be destroyed. If I come back more than 2 months later, there will probably be only a corpse left in Xianwu Mansion." The Kim family was on the verge of doomsday. Not only the surrounding aristocrats thought so, but even the pirate king believed so. Qiao Xiao said, "And I want to take my wife Milan away. I don't want her to die with you, and I don't want her to be sent to the musical house by the monarch of the state of you." Xianwu said with a cold face, "Shuriying, do it." Jin Shuriying pulled out her big sword, and the warhorse sped up, galloping toward Qiao Xiao. Qiao Xiao was still riding on the warhorse, and his handsome and evil face was still smiling, with disdain in his eyes. The two crossed each other in an instant. Jin Shuriying's big sword suddenly chopped down. Qiao Xiao's machete drew out like lightning. Clang! There was a loud noise. Sparks flew everywhere. Jin Shuriying's big sword was suddenly broken and flew out. There was a crack in the armor on her chest, and there was a trace of blood. And the warhorse under Qiao Xiao screamed, blood flowed from its mouth and nose, and its front hooves directly knelt down. Inside the Su family, Su was bleeding from his 7 orifices, and he looked at his son-in-law, Zhang Jin, in disbelief. He used all his strength and asked in a hoarse voice, Why? You can break off the engagement, why do you want to kill me?" Zhang Jin said indifferently, "Father-in-law, I can be widowed, but I can't break off the engagement. My family values people with good character." Su Guangyun violently vomited blood again. And this time, the blood that he vomited was all black. "Zhang Jin, you are even more vicious than Shenlang. You are even more vicious than Shenlang." Although Shenlang was vicious, he had always been vicious to his enemies. And Zhang Jin was also vicious to his own people. Su Guangyun roared with unwillingness. In the end, the black blood from his mouth splattered all over the bed, and he suddenly died. This medicine was highly toxic, and it only lasted for less than 10 minutes. Before he died, Su Guangyun really regretted it. He shouldn't have been so ambitious. He could collude with power, but he colluded too closely. This was completely asking a tiger for its skin. The reason why he, Su Guangyun, had what he had today was not because he had offended an enemy like Shenlang. It was because he was greedy and chose to marry a wolf like Zhang Chong. Zhang Jin looked at the tragic death of Su Guangyun without any expression on his face. He took out a suicide note from his arms. It was completely written in Su Guangyun's handwriting. The suicide note said, "Shenlang broke up my family, my dear son-in-law, avenge me, avenge me." After killing Su Guangyun, Zhang Jin once again came to Su Xianxian's embroidery building. Xianxian's delicate and graceful body was lying in the quilt, and his charming figure could still be seen. The room was full of fragrance. She was really a great beauty in a million. Smart enough and ruthless enough. And she worshipped power enough. What a good match. Zhang Jin couldn't help but think of Su Qianqian's smile and frown. She was really beautiful. Her figure was like a willow, but a little plump and attractive. Her skin was like snow. She had an oval face, delicate, and was very charming. What a pity, I, Zhang Jin, have no choice. He came to the bed and sat down, gently stroking Su Qianqian's fragrant shoulder. It was smooth, like sheep fat, and fragrant. Qianqian. Su Qianqian seemed to have fallen asleep, but she still answered instinctively, yes, Lang Jun. Her voice was sweet, fragile, and full of dependence. This voice was really intoxicating and heart-wrenching. Zhang Jin said softly, Qianqian, I really like you. Su Qianqian instinctively wanted to rub her face against Zhang Jin's hand, but she didn't have enough strength in her sleep. Qianqian, go to sleep. There will be no trouble after you fall asleep. Zhang Jin said softly. Then, he got up and left. Su Qianqian was still sleeping soundly with her eyes closed, but tears kept falling from her eyes. Zhang Jin walked out of the room. Suddenly, several black shadows appeared and poured oil on Su Qianqian's embroidery building. Then, all the doors were locked. Zhang Jin lit a piece of silk with a flint and said through the door, Qianqian, don't blame me. I have no choice. Then, he threw the burning silk down. In an instant, the fire was ignited. The whole embroidery building was splashed with oil. A moment later, the whole embroidery building of Su Qianqian was burning. Inside, there was a burst of exclamation from the embroidery building. Note, the second chapter has been uploaded. I will continue to write the third chapter and try to upload it at 10 o'clock. Zhang Lang, why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? Su Qianqian's incomparably miserable voice came from inside. Zhang Jin stood in the courtyard, expressionless. Zhang Jin, didn't you promise me to grow old together? You can obviously break off the engagement. Why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? The sound of Su Qianqian desperately knocking on the doorframe came from inside. Zhang Jin lightly said, don't let her out. Yes. More than a dozen warriors suddenly pulled out their swords. Once Su Qianqian escaped from inside, they immediately threw her back into the fire. Zhang Jin said, Qianqian, the world is too bitter, it is a blessing for you not to continue to suffer, give up. Have a good sleep, all the pain will be gone. Zhang Jin, you are so vicious, you are more vicious than Shen Lang. I am really blind. Su Qianqian's voice was like a cuckoo crying blood. Then, a violent cough came from her. Again the sound of desperately knocking on the doorframe. The fire was very big. In the blink of an eye, the entire exquisite embroidery building was swallowed up. There were no longer any sounds of struggle or screams from inside. Zhang Jin silently left. After a long while, the Su family's servant rushed over and exclaimed, there's a fire, there's a fire. Then, these servants scrambled to put out the fire. Count Xuanwu, little pirate King Qiu Shao quickly jumped back to the ground while the warhorse had not fallen. Jin Shiying, you are really powerful and incomparably fierce. Jin Shiying said, Gongzi Qiu's blade is really vicious. Qiu Shao said, do you also think my blade is vicious? In that case, do you think that my scimitar is able to castrate that pretty boy, Shen Lang, and skin him alive? Jin Mulan actually married, in order to marry her, I can only make her a widow. Jin Shiying did not say anything. Qiu Shao said, Xuanwu, since my wife isn't here, hurry up and pay up. Xuanwu Jin Zhuo looked at the arrogant and despotic pirate in front of him and recalled Shen Lang's words. Father-in-law, this Qiu Shao is a treasure. It's the treasure of our Xianwu mansion to defeat Zhang Chong in one fell swoop. It's the treasure of our count house to get out of trouble once and for all. You must make him stay. But he couldn't kill them in advance. It had to be killed at the right time. Count could almost see Shen Lang's drooling face. Treasure, a big treasure. Qiu Shao, it's not time for the annual reparations yet. Our Xianwu mansion can't gather so much money at once. Xuanwu said, we will give you 3,000 gold coins first. As for the remaining 6,000, we will give you as soon as the deadline is up. Then, Xuanwu waved his hand. Jin Hui came over with a box, which contained 3,000 gold coins. Qiu Shao picked it up with the tip of his machete and glanced at the gold coins inside. He didn't come to ask for money at all, but to watch the show, and also to share the spoils. The Xianwu mansion was about to be destroyed. Could the fat of this corpse be eaten by those nobles and officials? Couldn't we pirates eat it? Don't forget, the Kim family still owes us money. Not to mention other things, the Chiu family wants at least half of the Wanya Island saltworks of Xianwu mansion. Take the gold coins. Suddenly, a pirate came forward and tied 3,000 gold coins to a horse. Xiao Xiao gently jumped and landed behind a female pirate, and his big hand directly went into the waist of her trousers. Then, he pointed at Jin Jianyang with his machete and said, "Woman, don't die. When the Xianwu mansion is destroyed, I will take you and Jin Mulan back to Nushio City, and I will not let you enter the musical house. Let's go." Xiao Xiao and his men left, galloping wildly on the horses. "Xianwu, I will watch your family being destroyed in the city." The fire of the Su family shocked the whole city. City Governor Lu Wuyan personally led hundreds of soldiers to fight the fire. Although the fire was prevented from spreading, most of the Su family's mansion was burned to the ground. Zhang Jin rushed into the sea of fire several times, trying to save his fiancée, Su Xianxian. His whole body was on fire, his hair was singed, and his body was burned in many places. But he failed. He watched his fiancée die in the sea of fire. At that moment, Zhang Jin began to wail. In front of everyone, he vomited blood and fainted. Then, others found the body of the head of the Su Guanyun family and a suicide note. "Shenlang destroyed my family. My son-in-law, avenge me, avenge me." Lu Wuyan checked the Su Qianshan embroidery building, which was the first to catch fire. He found that there were traces of oil nearby. So he concluded that Su Qianshan set fire to the embroidery building herself. She couldn't bear the huge blow and chose to commit suicide. Su Qianshan, the three sons of the Su family, either committed suicide or were burned to death. The entire Su family was left with Su Guanyun's old mother and a young son born by a concubine, who was only 5 years old. Almost all of the Su family were dead. This news was so tragic that the people of Xuanwu City sighed in shock. Originally, they hated the rich, but they didn't have time to gloat. They only felt a chill. The governor of Nujiang Prefecture, Zhang Chong, rushed back in the shortest time possible to personally visit the widow of the Su family. 3 hours later, two big shots once again paid a visit to the Black Tortoise Count's mansion. The governor's envoy of Tiannam Province, Yan Wuji, and the governor of Nujiang, Zhang Chong. Governor Zhang Chong's expression was sad, as if he was infected by the tragedy of the Su family. But as a governor, he couldn't let private affairs displace public affairs. He still carried out government affairs meticulously. "Xuanwu, this time we came mainly to mediate the fief dispute between you and Count Jin Hai. Is there really no room for a peaceful solution between the two of you? Must you resort to force? I think it's a good idea to divide it into two. You and Count Jin Hai are the backbone of the country, guarding the East China Sea for the monarch. Peace is precious." This was politics. The Battle of Jinshan Island was obviously a sharp weapon used by Zhang Chong to strangle the Xianwu mansion, but he had to pretend to mediate. Zhang Chong actually didn't like acting at all. But he had no choice, he still had to go through the process. Xuanwu said indifferently, "The monarch's envoy has already arrived at the governor's office of Tiannam Province, right?" As soon as he said this, Zhang Chong and Yan Wuji immediately stopped talking. Everyone wore masks and acted, but Xuanwu didn't act and pretended to be naive. Then, there's no meaning to it. Everyone had to act together for it to be realistic. If one person didn't cooperate, it would seem especially fake. Look at many women, they clearly didn't have an orgasm, but they acted like a raging wave beating the shore, making the man on top of them feel incomparably masculine. If they didn't even want to call, how could they be a whore? If they didn't even want to act, how could they be nobles? Goodbye. Zhang Chong and Yan Wuji said goodbye again. This time, Nujiang Prefecture and Tiannam Province had done their best with the failure of the last mediation. Next, the final horn to strangle the Xianwu mansion officially sounded. The Su family. The servants had already started to escape, and they even took the Su family's belongings and fled. The master was finished, and the servants immediately turned into ferocious dogs. At first, they sneaked away, but later on, they openly robbed Su Guanyun's old mother. In a short period of less than 2 days, the remaining belongings of the Su family had already been ransacked by these servants. Only a few elderly servants, a nearly blind woman, and a child who wasn't even 5 years old were left. It was extremely desolate, and it made people shudder. The Su family's funeral was very grand, because it was hosted by Zhang Jin. Zhang Chong and Lu Wuyan were there in person. All the officials of Nujiang Prefecture were there. Zhang Chong held Su Guanyun's old mother's hand, tears streaming down his face. Guanyun and I were like brothers. Now that he has passed away, my heart hurts. Old madam, don't worry, Guanyun's mother is my mother. Although Xianxia hasn't officially married into my Zhang family, in my heart, she is already my daughter-in-law. Although her body is buried in the ancestral grave of the Su family, her memorial tablet will be in the ancestral grave of the Zhang family. Then, Zhang Chong knelt down in front of Su Guanyun's old mother. Chong pays respect to adoptive mother. Immediately, everyone present was moved and shocked. The governor was really affectionate and loyal. Su Guanyun's youngest son was too young to support. Zhang Jin stepped forward bravely and knelt in the mourning hall as a filial son. Whenever a guest came, he knelt down and bowed. Guests are here. Bow. 1 bow, 2 bows, 3 bows. Filial son in return. Young Master Zhang, my condolences. 3 days later, the funeral of the Su family was officially held. It was still Zhang Jin wearing mourning clothes. It was really a big scene. There were more than 1,000 people in the funeral procession. The soldiers of Xuanwu City opened the way. Zhang Jin shouted and cried all the way. Su Gong, come back. My wife, Xianxia, come back. He looked haggard, his eyes were red, and his voice was hoarse and almost broken. Everyone was moved by his grief. Every cry was like a cuckoo weeping blood. It made people cry. Young Master Zhang is really affectionate and loyal. Such a hero is actually so emotional. It's really true that a heartless person is not necessarily a hero. Although Su Qianqian died young, she can rest in peace in the afterlife knowing that she was able to marry such a loyal hero like young Master Zhang. Although Su Guanyun died a little miserably, it can be considered extremely sad and honorable. Governor Zhang's family is really benevolent. They don't owe the Zhang family anything. The bodies of Su Guanyun and Su Qianqian were put into the grave. Zhang Jin once again cried until he fainted and fell to the ground. Of course, Su Guanyun's body was still intact, but Su Qianqian's body was almost a pile of ashes. On the other hand, Su Guanyun's mother didn't cry much. Or perhaps, her tears had already dried up. She kept repeating 2 sentences to herself. Great wealth, great property, great disaster for future generations. Great wealth, great disaster, after the funeral. The Su family's mother personally took out the marriage contract and handed it to Zhang Chong, Governor, Qianqian died young, and she and your son were not officially married. This marriage is over. When we return home, I will return the betrothal gifts. Zhang Chong didn't allow it. When Zhang Jinzhuyu woke up and heard this, she almost cowed out until her head bled. Grandmother, don't be so cruel. Qianqian is my wife for a day, and she will be my wife forever. Please don't break the marriage. This way, I still have something to look forward to. If you break the marriage, I won't even have anything to look forward to. The Su family's mother wanted to tear up the marriage contract in public and return Zhang Jin's unmarried status. Zhang Jin grabbed the marriage contract and put it in his arms like a treasure. Then, he rushed to Su Qianqian's tombstone. First bow to heaven and earth. Second bow to your parents. Husband and wife bow to each other. Then, Zhang Jin shouted in front of everyone, from now on, Qianqian is no longer my fiancée, but my official wife, for the rest of her life, for the rest of her life. Instantly, everyone present was completely shocked. Such a deep and profound friendship was truly moving. Night fell, the people who attended the funeral had already dispersed. The spacious grave of Su Guanyun and Su Qianqian was empty. The hustle and bustle of the day had already dispersed. There was not even a single person guarding the grave. In the middle of the night, 2 figures quietly came to the graveyard. They were digging the grave to steal treasures. In their opinion, the Su family was the richest in the area, and the grave was so luxuriously built. There must be many treasures buried in the coffin. They would definitely make a fortune this time. Panting heavily, he finally managed to open the tomb and the coffin after 2 hours of hard work. In the end, they found no treasures buried with them in the coffin. Bah! How unlucky. I can't believe the Su family is so poor. The grave robber couldn't help but raise his shovel to vent his anger. Then, the two left regardless of anything else. Only 2 messy graves were left there. The corpses were dug up and left in the open space. After an unknown period of time, a beautiful woman floated over and came to the grave. She was wearing a snow-white mourning dress and looked even more beautiful. If the 2 grave robbers were present, they would definitely exclaim that they had seen a ghost. Her tears had already dried up. After being in a daze for a while, she put Su Guangyun's body back into the coffin little by little. Then, she cupped the soil with both hands and buried Su Guanyun once again. As for the other coffin and grave, she didn't bother with them. After burying Su Guanyun again, she knelt on the ground and said coldly, "Father, I will avenge you. For revenge, I am willing to pay anything." Shenlang and Mulan were on their way home. Mulan felt very sweet because it was the first time they had been alone for a long time. She felt like they were in love. Under Shenlang's roguish behavior, the relationship between the two of them quickly heated up. Women don't like bad men. Men don't like bad men, but women don't like them. For example, at this time, the moon was bright and the stars were dense. The sky was like a beautiful curtain, covering the earth. It was quiet by the water, only birds chirping and insects chirping. Occasionally, fish jumped out of the water and crossed the waves. Shenlang lay on Mulan's lap, smelling her charming smell, and told her the story of Chang'e flying to the moon. This special smell was not fragrant, but it was intoxicating. After telling the story of Chang'e, Jade Rabbit and Wu Gang, Shenlang suddenly asked, "Honey, there are only 2 living people on the moon, Wu Gang and Chang'e. Wu Gang is so infatuated with Chang'e, and he is so powerful, why can Chang'e keep her chastity?" Mulan said, "Because Wu Gang loves Chang'e from the bottom of his heart, of course he will not defile her." Shenlang said, "No, because his name is Wu Gang, he can't get hard." Mulan did not speak, she knew it would be this kind of answer. Shenlang asked again, "Honey, do you know why Chang'e always keeps a rabbit?" Mulan knew that Shenlang was going to say dirty jokes again, but she still asked curiously, "Why?" Shenlang said, "Because Chang'e uses carrots every day, and then gives them to the rabbit to eat, otherwise it will be wasted." Suddenly, the romantic atmosphere in Mulan's heart was completely destroyed. She twisted Shenlang's ear and said, "Husband, is this kind of thing in your head every day?" Shenlang said, "Yes, you are influenced by the company you keep. Don't you see where I am lying?" In just a moment, Mulan understood. She blushed and pushed Shenlang away. Shenlang was very regretful. It was all because of his cheap mouth that he lost such a good benefit. However, a few minutes later, Shenlang clung onto Mulan's thighs once more and lay on Mulan's thighs. The two of them fell into silence once more. It wasn't that Master Lang didn't want to tell jokes anymore, but the smell in the air was getting stronger. He had to focus. Mulan placed her hand on Shenlang's temple and gently massaged it. Her movements were gentle and forceful. "Dear, the meteor fall sword art is really awesome," Shenlang suddenly said. Hearing that her husband finally got down to business, Mulan breathed a sigh of relief. However, deep in his heart, he felt that it was a pity. The feeling of being teased by her husband to the point where her heart was beating wildly and her face was flushed red was very exciting. Shenlang said, "Up until now, no one has been able to unravel this sword technique. Almost all the young experts have challenged Tang Yen, but all of them failed without exception. All of them were instantly killed. Do you know the principles behind this sword technique?" Mulan said, "Please enlighten me." On the way back to the north, other than teasing Mulan, Shenlang spent almost all his time studying the secret manual of Meteor Fall Sword. These hundreds of pages of the secret manual were all stored in his brain. After studying it, Shenlang gasped in amazement. He was incomparably amazed. The person who came up with this sword technique was really too awesome. Following that, Shenlang began to explain. Shenlang said, "The person who practices this sword technique has to take a special metal powder every day. this metal comes from the meteor fall sword. This way, his blood and body will have a large amount of special metal, and his whole body will form a magnetic field. When he releases his inner energy and vital energy, it will also have a natural magnetic force. Mulan was shocked. No wonder the Jianzhou ancestor said in his handwriting that practicing this sword technique could easily cause infertility. It was really not a joke. Xianxia said, of course, even if the special metal in his body exceeds the limit, the magnetic force in his vital energy is still weak. Mulan said, since the magnetic force is weak, how can it be invincible? Xianxia said, wife, do you know about tornadoes? Mulan said, yes. Xianxia said, wind is actually the flowing air. Usually, the force of the air is also very weak. But once it moves faster, it will form a hurricane, a tornado, which is enough to destroy everything. Mulan said, now that you put it that way, I understand a little. Xianxia said, the sword Tang Yan uses is also forged from the meteor fall sword. It works with the special metal magnetic force in his body. When he uses meteor fall sword, it will instantly stir up a reverse magnetic tornado. Mulan was fascinated. Xianxia said, tornadoes are very powerful because they have a strong centripetal force, enough to uproot everything. Meteor fall sword, on the other hand, provides a strong centrifugal force. Once anyone enters its range, they will be immediately thrown out. The stronger you rush in, the greater the centrifugal force it throws out, so there is no solution. Then, Xianxia picked up the hat and spun it quickly. Then, he threw a stone at it, and the stone was immediately thrown out. This experiment was very simple and could be understood at a glance. Xianxia continued to explain, most cultivators only have an understanding of inner energy and vital energy. They are completely unaware of something like magnetic force. They only know how to use brute force and the strongest inner energy to break Tang Yan's sword. However, they don't know that the mass of their body does not change. The stronger their inner energy is, the faster they rush in, and the more they will be thrown out. This is why any young martial artist, even if their inner energy is stronger than Tang Yan's, will be killed in one move. Mulan said, this sword technique is indeed incomparably exquisite. Does husband have a way to break it? Xianxia said, yes. Mulan said, the battle for Jinshan Island is about to begin. My battle with Tang Yan is also about to begin. Is it too late for me to practice now? Mulan's worry was reasonable. Any mysterious and powerful sword technique would take a long time to learn. Tang Yan had practiced the meteor fall sword technique for 14 years. Mulan's time was very short. However, Xianxia said, it's not too late. Even if the battle starts tomorrow, it's still not too late. Mulan was surprised. Tang Yan has practiced this technique for more than 10 years. How did he learn the way to break it so quickly? Xianxia said, yes. It's hard to build, but easy to destroy. The more invincible the sword technique is, the more it collapses when the flaw is found. Mulan said, husband taught me. Xianxia said, then let me have a taste of your tongue. Mulan frowned and wrinkled her pretty nose. Xianxia said, I'm just joking. How can I bear to make you sad? Then, Xianxia said, the tornado is extremely powerful, but its eye is the safest. Meteor fall sword is the same. The centrifugal storm it creates also has an eye. As long as you find the eye, you can break it instantly. Of course, the eye changes randomly. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack. You can't find it in a short time. Mulan said, this meteor fall secret manual is divided into positive and negative yin and yang. The positive side is the meteor fall sword technique, and the negative side is the way to break it. So how do we find the eye of the storm? Do we face it in this secret manual? Xianxia nodded. Yes. The positive side has 230 pages, and the negative side only has 3 pages. I'll teach you later. I promise you'll learn it in 4 hours. Of course, there's one more important thing. You must use a wooden sword when dueling with Tang Yan. You can't use any metal sword. Tang Yan's meteor fall sword technique not only had a strong centrifugal force, but also magnetic force. Metal swords could easily be caught by this force. Mulan said, no wonder the current sword king, Xianxia, wanted to kill his wife. Once the method to break it is exposed, the South Sea Sword Island's hegemony will collapse instantly. In order to remain invincible forever, Xianxia could only kill his wife. Xianlang said in annoyance, although I found the method to break it, I'm not happy at all. Mulan said, why? Xianlang said, if I use my brain more, I should be able to think of it myself. I wouldn't have to come to the South Sea Pavilion to look for secret manuals. That would make me look so useless. Xianlang's words were true, but more than that, it was pretentious. It was like some top students sighing after their exam results were announced. Sigh, I did really badly this time. I only got 99 points. The flunkies at the side looked at their 30 points paper and really wanted to drag this top student into the toilet and feed him sh*t. However, Mulan said softly, my husband is the best. He's the most amazing person in the world. Even if we don't look for secret manuals, we'll figure it out in 2 or 3 days. But can't we just take it as going out for fun? Following that, Mulan suddenly stuck out the tip of her tongue and licked Xianlang's lips. Alright, teach me, awesome husband. By the time Xianlang and Mulan returned home, they had already learned the method to break the meteor fall sword technique. Mulan's happy and sweet love journey also came to an end for the time being. Overall, these few days were very intoxicating. Apart from having to shower 3 times a day, the perverted Mulan was unwilling to touch her. Because her husband was a pervert. If she didn't shower for more than 6 hours, he wouldn't be willing to touch her. Even though every time Xianlang went overboard, Mulan would slap his hands away. She was worried that his hands wouldn't come, but she was also worried that his hands would mess around. Women's thoughts were really complicated. No wonder men were straightforward, but women were devious. Of course, some men with a girl's heart were even more devious. After returning home, Xianlang learned of Su Guanyun and Su Qianqian's deaths. Zhang Chong really didn't disappoint me, Xianlang said. He was so ruthless and so good at acting. He was really awesome. Mulan said, Zhang Chong is like a jackal and a tiger. He's so vicious to his own people, let alone to his enemies. Meeting such an opponent really makes one shudder. Xianlang said, Yu, wife, meeting an opponent like me is what makes one stand tall. Unfortunately, no one present understood. Master Lang was as lonely as snow. On the night after Su Guanyun and Su Qianqian's funeral, the moon was bright and clear. But suddenly, a dark cloud covered the moon. The sky above Xuanwu City instantly became dark and oppressive, as if a huge beast was shrouding it. A storm was coming. Before the sky turned dark, the entire Xuanwu City was officially under curfew. No one was allowed to go out or appear on any roads. Anyone who disobeyed would be killed. Curfew. Curfew. The guards of the Xuanwu City Lord Mansion, Xiaoyama Chihos, and the soldiers of the Xuanwu and Nanshan Qianqian were all mobilized. Every pass, gate, and street in Xuanwu City was under martial law. Groups of cavalrymen galloped past. The atmosphere in the entire Black Warrior City was heavy and solemn. There was no doubt that someone important was coming. Something big was going to happen. Bang, 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 the sound of hurried hooves tore through the silence. The entire ground was shaking. An elite group of black cavalrymen surged toward Xianwu Mansion like a tidal wave. Wherever it passed, the entire ground would tremble. In the middle of this group of cavalrymen, there was a huge black carriage with the flag of the state of Yu hanging on it. The entire army directly passed through the city. The countless hooves caused the entire Xuanwu City to tremble. Countless people hid in their rooms, shivering. They didn't even dare to look at the door. 2 hours later, this group of black cavalrymen directly rushed to the Xianwu Mansion. Then they began to line up, neat and tidy. The murderous intent was overwhelming. They obeyed orders strictly and were extremely elite. A eunuch got off his horse and said loudly, the monarch's envoy has arrived. Jin Zhuo of Xuanwu kneels to welcome him. The main gate of Xianwu Mansion opened. Jin Zhuo of Xuanwu, his wife Su Peipei, Crown Prince Jin Muzong, and young lady Jin Mulan walked out. They were dressed meticulously in accordance with the etiquette of the state of Yu's nobles. They walked out of the main gate and kneeled to welcome the envoy. Your subject Jin Zhuo greets your highness. The huge carriage opened a door, and a eunuch kneeled on the ground as a step. A young man, wearing a yellow robe, stepped on the eunuch's back and walked down. The governor of Tiannam province, Zhu Yong, bowed slightly and appeared behind him. This young man was the fourth son of the monarch, Duke Ningzhen. Xuanwu was very shocked. He didn't expect the rank of the envoy to be so high. The will of the monarch was actually this strong. The bell of the decisive battle to besiege Xianwu mansion was actually rung by the prince himself. Fourth Prince Ningzhen glanced at Xuanwu, then at Jean Mulan, waved his hand and said, "Rise." Then, he took the lead and walked into the count house. Hundreds of warriors quickly rushed into the count house and took over every defense. Governor of Tiannam province, Zhu Yong, Xuanwu, Jin Zhua, and the others bowed and followed closely behind. After entering the hall of the count house, Fourth Prince Ningzhen took out the yellow scroll and unfolded it. His Majesty's decree. Xuanwu kneels to receive it. Su Guanyun's tomb. Su Xianxia kowtowed 3 times. Yes, for revenge, she was willing to do anything. The endless pain had passed. What was left now was a deep-rooted hatred. This hatred was like a raging flame, burning her heart and his soul. She didn't regret what she had done in the past, because her soul couldn't tolerate the word regret. All her emotions, all her strength, were used for hatred. Her whole person was like a ball of flame. Not only to burn herself, but also to destroy the enemy. The only belief that supported her to live was revenge. For revenge, she would rather dance with the devil. The enemy of the enemy was a friend. As for this demon, it was Shenlang. Su Qianqian took one last look at her father, Su Guanyun's tombstone, and said, "Father, wait for me. After I kill Zhang Jin, I will come to the underworld to accompany you." After saying that, Su Qianqian rushed in the direction of Xianwu mansion. Note, the first update was sent. I wrote until 6 in the morning. It was really hard to write, but it felt good. I slept for a few hours and continued to write after waking up. The monarch has a decree. Xuanwu, Count's wife, Jean Muzong, and Jean Mulan knelt down again. In fact, some people present discovered that Shenlang was not there, but no one mentioned it. Moreover, a young son-in-law was not qualified to receive such a decree to a certain extent. It was just that the monarch had once given Shenlang a decree, granting him the title of an imperial eunuch. Therefore, Shenlang still had to be present this time. This was like a big leader coming down for inspection and meeting the village's second brother Wu for the first time. Therefore, when the higher-ups who were slightly lower in rank came to inspect, second brother Wu would usually be present at the scene. However, Shenlang could show off, but he could not see others show off, so he would not come. His family also spoiled Shenlang. If you don't want to kneel and don't like to see others show off, then you don't have to come. Because of the dispute over Jinshan Island, the two ministers have many frictions and cannot sleep at night. Fourth Prince Ningzhen has been sent to mediate. This was the decree of the monarch. Of course, this was only the first decree. This was also the reason why Shenlang was not willing to come. You people love to act too much. You obviously want to kill me with a knife, but you have to create a public opinion that I am eager to be stabbed to death. Is this really King Yu? Fourth Prince Ningzhen said lightly, "Father sent me here to make a final effort to mediate the dispute between Xuanwu and Count Jinhai. After all, peace is more important. It is better for both sides to sit down and talk. What do you think?" Thousands of cavalry outside were murderous and oppressive. Why do you still want to pretend to be amiable? Yes. Xuanwu said. Fourth Prince Ningzhen said, "Let Count Jinhai come over. I will make the decision. Let's talk in Xianwu mansion. I will personally watch from the side." An hour later, Count Jinhai and Xuanwu carried out the final negotiations on the dispute over Jinshan Island. At a long table, Count Xuanwu and his men sat on the left, while Jinhai Ba and his men sat on the right. Zhang Chong sat in the middle and hosted the event. At the very top of the negotiation hall, there were 2 chairs. The fourth prince, Ningzhen, and the governor of Tiannam province were sitting there. The atmosphere was solemn. It was as if they were conducting a real negotiation. Ningzhen smiled and said, "This time, Governor Zhu and I will only bring our ears and not our mouths. You can say anything." With that, he looked around, trying to find Shenlang's figure. This Shenlang should be Xuanwu's think tank, so why wasn't he present during this negotiation? Servants were like roundworms in their master's stomachs. Seeing Prince Roland's expression, a eunuch immediately said sternly, Xuanwu, why don't I see your son-in-law, Shenlang? Xuanwu Jinzhua said, Shenlang isn't feeling well. He's afraid that his illness will offend your highness, so he won't come. The straightforward Lord Count directly gave him a soft nail. Suddenly, Prince Ningxuan's eyes changed slightly. This was not giving him any face at all. In the so-called negotiation that followed, there was no battle of words. Jin Haiba's family was still very intense. They passionately praised the merits of the monarch, and then talked about the Tang family's history of ruling Jinshan Island for hundreds of years. In the end, they handed over more than hundreds of pages of evidence, a thick stack. The ironclad facts prove that Jinshan Island has belonged to the Tang family since ancient times. Almost every important person present had a copy of these hundreds of pages of evidence. Prince Ningxuan was very satisfied. This was the duty of a subject. Even if they knew that it was an act, they had to act realistically. Even if he wanted to destroy the Black Tortoise Earl's matter, he had to make it seem reasonable and legal, as if he was the righteous one. Next, it was Xuanwu's turn. We object. After saying this, there was no more. The audience was shocked. The atmosphere was solemn and awkward. Just now, Jin Haiba's family was impassioned and wrote tens of thousands of words. But when it was Xuanwu's turn to state, you just said we object, what do you mean by this? Do you have resentment in your heart? Is this a public slap in the face? Is this a public contempt for the authority of the monarch? Prince Ningxuan and Governor Zhu Yong were present. How dare you, Xuanwu, not give them face? This time, Ningxuan's face was really a little embarrassed. He smiled and said, Governor, it seems that our face is not enough. Jean Milan said in a cold voice, when a butcher kills a pig, he wants the pig to perform well before it dies. Please forgive us for not being able to do it. Xuanwu said, according to the laws of the state of Yu, as a vassal, our family has the right to independent defense. Even if the Lord comes, he has no right to take over the defense of the Count House. But hundreds of years have passed, and the laws of our ancestors seem to be useless. As soon as these words came out, Prince Ningxuan's face was livid. Was Xuanwu's family seeking death? Or was it a cornered beast fighting? They were openly tearing each other's faces. According to the laws of the ancestors, there should be no new policies. Then, Xuanwu got up and bowed to Count Jin Haiba, Brother Tang, can we talk in the study? The meaning was clear. He wanted to have a private talk with Count Jin Haiba alone. At this time, His Highness Ningxuan smiled and said, Count Jin Haiba, Xuanwu invited you to go, so you should go. Xuanwu and Jinzhua entered the study. Count Jin Haiba followed them into the study with Crown Prince Tang Yun. Inside the study, Shenlang was already waiting there, standing in front of a map. Count Jinluan couldn't help but be slightly surprised. Xuanwu and Jinzhua didn't bring anyone but Shenlang. After entering the study, the two sides fell into a short silence. Shenlang, Count Jin Haiba, more than 100 years ago, pirates landed and swept your family's fief. You even lost your family castle. It was my Kim clan's ancestor, Lord Jin Zhou, who led troops to help you regain your fief and your foundation. Count Jin Haiba frowned. What he didn't want to hear the most was this shameful past. Shenlang, that year, Marquis Jin Haiba personally came to our house, knelt down and begged ancestor Jin Zhou to send troops to help him regain his territory, and promised that after the matter was done, he would give Jinshan Island to the Kim family, and also signed a contract. Ancestor Jin Zhou led troops to kill in all directions, helped your family regain all your fief, wiped out all the pirates, and returned peace to the state of Yu. At that time, under the witness of the monarch, your family personally handed over Jinshan Island to my Kim family. Let's not talk about our family's life-saving grace. Why did you go back on what you promised at that time? These things that Shenlang said were all true. Otherwise, how could Jinshan Island belonging to the Tang family fall into the hands of the Kim family? But this was the most shameful thing for the Jin Hai Count house, so they never mentioned it. Haha. Tang Yun, the crown prince of the Jin Hai Count house, said, Shenlang, these are all untrue things you said. You said that more than 100 years ago, my family handed over Jinshan Island to the Kim family. Is there a contract? Is there any proof? This was the disgusting part. After the sudden death of ancestor Jin Zhou, this contract also disappeared. But there were a total of 3 copies of this contract. Jin Hai Count House had 1 copy, and the monarch also had 1 copy. Those 2 copies were still safe and sound. They were still in their hands. So, Tang Yan was completely making things up. Your shameless look is not bad. Okay. Shen Lang said sincerely, let's not talk about these old things for the time being. Now the new policy is in full swing. Your Tang family is the same as our Kim family. We are all old aristocrats with fiefs and private armies. We should have common interests. In order to protect ourselves, our 2 families should be united at this time. How can we kill each other? We are born of the same root. Why rush to kill each other? What Shen Lang said was also the truth. Jin Hai Count House and Xianwu Mansion were all old aristocrats ranked top in the state of Yu. Shen Lang said again, as old aristocrats, your Tang family actually stood on the side of the new political party and strangled our Kim family. Isn't this making the relatives bitter and the enemies happy? Besides, if the lips die, the teeth will feel the cold. When our Xianwu Mansion perishes, who knows whether the next fire of the new policy will burn your head? Shen Lang's words were the truth. But Tang Yan of Jin Hai Mansion felt disdain in his heart. Anyone could say such a big truth. If everyone was so righteous, there would be no new policy in the beginning. You, Shen Lang, are really naive and ignorant. As expected, you are born of the grassroots, and your knowledge is so shallow. Suddenly, Tang Yan said indifferently, my friend dies, not me. There was such a saying in this world, but this was the most vicious word. Even if there was something, it would wait until your Xianwu Mansion died. This was exactly the same mentality as those traitors during the anti-Japanese war. The Taijun is here? Then we will be your slaves and kill those who dare to resist the Taijun. Then, the Taijun should not do anything to us after this. Our Jin Hai Count House is going to betray our position, is going to become a dog of the monarch, is going to bite your Xianwu Mansion, is going to bite our own kind? What can you do? Shen Lang pleaded. Count Jin Hai, do we have to kill each other like this? Count Jin Hai said indifferently, I, Tang Luan, have always been loyal and patriotic. I am not ashamed to be associated with you. Tang Yan said, Shen Lang, I understand that you want to survive in Xianwu Mansion. He did not say the second half of the sentence. The Kim family should stop struggling, and stop jumping up and down. It is useless. Shen Lang said sadly, isn't it just Jinshan Island? We can talk about it. How about this? 2/3 of the iron produced on Jinshan Island every year will go to you, and 1/3 to my Kim family? Hee hee. Tang Yan laughed disdainfully. Shen Lang said desolately, 3/4 for you, and 1/4 for my family. That's fine too. Hee hee. Tang Yan was even more disdainful. This time, it was the will of all parties to besiege Xianwu Mansion from all directions. The monarch, the new reformists, the bureaucrats, the surrounding nobles, and even the pirate King Cho Tianwei wanted to take a bite. These vultures have been circling in the sky for a long time, waiting to eat the bodies of your Kim family. You, Shen Lang, actually think that the Jin Hai Count House only wants Jinshan Island? It is too naive and childish. We want you to die. And we also want to bite off a large piece of meat from your corpses. The iron mine of Wangya Island will also belong to us after this. Tang Yan said, it is almost the new year. Everyone wants to kill pigs to celebrate the new year. He directly used his gaze to tell Shen Lang, stop jumping around like a clown. Your black tortoise count manner should also stop jumping around. Anyway, struggling is a knife, quiet is also a knife, anyway, it is a dead end. Be quiet and don't resist, it is more comfortable to die. Count Jin Hai bowed and said, goodbye. Then, he took Tang Yan out. Shen Lang's miserable expression disappeared in an instant, and he spat. Xuanwu looked at his son-in-law and couldn't help but say, you really know how to act. After Count Jin Hai came out, he couldn't help but say, isn't it said that this Shen Lang is unparalleled in wisdom? How can he be so useless? Tang Yan said, lowly origin, petty cleverness, no great wisdom, just a clown. He was very angry. What do you, Shenlang, count as? Just a little son-in-law, a lowly grassroots. I, Tang Yun, am the palace's test flower, the crown prince of the count house. One of us is in the sky, the other is on the ground. What right do you, Shenlang, have to negotiate with me? You don't even have the right to talk to me. Do you deserve it? But for people who are about to die, Tang Yun felt that he should still be a little more tolerant. After all, the ignorant are fearless. After Count Jinhai and Tang Yun came out, Shenlang and Xuanwu also came out. Zhang Chong said, how about the two sides talk in secret? Count Jinhai said, we did not reach a consensus. Fourth Prince Ningjin glanced at Shenlang and remembered this face. Aren't you sick? Aren't you afraid that your illness will offend me? Ningjin laughed. It seems that I came here in vain, the mediation failed. Governor Zhu Rong said, Count Xianwu, our opinion is very clear. We will split the Golden Mountain Island into two. The north side will belong to the Jinhai Earl's mansion, and the south side will belong to the Xianwu Earl's mansion. Do you really disagree? Here it goes again. All the iron mines of Jinshan Island are in the north, the south is only forest and sand, what's the use? I don't agree, Jinzhua said. Fourth Prince Ningjin said, then, shall we follow the practice of previous years? Xuanwu said, good. Count Jinhai said, good. Fourth Prince's face turned cold, took out a yellow silk scroll, unfolded it and said, the monarch has an oral order, Xuanwu, Count Jinhai, kneel and listen. The two count houses knelt again. Fourth Prince conveyed the monarch's oral order in a very harsh tone. The two of you have been fighting for Jinshan Island every year, every day. Even if you are not annoyed, I am. This was an oral order, not a formal one. If you don't accept mediation, then we will follow the practice of previous years, 3 battles to decide the winner. I have many things to attend to every day, I don't have the time to pay attention to your trivial matters. The winner will always have ownership of Jinshan Island, the loser will forever give up. Do you have any objections? This was the advantage of oral orders, the monarch was happy, he didn't need to put it into words. Fourth Prince said sternly, Father is asking you? Count Jinhai, do you have any objections? Count Jinhai bowed, I have no objections. Fourth Prince said coldly, Xuanwu, what about you? Xuanwu said with grief and indignation, no objections. Fourth Prince Ningjin said, then it's decided, according to the practice, 3 battles to decide the winner. But this time, 1 battle to decide the winner. The loser will forever give up ownership of Jinshan Island. Then, Fourth Prince took out a contract, it was drawn up by the State of Yu's cabinet. The cabinet was the highest government agency in the country, equivalent to the cabinet in the future. The contract was written very clearly. The battle for Jinshan Island, according to the century-old practice of the State of Yu, would be decided by martial arts. It was divided into 3 battles, civil, military, and military. The civil battle was in the form of imperial examinations, with the monarch personally setting the questions. The military battle was a duel between 2 people. The military battle was a battle between 2 armies. According to the practice, each family would send out 100 people to kill each other until one side was completely defeated or surrendered. The process was very bloody. The civil and military battle had to be done by the children of both families, no one else could replace them, including the son-in-law. In other words, Jin Mulan and Tang Yan's martial arts battle. Jin Mutsong and Tang Yan's civil battle, Shenlang wasn't qualified to participate. Anyone who thought with their toes would know that Xianwu Mansion would lose without a doubt. Tang Yan's meteor fall was invincible and unbeatable. All the young masters were defeated by him in seconds. Even Su Jianting, the son of Marquis Jin Yuan, lost, let alone Jin Mulan. Her swordsmanship wasn't as good as Su Jianting's. Jin Mulan's swordsmanship was at least 2 levels lower than Tang Yan's. As for the civil battle between Jin Mutsong and Tang Yun, are you sure this isn't a joke? Who was Jin Mutsong? He was a fat otaku who still copied homework every day. And Tang Yun had been tested by the palace last year. This was a battle between a middle school student and a Harvard PhD student. In these 3 battles, Xianwu Mansion had no chance of winning. Xianwu Mansion was doomed in the battle for Jinshan Island. It was 100% doomed. If both sides have no objections, please sign this contract. fourth prince said. Count Hangluan of Jinhai stepped forward, signed his name, and stamped the seal of Jinhai Count House. Jin Zhuo of Xuanwu stepped forward, signed his name, and stamped the seal. Then, as witnesses, Zhang Chong and Zhu Yong signed their names and stamped the seal. Suddenly, this contract had supreme power. Everyone breathed a long sigh of relief. All the formalities were finally over. It wasn't easy. Almost everyone present looked at Count Xuanwu and his men with sympathy. It was as if they were looking at corpses. Everyone could almost see that after losing Jinshan Island, the Kim family's situation would fall like dominoes. Next, they would lose Wanya Island, then their army, then their land, and finally, everything, fourth Prince Ning said. In this case, both families should be prepared. After 5 days, your families will fight. 3 battles to determine the winner. The winner would take all, and the loser would be finished. The horn of the decisive battle to besiege Xianwu Mansion from all directions, it was officially sounded. There would be no time to prepare at all. 5 days later, the 3 battles that would determine the fate of Xianwu Mansion would officially begin. Note, the second update is here. I will use 10 minutes to eat, then continue writing the third update. Brothers, please support me. Under the cover of the night, Su Xianxian was still running in the direction of Xianwu Mansion. How did she survive the fire? There was no secret passage in her embroidery building, and no one had saved her. However, there was an underground secret room under her embroidery building, and there was also one in her father's yard. These secret rooms were not for storing money, but for storing all kinds of secret documents, information, and account books. Of course, she wouldn't tell Zhang Jin about the secret room. She also put the formulas of purple and rainbow dyes that Shenlang gave her in the secret room. After reading these formulas, Su Qianqian basically remembered them and copied them herself. She didn't pay attention to the original formula that Shenlang gave her, because she hated Shenlang so much that she didn't want to see anything about him. Something happened to New Silk. Those Western region merchants were suddenly poisoned. Of course, it wasn't poisoning, but Su Qianqian didn't know the word allergy, so she thought it was poisoning. After the accident, she fainted. As soon as she woke up, she immediately thought that there must be something wrong with Shenlang's formula. So she hurried to the underground secret room, opened the box, and took out Shenlang's original formula. However, on the back of these formulas, Su Qianqian saw a few looming words. Zhang Jin will kill you. Seeing these words, Su Qianqian's hair stood on end. These words weren't there before, but when she took them out, these words actually appeared. She was a very smart woman. However, she also had great limitations. She worshipped power. And then led to worshipping people with power. This kind of thinking was very common among merchants, so she would rather pay everything to marry Zhang Jin. Yes, this was no longer a woman's love, but power worship. Seeing these words, Su Qianqian didn't believe that Zhang Jin would kill her. Because when the merchants from the western region rushed over, Zhang Jin came over to protect her. She was very smart, but also had a woman's blindness. She felt that this was another one of Shenlang's schemes to sow discord. What else could a despicable person like Shenlang not do? However, she still remembered these words in her heart. Then, she took some precautions, such as not eating or drinking randomly. Furthermore, he had prepared a few buckets of water and a lot of food in the underground chamber. That day, when Zhang Jin came back from his father's place, he came to talk to Su Qianqian with a gentleness that had never been seen before. Moreover, he repeated the same sentence several times. After a good night's sleep, all the pain would disappear. At that time, Su Qianqian felt as if a knife was being twisted in her heart. She vaguely knew that Shenlang's warning was correct. But he didn't expect Zhang Jin to act so quickly, so viciously, and so decisively. Less than a quarter of an hour after she sensed the killing intent, she immediately made her move. Su Qianqian couldn't do anything to save herself, nor could she save her father, Su Guanyun. When the fire burned the embroidered building, Su Qianqian's screams, struggles, and knocks on the door were all real. But she knew that she must not rush out at this time, or she would definitely die. Therefore, the screams after that were fake, and the silence after the struggle was also fake. She entered the underground chamber of the embroidered building. In this way, the fire couldn't burn. Although the entrance to the secret chamber was under the bed, and it was made of a layer of bricks, a layer of slate, and a layer of iron. But there were still gaps, and the smoke still got into the secret chamber. During the fire, the most fatal thing was the smoke. At this time, the few buckets of water she prepared in advance saved her life. Originally, she planned to drink the water and a lot of food. She took off her clothes, soaked them in the water, and blocked the gap at the entrance of the secret chamber. The fire burned for 4 hours. It was 4 hours full of fear and despair. Almost every quarter of an hour, she had to soak these clothes in water again to block the gap. Moreover, the air in the secret chamber was limited. At that time, she really felt like a year. The air was getting thinner and thinner. She didn't know how many times she thought she was going to die. The fire went out. Because everything that should be burned had been burned out. She still did not dare to come out until midnight. She finally came out of the secret chamber with great effort. Then she learned that her father, Su Guanyun, had committed suicide, and the whole family was killed. Only her grandmother and a younger brother, who was less than 5 years old, were left. Su Xianxia could quickly understand why her grandmother and brother could survive. Because someone still needed to accept the performance of Zhang Chong and his son. Someone still needed to pay gratitude, to gain sympathy, and to harvest hatred for Shenlang. Su Xianxia, who came back from the dead, had completely sobered up. She hated her previous stupidity. The Su family was useless. They were already a burden for Zhang Chong. What was the use of keeping them, breaking off the engagement? In that case, Zhang Jin's reputation would be ruined. Zhang Chong didn't care about some reputations, such as his reputation as a cruel official. But he still cared about some reputations. Because if the Su family broke off the engagement when they had no money, it would be very immoral. Therefore, the Su family should die. Now, did Su Xianxia still hate Shenlang? Maybe, but the people she hated the most were Zhang Chong, Zhang Jin, and herself. Shenlang had clearly warned her, but she still had the illusion and killed her father and family. If she had acted immediately after hearing Shenlang's warning, there might have been a chance of survival. Maybe her father and family would not have died. She would never forgive herself. So once she got her revenge, she would follow her father and family to the underworld. But she was a weak woman, and it was impossible for her to get revenge alone. Who else in this world could help her get revenge? Of course, it was Shenlang. Without a horse, she walked on her own feet. It was dozens of miles away from Xianwu Mansion. Su Qianqian, who lived like a princess, soon broke her legs and bled. But she didn't seem to feel the slightest pain and fatigue. Instead, she felt a kind of pleasure of self-torture. I, Su Qianqian, killed my father and family, so I should be punished painfully. I don't deserve to be comfortable at all. How strange, why is it so quiet at night? There was no one on the road. And there was not even a candle in all the villages she passed. Of course, she didn't know that something big would happen tonight. All the areas of Xuanwu City, including the towns and villages below, were under curfew. But it also made it convenient for her to move. She walked for more than an hour. Finally, she entered the fief of Xianwu Mansion, and it was only a dozen miles away from the Count House. Su Qianqian was a little relieved. Everyone knew that the villages and towns in the fief of Xianwu Mansion were the safest. But she didn't know why the militia and the patrolling cavalry in these villages disappeared. She also didn't know that because of the arrival of the governor and the fourth prince, the Count House was under great pressure. Most of the troops were transferred to the Count House, which led to the weakening of the defense of the fief. She continued to run to the castle of Count House. However, when she passed by a village, she suddenly heard people's voices. At this time, the dark clouds dispersed, and the moon appeared. Under the moonlight, Su Qianqian saw a group of cruel pirates who were poisoning the well water. No, it was not poisoning. It was a kind of green corpse. They were going to create a plague. This was a kind of inhumane behavior. It should be known that in ancient times, there was no running water, so they relied on drinking well water. Even the people in a village drank water from this big well. Once the plague broke out, it was very likely that the whole village, the whole town, would be wiped out. Someone wanted to carry out a fatal attack on the Count House, to slaughter its people. The reason why Su Qianqian recognized these people as pirates was because of their tattoos and their clothes. At this time it was late autumn, but they were still wearing revealing leather armor, and their arms were exposed. Moreover, the machetes on each pirate's body were different from those on the ground. These people were the warriors under the command of the pirate king, Chou Tianwei, and the Su family had done business with them. All the people in the eastern part of the state of Yu knew that any stolen goods, anything that was not convenient to sell, could be traded with Chou Tianwei. There were bloodstains on the machetes of these pirates. It was obvious that they killed the patrolling warriors of the Count House. Hurry up, there are 5 wells left. How many people will die in Xianwu Mansion this time? More than thousands of people. The young master is really vicious. Who asked the Black Tortoise Count's mansion to marry Jean Milan to that pretty boy, Shenlang? Su Qianqian also felt numb. Although she had been enemies with Shenlang, and his family also besieged the Xianwu mansion. But in the end, she still had some bottom line. These pirates in front of her were really worse than beasts. Su Qianqian hurriedly hid, for fear of being discovered by these pirates. They were a group of beasts, and she was a beautiful woman alone. Once she fell into the hands of these pirates, it was completely conceivable what would happen. She would be ravaged to the point where she begged for death. Did Su Qianqian know martial arts? Just a little bit. The only person she could defeat was probably Shenlang. But in front of these pirate warriors, she could be said to be powerless. However, when she squatted down, she exerted a little force on her feet, and suddenly broke a dry wood. Who? More than a dozen pirates discovered her in an instant. They suddenly pulled out their machetes and rushed towards Su Qianqian like lightning. In the next second, 4 machetes were placed across her neck. A ball of flame lit up, illuminating her beautiful face, as well as her seductive figure. The eyes of more than a dozen ferocious pirates lit up, and they suddenly couldn't breathe. See, God bless. In the middle of the night, such a beautiful woman was actually sent to them. These pirates were all beasts, they could even pounce on a sow when they were anxious. Not to mention a stunning beauty like Su Qianqian. Without saying a word, the pirate leader directly took off his pants and said, "You guys hold her hands and feet, I'll go first, then it's your turn." More than a dozen pirates emitted a green light and stepped forward to hold down Su Qianqian's legs and feet. "Boss, don't be too fierce, don't kill her in one go, then we won't be able to play anymore." The pirate leader chuckled. He had never slept with such a beautiful woman before. Normally in New Tiao City, anyone with a bit of beauty would have been slept with by young master Qiu Xiao. For a beauty like Su Qianqian in front of them, they couldn't even touch half a finger. Young master Qiu Xiao's possessiveness was very strong, and he was also very cruel. Su Qianqian saw the pirates' sinister faces, yellow and black teeth, and the stench from their bodies. It really made her feel disgusted. If she was defiled by these beasts, it would really be better to be burned alive. The current her really couldn't live, and couldn't die even if she wanted to. "I'm still a virgin," Su Qianqian suddenly said. The pirate leader laughed sinisterly. "That's even better. Virgins are the most nourishing, not to mention such a stunning beauty." Su Qianqian said, "If your young master knew that you met such a beautiful virgin like me, but didn't give her to him, and instead defiled me, what do you think he would do to you?" The pirate leader couldn't help but tremble when he said that. The hierarchy of pirates was very strict, and extremely cruel. When pirates found treasures, they had to hand them over first, and then the higher-ups would distribute them. When they found beauties, they also had to hand them over. After the young master slept with them, they would then give them to the brothers. Otherwise, how could Qiu Xiao defile so many beautiful virgins? There were hundreds of women's portraits tattooed on his body. Last time, there was a ship owner who snatched a beauty, and couldn't help but do it himself, and didn't give it to the young master first. In the end, he was skinned alive. Even now, that ship owner's skin was still hanging on the mast. Just thinking about that scene made one shudder. The pirate leader hissed, "We cannot tell the young master, we will kill you after sleeping with you." Su Qianqian said, "Among the 15 pirates, 3 are women. Are they going to sleep with me too? Are they willing to take the risk with you?" The 3 female pirates took a step back. Because of jealousy, they didn't mind watching their companions defiling this stunning beauty in front of them. But taking the risk of angering the young master? Forget it. The young master had a hobby of collecting stunning beauties. If he knew that he once had such a stunning beauty and didn't hand it over, everyone here would be skinned alive. The dozen or so male pirates looked at each other. Everyone loved beauties, but, if they lost their lives because of it, it wasn't worth it. Besides, it didn't matter if a woman turned off the light. The girls in the brothel were even more troublesome, and could make people's souls fly away. Give her to the young master. Yes, there are more than 10 of us here. If one of us snitches on the young master, we will all be finished. More and more male pirates became timid. The pirate leader unwillingly pulled up his pants again and spat fiercely to the side. F***ck, if I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have met such a beautiful woman. Let's go, leave 10 people to continue poisoning the wells. I will bring 4 people to bring this woman to Xuanwu City and give her to the young master. A moment later, the pirates split into 2 groups. A group of people stayed behind to poison every well and create a plague. The young master, Qiao Xiao, said to kill 10,000 people in Xianwu Mansion. The other 5 pirates escorted Xianxia towards Xuanwu City, to give the stunning beauty to Qiao Xiao. On the way, the pirate leader looked at Xianxia's alluring figure and couldn't help but drag a female pirate beside him to the side of the road, pressing her to the ground. The female pirate didn't get angry and started fooling around. The remaining 2 female pirates giggled and said to Xianxia, "Miss, when you meet our young master, you will know what is the most beautiful taste in the world. The young master is the most powerful man in the world. A delicate lady like you will probably lose half of your life." Xianxia knew about Qiao Xiao. He was also a beast. If a delicate lady like her fell into his hands, she would really lose half of her life. The more beautiful the woman, the more ruthlessly Qiao Xiao would ravage her. She had to save herself. Otherwise, what awaited her would be an extremely tragic fate. However, she was surrounded by 5 pirates, and she was almost powerless. It would be extremely difficult for her to escape. Xianxia, it's time to put you to the test. If she couldn't even escape from tonight's predicament, how could she take revenge on Zhang Chong? Thinking of Shenlang and how intelligent he was, she quickly came up with an idea. After the pirate leader vented his anger, everyone continued on their way. Suddenly, Xianxia stumbled on purpose. Instantly, a money bag fell, and gold coins scattered all over the ground. There were dozens of them. The pirates were dazzled. The pirate leader went forward and snatched the gold coins. "Who are you? Why do you have so many gold coins on you?" The pirate leader asked hoarsely, his eyes filled with greed. Pirates loved beauties, but they loved money the most. With money, there were all kinds of beauties in the brothel. Xianxia pretended to be frightened and said, I am just a girl from an ordinary family, an ordinary rich family." The pirate leader sneered, "What a joke. Would a girl from an ordinary family carry so much money? Would she run around in the middle of the night? Do you know that there is a curfew everywhere tonight?" Xianxia said, "I really am a girl from an ordinary family." The pirate leader pulled out his scimitar and placed it on Xianxia's neck, saying coldly, "If you don't tell the truth, your ears will be cut off." Xianxia trembled in fear. I am the young miss of the Su family." Xianxia, the pirate leader said, "Nonsense, Xianxia has been burned to death, everyone knows that." Suddenly, a female pirate on the side looked carefully and said, "She really is Xianxia, I've seen her before, she's traded with the young miss many times." The pirate leader was excited. This woman turned out to be Xianxia, the rich Xianxia? She didn't die? "Xianxia, where are you going in the middle of the night?" The pirate leader's eyes lit up, his mind filled with words like treasure vault. From what he could see, why would Xianxia run out in the middle of the night? She must be doing something shameful. "Speak." The pirate leader's scimitar made a small cut on Xianxia's neck. Xianxia trembled in fear and sat on the ground. I speak or I'll kill you, kill you." Xianxia said, My house was taken over by Zhang Jin, and he wanted to burn me to death. I'm going to withdraw some money and escape from the state of you. The pirate leader's breathing became heavy. His guess was right, there really was a secret vault. For a rich family like the Su family, how could they not have a secret treasury? Where's the secret vault? How much money is there? The pirate leader roared. About 30,000, I can't remember. Xianxia trembled. 30,000 gold coins, the pirate leader was really suffocating. They looked at each other. With 30,000 gold coins, why would they serve a temperamental and cruel young master like Xiao? They could just take the money and escape to another country. They wouldn't be able to spend it all in their lifetime. 30,000 gold coins, even if it was divided among 5 people, was still a huge sum. Just eating, drinking and having fun, they wouldn't be able to spend it all in their lifetime. The pirates quickly reached a consensus and nodded to each other. Xianxia, take us to the secret vault, or we'll kill you, the pirate leader roared. With this money, he temporarily forgot about Xianxia's beauty. Xianxia stood up, trembling, and said, I'll take you to find the money, will you let me go? The pirate leader laughed and said, of course, as long as we get the money, we'll let you go. How could we let you go? Once we get the money, we'll ravage you 100 times, and then kill you. Next, the pirate leader put his scimitar across Xianxia's neck, forcing her to go to the vault. Who knows how long it will take to walk, let's go on horseback. The pirate leader threw Xianxia onto the warhorse and was about to ride behind her. No, let the female pirate ride behind me, or I'd rather die than take you to the secret vault. Xianxia screamed. The pirate leader was furious. Bitch, after I get the money, I'll kill you first. A female pirate rode on a horse and directly hugged Xianxia's waist, saying, lead the way. Xianxia shook the reins and galloped toward a secret vault of the Su family. The female pirate held the scimitar in her hand and said coldly, sweetheart, don't play tricks, or I'll cut your stomach open and see if your beauty's intestines are different from ours. Riding was faster. Half an hour later, Xianxia took the 5 pirates to the secret underground vault. I dropped the key. Xianxia trembled. The pirate leader didn't say anything and directly went forward and slashed down with his scimitar. He had to chop off 2 knives before he managed to cut off the lock. He pushed open the door and entered the secret underground vault. The group of pirates rushed in. Sure enough, there were several boxes inside. After opening, there were indeed golden coins inside. There were hundreds of them. After collecting the hundreds of gold coins, the pirate leader said to Xianxia, where are the other gold coins? Didn't you say there were more than 30,000? Xianxia tremblingly pointed to the biggest cabinet in the secret vault and said, they're all in there. The pirate leader came in front of the big cabinet and knocked hard. The cabinet was very thick and strong. And there was no padlock, it couldn't be opened at all. The pirate leader picked up his scimitar and slashed wildly. He broke another 2 knives, but he still couldn't cut the lock. Boss, cut the cabinet. A female pirate said. The pirate leader suddenly realized, then raised his scimitar and slashed. What are you still doing? Come and help? Don't tell me that bitch can escape from under our noses. The pirate leader roared. She really couldn't run away. Then, the 5 pirates madly slashed at the cabinet. Xianxia stood there quietly, hands behind her back, and picked up the torch on the wall. Her face was full of fear, but her heart was full of cruelty. She felt a strong impulse in her heart. She thought of Xianlang. Perhaps, when Xianlang succeeded in taking revenge on others, it was so satisfying. Soon, I'm about to succeed. Xianxia was extremely nervous and excited. Bang, 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 the 5 pirates continued to slash at the cabinet. Xianxia moved little by little to the door. Finally, the thick cabinet was cut open. Bang, a loud sound, then, a strange liquid shot out from the cabinet. It was sulfuric acid, a terrifying strong acid. This wasn't a secret vault at all, but the place where the Su family stored sulfuric acid. Because it was too dangerous and would emit a poisonous smell, sulfuric acid warehouses were usually built underground. Printing and dyeing couldn't do without sulfuric acid. China had sulfuric acid more than 1,000 years ago, and this world also had it. There were more than 2,000 kilograms of sulfuric acid inside, and after a long time of reaction, it had expanded. Therefore, the pressure was very high. After these pirates cut a hole in the cabinet, the sulfuric acid inside suddenly sprayed out. Although several pirates dodged quickly, they were still splashed, and it was in their eyes. They were directly blinded. This wasn't the most terrible thing. The most terrible thing was that sulfuric acid would produce a lot of hydrogen. And hydrogen was the most flammable and explosive. Although the pirate leader was corroded and blinded, he still rushed towards Xianxia. "Bitch, how dare you harm us? I will kill you first. Xianxia's face showed a cold smile. She suddenly picked up the torch on the wall and threw it over. Then, she quickly turned around and ran away. After a moment, boom, the hydrogen overflowing from the sulfuric acid was instantly ignited by the flame and exploded. Then, the entire cabinet was blown to pieces. 2,000 kilograms of sulfuric acid inside exploded crazily. The 5 pirates couldn't outrun the explosion no matter how fast they were. Their whole body was instantly torn apart and corroded. Almost without any blood-curdling screams, the 5 villainous pirates died a miserable death. Boom, several explosions came from inside. The violent explosion directly opened up the ground. Xianxia's delicate body was directly blown away by the shockwave and fell hard to the ground. She struggled to get up and vomited a mouthful of blood. But she was extremely happy in her heart. She killed people. She relied on her intelligence to escape and killed 5 pirates. She deeply felt that she had transformed. She struggled to untie the reins, turned over and jumped on the frightened warhorse, and ran wildly towards Xianwu Mansion. 2 hours later, Xianxia rushed to Xianwu Mansion on horseback. At this time, Governor Zhu Yong, the 4th prince, and the Black Cavalry had already retreated. Xianxia was soon surrounded by the cavalry of Xianwu Mansion. "I am Xianxia, quickly take me to see Shenlang. Hurry, it's almost too late." Note, the 3rd update is sent. Today's update is still 15,000. Please support, please monthly votes. How long had Shenlang been preparing for the Battle of Jinshan Island? It had been a few months. It was basically impossible to cram at the last minute. When he wrote Endless Romance of the Golden Plum Blossoms, his father-in-law had asked him why he had dragged Jin Muzong along when he could have written it himself. Shenlang's answer was that it was for the Battle of Jinshan Island. Ever since they wrote Endless Romance together, why had Jin Muzong been copying books and homework all the time? It was also for the Battle of Jinshan Island. The first of the 3 battles was between Mulan and Tang Yin. He had written the most on how to counter meteor fall. However, he was the last one to prepare. There was no doubt that he would win this battle. Of course, Zhang Chong and the Duke of Jinhai, Tang Luan, thought so too. After all, Tang Yin was undefeatable. He could defeat any young expert in seconds, let alone Mulan. But who knew that this undefeatable swordsmanship would crumble the moment a flaw was found? The second battle was between Tang Yun and Jin Muzong's poem. The content of the test was the same as it had been for decades. A policy essay and a poem. There was no suspense in this battle. Jin Muzong would definitely lose. Tang Yun's palace probing flower wasn't an exaggeration. He was the true 3rd place in last year's class. The difference between him and Jin Muzong was like the difference between the back of his house and Mount Everest. It was like the difference between Sister Feng and Lin Jiling. But Shenlang felt that this fat otaku could still be saved. It was not because Jin Muzong was smart. He had not even finished memorizing Kim Clan's teachings. But a good memory was not as good as a bad pen. There was one thing about Jin Muzong that was that he copied books quickly and seriously. He could not remember it even if you asked him to read it. But if you asked him to copy it a few times, he would be able to memorize everything. So, he had been copying books for the past month. The questions for the written examination were set by the monarch himself, and they were placed in a box and presented with wax. It would only truly open on the day of the theory examination. Until then, no one except the monarch knew the question. Therefore, Shenlang read all the works and edicts of the monarch, especially the Edict of the New Deal. He guessed that the topic this time was likely to be about the New Deal. Then, according to the monarch's personality, Shenlang used the AI to predict the question in advance. It was just like how Huanggang High School and Mayatancheng High School had predicted the questions for the college entrance examination. He had bet on 19 topics. Then, based on these 19 questions, he searched the AI's database for China's historical policy theses. They were all super big shots like Wang Yangming, Ouyang Xiu, Wang Engshi, Su Shi, and Su Che. Every article he took out was a masterpiece that was rarely seen in 100 years, and could be used directly after some slight modifications. As for poetry, Xianlang placed a bet of 130 questions. He then searched the database for the works of those poets and lyricists based on these questions. This lineup was even more luxurious. Immortal of poetry, sage of poetry, ghost of poetry, demon of poetry, copy all of them. In the end, Xianlang came up with 19 classic policy essays and 130 immortal poems. Jin Mutsong, memorize all of them. He had to memorize all of these essays and poems no matter what. So, the poor fat otaku spent 14 hours a day copying books. Was Xianlang's method reliable? Honestly, it was not reliable. Even with the AI's prediction, the probability was too low. It was like a blind cat finding a dead mouse. The probability of winning should not exceed 10%. Even so, he could not give up on treatment. Fat otaku Jin Mutsong had a strong point, and that was that he was obedient. Just like the most useless students in school, he would do whatever the teacher, the class monitor, or even the group leader wanted him to do. Therefore, he copied whatever Xianlang asked him to copy and memorized whatever Xianlang asked him to. Even if it was useless. But Xianlang's attitude towards this battle was to hold on to hope and not count on it. Moreover, Xianlang really had a chance in the written exam. Once he grasped it, he could really win. If the fat otaku, Kaneki Satoshi, won the 3rd place in this year's exam, things would be interesting. It would be too interesting. It would be a complete subversion. The 3rd battle, military battle, Xianwu Mansion sent out 100 elites. Jin High Count sent out 100 elites. Cavalry was not allowed. Warhorses were too expensive, and they could not afford to die. The 2 elite troops were on the open ground, separated by a mile. Then they would charge and fight, until one side was completely dead, or until they surrendered. Duels between nobles were that brutal. The enmity between Xianwu Mansion and Jin High Count House was created by death after death. This battle tested the quality of the troops and soldiers. However, there was an even more important factor, which was the weapons and armors. The possibility of Jin Mutsong losing the 2nd battle was too high, so the 3rd battle became particularly important. However, Xianwu Mansion had been losing for 40 years in a row. It was not because they were not as good as others, nor because the warriors of the Kim family were not brave enough. It was because their weapons and equipment were not as good as others. The grade of iron ore in Jinshan Island was particularly high, surpassing that of Wanya Island. The latter iron ore contained high sulfur, so the forged iron was more brittle. Moreover, the iron-making technology of Jin High Count House surpassed that of Xianwu Mansion. The swords you forged were not as sharp as others, and the armors were not as strong as others. So when they fought, they would naturally lose. The strength gap between the soldiers of the 2 sides was actually not big. Even because of the inferior equipment, the soldiers of Xianwu Mansion were braver and fearless. But after Xianlang came, everything would change. There was nothing in his brain. There were more than hundreds of thousands of words about the smelting technique. Removing sulfur from iron ore in smelting? It was easy. The most awesome thing was, of course, the steelmaking technique. For this world, the steelmaking technique provided by Xianlang was completely epoch-making. Steel was also iron, and iron was also iron. But the 2 sides could not be mentioned in the same breath. Just like everyone was hard, some people couldn't even hold up their pants, and some people could hang a 10-pound weight on their penis. Son-in-law, according to your information and drawings, we have completed the forging of 100 armors and 300 sabers. But these materials have not been released, and they are still confidential. Jin Hui reported. Then, he handed over a saber. Xuanwu took the saber and immediately found the obvious difference. First of all, there was a special pattern on the saber. Second, the blade was also glowing with blue light. Jin Hui took a saber and said, "Master, this is the saber of Jin High Count House. Try it. Xuanwu slashed with the saber. Clang. Suddenly, the saber of Jin High Count House was missing a big hole. But the new saber of Xianwu Mansion only had a curved edge. Good saber, amazing. Xuanwu exclaimed. This new combat saber was much better than the combat saber from the Black Tortoise Earl Manor. Compared with the saber of Jin High Count House, it was much stronger. Jin Hui then brought over an armor and put it on the wooden puppet. This is the armor of Count Jin's mansion. It's much sturdier than our previous armor. Xuanwu did not use too much force, but like an ordinary elite soldier, he slashed with the saber. Crack, this effect was really amazing. The armor of Jin High Count House was directly split open. Although it was not like splitting paper, it was really not hard. Xuanwu couldn't help but be shocked. This new saber was so sharp and strong, it was really unbelievable. This was of course, steel and iron, whether in hardness or toughness, were not at the same level. Moreover, quenching could increase the hardness of steel, and tempering could increase the toughness of steel. Next, Jin Hui took out the brand new Iron Man armor designed by Xianlang. Put this new armor on the wooden puppet. Xuanwu picked up the saber of the enemy Jin High Count House and slashed at the new armor on the wooden puppet. Clang. Sparks flew. On the body of the new armor designed by Xianlang, only a mark was left. It was not broken at all, not even a crack. And the saber of Jin High Count House was directly curved. It was too amazing, too strong. The steel saber and steel armor designed by Xianlang were far better than the opponent. Xuanwu looked at Xianlang incredulously. This son-in-law is really amazing, how can he know everything? Not to mention that he knows dyes, he is also so profound in smelting such a professional thing. Is this the gift of the celestial being? With the new armor and the new saber, there was no suspense in the third game. 2 wins in 3 games, Xianwu Mansion will win. When everyone thought that Xianwu Mansion would lose, in fact, the outcome was already doomed. Xianlang came to the big map. We will win the battle for Jinshan Island. But a good chess player can't only see the immediate victory, but also the second step, the third step, and the fourth step. We can't always be passive and defend. We will never win if we defend Zhang Chong's moves. Everyone thinks that we will lose in the battle for Jinshan Island, which is a huge advantage. This means that the enemy has no plan for the next step. Then we can get the initiative, turn defense into offense, and let the enemy enter our rhythm. So, what we want is not only to win the battle for Jinshan Island, but to deploy the next chess game, defeat Zhang Chong in one fell swoop, and solve the crisis of the new policy of Xianwu Mansion once and for all. Next, all our resources and focus must be on the second, third, and fourth step after winning the battle for Jinshan Island. This second step, I call it the Cliff Island strategy. In this step, we have to face the hidden element association. The second step, on the surface, is to make money, but in fact, it is to build a layer of gold on Cliff Island, and completely solve our debt crisis. The third step, I call it the pig-killing strategy. At the critical moment, turn Cliff Island into a huge bait and trap. Attract our enemy and trap them here. The fourth step, I call it the stormy wave strategy, also known as the king across the sea strategy. Once the fourth step is successful, not only can we completely defeat Zhang Chong, but we can also solve the crisis of the new policy of Xianwu Mansion once and for all. From then on, we don't have to worry about the monarch's new policy butcher knife falling on our heads. We can turn passivity into initiative. Even though everyone was still confused by what they heard. But Xuanwu somewhat understood Xianlang's next strategic steps. Because some of the details of the steps, Xianlang had already reported them to his father-in-law in writing. The degree of completion was very high. The feasibility was also very high. Then, he was breathtaking and gasped in amazement. It was already extremely amazing to be one step ahead in a strategic chess game. Now, Xianlang was taking one step and planning 4 steps. While others were still planning for the battle for Jinshan Island, he had already dug a political grave for Zhang Chong. He had already planned a broad road for Xianwu Mansion. There was only one sentence in Xuanwu and Old Master Lin's mind at this time. His wisdom was almost demonic. Xianlang said, "There is no perfect strategy in the world. Whether we can succeed or not depends on our practice. according to these four strategic rhythms, but at the same time, we must be flexible. Practice is the only standard to test the truth. Xuanwu said. Langer, next, you can deploy all the resources and personnel of the Count House, including me. Yes. Shenlang said, our next most important task is the battle for Jinshan Island, the 3 martial arts competitions. Although we are almost certain to win, we still have to go all out. Because the battle for Jinshan Island has completely determined the fate of our Xianwu mansion. If we lose the first step, the next 3 steps will be meaningless, and the century-old foundation of the Kim family will be completely ruined. Only by winning the battle for Jinshan Island can we give our enemies a hard slap in the face and stab them in the heart. Let them completely lose their sense of propriety and fall into our rhythm. At this moment, there was the sound of hurried footsteps outside. Jin Zhong reported, young master, Su Qianqian wants to see you. She said it is urgent. Xuanwu and the others couldn't help but be stunned. Wasn't Su Qianqian dead? Shenlang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This woman really didn't die. He used a special method to remind Su Qianqian of the formula, but it was just an unintentional move. Would Su Qianqian die? He was not sure. A few minutes later, Shenlang saw Su Qianqian. It was as if they were 2 different people. She had lost a lot of weight. She used to be plump, but now she looked particularly delicate, like a willow. However, she didn't look haggard. Instead, she looked excited and coquettish. Her whole person was like a burning flame, full of madness. Shenlang, the little pirate King Qiao Shao sent people to poison the wells in your family's fief to create a plague. 4 hours ago, they poisoned a total of 8 wells at Spring Sprout Village. And they have seen me and know who I am. Shenlang heard this and felt his hair stand on end. Qiao Zhao's actions were inhumane. He immediately ordered Jin Hui, immediately lead the experts to kill these pirates. Don't let a single one of them go. Find out which wells have been poisoned. First, pour in a large amount of lime to boil the water, then seal the wells. Allocate funds to dig new wells. Yes. Jin Hui received the order and left. Mulan walked out and said, husband, I will go with you. Shenlang nodded. Mulan also left with him. From beginning to end, she didn't even look at Su Qianqian. Suddenly, there was only Shenlang and Su Qianqian in the room. Ex-husband and ex-wife. At this time, Su Qianqian looked particularly proud. She tried to straighten her back and neck, like a little hen ready to fight at any time. Who was she going to fight? Of course, it was with Shenlang. At this time, she felt sorry for herself, but she was also full of strong self-esteem. Moreover, she felt that she had the upper hand. After all, her information had saved many people in Xianwu Mansion. Moreover, she had just killed 5 pirates with her own strength. She felt that Shenlang was very smart, but she wasn't bad after her transformation. Shenlang said indifferently, Su Qianqian, you just killed someone. Hearing this, Su Qianqian was shocked. He could see that? Was Shenlang so smart? Shenlang said, your eyes are crazy, and there is blood at the corner of your mouth. It's a new wound. Su Qianqian tried to calm herself down, and then said in a flat tone, I want revenge. Shenlang said, okay. Su Qianqian said, I want to destroy Zhang Chong and Zhang Jin, father and son, and let them die without a burial place. Shenlang said, okay. Su Qianqian said, can you do that? Yes. Shenlang said, but are you willing to pay the price? Su Qianqian said, any price. Shenlang looked at her and said strangely, really? Any price? Su Qianqian stood up and untied her skirt, revealing her underwear and her doo-doo, as well as her snow-white skin. I said, any price is fine. Son-in-law Shenlang, if you want my body now, I can spread my legs for you right here. Su Qianqian said word by word. Shenlang shook his head and said, no, you are not sincere. Su Qianqian said, do I have to take the initiative to ride your body to be sincere? Shenlang said, how many days has it been since you last bathed? Su Qianqian was stunned and said, 2.5 days, what's wrong? Shenlang said, you haven't bathed for 2.5 days, and that part of you is rotten. How can I do it? You still say you are sincere? If you wanted to seduce me and give yourself to me, you would have washed yourself clean and fragrant long ago. Hearing this, Xianxia was furious. Shenlang, all F***CKU. Then, she walked out and said, "Where's the bathtub? I'll go wash myself." Shenlang shook his head and said, "No, I don't need you to bathe, nor do I need you to give yourself to me. I need you to go to a place and do something, seduce someone." Xianxia's scalp went numb. This meeting and conversation was completely different from what she had imagined. She had thought that Shenlang would keep her by his side as a slave or to earn money for him. She didn't expect that to be the case at all. Shenlang's thinking was simply unconstrained. "Where to? Who to seduce?" Xianxia said. "Shenlang, to the Furious Tide City, to seduce the eldest daughter of the Pirate King, the eldest daughter of the Furious Tide City, Chou Yaoer." Note, the first 5,000 words have been sent, and it's already 6 in the morning again. I'm going to sleep for a few hours. Thank you for your support, brothers. The Raging Tide City's young miss, Chou Yaoer. He was also an important figure in the sea east of the state of Yu. The Pirate King, Chou Tianwei, was now the self-proclaimed Lord of Raging Tide City and was already enjoying his wealth. Everything on the surface of the sea was handed over to his son and daughter, Chou Shao and Chou Yaoer. This pair of pirate siblings traversed thousands of miles of the sea, causing people to lose their courage upon hearing their name. Most women would rather die than fall into the hands of Chou Shao because his methods of torturing women often made them wish they were dead. Ordinary men would rather die than fall into Chou Yaoer's hands. After all, her methods of torturing men made them want to go to the 18th level of hell and wish that they had never lived in this world. It was simply too painful. This woman was simply a god of death. When she saw a handsome guy and didn't like him, she killed him. Whenever she saw an ugly man, she would kill him. When she saw an ordinary man, she still didn't like him, so she killed him. That's right, she hated men to the core. There were only 2 types of men who were exceptions. One was her father, and the other was her subordinates. She had men and women under her, but she treated them all equally, treating them as her own hands and feet. Therefore, even though she was a woman, she was highly skilled in martial arts and had a high reputation in the New Tiao city. She was on par with the young master, Chou Shao. The 2 of them fought fiercely, both wanting to become the successor of the New Tiao city. In a country on land, women were not allowed to inherit the family business. However, pirates did not have such rules. Whoever was the strongest would be the leader. This Chou Yaoer was a killing goddess, a man's nightmare. However, she had one good point. That was to treat women very well, especially well. Especially beautiful and delicate women, they could all obtain her protection. Therefore, many people suspected that there was something wrong with her sexual orientation. Otherwise, she wouldn't be unmarried at the age of 29. "What do you want to do now?" Xianxia said, "You want me to become a woman?" Shenlang, you can think of it that way. Of course, his actions were unintentional, and he did not expect to reap any rewards. Xianxia said, "Aren't you afraid that I'll betray you?" Shenlang, it doesn't matter. You're not loyal to me. How can you talk about betrayal? We're just collaborators. Xianxia thought for a while and said, "I won't go." Shenlang, didn't you say you would do anything for revenge? Xianxia said, "But if you want revenge, you have to stay alive first. I can sell my body to you, but not my life." Shenlang, you think you'll die if you go to Raging Tide City? Xianxia said, "In this siege of Xianwu Mansion, New Tiao City is also one of the forces. Chou Tianwei and Zhang Chong are in cahoots. If I go to Raging Tide City, wouldn't I be walking right into a trap?" It made sense for her to think this way. Xianxia took the initiative and said, "Shenlang, do you want to hear my opinion?" Shenlang, please go ahead. Xianxia said, "In order to destroy Xianwu Mansion, Zhang Chong has already formed a big net. Northern Marquis Mansion, Jin High Count House, New Politics, New Tiao City, Count Chingon House, Lanshan Viscount Mansion and so on are all involved. Although you are very smart, there are times when a person's power is limited. You can't save Xianwu Mansion. The destruction of the Kim family is a foregone conclusion." Shenlang touched his nose and said, "Continue." Su Qianqian looked at his movements and couldn't help but curse in her heart. What are you trying to pretend to be cool for? There was once a novel called Tales of Dongli that was popular all over the world and sold an astonishing millions of copies. Its influence was countless times more than Shenlang's endless romance. The male protagonist was the former emperor of the Deqian kingdom, Jiangli. He was known as the most handsome man in the world, and one of his classic actions was to touch his nose. After Tales of Dongli became popular all over the world, countless men liked to learn this action. Of course, this book was now banned. It was banned by the supreme emperor of the Great Yan Empire. Su Qianqian continued, Shenlang, you are extremely smart. You shouldn't be trapped in such a small place like Xianwu Mansion. You should go and assist someone with more power. Shenlang's eyes were filled with admiration. Su Qianqian had really changed. She was actually trying to persuade Shenlang. However, he couldn't help but touch his nose again. Su Qianqian hated this action the most. She frowned slightly and continued, Zhu Yong and Zhang Chong are the crown prince's people. We will go and seek refuge with the third prince. If you are willing, I will sell my body and become his concubine. If you say I am not willing, I will sell my body and become your concubine. These words were inexplicably familiar. It was as if a female character in a movie had said, I am raped by others outside, but when I return home, I am raped by you. What's the difference? Shenlang, there is only one person in this world who can help us destroy Zhang Chong, and that is the third prince. Su Qianqian said, the destruction of Xianwu Mansion is already a foregone conclusion. The one who really wants to destroy the Kim family is the monarch. Zhang Chong is just a knife. No matter how smart you are just like a mantis. Trying to stop a chariot with an egg. Shenlang, you are so smart. You will definitely become the third prince's strategist. I am best at making money. I can be the third prince's wallet. Su Qianqian said, if the two of us work together, we will definitely become the third prince's confidant. In the future, we will be rich and powerful. The third prince was the only young emperor who could compete with the crown prince. He was the monarch's favorite son and the most powerful prince. Shenlang, can you stop touching your nose? Do you know the idiom imitation makes a fool of oneself? There is only one peerlessly handsome man in the world, and that is Emperor Jiangli. Don't learn from him. Su Qianqian couldn't bear it anymore. Shenlang said innocently, Qianqian, can you close your legs and close while talking? The smell is really a bit strong, like the smell of dead fish. I really can't stand it. I can't cover my nose. That is impolite. So I can't help but touch my nose to drive away some of the smell. Suddenly, Su Qianqian was about to explode. She hurriedly closed her legs and put on her clothes. She swore that it was the first time that she, Su Qianqian, was despised like this. This was a man who deserved to be killed 1,000 times. This was a man who deserved to be skinned and pulled out. After Su Qianqian put on her clothes again, all she could think of was to take a bath. She must wash off the layer of skin on her body so that she wouldn't be despised like this again. What do you think? Su Qianqian said, Xianwu Mansion is about to be destroyed. It is not too late for us to leave now. If we wait until Xianwu Mansion is destroyed and run, you will die without a burial place. Shenlang shook his head. Su Qianqian said, is it because of Jean Mulan? Although she is beautiful, as long as you have power, what kind of woman can't you have? Even if I am not as beautiful as her, it is not that far off. Let's go to the third prince together. I will be your woman, and I will not stop you from taking concubines. Isn't that good? Shenlang said seriously, I love my wife very much. I also love my father-in-law, mother-in-law, and Jean Mutsong, that fat otaku. They are all my family. Everything I do is to protect them, to protect my parents and brother. Su Qianqian looked at Shenlang in disbelief, a person like you can still have feelings. Nonsense. Shenlang said, let's not talk about others. Just you and I, a night of husband and wife means 100 days of love. I still have feelings for you. Su Qianqian couldn't bear it anymore and said angrily, Shenlang, if you say a night of husband and wife means 100 days of love, I will kill you. If you have even the slightest feelings for me, will you hurt me so badly? Will you destroy my family? Seeing Su Qianqian explode, Shenlang said, You, women just like to bring up the past, so I never quarrel with women. Su Qianqian directly stood up and said, Since you, Shenlang, want to stay in Xianwu mansion and wait for death, then let's go our separate ways. Next year, I will burn incense for you during the Qingming festival. After all, a night of husband and wife means 100 days of love. Damn, you don't allow me to say this, but you want to say it yourself. Then, Su Qianqian was going to leave and go to the capital to seek refuge with third prince. The only thing she had was beauty and the ability to make money. She didn't believe that she couldn't establish a foothold with third prince. Qianqian. Shenlang shouted behind her. Su Qianqian said, What, are you going to detain me? Don't forget, you owe me a big favor, otherwise there will be a terrible plague in your territory, and countless people will be killed and injured. Shenlang, you are a weak woman, going to third prince is like a sheep in a tiger's mouth, I can't bear to let you go. Bah! Su Qianqian, do you care about my life or death? We are all heartless people, so don't pretend to be reluctant. Shenlang, do you think we will lose the battle of Jinshan Island? Su Qianqian said, Of course, you will lose all 3 battles, and even the gods can't save it. This was really the consensus of the world. Jing Mulan couldn't beat Tang Yen, Jing Muzong couldn't beat Tang Yun, and the weapons and armors of Xianwu Mansion couldn't compare to Jin High Count House. There was no hope for them to lose all 3 battles. Shenlang, then wait a few more days. If we win the battle of Jinshan Island, you will listen to me and go to Raging Tide City to seduce Chou Yaoer. If we lose, I will listen to you and seek refuge with third prince. Su Qianqian didn't speak. Shenlang, Su Qianqian, we are husband and wife, don't tell me you don't even have this little trust in me? Su Qianqian didn't trust this man's character at all. Every strand of hair on his body was mean and poisonous. But Su Qianqian trusted this man's ability. Look at how miserable she was. She was the best example. Mulan came back. She went to take a bath first, and then came to see Shenlang. Shenlang, wife, is everything settled? Mulan nodded, all the pirates were killed, all the poisonous corpses were burned, and all the polluted well water was boiled with lime and then sealed. Then Mulan said, Where is your delicate ex-wife? Shenlang, gone. Mulan, gone? What did you do to her? Shenlang said angrily, Jean Mulan, can you still have any trust in me? Am I that kind of person? Besides, she hasn't bathed for 2.5 days and is so smelly. Can I still go down? Mulan stared at Shenlang's face for a while, then kissed him perfunctorily and said, Okay, you are a good girl. Hearing this, Shenlang became unhappy. In front of a handsome man like me, you are actually absent-minded. What do you, Jean Mulan, want to do? Husband, I want to kill Chou Xiao. Mulan said, This man is inhumane. If he succeeds this time, who knows how many people in our fief will die? And who knows how many pitiful women will die with everlasting regret because of him? Shenlang hugged Mulan's slender waist and said softly, Soon, soon. This man is a treasure, we can't kill him yet. But I swear, we will kill him very soon, and let him die in the most painful way possible. Suddenly, his nose felt a little itchy. Shenlang couldn't help but reach out to his nose. Mulan said, Don't touch your nose, don't learn from Emperor Jiangli. Husband is husband, you are the most outstanding man in the world. Don't learn from others. Shenlang said helplessly, I just want to pick my nose, it's a little itchy. Mulan stretched out her little finger and lightly scratched the outside of Shenlang's nose. Then, she stuck out her little tongue and kissed the tip of his nose. Husband, is it still itchy? Shenlang stood up and said, I don't know why, but my balls are a little itchy. The next second, scumbag Shen was pinned to the chair by Mulan's grappling hand. He used his other hand to hit the chair and said, It hurts, I beg for mercy, I beg for mercy. Wife, I was wrong, I was really wrong. In the evening, Nuzhong's governor Zhang Chong sent an invitation to Shenlang to attend the banquet to welcome the 4th prince at the castellan's mansion. Moreover, he only invited Shenlang, not Mulan. Shenlang patted the invitation in his hand and laughed, Interesting, interesting. Then, he put on a brocade robe and a golden crown and rode a luxurious carriage to attend the banquet at the castellan's mansion. A new set of clothes. This set of clothes cost 230 gold coins. The previous set cost 190 gold coins, but it had already been worn. Master Lang was even more generous this time. He made 5 sets of clothes in one go. From hairpins to shoes to belts, they were all made of precious jade and gold. He didn't even bother to use silver. His clothes were more expensive than those of his father-in-law, mother-in-law, wife, and brother-in-law combined. From him, there was no sign that the Xianwu mansion was in any financial crisis. Inside the Zhang family's mansion, Zhang Chong said, Miss Ji will also be attending the banquet tonight. You can take the opportunity to take a look. Miss Ji was Xu Tingyu's cousin. Her family was the state of Yu's Spice King and was extremely wealthy. If there were no accidents, Miss Ji would become Zhang Jin's new fiancée. Yes. Zhang Jin said, Father, why did you invite Shenlang? Zhang Chong said, to test the waters. Zhang Jin said, is there a need to test the waters? Xianwu Mansion will definitely lose this battle on Jinshan Island. Even the gods can't save them. If they lose all 3 battles, there's no chance of winning. Zhang Chong said coldly, there's nothing in this world that's foolproof. Remember, look down on the enemy strategically, but pay attention to the tactics. Even if the enemy is about to die, you can't let your guard down. Yes. Zhang Jin said. Zhang Chong said, ask Chunhua to come in. After a while, Zhang Chunhua walked in gracefully. Tonight, she was truly breathtakingly beautiful and captivating. Zhang Chong said, we'll take down Shenlang tonight. Can you do it? Zhang Chunhua did not say a word. She lifted her skirt and stretched out her slender right leg to step on the stool. This posture was domineering and extremely sexy. Zhang Chong quickly closed his eyes. He could not bear to watch such an unbearable scene. In a grand carriage. The guests were another of Shenlang's enemies, Lanshan Viscount Zhu Lanting, and his lover, Zhu Wenhua. Zhu Wenhua was once forced by Shenlang to burn his Mandarin duck dream. It was a great humiliation. Tonight, we'll propose to Zhang Chong and settle the marriage between you and Zhang Chunhua, Viscount Zhu Lanting said. Zhu Wenhua was ecstatic, but he was also nervous. Thank you, father. I'm afraid Prefect Zhang has other intentions. Zhu Lanting said, he won't, because someone will be our matchmaker tonight. Someone Zhang Chong cannot refuse. Zhu Wenhua said, who? Zhu Lanting said, Viceroy Zhu Yung. Zhu Wenhua was overjoyed. Viceroy Zhu Yung was Zhang Chong's benefactor. With him as the matchmaker, Zhang Chong would not dare to refuse. Viscount Zhu Lanting said, be careful. Do not reveal anything. Viceroy Zhu Yung's matchmaking is a secret. Even Prefect Zhang does not know about it. We must catch him off guard and cook the rice. Zhu Wenhua was so excited that he could not control himself. Zhu Lanting said, also, don't just focus on beauties. The marriage between you and Zhang Chunhua is entirely for the family's benefit. This time, Xianwu Mansion is destined to be destroyed. Many people will fight over the Kim family's corpse. Prefect Zhang Chong is the host. Once we marry him, we will be able to take a big bite out of the Kim family's corpse. Yes. Zhu Wenhua trembled. Then when the time comes, can you let me handle Shenlang? I must tear him to pieces, skin him, and pull out his tendons. Zhu Lanting shook his head. There are too many people who want to skin him. It probably won't be our turn. But it should be possible for you to cut him a few times. Zhu Wenhua said fiercely, then I will castrate him. Zhu Lanting shook his head. I don't think it will be your turn to cut him. Zhu Wenhua was stunned. Shenlang, this beast, was so hateful. Shenlang's carriage quickly entered Xuanwu City. It was already very close to the city lord's mansion. Shenlang warned himself. He must be careful tonight. He must not give himself away and let Zhang Chong find out the truth. That old fox was really too cunning. And at this moment, suddenly, his nose smelled of fragrance. Then, a beautiful and enchanting figure entered his carriage. A woman directly rode on his lap, and her snake-like arms wrapped around Shenlang's neck. It was Zhang Chunhua, the fox spirit. Shenlang, save me, save me. Tonight, someone is going to ruin my lifelong happiness. Take me and elope. Let's cook the rice. Note, the second watch has been sent, and I will continue to write the third watch. Please support, please monthly votes, Zhang Chunhua continued to indulge in debauchery as she stared at Shenlang's every reaction. If Shenlang was in high spirits at this time, even more unrestrained than him and complacent, it meant that he had confidence in the battle for Jinshan Island. Then, his father had to be on guard. On the other hand, if Shenlang were to sit upright and still at this moment and refuse him with a straight face, it would mean that he was concealing his intentions. Then, there was no harm in doing so. This vixen wanted to catch Shenlang off guard. But Shenlang's reaction was. At first, he was slightly stunned. His eyes looked at Zhang Chunhua's face and gradually changed from blurred to crazy and fiery. It was a perfect response. The slight surprise meant that he was distracted and his eyes were blurred, which meant that he was in a gloomy mood. It gradually became fiery, which meant that he was attracted by beauty. This was a fight between two vixens. There could be no mistakes. At this time, the most embarrassed one was Jin Hui. His knife was across Zhang Chunhua's neck, but no one seemed to care about his knife. As soon as Zhang Chunhua rushed in, he put the knife on her neck because protecting the son-in-law was his first priority. But what should he do now? Should he close his eyes or pull out the knife first? Son-in-law. Jin Hui asked. Shenlang said, continue to drive the carriage. Yes, Jin Hui said. Shenlang said, Miss Zhang, what did you say just now? Zhang Chunhua said, Shenlang, save me, save me. Shenlang said, next sentence. Zhang Chunhua said, someone wants to ruin my lifelong happiness. Shenlang said, next sentence. Zhang Chunhua said, what's done is done. Okay, come on. Shenlang said. Then, he buried his head in Zhang Chunhua's chest and tried to lift her skirt with his hands. Hurry, hurry up. Shenlang said in a trembling voice, it's less than 2 miles away from the city lord's mansion. I'm not very capable, and the time is almost enough. There was no time to take off his clothes, so he might as well get down to business. Could you please lift it a little? I'll pull the pants down my legs. Ugh, Zhang Chunhua was stunned. You, Shenlang, are such a scumbag. Xuanwu's confidant, Jin Hui, is right outside, and you're having an affair with another woman in front of him. Aren't you afraid of being beaten to death by Xuanwu and Jin Mulan? Then, she realized that the scumbag Shenlang was really tugging at her pants. Therefore, she quickly pressed down on Shenlang's hands. Shenlang, Jin Hui is still outside, Zhang Chunhua said. Shenlang said, don't worry, he's very tight-lipped. Jin Hui, you didn't see anything, right? Jin Hui's scalp tingled as he said, yes. Zhang Chunhua said, but we're on the main road. Shenlang said, isn't it good to be on the main road? The air is good, and listening to the bustle of people outside, it feels good. Then, he was about to kiss Zhang Chunhua's lips. Don't do this. Zhang Chunhua quickly covered Shenlang's lips. Shenlang said, Miss Zhang, haven't you always had a crush on me? Last time, you wrote me a love poem and invited me on a date at the covered bridge. At that time, I wanted to go out, but my wife stopped me and beat me up. Zhang Chunhua said, is Jin Mulan so fierce to you? Shenlang said, yes, she beat and scolded me, and just now, she almost broke my arm. It was only because I accidentally said something wrong. Zhang Chunhua was about to cry as she said, Shenlang, you live such a miserable life? Shenlang said, which son-in-law doesn't live like this? People under the eaves have to bow their heads. I came from a humble background, and if I want to stand out, I can only endure this humiliation. Zhang Chunhua said, Shenlang, do you like me? Shenlang said, yes. Zhang Chunhua said, then do you want to be with me? Shenlang said, I want to now. Zhang Chunhua said, then how about you leave Xianwu mansion and become my son-in-law? Not a son-in-law, but a son-in-law. And my father will find you a good future, and your talent will not be wasted. Shenlang shook his head and said, no. Zhang Chunhua said, why? Shenlang said, I can't go to the Black Tortoise Earl's mansion at the most dangerous moment. Wouldn't I be a cruel and unscrupulous man if I did that? I can't let my wife down. At this moment, Zhang Chunhua couldn't stand it anymore. You're hugging another woman, and you keep saying that you can't let your wife down? I love my wife very much. Shenlang said gently, so, I can't let her down. Zhang Chunhua said, then what are you doing now? Shenlang said, I love my wife, but I also like you. How about this, if one day, Xianwu Mansion has a big change, I will come back to marry you. Zhang Chunhua understood. What Shenlang meant was that Xianwu Mansion hadn't been destroyed yet, so he didn't want to leave. But if one day, Xianwu Mansion was destroyed and Shenlang came back to marry her, Zhang Chunhua. I've seen a lot of shameless men, but this is the first time I've seen someone as shameless as you. Shenlang said softly, Chunhua, have you heard of this saying? Zhang Chunhua said, what is it? Shenlang said, it doesn't matter if it lasts forever, it only matters that we once had it. Everything is in the past, so we should enjoy it while we can. If love lasts forever, it won't stay day and night. When the golden wind and jade do meet, it's better than the human world. These beautiful poems could only be summed up with one meaning. Stop babbling and fire the cannons. Don't worry about what will happen in the future, just enjoy it first. Zhang Chunhua's scalp went numb again. She had seen a lot of scumbags, but this was the first time she had seen such a talented scumbag. Such a beautiful poem should have been spread far and wide, but in the end, you used it to deceive people. Zhang Chunhua whined, Shenlang, do you only want my body? Shenlang stretched out his hand and pressed on the position of her heart, and said, I want your heart as well. Chunhua, as long as we are in love, why would you care about a marriage certificate? That's just a ritual that vulgar people seek. True love has no restraints. Zhang Chunhua said, what if you could only choose between me and Jean Mulan? Shenlang said painfully, then we can only be fated but not fated to be together. Zhang Chunhua said, why? She mistreats you every day, she doesn't treat you well. Shenlang said, my wife has mistreated me hundreds and thousands of times, and I treat her like my first love. Chunhua, I like you too, but I'm very sorry that she came before you. But who said that love is the only one? Have you ever seen a teapot with only one teacup? Slap. Zhang Chunhua couldn't take it anymore and slapped Shenlang's face. Shenlang, you are really fickle. I didn't expect you to be such a man, I must have been blind. Then, Zhang Chunhua jumped out of the carriage. She had to leave. If she didn't leave, she would be in danger. This scumbag had really put his hands under her skirt. Shenlang looked at his hands, then brought them to his nose and sniffed. So fragrant, outside, Jean Hui hurriedly said, son-in-law, I swear I really didn't see anything. I won't say anything when I get home. Shenlang said, how can you say you didn't see anything? It was clearly Zhang Chunhua who came to seduce me, but I righteously rejected her. Because of that, I even got slapped by her. Did you see that? Jean Hui was startled, then nodded and said, I saw it, I saw it. Son-in-law righteously rejected her, and you even got slapped by her. Shenlang sighed and said, I can't do anything about being handsome. I have to break the hearts of different women every day. It's really tiring for me. When Zhang Chunhua returned to Zhang Chong's study, she was in a sorry state. How was it? Zhang Chong asked. Scum, bastard, pervert, pervert, pervert. Zhang Chunhua angrily sat on the chair and directly drank from the teapot. Then, she saw that there were indeed 4 teacups beside the teapot. In a rage, she smashed all 3 teacups. Sitting cross-legged on the big chair, Zhang Chunhua said, hearing about him is not as good as seeing him in person. This is the world's #1 vulgar person. Zhang Chong said, you suffered a loss? Zhang Chunhua didn't say anything. Zhang Chong said, did you find out the truth about him? Zhang Chunhua carefully recalled Shenlang's every move and word, then shook her head. Zhang Chong said, if you don't like him, I won't force you. No, who said I don't like him? Zhang Chunhua said, he's a scum, but, also a charming scum. Then, she jumped down from the chair and left. Zhang Chong said, the banquet is about to start, where are you going? Zhang Chunhua said, I'm going to take a bath. Take a bath, didn't she just take a bath? When Shenlang entered the city lord's residence, he saw Zhang Chunhua again. She had changed her clothes. Her previous charm and flirtatious behavior were all gone. What replaced it was a textbook gentlewoman. Every word and action, every frown and smile could be used as a role model. She definitely had the demeanor of a talented woman, a daughter of a prestigious family. This little girl greets Xin. She bowed meticulously again, and she even avoided the roadside, appearing very polite. Shenlang bowed even more meticulously, "Greetings, Miss Zhang." He didn't look sideways at all. Alas, the adulterous couples in the world were really the same. But when Shenlang passed by, suddenly there was a note in his hand. It was handed to him by Zhang Chunhua. He walked to a deserted place and opened it. "Shen, save me. Zhu Wenhua entrusted Governor Zhu to propose to me. This time, he's serious." After reading it, Shenlang tore the note into pieces and threw it away. Then, he walked into the hall of the city lord's residence in Xuanwu. At this time, there were only 2 people inside. Zhang Jin and a young man he didn't know. Zhang Jin said, "Let me introduce you. This is Wu Yuanhua, the heir of Count Qingan House, and this is Shenlang, the son-in-law of Xianwu Mansion." Wu Yuanhua frowned. Previously, Lin Zhuo was infected with the disease and infected dozens of people in Count Qingan House. The source had been found out. It was Shenlang's doing. This gigolo's viciousness was really outrageous. Since then, Shenlang had been the mortal enemy of Count Qingan House. An enemy that would not rest until one of them died. Wu Yuanhua nodded at Shenlang and said nothing else. Everyone had arrived, and the banquet was about to begin. When the 4th Prince Ningzhen saw Shenlang, he couldn't help but be slightly surprised, and then ignored him. Although he loathed Shenlang, he would not bicker with someone who was about to die. There were not many people present today. Governor Zhu Yung, Qingan father and son, Viscount Zhu Lanting father and son, Zhang Chongshou father and son, and Xu Tingyu, the envoy of Yingyuan Association. Earl Jin Hai and Tang Yun were not present because they had to avoid arousing suspicion. They couldn't let people think that the royal family was biased towards Jin Hai Count House. That was how they deceived themselves. There were also 2 women, one was Zhang Chunhua, and the other was a woman Shenlang didn't know. It was the first time Shenlang had seen such a strong scholarly woman. She was really like Lin Daiyu, gentle as water, like a jade that came out of a book. She turned out to be the daughter of Spice King Qi Shanren, Qiyu. She seemed particularly quiet throughout the whole process, and almost never took the initiative to speak. But in Shenlang's heart, she was not a woman born in a scholarly family, but she behaved more scholarly than anyone else. Then 90% of them were scheming bitches. The banquet was boring. Especially at today's banquet, everyone was flattering the 4th Prince Ningzhen. They kept saying how great the monarch was, how great and upright. Shenlang was in the last seat, completely ignored, just like a passerby. Suddenly, Zhu Wenhua said, "Shenlang, I heard that your Xianwu mansion owes a lot of money to the Yingyuan Association, and you can't pay it back in this lifetime." Shenlang said, "Is that so? Why didn't I know?" Zhu Wenhua said, "If Xianwu mansion falls, brother Shenlang, where will you go?" Shenlang said indignantly and unwillingly, "It's still unknown who will win. Brother Zhu, it's too early to say that." But these words sounded very unconfident, as if there was a trace of fear. His acting skills were very good, and he didn't show it on the surface at all. "Ha ha ha ha." Zhu Wenhua said, "Anyway, brother Shenlang is a son-in-law, so it doesn't matter where you go to eat." Viscount Zhu Lanting frowned. He knew that his son Zhu Wenhua hated Shenlang, but he couldn't wait tonight. He didn't look at the occasion. Shenlang is just a person who is about to die. Why are you bickering with him? The most important task tonight was to propose to Prefecture Chief Zhang Chong. Xianwu Mansion was about to fall. A flock of vultures was circling in the sky, waiting to eat the bodies of the Kim family. Viscount Lanchan was weak and it was difficult to get a big piece of meat. But once he married Zhang Chong, not only would Zhu Wenhua be on the fast track of power, but he would also be able to get more benefits from the Xianwu Mansion. Therefore, he gave Zhu Wenhua a very subtle look. This marriage must be settled as soon as possible. Zhang Chong's mind was already floating, and he was not willing to marry Viscount Lanchan. Zhu Lanting raised his glass and toasted the 4th Prince and Governor Zhu Yung, and gave them a pleading look. The meaning was very clear. Governor, you should be the matchmaker. Zhu Lanting and Zhu Yong both had the surname Zhu, so they could be regarded as very distant relatives. Of course, the reason why Governor Zhu Yong was willing to be the matchmaker was not for the sake of distant relatives. It was because Zhang Chunhua was too enchanting and charming, and too beautiful. After Prince Ningzhen came to Xuanwu City, he looked at her a few more times. Zhu Yong must take precautions. Although Zhang Chong was his right-hand man, it was best for the Zhang family not to marry the royal family. Otherwise, it would be difficult to control in the future. Therefore, he quickly married Zhang Chunhua to Zhu Wenhua. As for whether Zhu Wenhua was promising, Governor Zhu Yong did not care. After Governor Zhu Yong saw the look in Viscount Zhu Lanting's eyes, he immediately smiled and said, "Zhu Wenhua, I heard that you are famous for your talent. Why don't you take this opportunity to recite a poem to liven things up?" Zhu Wenhua was happy and stood up. "Yes, uncle." "Shameless, the relationship between your two families is very distant, how can you call me uncle?" Zhu Wenhua raised his glass and looked at Zhang Chunhua with infatuated eyes. "I have a poem to bestow to Miss Zhang." Zhang Chunhua smiled, but she was very anxious. The note she sent to Shenlang for help was real. Once Governor Zhu Yong was the matchmaker, her father, Zhang Chong, could not refuse this marriage. Zhu Wenhua recited, "Her beauty can topple a city, and her virtue can live up to the rumors. Her jade is pure, and her orchids are fragrant." This poem is very good. The key is that it is not frivolous, not licentious. Even if he recited it on this occasion with the intention of courting her, it is not out of line. Good poem. The first to speak was Lin Daiyu, the daughter of the Spice King, Qiyu. She looked at Zhang Chunhua and said, "Sister Chunhua, this poem is very beautiful, isn't it? It is a complete compliment to your character." Zhang Chong braced himself and said, "Young Master Zhu Wenhua is indeed talented." Zhang Chunhua's face showed a smile, but her heart was burning with anxiety. "Shenlang, you bastard, why are you still not coming to save me? Let's not talk about anything else, just on account of the fact that you took advantage of me just now, you have to save me." "Don't you have to pay for touching a woman?" Governor Zhu Yong smiled and was about to speak as a matchmaker. None of the people present could stop him. Even the fourth prince could not. As a prince, was he going to steal someone else's wife in public? But Shenlang could. Because he was the enemy. And in everyone's eyes, he was a man who was about to die. Who would bother with a man who was about to die? It would only cause more trouble for the Battle of Jinshan Island. Look, they couldn't wait to suppress Shenlang and kill Shenlang because they were afraid that Xianwu Mansion would win. So, no matter how presumptuous Shenlang was today, he would be fine. Moreover, the fourth prince probably didn't want to see Zhang Chunhua marry Zhu Wenhua. When Zhu Yong was about to speak, Shenlang said lightly, "Zhu Wenhua, is it interesting to flatter Governor Zhang's daughter like this? Jade pendants compete for purity, and orchids compete for fragrance. Don't you think it's too exaggerated?" Hearing that, everyone's expression changed. Zhu Wenhua was instantly angry. He said coldly, "Shenlang, what do you mean?" Shenlang said, "I can't stand your exaggerated poems. I can't stand your flattery." Zhu Wenhua said coldly, "What does it have to do with you?" Shenlang leaned over and whispered, "We are all men. You flatter women like this and make them forget themselves. You are driving up the price. When all men can't afford to sleep with women, no one is innocent." His voice was very low. But all the people who were skilled in martial arts heard it. All the big shots could only pretend that they didn't hear it. When Zhu Wenhua and Zhang Chunhua heard it, they almost exploded. Especially Zhang Chunhua. "Shenlang, you are a scum, a villain, a jerk. I asked you to save me, and you did save me. But you pushed me into a cesspit first, and then saved me." Note, the third chapter will be delivered. Today's third chapter is 15,000. Benefactor, please support me, please remember the domain name of this book. Com Wonderful Bookhouse Mobile Version. Com, driving up the price of beauty? Fourth Prince Ningzhen said, "Shenlang, you know that once you say this, all the women in the world will see you as their enemy. Is it your talent to say such despicable and despicable things? Just this sentence alone is enough for me to slap your mouth." These words were indeed extremely vulgar. What was it, It was the part of a woman that should not be spoken out. This was the real bottom three. Xianlang smiled and did not say anything. Zhu Wenhua was gloating in his heart. Look at you, Xianlang, still feeling proud. Even fourth prince came to teach you a lesson. Seeing this, Xianlang secretly scolded him for being an idiot. Fourth Prince Ningzhen was clearly adding fuel to the fire, emphasizing that these 4 words that Xianlang said were extremely vulgar, but it would spread. Slang would also become an illusion. In ancient times, there were many idioms that were said inadvertently and then spread widely, becoming an illusion and becoming an idiom. These 4 words that Xianlang said were too vulgar and would definitely be praised by the people of the city. In this way, Zhu Wenhua would become synonymous with bootlicker, and Zhang Chunhua would become synonymous with the price of beauty. That was why Zhang Chunhua was so angry. At this time, why would Governor Zhu Yong come to this muddy water? Could it be that he also wanted to become a character in this vulgar illusion? He, Governor Zhu, was going to be a famous official. How could he be involved in this kind of dirty thing? If he was to be a matchmaker for Zhu Wenhua, wouldn't he also become one of the people who drove up the price of beauty? Moreover, fourth prince had already added fuel to the fire, so the matter of being a matchmaker was dropped. Zhu Wenhua unconsciously looked at Xianlang and said, "You think that my poem is not good, and there are many great people here, then please write a poem for Miss Zhang Chunhua. I want to see how outstanding it is, how humble it is." What a low-level method. Zhu Wenhua was still a typical bootlicker. If Xianlang's poem were to be spread everywhere with Zhang Chunhua, would it make me, Zhu Wenhua, seem especially good to Miss Zhang? Look, Xianlang actually wrote a poem to scold you. If Xianlang's poem elevates Zhang Chunhua, then Xianlang is also a bootlicker. Xianlang laughed. Speaking of which, I do have a poem here. Zhang Chunhua's ears perked up. She didn't care about Zhu Wenhua's poems. She felt disgusted just by listening to them. As for Xianlang's poems, she was filled with anticipation. Even if it was an obscene poem, she was still excited to hear it. Because he was a talented scumbag. Xianlang, but this poem is not for Miss Zhang Chunhua, but for Miss Qiyu. As soon as he said that, Zhang Chunhua directly broke her chopsticks. Xianlang, I will kill you one day. Qiyu, who looked like Lin Daiyu, couldn't help but be startled. She said, but I don't know Xin. She was the daughter of a merchant. She didn't appreciate a man like Xianlang. What she appreciated was a man like Zhang Jin who could make a name for himself. So, of course, she wanted to distance herself from any relationship that might cause misunderstandings. Xianlang, Miss Qi, although you don't know me, I've been friends with you for a long time. Another friend with a long time. Qiyu still had a smile on her face, but her heart was already filled with coldness. Because Xianlang was teasing her. You, Xianlang, are just a lowly commoner with a little talent. I, Qiyu, look down on you. This was a common trait among merchants. They were all passionate about power. On the contrary, a rich and powerful lady like Jean Mulan paid more attention to a man's appearance and talent. What was lacking, they would fill it up. For example, Jean Muzong's name. Zhang Chunhua said, I'd like to hear Xin's poem. Sister Qi is beautiful on the outside and intelligent on the inside. She's like a person who descended from the heavens. No amount of praise can be excessive. Xianlang, this poem is called to Qiyu. Everyone's ears pricked up, their hearts filled with contempt. This wasn't a brothel. Any poem written for a woman, no matter if it was a compliment or a derogatory one, was tasteless. Zhu Wenhua was even more disdainful. What's the use of you, Xianlang, licking Qiyu's boots? She's going to marry Zhang Jin. She wouldn't look up to a commoner like you. Qiyu, who looked like Lin Daiyu, lowered her head. She didn't listen, nor did she resist. She seemed indifferent. Xianlang recited, Su Jia seeks a noble visit to a powerful family. Zhang Jun has talent but no sincerity. Pitiful midnight flames rise not seeing the Xianxian, seeing the ghost. As soon as this poem came out, Zhang Jin's expression changed. This poem was clearly for Qiyu, but in fact, it was mocking Zhang Jin for setting fire to his wife. It was said that for the sake of riches and honor, Su Guanyun sought out Zhang Chong, a powerful clan, to form a marriage alliance. However, Zhang Jin was a man of talent but no virtue. Not only did Su Guanyun's action not bring riches and honor to his clan, it brought about the destruction of his clan. This poem was really well written. Especially the last sentence, not seeing the Xianxia, seeing the ghost. It said that Su Xianxia had died and become a ghost. Qiyu, aren't you going to marry Zhang Jin? Look at the tragedy of your previous wife, Su Xianxia. Governor Zhu Ying looked at Shenlang for the first time. He also knew of the book Endless Romance and knew that Shenlang was quick-witted. Now that he met him in person, he realized that his talent in poetry was indeed outstanding. The key was that Shenlang wasn't showing off by composing a poem, but was using it as a weapon. The whole place was silent, and no one discussed. Qiyu's expression finally wasn't as calm as before. Instead, it revealed a hint of coldness. It took a long time for the atmosphere of the banquet to return to normal. When Zhu Wenhua saw that the governor didn't come out to matchmake for a long time, he knew that today's marriage proposal was over. His hatred for Shenlang grew. Viscount Zhu Lanting's face was full of anger. Harming someone's good deeds was like killing one's parents. What does my son Zhu Wenhua marrying Zhang Chunhua have to do with you, Shenlang? Why did you come out to stop it? Originally, I didn't want to use such a drastic method, but now you, Shenlang, have forced my hand. Clenching his teeth, Viscount Zhu Lanting hesitated for a moment, then stood up and said, Your Highness, I have something to report. Fourth Prince Ningran was startled. Lanchan, please speak. Calling him by his title was a form of intimacy. Zhu Lanting said, Shenlang once wrote a book, Boundless Romance of the Golden Plum Blossom. Everyone knew about it, and they had all read it. So what? Viscount Zhu Lanting said, in this book, Shiman Qing has a concubine named Li Pinger, and I happen to know that your highness also has a concubine named Pinger in your maiden family. Shenlang's book is tarnishing your highness's reputation, tarnishing your concubine. In the book, Boundless Romance, eunuch Hua abused Li Pinger with a bell, causing her to suffer from gynecological menstruation. How disrespectful is this? Your highness, please punish me. As soon as these words came out, Shenlang cursed in his heart. Ck your mother, Zhu Lanting. Who knew that Ningzhen's concubine's nickname was Pinger? If this was a crime, then the person who wrote the book could forget about living. Fourth Prince Ningzhen couldn't help but frown in displeasure. Then Viscount Zhu Lanting said, the merchant who printed this book, Deng Xian, is also guilty. I have arrested him. Deng Xian was the brother of the concubine of Yangu County's governor. He also had a backer and was not someone Zhu Lanting could arrest. But now that Zhu Lanting had directly dragged the fourth prince into the case, the governor of Yangu County did not dare to stop him. Although he was not on good terms with Zhang Chong, he also belonged to the crown prince's faction. The fourth prince was the crown prince's right-hand man, of course, he could not offend him. Therefore, the big boss of spring painting, Deng Xian, was caught and brought here. It was really a disaster for the fish in the moat. Soon, the wretched Deng Xian was brought in. His hands were tied with rope and his body was covered with injuries. It was obvious that he had been beaten. After coming in, Zhu Wenhua stepped forward and kicked Deng Xian, forcing him to kneel. When Deng Xian saw Shenlang, it was as if he had seen his savior. He pleaded loudly, Shen, save me. Fourth Prince Ningzhen was also very unhappy. Zhu Lanting, why are you looking for trouble? What trouble are you causing? Haven't I read the book Boundless Romance of Golden Plum Blossoms? Don't I know that Shiman Qing has a concubine named Li Pinger in it? I'm already pretending not to know. Why are you nitpicking? This was definitely not Fourth Prince Ningzhen's magnanimity. It was because the state of you was rarely punished for words and literature. Seizing some of the words in the enemy's writings and attacking them to death would lead to a literary prison. It would make all scholars jittery. He, Ningzhen, could not bear such a responsibility. The key was this concubine. He had only married her a month ago. Shenlang was not a god. How could he know that her nickname was Pinger? Previously, when Shen Lang hid the words Tianzhu Prince Jin in the book, hadn't Li Wenjing suffered enough, but now that this matter had been exposed by Viscount Zhu Lanting, he could not ignore it and punish it. If he denied it, some people would think that Ningzhen was weak and could be bullied. He was indifferent to his concubine being humiliated by others. It was not that Zhu Lanting did not know this, so at the beginning, he did not intend to use this matter to attack Shenlang. That would cause the fourth prince to be unhappy. But now, he couldn't help it. You, Shenlang, ruined my plan first. Don't blame me for being despicable. However, Zhu Lanting also knew that this matter alone could not do anything to Shenlang. Before the destruction of Xianwu Mansion, Shenlang would be fine no matter what he did. Everyone was waiting for the destruction of the Kim family, so there was no need to complicate matters. If he killed Shenlang, Xianwu would take the opportunity to attack and say that they did not want to compete in the Battle of Jinshan Island. So Shenlang must die, but not now, but if he could kill Deng Xian, it would be a slap in the face to Shenlang. Deng Xian had published a book for you, Shenlang. But now, he had died because of you. Shenlang, are you not at fault? You can't even protect your own dog. Fourth Prince Ningzhen really didn't want to take up this matter, but even for the sake of face, he had to punish Deng Xian, this unlucky guy. He decided to just give him 20 or 30 strokes. On the one hand, it would be a slight punishment, and on the other hand, it would not make him seem mean and narrow-minded. So, he was about to order Deng Xian to be beaten. At this time, Zhang Chong suddenly smiled and said, "Your Highness, this matter can be said to be wrong or right." "I have an idea." Ningzhen said, "Prefect Zhang, please say it." Zhang Chong said, "Shenlang, aren't you talented and good at poetry? You are limited to write a poem to defend Deng Xian before he is dragged out. As long as the poem is good and wonderful, this Deng Xian is not guilty. How about it?" Fourth Prince Ningzhen was puzzled. Why did Zhang Chong want to do this? Zhang Chong continued, "Of course, this poem is not only to defend Deng Xian, but also to express your feelings about the situation of Xianwu Mansion. After all, the battle for Jinshan Island is just around the corner. The moment to decide the fate of the Kim family is coming. You should be touched." Shenlang was immediately alert. Zhang Chong was testing the real situation. Everyone thought that Xianwu Mansion would lose the battle for Jinshan Island. Zhang Chong also thought so. But only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win every battle. Poetry was born from the heart and could reflect a person's emotions. Especially in such a hurry, it was difficult to carve carefully and could only come from the heart. Therefore, Zhang Chong wanted to explore Shenlang's true thoughts through poetry. Ningzhen immediately understood Zhang Chong's idea. He nodded and said, "Okay, that's the way, and it's also an elegant thing, isn't it? But I'll say the ugly words first. Shenlang, if your poem is not good, then Deng Xian will be punished with 50 strokes of the cane. 50 strokes of the cane would kill someone. If Deng Xian was beaten to death because of Shenlang's book, how could he bear it? Therefore, this poem must be done extremely well to amaze everyone." Any good poem did not rely on sculpting, but rather, it came from one's heart. Therefore, this poem must depict Shenlang's love and pessimism for Xianwu Mansion. This would make Zhang Chong and others more determined that Xianwu Mansion would lose the battle for Jinshan Island. Because even Shenlang, a core member of the Count House, was so desperate and helpless. Zhang Chong said in a cold voice, "Drag Deng Xian out and give him 50 strokes of the cane. It doesn't matter if he is beaten to death." A few warriors came in and directly dragged Deng Xian out. Deng Xian screamed in fear, "Shen, save me, save me." Once Deng Xian was dragged out of the threshold and Shenlang did not make a good poem to plead for mercy, it would be counted as a loss, and Deng Xian would be beaten to death. Time was extremely tight. There was no way to think about it. In just a few seconds, Deng Xian would soon be dragged out of the threshold and beaten to death. "Shen, save me, save me." Shenlang suddenly got up and said, "Wait." Zhang Chong said, "Do you have a poem in your heart? Then read it out. If you do well, Deng Xian will be acquitted. If not, Deng Xian will be punished." Shenlang was sad. He looked at the lights in the hall. It was evening, and the sky was not completely dark, so the candlelight was not very bright. The sun was setting outside, and the scenery was extremely beautiful. Unfortunately, night would soon fall. He had a poem, and he read it out sadly. "The lights are not on in the middle of the night alone at the banquet. The sunset is infinitely beautiful just falling into the dusk." After this poem was read, the whole hall was silent. Zhang Chuanhua's liver was trembling. A man like this was really intoxicating. Zhang Chong, Governor Zhu Yong, and Prince Ningzhen looked at each other. Shenlang's poetry talent was really amazing. It was even hard to imagine. This poem was really a classic. At least no one present could do it. First of all, the poem wanted to exonerate Deng Xian. The third word of each sentence in this poem was, light, appear, nothing, fall. This was a homophonic sound. Deng Xian was not guilty. It was not difficult to hide these 4 words in the poem, the key was to conform to the mood. Look at this scene. Because it was evening, the sky was getting dark, so candles had to be lit. But if it was not at night, the candles would not be bright. So the first sentence, no lights in the middle of the night, seemed particularly appropriate. The second sentence, alone at the banquet. Everyone present was Shenlang's enemy, so it was not an exaggeration to call it a banquet at the gate. Of course, the banquet at the gate was an allusion to the Western Han dynasty, which was a small fallacy here. The first 2 sentences were not much, but the last 2 sentences were really amazing. The setting sun was infinitely beautiful, but it fell into the dusk. This expressed Shenlang's infinite love for Xianwu Mansion, but it expressed pessimism and despair about the future of the Kim family. The sun set in the west, and no one could save it. This was just like the destruction of Xianwu Mansion. It was the general trend, and no one could reverse it, not even Shenlang's talent. The key was that the sky outside at this time was setting in the west. This scene, this heart, this feeling, the whole poem was full of pessimism and desolation. Such a sentence was rarely seen in 100 years. It was really a natural poem, and a clever hand came across it by chance. It really made one sigh. It was really shocking. Shenlang knew that he had to stop when he was ahead, so as not to go too far. The task of today's banquet was completed. Don't reveal anything, and continue to let the enemy think that Xianwu Mansion would be defeated. This way, when the battle for Jinshan Island was won, they could give the enemy a fatal blow. Therefore, Shenlang's face was full of sorrow, and he said sadly, I feel unwell. I'll take my leave now. I'll see you on the martial arts arena in 4 days. At that time, the life and death of Xianwu Mansion will be up to the will of heaven, but the heavenly Tao is so unfair. Then, he got up and staggered away, alone and lonely, as if it was a sign that the end of Xianwu Mansion was coming. However, there was only one sentence in Shenlang's heart, 4 days later, see how I cripple you. Zhu Lanting and Zhu Wenhua, you're lucky, you won't die today. After the battle for Jinshan Island, if I don't kill you, I'll *CKU. The 2 poems in this chapter were adapted from the works of the great godly Shangyin. Note, the first update was sent. This time, it was written even later, at 7 in the morning. I don't know how many brain cells died in this chapter. I'll sleep for a few hours after taking the medicine, then I'll continue writing after I wake up, asking for support and encouragement. Please remember this book's domain name. Com Wonderful Bookhouse Mobile Version. Com. After Shenlang left, the banquet continued. Viscount Zhu Lanting said, although Shenlang is arrogant, he does have some talent. No one responded to him. Only Zhang Chunhua frowned slightly. She had already heard the hidden meaning. Zhu Lanting wanted to block Shenlang's way out. Sure enough, Viscount Zhu Lanting continued, Xianwu Mansion is about to be destroyed. At that time, Shenlang will be like a crow that has lost its nest. Your Highness may be able to take him in and train him. 4th Prince Ningzhen said, I already said that he is a crow. How can we take him in? It's inauspicious. Besides, father doesn't like this person who is opportunistic and frivolous. Who would dare to use him? As soon as these words came out, Viscount Zhu Lanting was ecstatic. Shenlang was dead. Originally, he was worried that someone would take a fancy to Shenlang's talent. Even if Xianwu Mansion was destroyed, this little bastard would not die. Instead, he would be taken in by some big shot. That would be troublesome. For example, Zhang Chong and even Governor Zhu Yong needed talents. But with 4th Prince Ningzhen's words, no one would dare to take Shenlang. The monarch did not like Shenlang. This was a strong political signal. Especially an ambitious official like Zhang Chong would never go against any of the monarch's will. Sure enough, after hearing the 4th prince's words, Zhang Chong's hand paused slightly. And Zhang Chunhua's expression changed directly, but Zhang Jin was happy. He was eager to see Shenlang die. Governor Zhu Yong glanced at Viscount Zhu Lanting. It was really a thief who wanted to bite deep into wood. Zhu Lanting's little trick had almost cut off Shenlang's path of survival. After the banquet, in the Zhang family's old house, Zhang Chunhua sat on the chair again, hugging her legs and resting her chin on her knees. Zhu Lanting and his son deserve to die, Zhang Chunhua said. Father, you were blind at that time. You actually wanted me to marry Zhu Wenhua. Zhang Chong was very strict with his son, but he was very tolerant with his daughter. He didn't mind Zhang Chunhua's rude words. When he wanted to marry Zhang Chunhua to Zhu Wenhua, it was completely to cater to the monarch's will. When Zhu Lanting offered up his fief and military power, he was really very happy. He was like a flag in the hands of the monarch. Moreover, the New Deal at that time was not as smooth as it was now, and the New Deal party was not very confident. After all, the old nobles were still very powerful. Moreover, Zhu Wenhua's talent was very prominent at that time. He was popular in the entire Tiannam province and seemed to have a promising future. Therefore, when he spread the news that he wanted to marry his daughter to Zhu Wenhua, it was completely a political statement. I, Zhang Chong, will always be in line with the monarch. Now, 2 years had passed. The situation had changed dramatically. The New Deal party could be said to be crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Especially with the compromise of the two giants, Zhenbei Ho and Jin Yuan Ho, the entire old nobles faction was like a group of dragons without a leader, like a plate of loose sand. Now, the Xianwu mansion was about to be destroyed. The color of Viscount Zhu Lanting's flag was also not so bright. Therefore, Zhang Chong's heart about this marriage also faded. Daughter, there are many good men in the world. Find another one you like. Zhang Chong sighed. Zhang Chunhua said, do you think a woman's heart is a toilet? That men can come and go as they please? I'm unruly, but not licentious. Zhang Chong frowned, but did not reprimand his daughter. Zhang Chunhua said, Father, is Shenlang really going to die? Zhang Chong said, unless the monarch's opinion of him changes, no one will dare to use him, and I will not dare to use him. After all, I am the monarch's most loyal lackey. Don't worry, I will find a better man for you. Zhang Chunhua said, those who are better than Shenlang are not as interesting as him. You let me provoke him, and now the consequences are here. I am afraid that even if I marry in the future, I can't help but cheat on him. Zhang Chong's eyelids twitched wildly. If it was his son who said such words, he would have already been beaten to death 800 times. It wasn't that Zhang Chunhua had never read books about women's teachings, but it was because she had read them so well that she could see through the thoughts of the person who wrote them. That was why she behaved so unruly. Zhang Chong's frown did not loosen. When Zhang Chunhua saw this, she could not help but ask, Father, do you really care about Shenlong's life or death? Zhang Chong shook his head. Although he loved talent, it was not to that extent. There was a problem with Shenlong's performance tonight. Zhang Chong said. Zhang Chunhua was stunned. There was no problem with his performance. His last poem was filled with despair and desolation from the bottom of his heart. Zhang Chong said, there was no problem with the poem, but there was another detail that reflected the despair in his heart. Zhang Chunhua thought for a moment and said, Deng Xian? Zhang Chong said, yes, Shenlang was too proactive in saving Deng Xian. Let me ask you, will a person who is in a hopeless situation have the mood to save others? Zhang Chunhua said, could it be that Shenlang is especially righteous? Zhang Chong shook his head, do you think Shenlang is such a person? Zhang Chunhua thought for a moment and shook her head, no, he's just a scum. Zhang Chong said, this Deng Xian is just a person who has published books for him. There is a friendship but no affection. When Deng Xian was in danger, Shenlang instinctively saved him, and he also showed extreme sensitivity and decisiveness. When a person is in a hopeless situation, his heart will be gloomy, and his senses will be numb. This is human nature's instinct. It's the spirit's self-protection. He does not care about the life and death of insignificant people, so Shenlong's performance was abnormal. Zhang Chong's words couldn't be more correct. Zhang Chunhua liked Shenlang, but if her father, Zhang Chong, was in a hopeless situation, would she still be in the mood to hook up with Shenlang? Without a doubt, she would not. Zhang Chunhua said, there is no longer any suspense in the battle for Jinshan Island. In the 3 martial arts competitions, the Kim clan will lose. There is no doubt about this. Zhang Chong nodded. There were some things that could not be changed by talent. For example, the 3 martial arts competitions between the Kim clan and the Tang Corps. Even if the sun rose in the west, the Kim clan would still lose. Zhang Chunhua said, perhaps Shenlang has already thought of a way out after the Xianwu mansion is defeated. This was also a possibility. Zhang Chunhua said, when that time comes, will father let him go? Zhang Chong shook his head and said, we'll talk about it when the time comes. I am just the monarch's lackey. If the monarch wants me to kill someone, I will do it. After returning home, Shenlang frowned. Mulan said, Shenlang, if you are trying to cover up the fact that you are fooling around with Zhang Chunhua, then you don't have to do it. Huh, Shenlang quickly raised his head and said in surprise, Jean Mulan, you followed me? However, half a second later, he immediately changed his words, my wife, you are worried about my safety, so you have been protecting me from the shadows. You are so good to me. I am so touched. Look, the same thing could be said in 2 completely different sentences. One was a way out, the other was a way out. Mulan walked over to Shenlang and sat on his lap. She then wrapped her arms around Shenlang's neck. This scene was very alluring, wasn't it? Mulan had never been so proactive before. Especially when her figure was so hot. The feeling of sitting on him was completely explosive. But Shenlang had goosebumps all over his body. This scene was not familiar. It seemed like it had just happened a few hours ago. That was how Zhang Chunhua had sat on his lap at the time. So now Shenlang really didn't dare to move. Husband, I can understand that men occasionally go out and play. As long as their heart is at home, as long as their spirit is not cheating, it's not cheating, Mulan said coquettishly. These were all words that Shenlang had said before. The crisis in front of them was unsolvable. No matter what Shenlang said, it would be wrong. So at this time, he had to use the soul transfer distraction technique. My wife, I made a mistake today, Shenlang said seriously. What is it? Mulan said. Shenlang said, Zhang Chong has been testing me. At first, he sent Zhang Chunhua, then he asked me to compose a poem. I didn't make any mistakes in my response. The only mistake was that Zhang Chong saw some flaws. This sentence not only casually explained the difficulties of fooling around with Zhang Chunhua, but also changed the topic of the conversation. Mulan wasn't a person who would abandon work for personal reasons. She immediately said seriously, what flaw? Shenlang said, I was too proactive in saving Deng Xian. Would a person in a desperate situation have the leisure to save someone who doesn't want to do it? It's human nature to protect oneself first before saving others. Even a clay bodhisattva can't protect himself, so why would he care about the life and death of others? Mulan frowned and suddenly said, if I can't protect myself, I will save you first. Shenlang hugged Mulan and kissed her lips. He said softly, me too. Because in our hearts, the other party is more important than ourselves. No one can replace your place in my heart. Mulan Yu said, but a teapot needs more than one teacup, right? Shenlang said, fallacy, fallacy. Then, he swept the 3 teacups on the table to the ground and broke them. There was only one left. My wife, my body is weak. My ability in bed is definitely not strong. I have to use all my strength to deal with a seductress like you. How can I have the energy to touch other women? Shenlang said softly, my wife is really thinking too much, too much. Seeing that her husband had ruined himself to this extent in order to survive, Mulan couldn't help but laugh. Ordinary men would brag about their ability in bed. Only her husband kept saying that his ability was not good enough. You're so annoying. Mulan twisted her slim waist, which made Shenlong's soul fly away. Then, Mulan said seriously, husband, Zhang Chong saw some flaws. Is it okay? Tight, too tight, the pressure is too tight. Shenlang said while trembling. Mulan reached out to grab Shenlong's ears and said, let's get down to business. Shenlang said, it's okay. But, just in case, we still have to make relevant arrangements. I really hope that someone won't be hurt by me. Time was like water. Years flew by. The days when he couldn't pretend to be pretentious flew by. 4 days had passed. Tomorrow, the Battle of Jinshan Island would begin. The third martial arts contest between Xianwu Mansion and Jinhai Count House would officially begin. To be absolutely fair, the contest would be held in a third place. Nujiang hunting ground, in the Zhang family's old house. A group of people were red in the face, banging the table and smashing the cups. There was a map on the table, which showed the fief of Xianwu Mansion and Wanya Island. The mines, smelters, saltworks, horse farms, mulberry fields, forts, manors, and so on were clearly marked on the map. From this map, it could be seen how deep the foundation of a century-old aristocratic family was. It was like when some companies lost money, they sold a building and immediately turned the loss into profit. And there were dozens of such buildings. But now, these properties had become the food on the plate of the rich and powerful. The Yinyuan Association, Earl Jinhai, Qinggan, the New Deal Party, Lanshan Viscount Mansion, Northern Marquis Mansion, and even the pirate King Cho Tianwei came to divide the spoils. Xianwu Mansion had not yet collapsed, but in everyone's eyes, it was already a corpse waiting to be slaughtered. Xianwu Mansion owes an astronomical debt to the Yinyuan Association, and it used Wanya Island as collateral. So I don't care who the saltworks and mines on Wanya Island end up with, but half of the profits will be given to the Yinyuan Association. In addition, the Yinyuan Association also has the right to auction the antique calligraphy and paintings in Xianwu Mansion. This time, my Tang family is the main force in the annihilation of the Black Tortoise Count Mansion, so we ought to get the biggest share. Whoever dares to compete with me for the Black Tortoise Count Mansion's mines, I'll turn hostile. The Kim family still owes us money. The Cho family wants half of the saltworks on Wanya Island. Otherwise, no ship will be able to sail safely. In order to destroy Xianwu Mansion, Count Qinggan House lost hundreds of people, and my son-in-law, Lin Zhua, also died on the battlefield. If anyone wants me to get nothing, I will remember you. The Blue Mountain Viscount Mansion doesn't want anything else, just the 10,000 acres of mulberry fields belonging to the Kim family. I, Zhu Lanting, am not greedy at all. You won't fight with me for the 10,000 acres of land, will you? The scene in front of them was really a group of devils dancing wildly. And it was very familiar. Just like China at the beginning of the 20th century, those great powers greedily divided the interests of our nation and country. At that time, China also had a government and sovereignty. At this time, Xianwu Mansion had not been destroyed yet, but in everyone's eyes, it was already a skeleton in a grave. After the destruction of Xianwu Mansion, the biggest beneficiary was, of course, the monarch. More than 1,000 square kilometers of fief directly belonged to the monarch. But when the monarch ate the meat, the people under him also had to share the soup. Otherwise, who would fight with you in the future? In this feast of loot distribution, the one who showed the most desire was Zhang Chong. He didn't want anything. Moreover, he couldn't want anything. Because he was the host. He only wanted a future, and the position of the next commander-in-chief of Yanzhou. The marriage between Zhang Jin and Qiyu had become a foregone conclusion, and they only needed to wait for the right time to announce it. The Qi family's money could also be in place at any time. The political brokers of the Yinyuan Association also started to lobby. It had to be said that once the marriage with the Yinyuan Association was established, everything became much simpler. Many people who originally wanted to stop Zhang Chong from taking the position also gave up. Less than half of the original plan of 100,000 gold coins was spent. As long as Xianwu Mansion was destroyed, he, Zhang Chong, would become the next commander-in-chief of Yanzhou, and reach a new peak in his life. At night, the final battle was about to begin tomorrow. Even though she was certain of victory, Mulan still felt a little nervous. She was very strong in the past. But after marrying Shen Lang, she felt that she had become stronger, but also more fragile. The more love a person gave, the stronger they were because they had to protect others. But at the same time, the more fragile they were because they would worry. Mulan was very nervous and afraid. Jin Mutsong was even more nervous and afraid. He still desperately copied the homework. He had memorized 19 theses and 150 poems by heart. That's right, he had added 20 more poems to his collection. In the past 2 months, he had copied dozens of times. But he was still afraid that he would forget, so he continued to copy. It had been more than a month since he had done that. "Fatty, go to sleep," Xianxia said. After that, he passed over a few colorful pictures, and every single one of them was extremely hot and stimulating. He needed to vent when he was under too much pressure. That way, he could sleep better. Jean Muzong took it and said with a trembling voice, "Brother-in-law, I'm afraid." Xianxia asked, "Afraid of what?" Jean Muzong said, "I'm afraid that I'll lose to Tang Yun and ruin the fate of my family." Xianxia said, "You're thinking too much. It's normal for you to lose, but it'll be strange if you win. I don't have much hope for you. But you have nothing better to do." Jean Muzong's temples bulged. Xianxia said, "Have fun by yourself. After that, go to bed early." Mulan was even more nervous, and she couldn't even breathe properly. Because the first duel tomorrow was between her and Tang Yen. "Darling, what do you think we should do if Tang Yen uses another sword technique? What if Tang Yan's meteor fall is different from what we imagined? What if I make a mistake in the duel and lose to Tang Yen? If I lose, the battle for Jinshan Island will be a complete failure. Our family will be finished." Xianxia held his wife in his arms, smelling the enchanting fragrance on her body. In Xianxia's arms, Mulan gradually calmed down. But soon, her breathing quickened again. "Husband, why don't you loosen up a little? It's so uncomfortable." Xianxia said, "Wife, you're too nervous. I have a trick that can solve all your anxiety." "What is it?" Mulan asked. Xianxia said, "One shot to solve 1,000 worries." Mulan let go of Xianxia. "No, absolutely not at this time. Husband, everything is under your control, right? No matter what happens, you have a way to solve it. So, our family will win, right? Woman, your name is weakness." Xianxia nodded heavily and said, "Yes. In the world, on the ground, in the 4 seas and 8 wastelands, only I am invincible. Tomorrow, we'll F***ck them up." Mulan said, "Kill them." Mulan felt that the word F***ck should not be used blindly. It would tarnish her purity. This word could only be used on husband. Perhaps her husband could use it on her as well. The next day, 200 cavalrymen from Xianwu Mansion escorted Xianxia, Jin Zhua, Mulan, and Jean Muzong out of the Count House. They headed to the Nujiang hunting ground. The battle for Jinshan Island had officially begun, the third duel that would decide the fate of Xianwu Mansion had officially begun, the curtain was lifted. Note, the second chapter has been updated. I'll have some food and continue to write the third chapter. Brothers, don't stop supporting me. Pastries will make you happy, thank you for chasing you that year, I changed the name to LOL, and Nyo Hutu's 10,000 yuan reward. Please remember this book's domain name. Mobile version. Nujiang Hunting Ground. Although it was a hunting ground in name, it was actually a huge barracks. However, this barracks was relatively idle most of the time. Today, the whole hunting ground was full of people with flags fluttering in the wind. There was a sentry every 3 steps and a sentry every 5 steps. It was heavily guarded. The battle for Jinshan Island was a life-and-death disaster for Xianwu Mansion, but for some people, it was a slaughterhouse. Of course, there were not many families and forces that were qualified to share the meat. For most people, this was an arena. They were here to watch a show. A big show of life and death. The winner would take it all. If they lost, it might mean that the whole family's century-old foundation would disappear in the long river of history. So, it was a big show. Almost all the influential families in the entire Tiannan province had come. Not only that, most of the old aristocrats in the state of Yu had sent people to watch the battle. This could be considered as a fox mourning the death of a rabbit. It was not easy for Xianwu Mansion. It was like taking a knife and taking a thunder for everyone. So we all supported you spiritually. But that was all she could do to support him mentally. She could not do anything else. Our boss Marquis Jinyuan Sunan had betrayed the camp. Speaking of Marquis Jinyuan Mansion, his son Su Jianting had also come, and his ranking was very high. Even Xiao Xiao of New Tiao City had come. When Xianwu Jinzhuo led the cavalry to the Nujiang hunting ground, it caused a big sensation. Many people came forward to express their condolences and looked at them with sympathy. After all, in their minds, death was the most important thing. It was of course exciting to be able to witness the demise of a family, but they still had to show their sympathy and condolences on the surface. This made Xianxia extremely disgusted. People in the state of Yu also liked to gamble. Almost any martial arts competition could be opened as a gambling house. Under normal circumstances, such a big thing as the battle for Jinshan Island could be opened as a big gambling house. Xianxia also wanted to take the opportunity to make a fortune. But unexpectedly, no one opened this gambling house. Because everyone felt that the result was doomed. Xianwu Mansion would definitely lose. This was too much. In the 2002 World Cup, even the China team and the Brazil team had a gambling house, right? Not long after the people from Xianwu Mansion arrived. The people of Jinhai Count House also entered the Nujiang hunting ground. There was another commotion. The people who had just looked at Xuanwu with sympathy and sorrow went up to him again. However, this time, their gazes were burning with jealousy. Jinhai Count House was very shameless. They actually betrayed their own camp and became the butcher's knife in the hands of the monarch to kill their own kind. But this had nothing to do with them. The only thing they cared about was that the Jinhai Count House was going to make a fortune. The enmity between the two families for 100 years was finally going to come to an end. It was true that 100 years in the east, 100 years in the west. More than 100 years ago, when the Jin Zhou Count was born, the Kim family was at its peak. How miserable was the Jinhai Marquis residence? Even its castle was taken away by pirates. And now, Xianwu Mansion was about to be destroyed. Jinhai Count House was about to rise. Fate really made a fool out of people. After both Xianwu Mansion and Jinhai Count House arrived, the real adjudicators came. The real big shots came. The battle for Jinshan Island was a big deal. Governor Zhu Yong couldn't be the referee. The fourth prince, Ning Zhen, read the decree of the monarch, and he didn't judge. Those who could be judges must meet several characteristics. They were highly respected, top nobles, and had a transcendent status. This was not only the case for Jinshan Island this time, but also 20 years ago. This time, the three big adjudicators were the uncle of the monarch, Ning Qi, the first-class duke of the state of Yu, the former grand tutor of the crown prince, the former left prime minister of Xianxia, the first-class marquis of the state of Yu, Sua Xian, the first giant of the military of the state of Yu, the grand protector of the crown prince, the duke of Weiwu, and a top martial arts master, Bian Shao. As soon as these three super big shots arrived, everyone bowed. Everyone here stamped their feet, and the ground of the state of Yu would tremble a few times. It was an absolutely luxurious lineup. Ning Qi, the imperial uncle of the state of Yu, said, "Xuanwu, Jinhai, this time, the three of us will be the judges of the battle for Jinshan Island. Are you willing?" Count Hangluan of Jinhai bowed and said, "I'm afraid I'm not worthy of the three seniors coming in person." "I'm deeply grateful." Xuanwu wasn't that good with words. He directly bowed and said, "I'm willing." Ning Qi said, "The three of us added together are more than 200 years old. The Duke of Weiwu is still in power. Lord Sua Xian and I have already retired from politics for many years. We were originally at home, but since the monarch asked us to come, we came. We're old and not far from death. We've accepted everything else, and the only thing we care about is this little bit of reputation. We definitely don't want to bring shame to our ancestors and descendants after we die. So, the ruling this time is fair and just. Please rest assured." Count Jinhai bowed again and said, "I'm afraid." Xuanwu said, "Of course I believe that the three sirs are fair and just. I have no doubts at all. Would these three big shots really be fair and just? They really would, just like what Ning Qi said, they were old and about to die. What they cherished the most was their reputation. The reason why the emperor sent them here was because these three people were of virtue and prestige, and also because the Black Tortoise Count Matter was bound to lose in the battle for the Golden Mountain Island, so there was no need for them to tamper with the fairness. Doing so would only damage the emperor's prestige. The Duke of Weiwu was the oldest noble in the state of Yu. He had the largest fief and the largest private army. But he was detached from it. The new policy wouldn't burn his head. Why? because he used to be a border general of the Wu Kingdom in the north. During the war between Wu and Yu more than 20 years ago, he led his army south to the state of Yu at a crucial moment, dealing a fatal blow to the Wu Kingdom. This directly led to the Wu Kingdom's great defeat, and the Wu Kingdom ceded 9 counties. And at that time, Xianxia didn't just lead his army south. He also brought the territory of 3 counties. The monarch personally held his hand and said that he was the benefactor of the Ning clan for generations. The Ning clan was the royal family. Normally, those who weren't members of the Ning clan wouldn't be given the title of duke. But Xianxia was made an exception and was given the title of Duke of Weiwu. Now, he led 150,000 troops to guard Yenzhou and Tianbei province. He was at the front line against the Wu Kingdom's army. This Duke of Weiwu was the absolute pillar of the state of Yu. How could the fire of the new policy burn his head? His status was detached, far beyond anyone else's. And this Duke of Weiwu was also an extremely arrogant person. He had never bothered to deal with the old nobles in the state of Yu. In his eyes, there was only the monarch. You want such a super big boss to play favoritism and cheat in the battle for Jinshan Island? That was completely impossible. But you want him to be partial to the Xianwu mansion? That was also impossible. This man looked down on all the heroes in the world. He didn't even care about someone like Xuanwu. Uncle Ningqi took out a life-and-death contract. Whether it's a martial battle or a military battle, swords have no eyes. Casualties are inevitable. If there are no objections, both sides can sign this life-and-death contract. Count Jinhai stepped forward, signed his name, and stamped it with his seal. Then, Xuanwu and Jinzhua signed and stamped their seals. Every battle for Jinshan Island was like this, with heavy casualties. Not to mention the battles between the 2 armies, even in the first martial arts competition, there were many deaths. 2 generations of successors of the Xianwu mansion died in the martial arts competition. 3 generations of young masters of the Jinhai Count house died. From then on, the Tang family learned to be obedient. They specifically picked a person to practice martial arts in the family, but this person couldn't be the successor of the family. So, Tang Yan, the martial arts fanatic, appeared. It could be said that he existed solely for the battle for Jinshan Island. At least at the beginning. Of course, the current Tang Yan would become the next South Sea Sword King, a grandmaster of the state of Yu. The martial arts competition for Jinshan Island was no longer in his eyes. The life-and-death contract was signed. Uncle Wang Ningqi took out another box. This box was made of mahogany with golden dragons embroidered on it. There was a wax seal on the seal, and a golden seal. Once it was destroyed, it would be difficult to restore. Ningqi said, "This is the topic of the prose poem." It was set by the monarch himself. Except for the monarch, no one knows what the topic is. Then, Ningqi put the box on the table and said, "Xuanwu, Jinhai, come forward and check the wax seal on the box." The 2 stepped forward and checked it. Ningqi said, "Are you sure?" Xuanwu and Count Jinhai were sure. Ningqi said, "Next, this box will be jointly kept by me, Lord Suaxian, and the Duke of Weiwu. It will be officially opened on the day of the literary battle." Yes. Count Jinhai even thought it was ridiculous. Was that trash Jin Mutsung worthy of such a high standard? My son Tang Yun could beat that trash with his eyes closed. The topic wasn't important at all. Who said the topic wasn't important? Shen Lang, who was standing below, felt it was very important. He used his X-ray eyes to see through the box. There was a piece of paper with the topic of the literary battle written on it. Shen Lang could see it clearly. A policy paper and a poem. The monarch was indeed cunning. Shen Lang had bet on 19 questions, but none of them were correct. Jin Mutsung, that fat otaku, was really pitiful. He had wasted 2 months memorizing 19 policy papers and 150 poems. Following this, Shen Lang would use these 2 questions to write a world-shattering treatise on policy. Then, he would write a poem that would shock the heavens and make the earth weep. Then, Jin Mutsung would have to stay up all night to copy and memorize. Now, the martial arts competition was in the bag. Thinking about it, if Kaneki Satoshi was able to defeat Tang Yun, the 3rd rank, in the literary battle, it would definitely shock everyone. This world was crazy. He was really looking forward to it, Uncle Ningqi said. Since there are no objections, both of you should prepare yourselves. The first battle will begin in 2 hours. This was not the Olympics. It would be held over a few days. Everyone's time was precious. The martial arts competition had to be completed in the shortest time possible. 2 days, the battle for Jinshan Island had ended. The first battle was between Jin Mulan and Tang Yen. It would be held in the Nujiang Hunting Grounds main hall. Those who were not nobles were not qualified to watch the battle. There was still a quarter of an hour before the match began. Tang Yen, the martial arts fanatic, was bored. He stared blankly at a mosquito not far away. This mosquito was very powerful. It was already the end of autumn and winter was approaching, but it was still flying so nimbly. No, I need to study it later to see if I can figure something out. For Tang Yen, everything could be a teacher and help people understand martial arts. Today's martial arts competition was crucial. It would decide the fate of the Jin High Count house. But, Tang Yen did not care at all. He did not even know where he was. He did not care who his opponent was. It was the same no matter who it was. Anyway, no matter how powerful you are not as powerful as me. I never ask who my opponent is. I only ask where he is. I, Tang Yen, will always kill with one move. There is no second possibility. What, lonely as snow? Was there anyone who did not have a lonely life? What was so fun about women? What was so fun about money? What was so fun about power? Swords were the most fun. Jin Hai Earl Tang Luan said, Yen your opponent this time is Jin Mulan. You must go all out. At this point, Tang Luan stopped. Go all out? For Tang Yen, going all out and doing it casually meant the same thing. Yen remember, kill her in one move, but don't kill her. Do you understand? Jin Hai Earl said. Tang Yen nodded. Okay, I won't kill her. Jin Hai Earl Tang Luan said, but you have to cripple her martial arts. That way, when someone important wants to possess her, she will not be able to resist. Oh, cripple her martial arts, Tang Yen said. Jin Hai Earl Tang Luan said, when you cripple her martial arts, you must not ruin her appearance. She can have wounds on her body, but they must be small. You cannot damage her skin. The important people wanted a perfect Jin Mulan. If there was a big scar on her body, it would hurt their mood. That's right. Not only did these people distribute all the assets of the Xianwu mansion, but they also treated Jin Mulan, the great beauty, as part of their precious assets. They were prepared to give her to a super important person. Tang Yen frowned and said impatiently, is a wound as small as a strand of hair okay? Jin Hai Earl Tang Luan said, yes. Got it. You are so long-winded, Tang Yen said. Then, he continued to look at the mosquito. This time, he mainly looked at its wings. He counted how many times it flapped its wings. More than 500 times, Tang Yen was shocked. He felt that the mosquito was very powerful. Time's up. Mr. Tang Yen, it's time for you to go on stage. Oh. Tang Yen picked up his black iron sword and walked out. His mind was still filled with the flapping of the mosquito's wings. In the hall, hundreds of people sat neatly. Imperial Uncle Ningqi, Crown Prince's Grand Tutor Sua Xian, and Duke Weiwu Bianxiao. The three of them sat in the middle of the judges' seats. Xian Wu's family sat on the right. There were only a few people sitting behind them. The only slightly famous person was Su Jianting, the son of Marquis Zhen Yuan. Of course, the reason why he sat here was to put on a show. In his mind, Jin Mulan would definitely lose. However, he was the in-law of the Kim family. Jin Hai Earl Tang's family sat on the left. There were many people behind them. Not only the new noble families, but the old nobles also sat on the Tang family's side. It was not to curry favor with the Tang family, but to make a stand. Monarch, we didn't oppose the new policy. Please don't let the next knife fall on my head. As for the unfortunate Xianwu mansion, they could only support them mentally and spiritually. Zhang Chong, Governor Zhu Yong, and the people from Zhenbei Marquis' mansion sat on the third side to show their neutrality and fairness. Zhang Jin and Qiyu sat in the same row. Zhang Chunhua sat in the middle. There's no suspense in this battle. Jean Mulan's swordsmanship is 2 levels lower than Tang Yan's. The only result is an instant defeat, Zhang Jin said. He said it to Qiyu. Qiyu nodded and said, I've seen Tang Yan's swordsmanship. Meteor Fall is indeed unbeatable. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Jean Mulan. She was so beautiful. Her figure was so hot. What a pity. She was about to lose. She would lose the fate of Xianwu Mansion and her freedom in the future. It was a sin to be so beautiful. When Xianwu Mansion was powerful, it could still protect this beauty. Once the Kim family was destroyed, this beauty would become a crime. Dong. The bell rang. The battle for Jinshan Island, the first of the 3 martial arts competitions, had begun. Everyone kept their eyes wide open, afraid to miss a moment. Because the whole process would be very fast. It would definitely be an instant defeat. Because countless young masters had challenged Tang Yan before, but they were all instantly defeated. Jean Mulan's martial arts attainment was not as good as Su Jianting and the others. Naturally, there would be no other result. So, even if it was just a blink of an eye, the battle would probably be over. Tang Yan never looked at his opponent. But now that he had a look, he was slightly stunned. This is a woman, is she so beautiful? Fine, I'll abolish your martial arts in a while and try to make your wound as small as possible. Tang Yan once again raised his sword as he pleased. He suddenly performed it, meteor sword art. He had practiced this move for 14 years. Millions of times, tens of millions of times. Every time he attacked, he was at his peak. This set of sword techniques was invincible and unsolvable. Mulan attacked, her swordsmanship was even simpler, unprecedentedly simpler. And it was just a wooden sword. Without any fancy moves, she directly stabbed at a certain point. It was the eye of the wind of Meteor Fall. The only flaw, the most vulnerable place. Dong. The next moment, Mulan's sword pierced through the terrifying force field of Meteor Fall. It directly stabbed Tang Yan's chest. Suddenly, he spat out his internal force. Whoosh! Tang Yan's body flew out directly, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Instant defeat. Note, the 3rd update is here. Today's update is still nearly 15,000 words. Please support me. First, set a small goal. For example, remember in 1 second, bookseller's mobile god, what just happened, am I dreaming? This was the common reaction of almost everyone present. Everything happened too fast and caught them off guard. I guessed the beginning, I guessed the process, but I didn't guess the ending. It was true that it was an instant kill. But the one who was instantly killed was Tang Yan. Was this a ghost? Everyone present had an instinctive thought. Tang Yan was invincible among the younger generation, and no one could counter Meteor Fall. But now, Jean Mulan killed Tang Yan with 1 strike. Moreover, she used a wooden sword. Was this a joke played by the heavens? Tang Yan was stabbed in the chest by Mulan's sword and was sent flying a few meters away. After landing, he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. At this time, Mulan could have rushed forward and killed him. But, after seeing Tang Yan's eyes, Mulan gave up. Because his eyes were really familiar, like the Big Fool, or like Jean Muzong when his soul was in outer space. Mulan could not bear to kill such a person, and he might not be her enemy in the future. Moreover, after winning, her heart was also filled with shock. Because everything was arranged by Shenlang. Deciphering Meteor Fall, finding a way to counter it, and teaching it to Mulan. She did not comprehend it by herself. To be honest, Mulan had always been uncertain. This was because she had never fought with Tang Yan before, and she had never faced the sword technique of Meteor Fall. She had only heard of Tang Yan's undefeated legend. In terms of martial arts cultivation and internal energy, there were many young masters who surpassed Tang Yan. However, no one was able to break Meteor Fall. And now, she easily countered it. This feeling was like teacher Xiaoyu's first movie, Sunny Days, when she was 18 years old, and she accidentally won the Best Actor award in Venice, one of the 3 biggest film festivals in the world. At that time, he probably had a thought in his mind, damn, what's going on? Mulan could not help but look at her hand and the wooden sword. She was surprised, am I that powerful? Then, she could not help but look at her husband. Because he was the creator of this miracle. Now, Mulan deeply felt that perhaps she and her husband were one and the same. Husband was the brain, and Mulan was the body. The brain commands the body, but wouldn't this make me, Jean Mulan, look stupid? I'm a very smart woman. But that's not a big deal. It's very blissful and sweet. The two of them were like one person. This was probably the most beautiful state of love. However, when Mulan saw Xianxia, she saw an infuriating scene. Her husband was actually flirting with Zhang Chenhua, the slut. You're still seducing women at this critical moment? Still cheating? To think that I even said that once I became one with you, it would be as good as one person. Scum, you deserve to be cut into pieces by 1,000 cuts. Xianxia really didn't do it on purpose. Even if he was a scumbag, he would not be such a scumbag. Now was the critical moment of his wife and Tang Yan's duel. Of course, he was very concerned. But who would have thought that when he was staring at his wife, he suddenly noticed that a beautiful woman was staring at him. As mentioned before, a handsome man's intuition was very sharp. Today, in the entire hall, there were many beautiful women staring at Xianxia, and as they stared at him, they suddenly blushed. Xianxia did not care about this and did not give any response. With so many women staring at him, wouldn't he die of exhaustion if he responded to all of them? When the duel bell rang, everyone's eyes were on Mulan and Tang Yan. After all, this duel was the most important. However, there was still a pair of eyes staring at Xianxia. Xianxia could not help but look back and found that it was Zhang Chenhua. This little slut actually pouted her petal-like lips and kissed him from a distance. This action was very subtle, but Xianxia still caught it. This woman is so flirtatious. Seducing me in public? This caused Xianxia to be distracted for a moment. And in that moment of distraction, his wife's duel had ended. She had killed Tang Yan in an instant. So when Mulan looked at him, Xianxia was still flirting with Zhang Chenhua. He felt his wife's murderous gaze. The hair on Xianxia's neck stood up, and he felt a chill all over his body. I am finished. In order to salvage the situation, Xianxia quickly stood up and applauded, shouting, "Good. My wife is amazing." And when Xianxia shouted and applauded, it seemed that everyone came to their senses. Only then did everyone come to their senses. Of course, the people who could not believe it the most were Tang Luan and Crown Prince Tang Yun. They had personally witnessed Tang Yan's invincibility. These years, there were at least 200 people who came to challenge Tang Yan. And all of them were killed by Tang Yan in an instant. Tang Luan and Tang Yun were numb watching it. Some of them were even more skilled than Jean Mulan. And now, Tang Yan was defeated? And he was killed by Jean Mulan in an instant. How was this possible? Did the sun rise from the west? Tang Luan felt a roar in his head, as if he had been struck by lightning. The first thing he felt was that it was ridiculous and unreal. It was only after a long while that he truly felt the consequences of losing this battle. This was the battle for Jinshan Island. They had lost the first duel that they were sure to win. What the hell is going on? He looked at his son, Tang Yan. Could it be that his son was lustful? Was that why he showed mercy to Jean Mulan? Impossible. In Tang Yan's eyes, there was no such thing as a woman. Could it be that his son was not performing well? Tang Yan had used this sword technique more than 1,000,000 times. Moreover, Tang Luan could see that there was no problem with Tang Yan's meteor fall. He was still at his peak. "Father, we still have the confidence to win 2 out of 3 duels," Tang Yan said. "It's not a big deal to lose the first duel." Jean Hyearl nodded. Yes, we still have the confidence to win. But, why?" The second person who felt his body turn cold and his scalp go numb was Zhang Chong. There were 3 parties who were most concerned about the outcome of the battle for Jinshan Island: Xuanwu, Jean Hyearl, and Zhang Chong. This was because it concerned the fate of these 3 people. In fact, Zhang Chong had a bad feeling since the beginning. He had a bad premonition. First, 4 days ago, at the banquet to welcome 4th Prince Ningzhen, Xianxia revealed a flaw, which gave Zhang Chong some clues. Then, today, Xianxia and his daughter, Zhang Chenhua, were exchanging flirtatious glances. He did not look pessimistic at all. The ominous premonition in Zhang Chong's heart became even stronger. Now, the facts proved that his bad premonition was right. How is this possible? Zhang Jin trembled. Jean Mulan's swordsmanship is far inferior to Su Jianting's. How could she win? How is it possible to break through the meteor fall sword art? This is something that is impossible. Zhang Chunhua, who was at the side, was also stunned. She couldn't be bothered to flirt with Xianlang anymore. Her beautiful face immediately calmed down as she looked at Jean Mulan. Because this was related to her father's fate and the fate of the Zhang family. Compared to her father and the family, what was the love between a man and a woman? After a long time, Zhang Chong said, "Something is wrong. Something big is going to happen." There was another person present. He was the most surprised among the spectators. That was Su Jianting, the son of Marquis Zhen Yuan. Because he was almost the only person who had fought with Tang Yan and Jean Mulan. To be honest, his internal force and martial arts cultivation were better than Tang Yan's, but he still lost. And when he fought with Mulan, he won easily. But now there was such a subversive ending. He could not accept it at all. Although he was Jean Mulan's cousin and the in-law of Xianwu Mansion, he did not want Jean Mulan to win the most. Although his engagement with Mulan had been broken. But in his heart, all the beauties who were related to him should not like others, but him. How could Jean Mulan marry someone else? And to a lowly commoner like Xianlang, don't blame Su Jianting for having such thoughts. Because Xianlang had the same thoughts as well. All the beauties who were related to him had better not be taken by any man. All the scumbags in the world were a family. In Su Jianting's heart, if Jean Mulan did not fall into the dust, how could he save her? If Xianwu Mansion did not fall, how could he appear in front of Jean Mulan as a savior? Jean Mulan won. How could this be? Next, Xianwu Mansion could not win, no matter what. Facing this result, the person who should be the happiest should be Xuanwu. He was very happy. But he did not know why he did not feel particularly excited. It was as if this was how it should be. Because he had been brainwashed by his son-in-law. This son-in-law never knew the meaning of modesty. Xianlang had said at least 500 times that they would win the battle for Jinshan Island. He had said at least 300 times that he would kill Tang Yin. So, when it really happened, Xuanwu's reaction was, "Oh, so it was like this," and Jin Mutsong, sorry, he did not see it clearly. He even closed his eyes and kept reciting the policy and poems. Although Xianlang had said that he did not have any hope for him. But Jin Mutsong felt that he could still save him. What if he was really lucky and Xianlang really managed to win the question of the civil battle? Doesn't that mean I've won? Wouldn't I be defying the heavens too? So, Jin Mutsong was reciting at all times, not daring to be distracted. He was afraid that if he blinked, he would forget what he had memorized. It was because he did not bring pen and paper. Otherwise, he would have started writing now. A good memory was not as good as a bad pen. I, Jin Mutsong, am only talented in copying books. I can't let it be buried. After a while, Tang Yan came to his senses. Only then did he come to his senses and asked Jean Mulan, "Did I lose?" Everyone was shocked. "You still don't know that you have lost? You must be an idiot." With this defeat, everyone looked at Tang Yan with awe and respect in their eyes. They felt that he was just SOSO and that his invincible reputation was all bragging. Mulan nodded. "Seriously?" "Yes, you have lost." Tang Yan said, "I actually lost?" He stretched out his hand and looked at his dark steel heavy sword. It had been 14 years. He had been practicing meteor fall for 14 years. He had never lost in all these years. He had always defeated his opponents in seconds. Now, he actually lost. It was so unreal. No, maybe this was the truth. The previous victory was unreal, it was an illusion. Tang Yan had once asked his teacher that he had been practicing meteor fall for 14 years. When could he start practicing other sword techniques? His teacher, Li Qianqiu, said that he should consider learning other sword techniques after he lost. Was he finally defeated now? Ha ha ha. Tang Yan suddenly laughed. I lost, I actually lost. It's good that I lost. It's good that I lost. Then, Tang Yan stood up, picked up the dark steel heavy sword, and walked out. Teacher, I lost. I lost, haha, teacher, I lost. His speed was getting faster and faster. At first, his voice sounded a little sad, but later, it became cheerful. Then, Tang Yan left just like that. He left everyone in the hall and left. Perhaps, from the beginning, he had never paid attention to these people. He had always lived in his own world. He had never looked at his opponents seriously, let alone the audience. Everyone was talking about him. He's an idiot. He's a lunatic. His invincible reputation must have been bragging. Those people must have flattered him. Those who were defeated by him might have been shills. How can such a person be invincible? Listening to these people's sarcasm, Shenlang looked at Tang Yan's back seriously. He had clearly seen the rise of a grandmaster. After today's defeat, Tang Yan would truly become stronger. Previously, it was only because Meteor Fall was powerful, not because he was invincible. After today, perhaps he would be invincible. Mulan looked at Tang Yan's disappearing back and even felt a little envious. These people were the real martial arts geniuses. For example, Tang Yan and the Big Fool. Tang Yan only had martial arts in his eyes. As for the Big Fool, there was nothing in his eyes. He didn't even realize that he was a genius. This was truly invincible. Jean Mulan wasn't such a genius. However, she could still become a top expert. Because she was standing on the shoulder of a giant. Because she was riding on the shoulder of a scumbag. Following that, it was time for the three supreme adjudicators to make their statements. Uncle Ningqi said, "Amazing, amazing." "What do you think, Lord Suaxian?" Suaxian said, "I don't know martial arts. What I saw was a poem." Uncle Ningqi said, "Duke Weiwu, you are a grandmaster, a top expert in martial arts. What do you think? The truth?" Bian Xiao asked. Ningqi said, "Of course it's the truth. Who in this world can make you, Duke Weiwu, lie?" Duke Weiwu Bian Xiao said, "I've never liked the meteor fall sword technique. It's just a trick, flashy but impractical." This person was really arrogant. Marquis Zhenbei Ao's eyes were on top of his head, but this Duke Weiwu's eyes were on the sky. But Bian Xiao said, "Tang Yan will definitely be a grandmaster in the future." Uncle Ningqi nodded. Then, he said solemnly, "The first battle of Jinshan Island has ended. Xianwu Mansion wins. Xianwu Mansion, Jin High Count House, get ready. Tomorrow will be the second and third battle." My wife, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Don't pinch my hand. I have to write an article later. Why don't we not fight here? We can fight at home, okay? After returning to his residence, Shenlang made a prompt decision to beg for mercy. He had made a big mistake today. His wife was having a life-and-death duel with Tang Yan, but he was flirting with another woman. Mulan stared at Shenlang for a long time. "I won't hit you." According to the Kim clan's rules, women are not allowed to hit their husbands. Shenlang breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, he survived again. But then, Mulan opened her fragrant little mouth, revealing her white jade teeth, and bit hard on Shenlang's cheek. "Ah!" Shenlang cried out in pain. Mulan's bite was very precise. It was the kind of bite that left a deep mark, but it didn't leave a scar or bleed. It was probably equivalent to stamping the contract. It told all the women that this man was taken, and his wife was very fierce. You coquettish foxes shouldn't have any ideas about him. If I can bite that scumbag husband today, I can kill you shameless mistresses tomorrow. Ah. Ah. Ah, Shenlang was in so much pain that he was about to cry. Then, Mulan kissed his lips, and her little tongue went in. It was extremely fierce. The kiss made Shenlang's mouth bleed. "Scumbag husband, you have to be good, okay?" Shenlang nodded his head vigorously. Then, Scumbag Shen searched for the AI. Based on the topic that he saw through the X-ray, he chose a policy paper from the many writers to plagiarize. It was deafening. It was the level of a master. Then, he copied a poem according to the topic. It was a masterpiece that would be passed down through the ages. After writing it, Shenlang quickly passed it to Jin Muzong, asking him to copy and memorize it overnight. When he passed by the hall, his father-in-law was giving a speech, preparing for the battle tomorrow afternoon. The top expert of Xianwu Mansion, Jin Shiying, was kneeling on one knee, swearing to Xuanwu that he would do his best in the battle tomorrow, even at the cost of his life. At this moment, Xianlang swaggered past. Jin Hui, his father-in-law, and Jin Shiying all saw the red bite mark on Xianlang's face. It was obviously caused by a woman's bite. What were they looking at? What was there to look at? Xianlang didn't care. Instead, he turned his face to let the three of them see clearly. Lord Count wanted to ask what was going on, but he wisely kept his mouth shut. He didn't want to interfere in the affairs of a couple. But Xianlang, is it glorious to be bitten by a woman? And he's even swaggering through the streets like that, wagging his tail. Xianlang came to Jin Mutsong's room. Fat Otaku was still writing. He had written so much that his brush was almost empty. At this moment, Xianlang truly felt that this brother-in-law of his had the potential to become a great writer of his generation. He could write more than 10,000 words every day. Xianlang said, "Fatty, don't copy the original. Copy new essays and poems." Xianlang placed the essay and poem he just wrote in front of Jin Mutsong and said, "This is the test tomorrow." "Really?" Jin Mutsong was shocked. Then, he raised his head and saw the bite mark on Xianlang's face. He pointed at Xianlang's face and said, "Brother-in-law, your face," Xianlang said proudly, "it was bitten by your sister." "Why?" Jin Mutsong said weakly, "Should I be proud of this?" Xianlang said, "Of course." "Why did a woman bite you?" "Because she loves you. The deeper the love, the deeper she bites. But she can't bear to hurt you, and she can't bear to leave a scar. That's why the bite mark on my face is perfect. It represents the highest level of love. It's the epitome of your sister's love for me." Jin Mutsong was in a daze. "I know you are spouting nonsense, but why do I feel that it makes sense?" Xianlang patted Fat Otaku's shoulder and said, "Sai, you won't understand this. For a fat otaku like you, other than a puppy, no woman will bite you." Immediately, Kaneki Satoshi sat down with tears in his eyes. "Xianlang, you are so cruel. Just you wait, just you wait. I, Jin Mutsong, will never call you brother-in-law again." Then, Fat Otaku scribbled furiously, trying his best to copy Xianlang's new essays and poems. "I want to turn my anger into strength. I want to copy my homework. I want to memorize my homework. Tang Yun, just you wait. Aren't you the third ranker? Aren't you just third in the court? Examinations, I will defeat you in the literary contest tomorrow. I will let you know that fat otaku are not to be trifled with. Fat otaku can also be heaven-defying. Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you are pretty? Maybe some people can, but that doesn't include you. I, Jin Mutsong, cannot afford to offend brother-in-law. Do you think I can't afford to offend you? Pfft, I said I won't call you brother-in-law. This doesn't count, anyway. I, Jin Mutsong, will shock the world tomorrow." Note, the first update was sent, and I wrote all night until 7:30 a.m. Why is it getting later and later? I'm going to sleep. Thank you for the 10,000 renminbi tip from Dessert Explosion update bar. This Nujiang hunting ground, in the residence of Count Jin Hai. The atmosphere was oppressive and heavy. Jean Mulan's victory in the first battle of the day was like a wake-up call to them. They were a little dizzy. Don't we still have 2 more battles? Young Master Tang Yun will definitely win against that trash Kaneki Satoshi. Everyone nodded. If they didn't win this battle, the whole world would be turned upside down. The third rank against the useless, they could win even with their toes. So the key is tomorrow's military battle. Governor Zhu Yung said, "Count Jin Hai, are you confident in the military battle?" Count Jin Hai Tangluan said, "Yes, because our iron ore is of higher quality, the iron forged is purer and tougher. So whether it's armors or weapons, they are far better than Xianwu Mansion." Someone said, if Xianwu Mansion's iron isn't good, they can buy the best iron outside to forge armors and weapons. Count Jin Hai Tangluan said, "My Jinshan Island's iron is the best." This was true. Most of the iron produced by Jin Hai Count House was specially supplied to the State of Yu's military. 1/5 of the weapons and armors of the entire State of Yu's military came from Jin Hai Count House's iron workshop. So, even though Jin Hai Count House's fief was smaller, they also kept a private army of 3,000, and their family was more prosperous. Count Jinhai Tangluan didn't say anything. The best iron in his iron workshop was reserved for his own use. Not only that, his family developed a new formula last year that could increase the toughness of the iron by about 10%. The weapons forged this way were sharper, and the armors were stronger. Their weapons and equipment were originally 2 grades higher than Xianwu Mansion's, but now they were 3 grades higher. So it was hard not to win this battle. My family will win the military battle, Count Jinhai said, so please don't worry, Governor and Sirs. They were all on the same boat. If Jinhai Count House lost, they would suffer heavy losses. Zhang Chong shook his head. No, it's not that simple. The Count of Jinhai, Tangluan, hesitated for a moment before saying to Zhang Chong, Prefecture Chief, please follow me. Next. The Earl of Jinhai, Tangluan, brought Zhang Chong to a storeroom. There were no less than a few hundred Jinhai Count's guards here. Inside the warehouse, there were more than 100 boxes densely packed together. The Duke of Jinhai, Tangluan, opened a box and took out a saber. Governor, look at this saber, said Tangluan. Zhang Chong took it and looked at it carefully. He gently stroked the blade with his hand and carefully felt it. This saber is better than your family's. It's even better than the saber of the State of Yu's elite army. Zhang Chong said, good saber, definitely a good saber. Tangluan said, this is the new iron forged by my family using a new formula. Compared to the best iron from before, its toughness is about 10% higher. Bring it here. A moment later, a family warrior brought a saber. This is the saber of the Xianwu Mansion. Governor, please take a look. The Earl of Jinhai said, this is their best saber. Zhang Chong took it and immediately noticed the difference between the 2 sabers. The Xianwu Mansion saber was impure. Even the color was different. Zhang Chong swung the 2 sabers at each other. Clang! Because he didn't hold back. The Xianwu Mansion saber broke into 2. But the Jinhai Count House's saber only had a chip. The gap was really big. The Earl of Jinhai, Tangluan said, Governor Zhang, please use my family's saber to cut the Xianwu Mansion's armor. Zhang Chong picked up the saber and slashed at the wooden puppet's armor. Crack, a crack appeared in the wall. The pig iron of the armor was also average. Not only was it split, but it also seemed a bit brittle. The Earl of Jinhai, Tangluan, said, the elite warriors of our 2 families are equally matched, but my family's weapons and equipment are far better, so we will win this battle. To be honest, the new iron forged by the Jinhai Count House was already of a very high level. But compared to the steel forged by Shenlang's new formula, there was still an obvious gap. What's more, the new weapons designed by Shenlang had gone through the 2 processes of quenching and tempering, so their sharpness and toughness were greatly improved. Therefore, the weapons and equipment of the 2 sides were still incomparable. The Earl of Jinhai, Tangluan, said, Governor, can you rest assured now? Normally, he could rest assured. But Zhang Chong remembered Shenlang's face, especially the way he flirted with his daughter. Was this what a desperate person should be like? No, it was obvious that he had a card up his sleeve. Shenlang, this brat, was extremely cunning. He was like a fox, and he definitely could not let his guard down. The Earl of Jinhai is indeed well prepared, Zhang Chong said. Tangluan said, in the previous battles on Jinshan Island, my family won and lost in the individual martial arts competition, but we have never lost in the military battle. Zhang Chong, Tang Yan hasn't lost before either. The Earl of Jinhai, swordsmanship is a one-on-one duel, after all. It's decided in an instant, so there's still a certain degree of chance. On the other hand, military battles are about overall strength, and the suppression of armor and weapons is real. Therefore, tomorrow's battle will be won without a doubt, Governor. You don't have to worry. Zhang Chong shook his head, no, we must not take it lightly. It must be foolproof. Then, Zhang Chong pondered for a moment, go find Qingan and the 2nd son of the Marquis of Xinyuan. Ask them to borrow people and experts to mix into your army and participate in tomorrow's battle. Tangluan was surprised, borrow people at this time? The price to pay will be very high. Zhang Chong, how high can it be? Compared to the victory and defeat of Jinshan Island, what is a small price? The private armies of the Jin High Count House and Xianwu Mansion were elite and had no lack of experts, but the base was too small. The Marquis of Jinyuan commanded close to 100,000 troops, while Qingan commanded tens of thousands. Therefore, the number of experts inside far exceeded the private armies of the two families. The Earl of Jinhai, Tang Luan, was a little hesitant. In his opinion, this battle was a sure win, and the price to borrow experts at the last minute was too high. This astronomical amount of profit was likely to be wasted in vain. He was a little reluctant. Zhang Chong angrily rebuked, "Earl Jinhai, don't make a mistake. Invite young Master Nangong Ping and Qingan here, I'll ask them to borrow experts." The Earl of Jinhai hesitated again, then nodded, "As you wish, Governor." "Zhang Chong, I need to report this matter to Royal Uncle Ning Qi." "Earl Jinhai, is this necessary?" The Nujiang hunting ground had a castle on top of a mountain. Of course, it belonged to the three most distinguished adjudicators. Inside the castle, Royal Uncle Ning Qi listened to Zhang Chong's report and couldn't help but frown. "Zhang Nujiang, you shouldn't have told me about this." "Zhang Chong, I don't dare to hide it from you. Ning Qi, I'm 78 this year, I don't want to lose my chastity in my old age." "Zhang Chong, although it's not honorable, it's not cheating. There's a tradition in the Battle of Jinshan Island. 40 years ago, Xianwu Mansion borrowed warriors from other nobles to participate in the military war, but they still lost due to the disparity in weapons and equipment." Ning Qi thought for a while, "Wait a moment. Zhang Chong, yes." Royal Uncle Ning Qi went to find Sua Xian and Duke Weiwu, Bian Xiao. Sua Xian was silent. Bian Xiao frowned. Neither of them said a word. After a while, Royal Uncle Ning Qi found Zhang Chong again. "Zhang Nujiang." "Yes." Royal Uncle Ning Qi, fairness is still necessary. Since Jin High Count can borrow people, then Xuanwu can also borrow people. "Yes," Zhang Chong said. Royal Uncle Ning Qi, the will of the monarch must be upheld, but fairness is an absolute prerequisite. Otherwise, even if we win, it will damage the monarch's prestige. 1 is 1, 2 is 2. Don't think that we will play favoritism and cheat in the judging process. Zhang Chong bowed, "I don't dare." Ning Qi, especially the literary battle, the judging of victory and defeat is full of subjectivity. So don't think that we will be biased. These 2 articles will be announced to the world, we can't lose our chastity in our old age. Zhang Chong bowed again, "I don't dare." When Tang Yun and Jin Muzong finish writing, 2 people will be randomly chosen to copy their poems, and then their names will be completely sealed. There's no possibility of cheating. That's good. In everyone's view, the literary battle between Tang Yun and Jin Muzong could be won with their eyes closed, and the essay written by Tan Hua could beat Jin Muzong in seconds with his toes. Was there any need for cheating? Go. Royal Uncle Ning Qi waved his hand. Next, under the leadership of Zhang Chong, Jin High Count House borrowed 20 top military experts from Jinyuan Ho at the cost of 3 ships. At the cost of 3,000 mu of land, 10 top military experts were borrowed from Count Qingan House. It was an exorbitant demand, but these benefits were not given by Tang Luan himself, but from the property of Xianwu Mansion in the future. The Kim family had not perished yet. This was equivalent to Zhang Chong and Tang Luan using Xuanwu's property to bribe experts to destroy Xuanwu himself. This world was full of mysteries and fantasies. But the more fantasy was yet to come. Jin Hai Earl and Zhang Chong welcomed a mysterious uninvited guest. "I have 10 rookies in the army who want to enter the army of Jin High Count House to gain experience." It was Su Jianting, the son of Marquis Jinyuan. He asked for astronomical benefits, and then lent the experts to Jin Hai Earl. But Su Jianting, the Marquis of Jinyuan, took the initiative to lend the experts, and did not ask for any price. Were there so many good people in this world? Even Jin Hai Earl was a little stunned. Zhang Chong was also stunned. Was this world so ridiculous? Your Marquis of Jinyuan Ho Mansion is the leader of the old aristocracy, and it is also the in-laws of Xuanwu. You didn't help at the critical moment, but not only hit him when he was down, but also gave a fatal blow. You didn't lend the experts to Xianwu Mansion, but to his enemy. Zhang Chong had seen many shameless people, but how could the Marquis of Jinyuan Ho Mansion be so shameless? it really refreshed his understanding of human nature. Zhang Chong really wanted to ask why, however, he was a cunning politician, so of course, he would not ask. Instead, he bowed and said, I will never forget Marquis of Jinyuan's contribution to the new policy. I will truthfully report to the monarch in the future. Su Jianting smiled and then left. Our Su family does things in an unconstrained way, why should we explain it to anyone? In the early hours of the morning, dozens of experts from the army quietly entered the new Jiang hunting ground. They changed into the full armor of Jin Hai Count House, only revealing a pair of eyes. He easily became a warrior of the Jin Hai Count's mansion. The leader of the experts sent by Count Qingan House was still his adopted son, Wu Yuanbao. This person was early in the morning. The weather was not very good, and the sky was full of the morning glow. The morning glow did not go out, and the sunset glow traveled thousands of miles. This meant that it might rain today. Uncle Wang Ningqi found both sides of the Battle of Jinshan Island. Xuanwu, Jin Hai, the weather is not very good today, and I am afraid it will rain in the afternoon. The civil battle will be held indoors, so it is better to move it to the afternoon. The military battle will be held outdoors, how about moving it to the morning? A rainy day will not delay the two armies from killing each other. However, it will delay the viewing. Especially since every audience member was either rich or noble, it would not be good if they were drenched in the rain. Xuanwu and Count Jin Hai both bowed and said, We will listen to Uncle Wang Ning's instructions. Ningqi said, Then it is settled. The military battle in the morning, and the civil battle in the afternoon. Both of you should go and prepare. This kind of thing was not strange. It had been a routine before. When Xuanwu was about to leave, Uncle Wang Ningqi suddenly said, Xuanwu, in this hunting ground, do you have any close friends? After asking, without waiting for Xuanwu to answer, Uncle Wang Ningqi left. After returning to his residence, Xuanwu repeated Uncle Wang Ningqi's words to Shenlang. Shenlang instantly understood. Uncle Wang Ningqi means that you should go to other noble families to borrow experts. Xuanwu frowned, then said, I will try. Mulan was changing her clothes. She was only wearing a pair of silk pants with a pocket. Shenlang directly rushed in. Then, he was a little dazed. This woman was very beautiful when she was not wearing clothes, and even more beautiful when she was wearing clothes. When she was wearing little, she could almost hook people's souls away. What Zhang Chenhua, what Qi Yu, what Su Qianqian, how could they be as beautiful as my wife? This figure. It was supposed to be loose, but you turned it into a tight bikini. Annoying, Mulan snorted and instinctively covered her chest. Shenlang stepped forward, hugged his wife's small waist, and kissed her back. Annoying, don't delay me from changing clothes, Mulan said. Next to her was a gorgeous dress, a mysterious and luxurious purple, dyed by Shenlang's new formula. It was embroidered with silver threads. Mulan was not as pompous as Shenlang, who liked to use gold threads. She felt that silver threads were more low-key and mysterious. Baby, don't change, Shenlang said. Mulan actually did not like to wear this kind of gorgeous dress. But now she felt that it was necessary because she was also a spectator today, and she had to stand by her husband's side. She must be beautiful and outshine all the coquettish bitches. So that this scumbag husband could clearly compare and see who was more beautiful. You scumbag, you have such a beautiful wife, but you still want to steal outside. You are so blind, be careful that I will pull out your eyelashes. Shenlang said, you probably have to change into armor and participate in the military battle. Mulan said, husband, according to the rules, I can't participate because I have already participated in the first battle. Shenlang said, this rule has been broken, so there is no need to follow it. Mulan was very sad. It was rare for her to attend such a big event, so she really wanted to wear a beautiful dress and sit by her husband's side. She wanted everyone to see that they were a match made in heaven. Then you are not allowed to look at other women today, and you are not allowed to flirt with Zhang Chenhua, that coquettish fox, Mulan said. I won't, Shenlang said gently biting the back of his wife's pink neck. Besides, Zhang Chenhua wouldn't be flirting with him today. The two of them were in different positions. But when Shenlang was about to lose, Zhang Chenhua would use all her skills to seduce him. But when Shenlang was about to win, everything would change. Then you can go out, I want to change. When Mulan fought, she always wore a tight-fitting leather suit. It was not to look good, nor was it to show off her figure, but to bring out her combat power to the extreme. This kind of tight-fitting leather suit was full of pressure and could force out one's strength. It was like a brand new suit in the swimming pool of the new century. Every swimmer on the boat who wore a new suit had a significant improvement in their performance. After wearing the tight-fitting snakeskin suit and a full suit of armor, there was absolutely no possibility of exposure. However, this tight-fitting snakeskin suit was very difficult to wear, and no clothes could be worn inside. Every time she took it off, it felt like a snake shedding its skin. Xianxia said, "Wife, let me help you put it on." Mulan said, "No." Xianxia was unhappy and said, "Why?" Mulan said, "If my legs go soft, how can I fight later?" This answer made Xianxia leave, satisfied. Mulan found that she had gradually grasped her husband's pulse. In addition to violence, her husband's tactics had also gradually improved. A moment later, Xuanwu came back with a face full of anger. He did not borrow an expert. The veteran aristocrats expressed their helplessness. Some said that they did not bring any experts with them, while others said that their trusted warriors were not acclimatized and had fallen ill. The meaning was very clear. "Xuanwu, all of us really sympathize with you. Our hearts are with you. But, don't drag us down with you. Whoever dared to lend an expert to you today will be blacklisted by the monarch tomorrow. The next knife of the new policy will probably be on our heads. Without the lips, the teeth will be interdependent. Don't they understand such a simple principle?" Xuanwu was furious. Xianxia said, "Of course they understand. It's not that they aren't smart, they are too smart. Everyone sweeps the snow in front of their door. People can only rely on themselves. Father-in-law, after we achieve complete victory, the fire of the new policy will burn on their heads. At that time I will definitely hit them when they are down and cut a few pieces of meat from them. Father-in-law, just you wait. It won't be long before these people will kneel in front of you and beg bitterly. They will be interdependent. When that time comes, don't forget to ruthlessly step on their heads a few times. What about declaring righteousness? What about unity? What about helping each other? None of that existed. The betrayal of Marquis Zhenyuan, the main culprit, caused the entire veteran aristocrat alliance to completely collapse. 2 hours later, the second battle of Jinshan Island, the military battle, had officially begun. Note, the second chapter has been sent. I will write the third chapter without stopping. I will try to finish it around 11 o'clock. Please support me. Please remember the domain name of this book. Com Wonderful Bookhouse Mobile Version. Com Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Originally, the battle for Jinshan Island was a clash of cavalry. It was even more bloody. Basically, there were no corpses left. Many of the soldiers who died in battle were directly trampled into meat paste. That was even more bloody. Basically, there were no corpses left. Many of the soldiers who died in battle were directly trampled into meat paste. In the end, the monarch couldn't bear it anymore and ordered that only infantry could be used in the battle. Cavalry was not allowed. In the end, the monarch couldn't bear it anymore and ordered that only infantry could be used in the battle. Cavalry was not allowed. In this way, the momentum of the battle was not so majestic and exciting. However, the degree of cruelty was not any less than that of the others. Usually, it was to the last drop of blood. The 100 warriors of the Black Tortoise Count lined up neatly, not uttering a single word. Solemn and heroic. Because in their hearts, this battle was a one-way trip. To keep it secret, Xianxia hadn't given them the new armor and sabers until now. Anyway, the weight was the same and the shape was the same. There was no need to practice at all. They could just pick up the saber and cut. Although the soldiers present had never participated in the Battle of Jinshan Island, they knew the history of the battle. Every time the army fought, Xianwu Mansion lost. It wasn't because their skills were inferior, but because their weapons and equipment were inferior. But even if they died, they didn't flinch. Because they were the most elite group of people in the entire Xianwu Mansion. They were instilled with gold coins, blood, and honor since they were young. They might be afraid, but they would never be afraid of death. The person who originally led this team was Jin Shuriying. Now it was Jean Mulan, and he became the deputy. Big boxes were carried over one after another. After opening them, all the warriors' eyes lit up and they exclaimed in a low voice, "What a beautiful saber!" Although the shape was exactly the same as the previous saber, the color of the blade and the pattern were simply fascinating. Weapons were a soldier's second life. Perhaps they didn't know how to forge iron, but they could tell the quality of a saber at a glance. And the armor. Before, the color of the armor was gray with a hint of pale. But now, every piece of armor was shining. Especially the heart protector on the chest, it could be used as a mirror. These new sabers and armors were completely different from the previous ones. Too beautiful, too breathtaking. When Jin Shuriying saw these new blades and armors, she could not help but be slightly surprised. Even he didn't know about this beforehand. "Change your clothes," Jean Mulan ordered. These warriors couldn't wait to put on their new armor. The soldiers were in pairs, helping each other to put on their armor. In less than 5 minutes, all the soldiers had finished changing. Then, they discovered that there was more to the surprise. A brand new shield, it was even lighter than before. Who knew how effective blocking would be? Shen Lang personally helped Mulan put on the armor. He rubbed his nose against Mulan's nose intimately. Mulan blushed a little because they were in public. "Baby, you have to remember one thing," Shen Lang said. "Yes." Shen Lang said, "No matter what, don't get hurt. Don't leave any scars." Mulan said, "Is not getting injured the highest goal?" Shen Lang, "Yes." If it were in the past, Mulan would definitely shake her head and rather die than retreat. But now, she nodded obediently and said, "I know. Go." Shen Lang patted her butt. This action was too much. Under the watchful eyes of the public. Goddess's butt. However, Shen Lang did not feel anything and could only imagine. After all, this was steel armor. In the Jinhai Count house. This time, the leader of the army was Tang Zong, the eldest son of Count Jinhai. He was the eldest son, but not the heir. Because, he was born of a concubine. But this was not a big deal. He controlled most of the military power of the Jinhai Count house. The Tang family was indeed full of talents. There was Tang Yan in the military, Tang Yun in the literary, and Tang Zong in the military. In addition, Tang Luan had more than a dozen sons. Unlike Xuanwu and Jin Xue, they only had one son and one daughter. It seemed that there were benefits to being a jerk. Tang Luan had more than a dozen concubines and had a bunch of children. There must be a few outstanding ones. Xuanwu only married Su Peipei in his life. And when she gave birth to Jin Muzong, there was a dangerous situation and she never got pregnant again. Although Tang Zong's battlefield martial arts were not as good as Nangong Xie's, the heir of Zhenbei Marquis, he was definitely a top master among the younger generation. "Change your armor." An order was given. The 100 warriors of the Jinhai Count house changed into brand new armor, sabers, and shields. Of course, there were a total of 40 of them who were borrowed elite experts, and each of them was 1 in 100 in the army. Zhenbei Marquis Mansion had 20, Count Qinggan House had 10, and Zhenyuan Marquis Mansion had 10. Looking at the 100 warriors, Count Jinhai was excited. Victory was in his hands, so he made a speech before the war. "You are my pride." In the previous military wars, the Jinhai Count house won for decades. Today is no exception. Victory is already decided. But I have higher requirements for you. Finish the battle in half an hour, or we will fail. Carry on the Tang family's invincible tradition. Crush your opponents, make them die and weep. Tang Luan roared. Instantly, the 100 warriors hit their shields with sabers and shouted, "Die and weep! Die and weep! Crush them, crush them!" More than 100 people roared at the top of their lungs. Their morale was soaring, even the 40 experts that were invited felt their blood boiling, because they were the elites of the army, and their bodies were filled with bloodthirsty impulses. The battlefield was my home. Killing cheered us up. Murderous intent soared. On the other hand, the Xianwu mansion was quiet. The morale of both sides seemed to be decided immediately. The 100 elites from both sides entered the field. they marched neatly, as if they were one person. They came to the two sides of the drill ground, separated by 2 miles. Seeing the new armor, saber, and shield of Xianwu Mansion, Zhang Chong's face changed slightly. Tang Luan was also shocked. As an expert, he could see the clues at a glance. Xianwu Mansion had changed, and the equipment and weapons were excellent. Don't worry, Qingan. The new equipment of Xianwu Mansion has improved, but there is still a big gap between them and my families. This battle is still a great victory. It's still a crushing victory. That was what Earl Jinhai thought. It was the conceit of being in the lead for a long time. For the past 100 years, the weapons and equipment of the Tang family were far ahead of the Kim family. How could you catch up all of a sudden? Your new weapon is good, but it is still far from the level of my family's. It must be so. Moreover, I've also borrowed 40 experts. At this time, Earl Jinhai Tang Luan was really amazed by Zhang Chong. Awesome, one small clue could tell the general trend. He could see the real situation from the slight flaws in Shenlang's expression. No wonder he was the nightmare of the old aristocrats. Dong. The bell rang. Start. As the order was given, 2 fully armed 100-man teams began to rush crazily. Kill. Kill. Even if there were only 200 people. But this scene also made people's hearts tremble. Because these 200 people were completely armed to the teeth, like a torrent of steel. Even when they rushed, people could feel the ground of the drill ground trembling slightly. Li was a kilometer. Both sides rushed crazily and approached each other quickly. The brave one won in a narrow way. Under this kind of collision, the one who was timid first would lose. Rush. Rush. Kill. Kill. He didn't use any battle tactics, nor did he set up any formation. Just fight. Both sides were getting closer and closer. 50 meters, 30 meters, 10 meters, everyone's adrenaline was surging. Faster and faster, faster and faster. The distance of a kilometer was covered by both sides in just 1 minute. Then, bang. A loud sound, 2 steel teams fiercely collided with each other. It was like 2 locomotives colliding with each other violently. The beauty of violence made people's hair stand on end and their scalps numb. The eyes of the dignitaries on the scene trembled violently. And Shenlang's heart was completely suspended. His eyes were fixed on his wife's figure. Although she was protected by Jin Hui, Jin Zhong, and all the other masters of the family, Shenlang was still worried that she would get hurt. Kill, kill, kill. The 2 armies fiercely collided with each other, madly waving their sabers and slashing toward the enemy. The target was very clear. Both sides had family emblems on their armors and shields. Swish, 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 hands rose and the saber fell. Hands rose and the saber fell. Count Jinhai's hair suddenly stood on end, and his eyes widened to the extreme. He was waiting for a result. Crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, waiting for his family's saber to easily break the opponent's saber and split open the opponent's armor. However, a shocking scene happened. Indeed, some sabers were broken. But, it was not the saber of Xianwu Mansion, but the Jinhai Count house. Some armors were split open. But it was also the Jinhai Count house's new armor. The first slash in close combat was the fiercest. Although most of it was blocked by the shield. But a small number of people were cut. The equipment and weapons of both sides were superior. The armor of the soldiers of Jinhai Count house was directly split open with a huge crack, and the blood burst out. After the armor of the soldiers of Xianwu Mansion was cut, only a mark was left. The soldiers of both sides couldn't help but be stunned. How could this be? How could the new saber of Xianwu Mansion be so sharp? How could the armor be so strong? How could the armor of Jinhai Count house be so fragile? After a little shock, there was a more fierce fight. The soldiers of both sides slashed madly. On the drill ground, the sound of killing shook the sky, and blood splashed. The battle situation was very strange. Both sides fell to one side. On one side, the warriors of Xianwu Mansion were killing the enemy one-sidedly. The equipment and weapons of both sides were not at the same level at all. The armor of the Kim family was cut 3 times in a row, but it didn't crack. But the armor of the Tang family was directly torn open when it was cut by a saber. When the two sabers crazily slashed at each other, the saber of Jean High Count House was soon bent and even broken. It was indeed as easy as they imagined. But the side that was rotten was Jean High Count House. The Earl of Jean High, Tang Luan, shuddered at the sight of this. How could this be? The smelting technology of Jean High Count House is the most advanced, and the weapons and equipment of my family are the best. Why would such a scene appear before his eyes? What kind of evil magic did the Kim family use? How could the weapons and equipment of their family advance by leaps and bounds? It didn't make sense at all. Iron making was very complicated, and the progress was slow. It was impossible to make progress overnight. At this moment, Count Tang Luan of Jean High even forgot the result. Because the iron-making technology was the pride of his family, and now this pride was shattered. Zhang Chong's body trembled slightly. Although he had imagined this scene, he was still shocked when it really happened. There was no doubt that this was Xianlang's work again. This bastard could really do everything. He could write poems, write books, dye, seduce women, and even smelt iron. What else couldn't he do? How unfair the god was. Zhang Chong couldn't help but look at his daughter. At this time, Zhang Chunhua just glanced at Xianlang, and then immediately focused on the battle. Her heart was tight, and her beautiful face was like frost. She had completely lost her previous debauchery. In front of the fate of her family, love was nothing. She only wanted one result, the defeat of Xianwu Mansion. The advantages of Xianwu Mansion's equipment and weapons were becoming more and more obvious. The battle was becoming more and more one-sided. The warriors of Jean High Count House fell one after another. They were almost facing a massacre, but, on the other side of the battle, it was also extremely dangerous. It was the 40 masters that Zhang Chong borrowed. They deserved to be the elites of 100. Their fighting capacity was extremely amazing. Especially the 4 top masters. Nan Gongche, the adopted son of Jinbei Marquis Mansion, Tang Zong, the eldest son of Jean High Count House, Su Tianan, the trusted master of Jinyuan Marquis Mansion, and Wu Yuanbao, the adopted son of Count Qingan House. These 4 masters, in addition to the dozen elites of the Jean High Count's mansion, and the dozens of borrowed masters, almost crushed the enemy. The warriors of Xianwu Mansion were no match for them at all. The advantage of equipment was only effective when the enemy was evenly matched. When the strength gap between the two sides was too big, the advantage brought by equipment was negligible. There were 5 masters on the side of Xianwu Mansion. Jin Mulan, Jin Shiying, Jin Hui, Jin Zhong, and Jin Qing. Seeing that the battle on the left was about to collapse, these 5 people immediately rushed over. The 5 people resisted more than a dozen masters, and with the advantage of equipment, they struggled to hold on. So the whole battle on the drill ground fell into a strange state, polarized. On the left, Xianwu Mansion suffered a great defeat. On the right, Jean High Count House not only suffered a great defeat, but also suffered a massacre. Mulan's kung fu was very high. But he had to face 2 enemy masters, Su Tianan of Jinbei Marquis Mansion and Tang Zong of Jean High Count House. He was in an absolute disadvantage. Jin Shiying, Jin Hui, Jin Zhong, and Jin Qing, almost everyone had to face 2 opponents. Mulan's situation was better. Because he not only practiced battlefield kung fu, but also personal kung fu, which was suitable for fighting alone. Jin Shiying's situation was also okay. He had infinite strength and big moves. Even if he was in a disadvantage, he was still majestic. Jin Hui's body movement was strange, and his sword was extremely fast. He could barely hold on in a 1 versus 2 fight. But Jin Zhong and Jin Qing could not hold on anymore, and were about to fall at any time. Su Tianan. Jin Mulan suddenly shouted. Suddenly, Su Tianan, the adopted son of Marquis Jinyuan, was shocked and paused for a moment. Swish, suddenly, his face became cold. With a swing of Mulan's sword, his visor was sent flying. Suddenly, Xianwu and Mulan were about to explode. There was also an uproar in the audience. Everyone's eyes couldn't help but look at Su Jianting. He was still sitting in the camp of Xianwu Mansion at this time. Who would have thought that a person could be so vicious to such an extent? How amazing! Marquis Jinyuan Marquis Mansion is the leader of the old aristocracy and the in-laws of the Kim family. When the Kim family was in trouble, you not only didn't help, but secretly helped the opponent and wanted to put Xianwu Mansion to death. Not only that, but you also sat in the camp of Xianwu Mansion, looking like I support you. At first, Su Jianting's face changed. But soon it returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. Xianwu was not good at pretending, so he turned around and said, Su Jianting, you'd better not sit here. Su Jianting said gracefully, Uncle, I don't know what happened, but I will punish this matter severely. Finally, the battle situation on both sides collapsed at the same time. On the right, dozens of warriors in the Jin High Count house were almost killed or injured. On the left, Jin Cheng and Jin Zhong couldn't hold on and fell to the ground. Then, Mulan was besieged by 3 people and was in danger. Fortunately, there was an iron law above the enemy's head. They were not allowed to kill Jin Mulan, or even leave a big wound on her body. Because she was one of the most precious assets of Xianwu Mansion. As a stunning beauty, she should be presented as a complete gift to a big shot. But even so, the 3 people besieged Mulan, and the sword was still more and more vicious. The armor on her body was cut off piece by piece. Her fragile waist was exposed, and there was only a layer of snakeskin armor inside, which could be easily pierced through. At this time, only 20 of the 40 elites borrowed from the Jin High Count house died. More than 30 warriors of the 100 warriors of Xianwu Mansion died. The battle situation fell into a strange balance. The enemy's 20 masters surrounded Mulan and her 4 companions. More than 60 warriors of Xianwu Mansion surrounded the enemy's 20 masters. Surrounded and surrounded. Xianwu stood up immediately. Duke Ningqi, Duke Bianxiao, Duke Sua Xian, I apply for a truce. The death of 30 elites of Xianwu Mansion had already made him very sad. If Mulan, Jin Shuying, and others had any accident, he would never accept it. Of course, Shenlang had told him that Mulan would be fine. The enemy didn't dare to hurt Mulan's life. But Jin Shuying was his adopted son, Jin Hui and Jin Zhong were his confidants, and he even watched Jin Chen grow up. He couldn't bear to lose even one of these people. So he made a prompt decision to call a truce. Count Jin Hai said with a ferocious look, why should I accept a draw? You are about to lose. Although he didn't fight, his eyes were bloodshot. Since he had paid a huge price to borrow these masters, he must use them to the extreme. He must kill all the remaining people of Xianwu Mansion. As for the death of those borrowed masters, he didn't care. He could even accept the death of his eldest son, Tang Zong. He only wanted to win, Xianwu said, I am going to lose. Not necessarily. We still have more than 70 people, and you only have 20. If we really fight to the end, it is hard to say who will win. There is a high probability that my family will win, but I can't bear to have more casualties. Count Jin Hai Tangluan said, then let's fight to the end. Count Xianwu said, then how many of those 20 people are from your Jin Hai Earl's residence when you have them lift their masks? Su Tianan is from the Jinyuan Marquis residence. What does he have to do with your Tang family? Plus, you want to fight to the end and bleed to the last drop of blood. But are the masters you borrowed willing to do so? Are they willing to die for your Tang family? Count Jin Hai roared in his heart. What does that have to do with me? I don't care if they die, as long as I win. I have paid a huge price to borrow them. But the truth is the truth. These borrowed masters can kill for you, but they may not be willing to die for you. Just now, they could fight to the end. But now that the battle was paused, the anger in their hearts dissipated. Instantly, the borrowed masters from the Jin High Count house raised their swords. They could accept a draw, Uncle Wang Ningqi, Duke Bixiao, and Marquis Sua Xian discussed for a while. I think this battle can be a draw. Xianwu, Jin Hai, what do you think? Tang Yin said, Father, don't go against Duke Ningqi. These borrowed masters are not willing to fight anymore. Plus, I will definitely win the next battle with Jin Muzong. Then there will be a draw. Then the last battle will be a duel between you and Xianwu. Your martial arts is far better than his. So, our family will still win. Xianwu Mansion is still doomed to be destroyed. Note, the third update has been sent. Today's third update is 16,000. Finally, it was sent before midnight. Baidu search 881 Chinese net yen. No advertising words. The second battle was over, in the end, Count Jin Haiba still agreed to a draw. After calming down, he also knew that this was probably the best ending. There were still 20 people left on his side, but they were all masters picked out of 100. There were still 70 people left on Xuanwu's side, and only 5 masters. The strength of both sides could be said to be equal. If they really had to fight to the last moment, the result would be really hard to predict. By right, Jin Hai Count House had a greater chance of winning. The strength of these 20 masters was slightly better after all. But in terms of morale, Xianwu Mansion's side was definitely higher. So if they persisted in the battle, it was still unknown who would win. And a draw was especially beneficial to Jin Hai Count House. Xuanwu, Jin Hai, do you two agree to a draw? Uncle Wang Ningqi asked again. Xuanwu stepped out and bowed, I agree. Count Jin Haiba also stepped out and bowed, I agree. Inside Jin Hai Count House's station, a group of dignitaries was already celebrating. Of course, there was also a feeling of survival after a disaster. The second battle was far from what he had expected. But at least they didn't lose, right? At the beginning, it really scared everyone out of their wits. Who would have thought that the new armor and weapons of Xianwu Mansion were so sharp? It was simply a massacre. Fortunately, Zhang Chong had the foresight to let Count Jin Haiba pay a huge amount of benefits to borrow masters from each family. Otherwise, they would have completely lost now. There was no need to fight the third battle, and they could just go home. In that case, the loss of benefits would be incalculable. Crown Prince Tang Yun even felt a little lucky in his heart, because in this way, he was the one who saved the family and turned the tide. Although Jin Hai Count House now had 1 draw and 1 loss, in the eyes of many people, victory was in front of them. In the afternoon battle, was there any suspense about Tang Yun defeating that trash Jin Mutsong in seconds? There was no suspense, even if the sun rose in the west, it couldn't change the ending. After Tang Yun won the third battle, there was an additional battle tonight to determine the winner. Xuanwu against Count Jin Haiba. There was no suspense in this battle either. What could one say about Xuanwu? To put it nicely, it was integrity, perseverance, and tolerance. To put it bluntly, it was old-fashioned and mediocre. He was mediocre in every aspect. Be it in terms of literary talent or martial arts, he was above average. Of course, it was very good in the eyes of ordinary people, but in the circle of nobles, it was a little ordinary. Therefore, many people jokingly said that Xuanwu was a tortoise, and Jin Zhuo was the most tortoise-like Xuanwu of the generation. Some people even joked that Jin Mutsong had the charm of Jin Zhuo Count. This meant that Jin Mutsong was the inferior version of Xuanwu Jin Zhuo. To be fair, Xuanwu's martial arts were very high. Although his talent was average, he was diligent and persistent. Unfortunately, he didn't have Hero Gui Jing's fortuitous encounter, so there was a big gap between his martial arts and Count Jin Haiba's. Count Jin Haiba was an extreme person with a tough personality and sharp edges. He was the complete opposite of Xuanwu's steadiness. Otherwise, he wouldn't have risked universal condemnation and betrayed his position to become a knife in the hands of the monarch. Although Tang Luan liked to chew on words, his literary talent was actually very average. On the contrary, his martial arts talent was very high. Once it developed to the point where Xuanwu and Count Jin Haiba would decide the winner, the Tang family would definitely win. Therefore, this group of nobles waiting to eat the corpse of the Kim family would celebrate. Although the second battle was a draw, it wouldn't change the outcome of victory. Count Jin Haiba Tang Luan came in front of Governor Zhang Chong and bowed. Tang Luan thanks Governor for your great kindness. He was indeed afraid. If it wasn't for Zhang Chong, the Jin Hai Count House would have been finished. Therefore, everyone praised Zhang Chong one after another, saying that he was really worthy of being a talent of the country and that his vision was like a torch. This governor was really everyone's savior. However, there was no smile on Zhang Chong's face. Not only did he not get rid of the bad premonition in his heart, but it became even stronger. Seeing that this group of allies had already celebrated the victory in advance, he wanted to say a few words of advice, but he gave up after thinking about it. It was better not to do things where the whole world was drunk and I was the only sober one. Otherwise, I would have no friends at all. Gentlemen, I will take my leave first. Zhang Chong left. After returning to his room, Zhang Chong poured tea over and over again, but he didn't drink it. He was sorting out every detail in his mind. Was he trying to see what he had missed? When Zhang Jin came in and saw his father frowning, he couldn't help but say, "Father, although the second battle was a draw wasn't the best, it was still a good result. Now the outcome has been decided." Zhang Chong said, "Why do you say that? Do you think that's all Shenlang had planned?" Zhang Jin said, according to Shenlang's plan, he would win 2 out of 3 battles. He would win the military battle, and he would lose the civil battle. He really is a genius, and he almost succeeded. If not for father's keen senses, Shenlang would have already won. No one would have thought that he could actually find a way to break the meteor fall sword technique, and no one would have thought that he could actually create such amazing armor and weapons. But Shenlang's miracle ends here. He has exhausted his limited abilities. Zhang Jin's words were very reasonable. This was also the reason why the nobles were celebrating the victory in advance. Zhang Jin said, "Everyone says that rotten wood cannot be carved. Could it be that father thinks that trash like Jin Mutsong can still be trained? No matter how diligent he is, no matter how famous he is, Jin Mutsong's greatest achievement in this life is probably to pass the county-level examination." These words were really not the least bit false. And Tang Yun is like the star of literature in the sky. Last year, he was the 3rd ranker in the court examinations. His literary talent is truly outstanding. Even if the mountains and rivers were to collapse and the seas were to flow in reverse, it would not be able to change the outcome of Jin Mutsong being crushed by Tang Yun. Moreover, this time, only the monarch knows the questions for the civil battle. It was completely sealed in a box. Even if Shenlang wanted to help Jin Mutsong cheat, it would be impossible. Zhang Chong's eyebrows suddenly twitched, as if he had an idea in his mind. "You once said that Shenlang went on a killing spree in Tianhang's gambling house, and won 13 rounds in a row?" Zhang Jin was stunned. Did such a thing really happen? Zhang Chong's mind suddenly had a very absurd idea. But very quickly, he shook his head and threw this idea out. It was because it was truly too preposterous. How could there be such a strange thing in this world? Wouldn't that be like seeing a ghost or God? Zhang Chong asked. "Do you think it's possible for Shenlang to know the topic of the literary battle in advance and write a policy essay and poem for Kaneki Satoshi?" Zhang Jin was shocked. How is that possible?" "That's impossible." Zhang Chong said, "Underestimate the enemy. Think boldly, and be careful." Then, he said, "Go and let Chenhua in." After a while, Zhang Chenhua walked in. At this time, he believed that a woman's intuition was sharper. Especially his daughter, who was always bold and unrestrained. More importantly, she liked Shenlang. "Chenhua, did you notice Shenlang's expression when the military battle ended this morning?" Of course, Zhang Chenhua was concerned. She recalled, when Xuanwu suggested a draw and a truce, Shenlang seemed to be relieved, but his brows were furrowed. "No." Zhang Chong said, "There's a detail that's not right." Zhang Chenhua said, "Which detail?" Zhang Chong said, "Is Jin Mulan afraid of death?" Zhang Chenhua said, "That stupid woman is not afraid of death. She's very brave. During the military drill a few months ago, she even dared to risk her life for the sake of Xianwu Mansion's reputation. But today, she fought very conservatively, without any intention of putting her life on the line." Zhang San said, "This is very abnormal. Logically speaking, this military battle concerns the survival of the Black Tortoise Count's manor, so she should have disregarded her own life and death, and even used a method of mutual destruction. But she didn't. Instead, she fought very cautiously." As soon as this was said, Zhang Jin and Zhang Chenhua immediately felt that this was very suspicious. Found it, Zhang Chong finally found what was wrong. Now, who Jin Mulan listens to the most? Of course, it's Shenlang. Zhang Chong said, "Why didn't she risk her life?" "Because Shenlang told her not to risk her life. Even if she lost, it wouldn't matter." "Why does Shenlang have such confidence?" "Because he thinks he will win the civil battle." Zhang Jin said, "Maybe it's because Shenlang loves Jin Mulan very much and doesn't want her to get hurt." Zhang Chong said, "If it wasn't for Shenlang's confidence, why would Jin Mulan listen to him and fight cautiously? She didn't even have a scratch on her body. This concerns the survival of her family. Shen Lang must have told her that the third civil battle will be won without a doubt. He told her not to risk her life and not to get hurt. Zhang Chunhua felt that her father's words were very reasonable. Why is Shen Lang so confident in the civil battle? Jin Muzong can't win Tang Yun. Zhang Chong said, the only possibility is that he knew the exam questions in advance and prepared the essays and poems for Jin Muzong to memorize. Zhang Jin said in shock, how is that possible? This question was personally set by the monarch and it was sealed in a box. There's no possibility of it being leaked. I also can't think of how Shen Lang knew the exam questions in advance. Zhang Chong said, but, when you eliminate all the wrong answers, the last answer, no matter how ridiculous, is the truth. Zhang Chunhua said, Father, I agree with your judgment. Zhang Chong said, there's still more than 2 hours before the civil battle in the afternoon. Time is tight, but there's still time to turn the situation around. After saying that, Zhang Chong left and asked to see Uncle Wang Ningqi. Inside the castle at the top of the mountain. After listening to Zhang Chong's words, the monarch's uncle Ningqi suddenly felt that it was extremely ridiculous. Zhang Chong, do you not trust us? Then, he pointed at the box in the hall and said, the civil battle question in the afternoon is lying in the box. No one has seen it, including the 3 of us. Even if Shen Lang is a god, he can't know in advance. Zhang Chong directly knelt down and said, I am afraid. Ningqi said, look carefully. Has the wax seal on the box been touched? Has the seal been touched? Zhang Chong took a closer look. None of them had been touched. Ningqi said, Zhang Nujiang, you are a capable minister. It is the Ning clan's fortune to have a minister like you. But sometimes, you may be too suspicious. Zhang Chong cowed out again and said, I am afraid. Ningqi said, go. This matter is too big. We can't change the question on the spot just because of your speculation. Zhang Chong cowed out and said, I will take my leave. He was very determined and would never give up because of a little setback. After leaving the castle on the top of the mountain, Zhang Chong went to see Governor Zhu Yong as fast as he could. After all, the governor was his benefactor, so Zhang Chong was very direct with his words. To ensure that nothing goes wrong, the civil battle question must be changed. Governor, please make an appearance. Governor Zhu Yong trusted Zhang Chong a lot. Do you really think this is necessary? Governor Zhu Yong said, are you sure that Shen Lang will know the question in advance? This is ridiculous. I can't be sure. Zhang Chong said, but it's better to be safe than sorry. If what I'm worried about turns out to be true, then the Black Tortoise Count's mansion will win the battle for Golden Mountain Island. At that time, all our previous efforts and all the resources we've consumed will all be for naught. Only by being prepared can we be safe. In order to create a chess game to besiege Xianwu Mansion from all sides, Zhang Chong could be said to have spared no effort. The Northern Marquis Mansion, the Hidden Origin Association, and the Jinhai Count House were all made up by him. Governor Zhu Yong said, even if Shen Lang has some literary talent, he can't compare to Tang Yun. Zhang Chong said, even if there's a 10% chance, we can't afford the risk. Governor Zhu Yong said, Uncle Ningqi is very experienced. It's hard for me to convince him. Zhang Chong said, Governor, for this battle, the monarch must have prepared a backup question and sealed it in the same box. If I'm not wrong, the box with the backup question is kept by Sua Xian and Duke Weiwu. It's just that they haven't made it public. Governor Zhu Yong nodded. That was indeed the case. Whether it was the imperial examination or the battle between the nobles, there must be a backup question. In case the question was leaked, it could be replaced immediately. Governor Zhu Yong said, even so, it's hard for me to get Uncle Ningqi to change the question. Zhang Chong said, it's not for you to convince him, but to accidentally destroy the wax seal and seal on the box in the name of checking the question. In this way, even if it's for the sake of fairness, Duke Ningqi must change the question. Governor Zhu Yong couldn't help but look at Zhang Chong again. This confidant's way of doing things was really unconstrained and unconstrained. This method was very shrewd, but it was indeed the best method. As the Queen's brother and the governor of Tiannan province, even if he accidentally destroyed the wax seal on the box, Duke Ningqi would only reprimand him a little. He wouldn't blame him. The monarch wouldn't blame him. Once the wax seal on the box containing the question was destroyed, even if the question wasn't leaked, it couldn't be used. This was the rule. Because who can guarantee that you haven't opened it? Governor Zhu Yung said. Zhang Chong, are you sure you want to do this? Zhang Chong said, yes, I want to make sure that nothing goes wrong. Governor Zhu Yung nodded and said, okay, as you say. Half an hour later, Governor Zhu Rong accidentally dropped the box on the ground in the name of checking the seal and wax seal of the exam paper. King Uncle Ningqi looked at the box that had fallen to the ground. The wax seals on it were all shattered, and the seal was broken. Zhu Yung, what are you doing? Duke Ningqi said angrily. Zhang Chong hurriedly bowed and said, Uncle, I'm sorry, I made a mistake. Then he hurriedly picked up the box on the ground and exclaimed, oh, the wax seal is destroyed and the seal is broken. Uncle Ningqi trembled and said, Zhu Yung, you did it on purpose, it must be Zhang Chong who ordered you to do this, he's got guts. Governor Zhu Yung bowed again and said, I'm sorry, Uncle, it's all my fault. Please spare me. Otherwise, why don't you beat me up? Governor Zhu Yung was extremely dignified in front of others, but in front of Uncle Ningqi, he was still as ruffian as he was decades ago. He was the queen's brother and uncle. Ningqi's junior, and they had been friends for decades. When you return to the capital, ask for forgiveness from the monarch yourself. Uncle Ningqi said angrily. There was no other way now. The sealed box of the main question was destroyed, so he could only use the backup question. Duke Weiwu, Marquis Suaxian, take out the backup question. A moment later, Marquis Suaxian held a box in his hand, exactly the same as the one that had just fallen on the ground. Whether it was the color, the texture, or even the wax seal on it, it was the same. Are you satisfied now? Is Zhang Chong satisfied too? Uncle Ningqi said angrily, get lost. Governor Zhu Yung hurriedly left. Outside the courtyard, Zhang Chong saw Zhang Chong kneeling on the ground. Governor Zhu Yung said, when I return to the capital, I'll ask for forgiveness from the monarch. You don't have to kneel here, Uncle was just angry. Zhang Chong said, thank you for your concern, Master. But he didn't get up. Zhu Yung and Uncle Ningqi were on the same side, so they wouldn't blame him. And he, Zhang Chong, had offended Uncle Ningqi badly this time. Although this old uncle no longer held any position, and he might not really punish Zhang Chong, it was not strange for people to be polite. However, there was nothing wrong with being polite. The older an old child was, the more he needed to be coaxed. He kneeled there for a day and a night, after all, it was not wrong. After a moment, Uncle Ningqi, Duke Weiwu, and Marquis Suaxian came out, holding the backup question box in their hands. Seeing Zhang Chong kneeling in the courtyard, Uncle Ningqi said, Zhang Nujiang, you're so scheming. Zhang Chong kowed out and said, I'm guilty. He didn't exaggerate by saying he deserved to die. Get up, I'm past my prime, I won't ruin your future. Uncle Ningqi said. Zhang Chong kowed out again, this time with his forehead on the ground, and said, I'm guilty. Seeing that his attitude was so sincere, the anger in King Uncle Ningqi's heart was slightly reduced. If you're willing to kneel, then kneel. It's going to rain in a while. Uncle Ningqi said, I'll have someone bring you an umbrella. Zhang Chong didn't dare to answer and kept his forehead on the ground. Rumble, it was the end of autumn, and there was still thunder. Dark clouds rolled and began to accumulate. As expected, it was going to rain. The morning glow was a sign. A few warriors quickly opened the huge umbrella cover and raised it above Uncle Ningqi's head. Uncle Ningqi left because the civil battle in the afternoon was about to begin. Duke Weiwu, Bian Xiao, stopped when he passed by Zhang Chong and said, Zhang Chong, you're not bad. Zhang Chong raised his head and bowed, I'm sorry. Duke Weiwu left. This person was extremely arrogant and looked down on all his colleagues in the world. To be able to get a not bad from him was really unprecedented. In the position of military governor in Yenzhou, Duke Weiwu's words had a lot of weight. Receiving his praise was great news. Rumble, the thunder in the sky was more violent than before. Finally, the dark clouds accumulated to the limit. Heavy rain poured down. Zhang Chong was still kneeling in the courtyard, motionless. The curtain of rain completely shrouded his thin figure. A moment later, his body was completely soaked, and the ground was muddy, making him look especially miserable. Zhang Jin and Zhang Chunhua ran over and held an umbrella over Zhang Chong's head. "Take it away," Zhang Chong said. Zhang Jin said, "Father, you're doing this for the new government, for the Ning clan royal family, and even for the interests of Uncle Ning Qi. Why do you have to lower yourself like this? Childish." Zhang Chong said, "If you reason with His Majesty, you'll never get ahead." Zhang Jin said angrily, "In the Battle of Jinshan Island, Jin Hai Count House, Count Qingan House, and Lanshan Viscount House are the ones who benefit. Why are they celebrating there, but you're suffering here? If your companions aren't incompetent, how can you appear powerful?" Zhang Chong said. "Let's go now. Don't be so wishy-washy. A day and a night of rain won't kill you." Outside, it was raining cats and dogs, in the study of Nujian hunting ground. The third battle of Jinshan Island was underway. But this time, there was no audience. In order to let Tang Yun and Jin Mutsong perform well, there was no one else except for the three invigilators. Ning Qi put the box containing the questions on the table. "Xuanwu, Jin Hai, both of you check if there are any signs of damage on the wax seal and seal of the box." If Shen Lang was here, he would find that the questions had been changed, but he wasn't qualified to enter the examination room. But Xuanwu and Jin Hai couldn't see it because the two boxes were exactly the same. "There's no damage. There's no damage." Ning Qi said, "If that's the case, then I'll tear off the seal and open the box." "Yes." Next, Ning Qi very slowly tore off the seal, baked and melted the wax seal, and then opened the box. He took out a piece of paper and unfolded it, letting Tang Yun and Jin Mutsong see it clearly. This was the question of today's literary battle, the backup question of the monarch. The first question was a policy question. The title was, "The Best Theory of Punishment and Reward for Loyalty." This question came from Xianxia, Yu the Great. The second question was very mischievous. "Please write a poem with Xuanwu as the title." Tang Yin was overjoyed when he saw these two questions. He was very proud. He was very good at these two questions. Even if he participated in the court examinations, it would be enough for him to get third place, or even second place. Killing a useless person like Jin Mutsong in a second, that was too low level. It was a disgrace to Tang Yun's identity. Any hair he plucked out would be enough to kill Jin Mutsong 100 times over. Jin Mutsong had always trusted Shen Lang. Last night, Shen Lang told him what the questions were today, and even wrote a policy paper and a poem for him to memorize. Jin Mutsong believed him immediately. Then, he used a few hours to copy it dozens of times. He memorized it word for word. He trusted him too much, and he didn't ask why. Whatever brother-in-law said would be tested, it would be tested. Hence, he felt that today's test would definitely be the two questions that Shen Lang had told him about last night. Even when he entered the examination room, he was silently reciting. As he recited, he gritted his teeth as he stared at Tang Yun's back. "I'm going to defy the heavens. Tang Yun, just you wait. I'll crush you into dregs." Now that he saw the questions, he was stunned. "That's not right, God, that's not right, these aren't the two questions brother-in-law told me yesterday. What's going on? Where did I go wrong? Brother-in-law can't be wrong." If he said that the questions would be tested, it would definitely be tested. Why didn't he take the exam today? It's over, it's over. How am I going to defy the heavens? How am I going to destroy Tang Yun? I'm going to be crushed by him. In terms of talent, Tang Yun can kill me with a single hair. I'm going to lose the battle for Jinshan Island. The fate of my family is going to be destroyed in my hands, Jin Mutsong. Jin Mutsong was on the verge of tears. His body trembled. Then, he felt that something was amiss. Then, he tried to recall, why do I have an impression of these two questions? Then, Fat Otaku recalled. That's right. Brother-in-law, Shen Lang, had bet on the questions. He had bet on 19 policy questions and 150 poetry questions. He had heard that the questions were based on the monarch's habits, as well as his favorite books. Brother-in-law had bet on these two questions correctly. He had also prepared a policy essay and a poem based on these two questions. Not only that, I heard from my brother-in-law that this is the best piece of work ever written, and the turtle poem is a masterpiece that will last for 1,000 years. Jin Mutsong had copied and memorized it with all his might. Yes, yes. The policy essay and poem appeared in Fat Otaku's mind. A good memory is not as good as a bad pen. Fat Otaku was drenched in sweat. He had almost peed his pants just now. Brother-in-law, you're too despicable. You're messing with me again. You nearly scared me to death. Ha 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 ha, I, Jin Mutsong, am going to defy the heavens. Tang Yun, just you wait. This Lord Fatty will crush you into dregs, ha 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 ha, keek keek. Note, the first chapter was sent to me with more than 6,000 words, and I wrote until 8 a.m. But I felt great writing, and I wanted to shout Lord Zhangchong is awesome in my heart. Please support me and give me unlimited strength. Thank you for the 10,000 coins for delaying the draft. First, set a small goal. For example, remember in 1 second, bookseller's mobile in order to predict the question, Xianxia inputted countless numbers into the AI system. What books monarch Ming Yuanxian liked to read and what he liked to say. The key was his personality and habits. What was the personality of this supreme monarch? Smart, extreme, mean, and merciless. In history, the more mean and merciless a ruler was, the more they wanted to prove to the world how kind they were. For example, Emperor Jiajing was extravagant and narrow-minded. Yet, he acted as if he was a Taoist and had nothing to do with the rest of the world. Emperor Yongzheng, who stopped the decline of the Qing dynasty, was accused by the scholars of being mean and merciless. He killed his brothers and sisters, plotted against his father and mother, and killed loyal and treacherous officials. He was unwilling to accept this and wrote a book to defend himself. But now, the monarch was implementing new policies, wiping out the old nobles, stripping them of their lands, taking back their military power, and killing some century-old nobles. There were definitely people who criticized him for being mean and merciless. The treasury was empty, so he killed the old nobles to celebrate the new year. So, the monarch wanted to prove to the world that he was a kind person. The new policies were for the country and the people, for the future of the state of Yu. Punishment and reward were the best arguments for loyalty. It was the dialectical relationship between loyalty and punishment. His words were the voice of his heart, completely in line with the monarch's desire to defend himself. So, it was ranked second among the 19 questions that Xianxia bet on. As for the second question, it was a poem by Xuanwu. That was really mischievous. Hundreds of years ago, the world was in chaos. Everyone was fighting for power. The ancestors of the Kim family spent all their wealth to recruit warriors, not to fight for power, but to protect the people. They fought for more than 20 years. Countless families rose and fell, one after another, like fish in the river. Only the Kim family led thousands of warriors to protect the land within a few hundred miles of Xuanwu. They didn't expand, nor did they retreat. I don't provoke others, so don't provoke me either. It really was like a tortoise. It wasn't that others didn't attack Xuanwu, but they couldn't conquer it. This was because these people had risked their lives to protect their families and the people. Over time, no one was willing to fight anymore. In any case, this guy just stayed in his nest and didn't move. He wouldn't come and steal their territory. Then, the Kim family became famous. Everyone called them the Turtle family. However, tortoise doesn't sound good. Plus, the Kim family is doing a righteous act to protect the people. Everyone jokingly called him Xuanwu. After that, the world gradually calmed down. The Great Yan Empire obtained the tripod of the world. The southern territories were seized by the Ning clan and the state of Yu was established. The first monarch of the state of Yu was a warrior, a tyrant. After conquering most of the land in the south, he sent someone to ask the Kim family if they were willing to conquer the world with him. The Kim family replied that they were willing. From then on, the Kim family became the vassals of the Ning clan. The first monarch of the state of Yu was overjoyed. He heard that the Kim family was Xuanwu, the big turtle. So, he directly conferred the title of Xuanwu and named it Xuanwu City. This was the origin of the Xianwu mansion. However, the first monarch was uncultured and didn't like to listen to the nonsense of literati. Later, the monarch became cultured. Xuanwu was one of the four spirits of heaven, one of the ancient divine beasts. How could it be the title of a noble, otherwise? Why didn't they see the Marquis of Azure Dragon or the Marquis of Vermilion Bird? So, every generation of monarch wanted to change this title. The key was that there was the Xuanwu Gate in the capital. Every time they passed by, they felt like they were passing by the gate of the Kim family. So, after that, the monarch tried to change it once or twice, but they were all rejected. Especially when the Jin Zhou Count was in power, he caused a lot of trouble in order to change the name. Since then, the matter of changing the name was left unsettled. After all, the state of Yu wasn't the country of the emperor who ruled the world. If the vassals were not willing, they couldn't force them. At that time, there were no new policies, and the centralization of power had not begun. This generation of monarch was harsh and ungrateful, so he naturally took this to heart. So, when the question was set, he instinctively came up with the question of Xuanwu. When the monarch came up with the question, of course, he also took into account the prediction of the question. He must not be predicted by others. So, the first question was naturally very tricky and remote, making it impossible for people to predict the question. And most of the backup questions were not used. They just followed the heart and spoke the heart. In that case, Xianxia had guessed correctly on both questions. Even the second question was about Xuanwu's poem. It was difficult not to predict it. Prince Tang, Prince Jin, have you two seen the question clearly? Ningqi asked. Yes, thank you, royal uncle. Tang Yin said. As for the fat otaku Jin Mutsong, he couldn't wait any longer, burying his head in his writing. This silly child, you should have pretended to think for an hour before writing. As soon as you saw the question, you wrote like a god. Royal uncle Ningqi looked at him and smiled, not minding. He had heard of Jin Mutsong's reputation. To be honest, he didn't hate this kind of child. In fact, he liked him. He was loyal and honest, the best for a vassal. But with the new policies in full swing, such loyalty and honesty was a sin for the family. So, royal uncle Ningqi felt a bit more sympathy. Jin Haiba glanced at Jin Mutsong, feeling even more disdainful. You just saw the question clearly, and you started writing. What a waste. There was no process of thinking at all. What did this mean? It was like when it was an exam, the top students would first look at the question from beginning to end, knowing the answer in their heart. Bad students didn't need to look. And there was no need to think. Because it was the same without thinking, they didn't know how to do it. They just picked up the pen and scribbled. There were even some geniuses who worked hard for an hour and filled up a math test paper, only to get a 0 in the end. Out of 10 multiple-choice questions, not a single one was correct. And in everyone's hearts, Jin Mutsong was probably this kind of super bad student. Xuanwu and Jin Haiba went out. Tang Yin continued to think. Jin Mutsong's pen flew. So this is a literary exam. Why do I feel like it's the same as copying? Homework, and it's a little faster. The three invigilators sat quietly at the top. Come down to look at their essays? That's impossible, they had to avoid arousing suspicion. 15 minutes later, Fatty finished writing. This was how he wrote the policy essay on punishing and rewarding loyalty and kindness. Oh, no, he copied it like this. Yao, Shun, Yu, Tang, Wen, Wu, Qing, and Kong loved the people deeply, worried about the people, and treated the world as a gentleman. When there is a good, then reward it, then sing and sigh, so the beginning is joyful and the end is encouraging. When there is a bad, then punish it, then mourn and punish it, so the old is abandoned and the new is started. So the cries of relief, joy, and sorrow can be seen in the books of Yu, Xia, Shang, and Zhou. Since Jing and Kong were gone, King Mu was established, and Zhou began to decline, but still ordered his minister Marquis Lu, and told him of the auspicious punishment. His words were worried but not hurt, mighty but not angry, compassionate but able to break, sad but sympathetic to the innocent, so Confucius wrote it. Of course, there were a few more paragraphs, but afraid of being scolded, he didn't write them out. Who wrote this essay? Among the great writers of China for thousands of years, Su Shi, one of the top 3. And how awesome was this essay? It destroyed these great writers, Qing Hao, Xing Gong, Xing Bu, Lv Huiqing, and Zhang Dun, and among these great gods, there were even a few prime ministers. Any one of them could surpass Tang Yun by at least 2 streets. However, Susher didn't win first place in that imperial examination. Because the chief examiner was a super great writer, Xianxia, he was shocked when he saw this essay. So awesome? So well written, could it be my student, Singong? No, I have to avoid arousing suspicion. This essay can't be ranked first, it can only be ranked second. So, Susher was in a tragedy. Xianlang took out this essay. Although he couldn't beat Tang Yun by 10 streets, he could at least beat him by 8. Using Xuanwu as a poem. Of course, Xianlang chose Cao Cao's Although the Turtle Lives Long. Although the divine turtle has a long life, there is still a time. The flying snake rides the fog, and finally turns to dust. The old steed is in the stable, and his ambition is 1,000 miles. The martyr in the old age, and his ambition is endless. The period of growth and contraction is not only in the sky, the blessing of health and happiness can lead to eternal life. Even so, songs are sung. Although this poem wasn't as good as short songs, it was still stunning, an immortal masterpiece that only appeared once in 100 years. Besides, even if the topic could be copied from short songs, Xianlang wouldn't dare to copy it. So domineering? Do you want to rebel? Domineering, courting death. The time limit for the civil battle exam was 6 hours, which was 6 hours. However, the fat otaku Jin Mutsung's writing speed was too fast, and he finished copying in a quarter of an hour. Moreover, his writing was neat and tidy, and his handwriting was excellent. God, there were still more than 5 hours left, how should he spend it? The fat otaku Jin Mutsung scratched his ears and cheeks. Should I hand in my paper now? No, brother-in-law will beat me to death. Otherwise, I'll continue copying books. Then, the fat otaku Jin Mutsung continued to copy books. This time, he tried his best to suppress his speed, and carved word by word. Almost every word was carved into a flower. Then, he was intoxicated once again. Sigh, life is boring, copying books is the most interesting. In this study room, a great writer was not born. But as a calligrapher, he was slowly rising. I, the fat otaku Jin Mutsung, am not very talented, but the words I write in a month are enough for you to write for a lifetime. I copied 500,000 words in a month. Let me ask you, who can fight me? Who else? After a full 2 hours of thinking, Tang Yun had the pearl of wisdom in the palm of his hand. He smiled lightly. Then, he confidently ground the ink, and gently picked out the messy weasel hair on the brush. With an artistic technique, he dipped the brush into the ink, and then squeezed out 1/3 of the ink. Then, the brush was like a god. Pretentious, isn't it? I, Tang Yun, have been a noble heir for 100 years, testing the flowers in the state of Yu Palace. I was destined to shine brightly the moment I was born. My every move seems to radiate light. You think I'm pretentious, but that's just the most ordinary part of my life. Excellence and elegance, arrogance and prejudice, have long been engraved in my blood and bones. That's right, prejudice. I, Tang Yun, despise any one of you. In this world, those who are more talented than me are not as handsome as me. Those who are more handsome than me are not as talented as me, and none of them are as illustrious as my family. In my eyes, everyone here is trash, including you, Xianlang. As for Jin Mutsung, sorry, you're not even trash, you're just a maggot that lives on eating trash. You rely on Xianlang to write boundless romance, isn't that just a fly that eats trash? The more Tang Yun wrote, the more he felt that his essay was wonderful. Too wonderful. Too wonderful. Such beautiful words, such a good essay, such a deep idea, how did I think of it? Too awesome. Even I admire myself. I'm amazed at myself. Tang Yun, where's the limit of your talent? Why is it that I'm still unable to see the bottom even after digging so hard? The more he wrote, Tang Yun felt that his whole body was floating. As if he was about to fly. I'm writing too well. I'm about to become a god. If I was in this state during the court examinations, with this essay, I wouldn't just be 3rd place. I would be the top scorer. I really made a mistake that day, and did not perform well. But when he finished writing this essay, Tang Yun felt that it was wonderful. His thoughts flowed like a spring, and his talent in poetry was like peeing. He couldn't stop it. An exquisite poem appeared vividly on the paper. It was really well written. I read it myself, and haven't tasted meat in 3 months. What a pity, what a pity. Such an exquisite poem was unexpectedly used in a literary battle like the battle for Jinshan Island. It was actually able to compete with a maggot like Jin Mutsong. What a disgrace, such an essay should have appeared in the Yen Dragon Hall of the Great Yen Empire. The state of you can no longer contain me. Only the Great Yen Empire can contain a top talent like me. After finishing, Tang Yen read his essay 3 more times. The more he read, the better it was. Not a single word could be changed, not a single word could be changed. It was perfect. The Tang Yen of the past, and the Tang Yen of the future, might not be able to write such a perfect essay. Then, Tang Yen stood up, bowed to the 3 supreme adjudicators, and left swiftly. From start to finish, he did not even look at Jin Mutsong. He felt that even if a person went to the toilet, he would not stare at a maggot. When a person was about to step on an ant, would he raise his foot to look at the corpse? Of course not. He would just casually step on it, and then accidentally rub it on the ground. At most, he would sigh. Kaneki Satoshi, it's your honor to die under my feet, Tang Yen's feet. As for Fat Otaku Kaneki Satoshi, he was still carving word by word. Oh my. I seem to have discovered a new world. Carving each word like this, pouring all of his energy into every hook and stroke. It was really interesting. So fun, it was so fun that I almost forgot that I was taking an exam, and that I was copying. King Uncle Ningqi looked up. He found that Jin Mutsong was still writing stroke by stroke. The speed was extremely slow. This was not a handicap, but a handicap in the brain. That was why it was so slow. So, King Uncle Ningqi sighed. Sympathetically. He continued to look down at the book. Another 2 hours passed. There was only an hour left before the end of the exam. Finally, Jin Mutsong finished carving the last word. So comfortable. So satisfying. So tired. That feeling of weakness was like the first time he saw those women painted by his brother-in-law. After carving the last word, Jin Mutsong looked up. Huh, Tang Yun, that pretentious criminal, actually left. When did he leave? Then I will leave too. Kaneki Satoshi stood up and bowed to the 3 great mission lords. He staggered. His back was sore, and he felt weak. Then, Kaneki Satoshi's fat body staggered away, looking especially pitiful. King Uncle Ningqi said, the literary battle is over, come in. Xuanwu and Count Jin Hai came in. There were also a few eunuchs who came in with them, each with delicate features and a scholarly air. They were eunuchs in charge of copying in the inner court. King Uncle Ningqi said, Jin Hai, Xuanwu, you 2 appoint a copying eunuch to copy the 2 heirs' essays and poems, then seal their names and hand them to us for grading. Yes. Xuanwu and Count Jin Hai appointed a copying eunuch. The most delicate eunuch went up and copied Tang Yun's essays and poems first. Expressionless. Then, he went to copy Jin Mutsong's essays and poems. His face changed slightly. Then, he continued to copy expressionlessly. This detail was seen by everyone. When you read Jin Mutsong's essay, your expression actually changed. How badly written it was completely unsightly. It was really hard on you. You had to grit your teeth and copy such a lousy essay. It was like a dirty dish, you had to eat it even with your eyes closed. He had finished copying the 2 test papers and stamped his name on them. As for Jin Mutsong and Tang Yun's original papers, they were temporarily sealed. After grading, they would be opened for comparison to confirm that there were no mistakes. Therefore, there was no problem with fairness in the literary battle. After the names were sealed, the papers would be placed in a dark box to mess up the order. Finally, they would be taken out to be graded. The grading was mainly done by King Uncle Ningqi and Marquis Suaxian. Duke Weiwu was a general and was not interested in this aspect. Marquis Suaxian was probably reading Tang Yun's essay and poems. Good. Well written. Topic breaking, words, concept, everything is good. This essay is more than enough for the imperial examinations, not to mention today's literary battle. Amazing, the youth is formidable. To be able to write such an essay at such a young age, it's really amazing. This poem is good too. Impressive, impressive. Although he did not call out the name, Marquis Xian felt that this was definitely Tang Yan's essay. The former minister Xian felt that there was no suspense in the outcome. Or rather, the outcome was already decided. The only suspense was what kind of essay Tang Yan would write. Today, he was not disappointed. It was outstanding. As for Jean Mutsong, that kind of trash essay would only make people want to vomit. There was no point in reading it. On the other hand, Uncle Wang Ningqi drew Kaneki Satoshi's answer sheet. He was completely stunned. At first, he wanted to slap the table and praise it. But before he could slap down, he stopped. That would be too frivolous. Some essays were praiseworthy. And some articles were shocking, making you feel ashamed of your own inferiority. This essay was one of them. The most valuable thing was that this essay did not have any flowery words. But the intent was deep, and it did not have the trepidation and flattery of other essays. It was truly an essay that came from a sudden inspiration. It was merely 600 words, but it sounded like a clanging bronze. After reading the essay, King Uncle Ningqi could not wait to read the next poem, although the turtle lives long. As he read, he could not help but read it aloud. An old steed in the stable, ambitious for 1,000 miles. A martyr in his twilight years, ambitious. It sent chills down his spine. Goosebumps rose all over his body. It was too well written. It was majestic, but also thought-provoking. Especially King Uncle Ningqi, who was 78, felt the same way. Just this poem alone made him feel like he had found a soulmate. Amazing, amazing, this could no longer be described as well-written. It made one want to burn incense and bathe before reading it. Tang Yan was actually this talented, it really did not look like it. King Uncle Ningqi instinctively felt that this was Tang Yan's work. After all, Jean Mutsong was trash. But King Uncle Ningqi had seen Tang Yan's essay before. It was not his style. He had a beautiful mind, but it was too dazzling. He knew how to let it go, but he did not know how to take it back. It was a top-notch essay, but it could not reach the level of a grandmaster. At this moment, Marquis Xian said, "King Uncle Ningqi, look at this essay in my hands. It's too well written, too amazing." Then, the two of them exchanged their exam papers. King Uncle Ningqi opened Tang Yan's essay and glanced at it. He frowned. If it was any other time, he would be amazed. But after reading Jean Mutsong's paper, he felt that Tang Yan's essay was unsightly. He only knew how to use shocking words to please the public. Vulgar and inferior. What the hell was that? Note, I will eat quickly when the second chapter is updated, and then continue writing the third chapter. I will try to finish it by 11 p.m. Continue to ask for support from the brothers. The cakes thanked him. Thank you Rabbit Chi Radish, book friend 20180713154053077 for the 10,000 yuan tip. First, set a small goal. For example, remember in 1 second, bookseller's mobile. To be honest, Tang Yan's essay was quite good. Especially the words used, it was truly stunning. If one were to look at the essay and poem alone, it would truly make one happy and exclaim in admiration. But after looking at Susher's essay and Cao Cao's poem, everything had changed. Tang Yan's essays and poems weren't worth mentioning. How should one describe it? It was as if one had just slept with a world-class beauty like Audrey and was immersed in a wonderful aftertaste. At this time, if a girl in the club with heavy makeup came to tease you, you would probably only feel sick and disgusted, and you wouldn't be able to take it anymore. Under normal circumstances, you would have rushed up and pounced on this clubhouse girl. But now, one had entered the sage stage and was in the spiritual ascension stage. Uncle Wang Ningqi was in this stage. Hence, Tang Yan's essay became vulgar in his eyes. On the other side, the former minister Xian was reading through Jean Mutsong's exam paper. He had just been served by a girl from a high-class club. Oh no, he had just been baptized by Tang Yan's beautiful essay. At this moment, he looked at Jean Mutsong's exam paper and read Susher's and Cao Cao's poems. He immediately fell into a strange state. This is another comparison. I just slept with a model after plastic surgery? And I even treated her as a goddess. Now the real goddess has appeared in front of me. I can still get hard, but I'm so ashamed. When did my taste drop to this level? With my taste, I don't have the right to sleep with a goddess anymore. The difference between the two essays was obvious. The difference between the two poems was even greater. Tang Yin was killed in an instant. There was no room for doubt, not even the slightest bit. There was no first in literature and no second in martial arts. That was just ordinary circumstances. When a true classic appeared, even an uncultured person would feel that it was too awesome after reading it. For example, Singing to Wine, Life is Short. For example, The Morning Dew, The Days Are Long. Even if one didn't know it was an ancient masterpiece. Even if one didn't know it was written by Cao Cao, one would still feel satisfied after reading it. This was the power of words. This was the power of classics. Killing everyone, it could kill a person's spirit. The reason why famous works had been passed down through the ages was definitely not because of hype. The great waves washed away the sand. Those that could be passed down through the ages were all gold. It's a true masterpiece, an immortal classic. King Uncle Ningqi sighed. He didn't finish reading Tang Yan's article. He gave it a cursory glance and put it aside. Because he was afraid of destroying his state of mind. Lord Suoxian also nodded. Oh? The Duke of Might, Bian Shao, wasn't interested at first, but after hearing the compliments from the two lords, he couldn't help but take a look. As for the policy, he skimmed through it without any interest. But when he saw the poem Although the Turtle Lives Long, he looked at it carefully. He had read this poem of less than 100 words several times. It's really well written, extremely well written. Even a warrior like Duke Weiwu knew it was good. Therefore, when these two examination papers were made public, everyone immediately had an answer in their hearts. Although it wasn't opened, Ningqi and Suoxian both knew that it was Jin Muzong's. This policy paper and poem were not written by Jin Muzong himself, Suoxian said. King Uncle Ningqi nodded. Suoxian said, was it written by Shenlang? King Uncle Ningqi said, I'm afraid so. Suoxian said, this person is truly a stunning talent. Isn't that so? Royal Uncle Ningqi said, a single boundless romance of golden plum blossoms is already amazing enough. Now that he has written such a treatise and poem, it is a waste to have such a talent in the Black Tortoise Count's residence. Suoxian said, Shenlang guessed the question in advance? King Uncle Ningqi nodded. This was the only explanation. No wonder Jin Muzong immediately buried himself in writing after seeing the question. He didn't even have time to think about it. He was so excited that he was afraid of forgetting what he memorized. So does this count as cheating? It doesn't count, he guessed the question in advance. He prepared the essay and memorized it. How was this cheating? Even if this happened in the imperial examinations, he could only be admitted. It wasn't like he was copying notes in the examination hall. It wasn't like Shenlang handed the essay to him halfway. I've wronged Zhang Chong. King Uncle Ningqi said. Suoxian nodded. This Zhang Chong is indeed amazing. But unfortunately, man proposes, God disposes. Duke Suoxian said, what should we do? Yes, what should we do? If Jin Muzong won against Tang Yun, it would probably shock the entire state of Yu. More importantly, this would mean that Xianwu Mansion would win the battle for Jinshan Island. This would go against the will of the monarch. Then, should they go against their conscience and let Jin Muzong lose? Let Tang Yun win. If it was any other high-ranking official, they would do it. So what if they were cursed for their future, but King Uncle Ningqi was 78 and Suoxian was 75? How many more years did they have left? What glory and wealth, what honor and disgrace, they had experienced it all. The only thing they cared about was the reputation behind them and the future of their descendants. Ningqi was the king's uncle. He didn't even care about the future of his descendants. His children and grandchildren would definitely be rich and powerful. They would not be able to live any longer if they did not have ambition. These two examination papers were to be made public. There were many smart people in the world. Their hearts might be black, but their eyes were bright. The difference between the two essays and poems could be easily seen. The gap was too big. It wasn't something that could be made up for by going against their conscience. Then, announce the invalidation of this battle of words, and set a new question for another test. That was impossible. The backup questions had been used. There was no second set. Ningqi and Suaxian couldn't set the questions, right? It was even more impossible to go to the capital and ask the monarch to set the questions again. That would be a huge embarrassment. It would be a huge damage to the reputation of the monarch. The loss outweighed the gain. Moreover, King Uncle Ningqi wasn't that enthusiastic about the new policy. Because he also had a fief, although it wasn't big at all. And he was a member of the royal family. It didn't seem to be within the scope of the new policy at all. But today, the monarch could make a move against the old nobles. When the national treasury was even more exhausted in the future, would they also cut the royal family's offerings? Minister Marquis Suaxian said, everything will be decided by King Uncle. Alright, I'll decide. Ningqi said, anyway, I'm just a has-been idler, an old guy who has lived a little longer. This time I'll take advantage of my seniority. I don't have to be afraid of offending people. Open the exam papers. After opening it, he found that this amazing exam paper was indeed Jin Muzong's. He took out the original exam paper and compared it one by one, word by word. King Uncle Ningqi was surprised to find that this Jin Muzong's calligraphy was very good. It was even very good. He wasn't as useless as the rumors said. This calligraphy is not bad. In 10 or 20 years, he might even be a calligraphy master, Ningqi said. Suaxian took it and looked at it, saying, indeed, it's done. Although it's not sharp enough and lacking in spiritual energy, great skill can appear clumsy. This meticulous calligraphy is written to the extreme. He will also become a master. Ningqi said, although this Jin Muzong is a little stupid, his perseverance is somewhat similar to Jin Shua's. He took a deep breath and said, then the result of this battle of words is decided. It's decided. Outside, it was raining cats and dogs. The sky was already dark. But it was still bustling. Hundreds of people gathered here, waiting for the result. Jin High Count House, Xianwu Mansion. There was also a group of dignitaries, especially the group of dignitaries waiting to eat the corpse of Xianwu Mansion. But Shen Lang wasn't there, and Tang Yun wasn't there either. Shen Lang felt that standing outside and waiting for the result was very stupid and lame. Tang Yun felt that he would definitely win, and there was no need to listen to the result. Even hearing others announce that he had defeated Jin Muzong was a humiliation. Since when did Jin Muzong have the qualifications to compete with me? But Jin Hai Earl Tang Luan was very much looking forward to this result. He was even dressed in military attire and equipped with a weapon. Because once the result of the third battle was out, and Tang Yun defeated Jin Muzong, there would be an additional battle immediately. Jin Hai Earl and Xuanwu, the masters of the two families, would fight in one round. Seeing that Xuanwu was still dressed in a robe, Jin Hai Earl Tang Luan laughed, brother Jin Shua, why aren't you changing? These flowing sleeves aren't suitable for battle. Xuanwu cupped his hands and didn't say a word. He never liked to be eloquent. Jin Haiba laughed heartily and said, brother Jin Shua is really self-aware. You clearly know that you are not my opponent, so you don't even bother to change your clothes. In these past few decades, we have competed more than 3 times. Every time, you were defeated by my sword without the slightest ability to resist. Xuanwu continued cupping his hands and didn't say a word. He wasn't surprised that Jin Hai Earl was such a domineering person. And it was the truth, so he didn't have to refute it. There was nothing to be ashamed of when one's skills weren't as good as others. The people around advised, Jin Hai Earl, you should go back. The result of the civil battle is already a foregone conclusion. There's no need to wait here. Yes, Crown Prince Tang Yun is the 3rd rank, and Jin Muzong is stupid and fat. Even if the sun rises in the west, he won't be a match for Crown Prince Tang. There's no more suspense in this civil battle. Actually, there's no need for Crown Prince Tang Yun to fight. Any 10-year-old kid from the Jin High Count House can beat Jin Muzong. It won't be easy for the scholars in this world to lose to Jin Muzong. Ha 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 ha, the crowd burst into laughter. Jin Muzong was about to explode. But, I'll endure. When the result is out, I'll slap your faces until they're swollen. I, Jin Muzong, can't do it. But my brother-in-law is powerful. What belongs to my brother-in-law is my sister's, what belongs to my sister is my father's, and what belongs to my father is mine. So, what belongs to my brother-in-law is what belongs to me, Jin Mutsong. I don't feel ashamed at all. Is copying one's own family's article considered copying? Hearing the crowd's words, Jin Hai Earl Tang Luan was overjoyed. He smiled. I know the result is set, but I'm waiting here to fight with brother Jin Shua. It's getting late, and it's raining heavily. The sooner we finish, the sooner the fight for Jinshan Island will end. Everyone can go home. Yeah, we've been here for 2 days. We've seen enough. Let me first congratulate Jin Hai Earl for obtaining ownership of Jinshan Island forever. From now on, the Tang family will prosper even more. Suddenly, someone said, Xuanwu, don't be discouraged. It's fine even if you lose Jinshan Island forever. After all, it hasn't been in your hands for decades. Was this comfort? It was schadenfreude. This person didn't look like a noble. He was too carefree. If we lose Jinshan Island, the Inyuan Association will ask for repayment publicly. If Xuanwu can't pay, he can only use Wanya Island to pay. Wanya Island's salt and iron income accounts for 60 to 70%. If we lose Wanya Island, Xianwu Mansion will lose its source of income. Once it loses its source of income, it will have to reduce its army. Without an army. Under the propaganda of some people, everyone knew that Xianwu Mansion owed an astronomical amount of debt. They even knew that Wanya Island was the collateral. It was said that when a wall is down, everyone gives it a push. To some extent, this wasn't true. When a wall is down, everyone gives it a push. Now that Xianwu Mansion hadn't fallen, many people couldn't wait to step on it. They're here, the crowd suddenly became noisy. Because King Ming-chi, Duke Weiwu, and Marquis Sua Xian walked out. The result was going to be announced. The crowd was silent, waiting eagerly. Fat otaku Jin Mutsong held his breath and closed his eyes, waiting for the moment his name was called. Jin Hai Earl Tang Luan pretended to be indifferent, but his ears pricked up. Xianwu still stood there quietly, but his heart was beating fast. King Ming-chi didn't keep him in suspense, and said directly, the third battle of Jinshan Island, the winner of the civil battle, Xianwu Mansion Jin Mutsong. As soon as the words came out, the crowd was dead silent. There was only the sound of heavy rain. Everyone couldn't help but look at each other. Did I hear it wrong? Did I hear it wrong? Why did I hear that Jin Mutsong won? I really couldn't react. This news was too shocking and sudden. At that moment, Kaneki Satoshi's scream suddenly sounded. Ha 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 ha, I won, I won. Tang Yun, where are you? Where are you? I've said it before, I'll crush you, I'll kill you in seconds, and now I've done it, ha ha ha. Tang Yun, where are you? Come out. I'm going to slap your face, I'm going to slap your face. Brother-in-law, sister, mother, I won, ha ha ha. I'm so happy, I'm so scared. Kaneki Satoshi's performance seemed to have awakened everyone. Everyone was shocked, it wasn't an illusion, it wasn't a mistake. The winner was really Jin Mutsong. How was this possible? Jin Hai Earl Tang Luan rushed out and said in shock, King Ming-chi, did you pronounce it wrong? In a moment of desperation, he even used you instead of you. The meaning was very clear, King Ming-chi, your eyes are dim, you even pronounced the name wrong. Now read it again. Regarding this scene, King Uncle Ming-chi had really long since expected it. Therefore, he didn't get angry, but opened the book and said, then I'll announce it again. The third civil battle, Jin Mutsong wins, Tang Yun loses. Did everyone hear it clearly? This time everyone was going crazy. How was this possible? Was this a ghost? It was impossible for the sun to rise from the west. The literary level of Tang Yun and Jin Mutsong was like heaven and earth. Now you're telling me that Jin Mutsong won? This was even more ridiculous than hearing that the China men's football team won the World Cup. King Ming-chi was really muddle-headed. But Marquis Sua Xian and Duke Weiwu didn't refute it. Duke Weiwu's aura was too strong, no one dared to ask. So someone asked, Lord Sua Xian, is this true? Sua Xian said, of course it's true. Do you think our eyes are dim? Jin Hai Count's head was dizzy, and he was on the verge of collapse. But soon, anger rushed to the top of his head. It made him lose his mind. But at this time, there was no need for reason. It was a matter of life and death, completely related to the fate of the Jin Count house. The reason why the Tang family thrived was entirely because of the iron mine on Jinshan Island. Once they lost Jinshan Island, relying on a few hundred square kilometers of land to support 3,000 private troops? Dream on, if they lost Jinshan Island, they would lose everything. This is unfair. There must be fraud. There must be fraud. Jin Count rushed forward and shouted, King Ningqi, everyone knows my son Tang Yan's literary talent. He was the third flower in the palace examination of the state of Yu. And what kind of trash was Kaneki Satoshi? Everyone knows that he won against my son, Tang Yun. That's the biggest joke in the world. As soon as this was said, many dignitaries expressed their support. The battle for Jinshan Island was not urgent now. It was related to the Kim family and the Tang family. There was a large group of people waiting for the destruction of Xianwu Mansion. They were waiting to divide the bodies of the Kim family and eat them. Even now, they had already been divided. They were just waiting for the collapse of Xianwu Mansion. But now you told me that the Kim family would not die. This was like the movie Big Shot. Teacher Ge and Teacher Ing had already sold out the advertisement for the memorial service of the great director Taylor. They had received the deposit, but Taylor suddenly said that he would not die. How could that be? It's rigged, rigged. There's fraud. There's fraud. The heavenly way is unfair. The heavenly way is unfair. Many dignitaries hid in the crowd and shouted loudly. They were about to lose the benefits that they had. How could this be? Everyone was looking forward to the death of Xianwu Mansion. How could you not die? Are you courting death? Bian Shao, the Duke of Might, scolded angrily. His voice was not loud, but it was like thunder, making people tremble. It was murderous. Then, a chill surged from the crotch of their pants. The audience was silent. No one dared to make a sound. Imperial Uncle Ningqi said, Men, put up Kaneki Satoshi and Tang Yan's essays. Let everyone see if there's any unfairness in this literary battle. Everyone rushed forward to see the articles of Jin Mutsong and Tang Yun. Count Jin Haiba continued to roar, There must be some shady dealings here, there must be fraud. We are not convinced. King Ningqi said coldly, Not convinced? Sure. He suddenly rolled up his sleeves. His eyes widened and his beard curled up. The articles are all pasted on the walls. They are clear and concise. The articles of Xianwu Mansion are far superior to Tang Yun of Jin Count House in terms of concept, standard, and character. The world can see it at a glance. Those who are not convinced of my judgment can go to the capital and complain to the monarch. But now, if anyone dares to cause trouble, don't blame me for being too sharp. I, Ningqi, may be an idler past my prime, but it's not like I don't know how to kill. Come, if anyone dares to cause trouble, take them down immediately. Note, I didn't rest after eating and started writing immediately. The third chapter is a little early. Today's third chapter has 17,000 words. I'm going to rest for a while and apply some to my eyes. I'll continue writing tomorrow's first chapter. I'm in urgent need of monthly votes and everyone's support. Please remember the domain name of this book. Com Wonderful Bookhouse Mobile Version. The arrogant Tang Yun returned to his room after the literary battle. He picked up a book and began to read it with great interest. 15 minutes passed and he was still reading this page. An hour later, he was still reading the same page. An hour and a half passed, and he was still looking at the same page. What was he doing? He was reminiscing and fantasizing. It took him half an hour to ponder over the essay and poem he had written. Next, he imagined Uncle Ningqi and Marquis Sua Xian reading his essay and poem. It took him an hour. Finally, he fantasized about the results being announced. When everyone was rushing to flatter him, and when they read his poems and essays, they were amazed. Another hour passed. He fantasized while waiting for the good news to come. Although he had no interest in beating a fat otaku like Jin Mutsong, who would complain about having too many victories. Most importantly, he had turned the tables and saved his family's fate. Tang Yan had almost lost his family's future. It was Tang Yan who had turned the tide. As he waited, he couldn't help but feel anxious. Why wasn't there any news? Although I won without a doubt, although I didn't go to the scene, I still care about the result. Why didn't you inform me immediately? At this time, a servant rushed in. Crown Prince, Crown Prince. Tang Yan picked up the book in his hand and flipped a page. What's it called? It's just a debate. What's there to be happy about beating a trash like Jin Mutsong? The servant rushed in and said in a trembling voice, Crown Prince, you lost. Tang Yan was stunned, his eyes narrowing. Are you crazy? You're joking with me? The servant said, Crown Prince, it's true. You lost. Tang Yan said, I lost to Jin Mutsong? Ridiculous, the greatest absurdity in the world. The servant said, it's true, Crown Prince. The scene is in chaos. Go and take a look. Tang Yan abruptly stood up and walked outside. At this time, the rain was still pouring outside. By the time Tang Yan arrived at the Nujian Hunting Grounds school, it was already empty. Because just now, Royal Uncle Ning Chi had directly flipped out and the mighty Marshal Duke had only frowned, but it was enough to scare people out of their wits. These people scattered like birds and beasts to find their backbone, Lord Zhongchong. Now that Uncle Ning Chi had publicly announced that Xianwu Mansion had won, it was almost impossible to change the result. Now, it was up to Lord Zhongchong to see if he could turn the tide. Tang Yan stood quietly by the wall. Although it was already night time, there were still lanterns hanging under the wall. Even though it was raining heavily, the walls surrounding the school had very wide eaves. Even though the essays posted outside were a little wet, they could still be seen clearly. Tang Yan immediately rushed to his answer sheet. Filled with conspiracy theories, he immediately thought of the possibility that someone had swapped his exam paper, or deliberately sabotaged it. He was thinking too much. His essay and poem were neatly pasted on the paper without a single word missing. Following that, he hurriedly looked at Jin Mutsong's essay and poem. He first skimmed through it. Then, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. After all, he was the third rank, and he had genuine knowledge. Putting aside his prejudice, he could tell that Jin Mutsong's essay was brilliant. It had a much deeper meaning. It was unlike Tang Yan's essay, which seemed to be sharp and flashy, but was actually a little weak. Some parts of it were even far-fetched. On one hand, he liked to use flowery words, and on the other, he wanted to use this opportunity to suck up to the monarch. Therefore, in terms of pure policy, the two essays were on a whole different level. Tang Yan's essay was still fine if it was listed separately, but when the two were placed together, it looked vulgar and dull. Then, he looked at Jin Mutsong's poem on his exam paper. It was just a few words, and he finished reading it in a moment. But it was deafening. This, although the tortoise lives, even when he recited it in his heart, he could still hear it in his ears. It was really well written. Compared to Tang Yan's flowery words, it could not be mentioned in the same breath. Instant kill, a true instant kill. He lost, he really lost. It was not an illusion, he really lost the battle of words. Not only that, the entire Tang family had lost the battle for Jinshan Island. But Tang Yan could not sympathize with the loss of the battle for Jinshan Island. The only thing he cared about now was one thing. He actually lost to the trash, Jin Mutsong. This matter would soon spread throughout the state of Yu. He would become a laughingstock. In the past, he had been the third prince. However glorious he was, in the future, he would be a joke. Sigh, Jin Mutsong, fat otaku, trash, you, the third rank, actually lost to him. What kind of humiliation would that be? Tang Yan's body turned cold, and the umbrella in his hand fell to the ground. The cold icy rain slapped on his face randomly. No, this was not written by Jin Mutsong. It must not be Jin Mutsong. It must be Shen Lang, yes, it must be Shen Lang. Shen Lang, you and I are irreconcilable. I will tear you into pieces, into pieces. Tang Yan roared crazily, filled with infinite unwillingness and pain. Shen Lang did not wait for the result. He was also reading 13 Meridians of Yin and Yang. There were also drawings. Although they were not as good as his, it was better than nothing. But he was also showing off. A quarter of an hour passed, and he stared at the page without turning it. An hour passed, and he still did not turn the page. An hour passed, and he still did not turn the page. At this moment, frantic footsteps could be heard from outside. It sounded like a pig running. Even a fart would know that it was Jin Mutsong. Brother-in-law, I won, I won. I crushed Tang Yun, ha 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 ha. Jin Mutsong rushed in crazily. Xianxia said lightly, what's the rush? It's a win, what's there to be excited about? He did not know why, but this scene was a little familiar. Jin Mutsong said, brother-in-law, you are messing with me again. The two questions in today's civil exam were not the two you gave me last night. The policy question was about punishment and loyalty, and the poem question was about Xuanwu. When I saw these two questions, I almost peed my pants. What? Xianxia trembled violently, and the book in his hand almost fell to the ground. Jin Mutsong said, what is it, brother-in-law? Xianxia said, what did you say today's question was? Jin Mutsong said, the policy question was about punishment and loyalty, and the poem question was about Xuanwu. This time, Xianxia almost peed his pants. How could this be? I clearly saw it with my X-ray vision yesterday, and it was the other two questions. Why did it change at the last minute? Xianxia's mind was spinning. Then, he immediately understood. Yesterday, he showed a flaw again. In the military battle, Mulan fought cautiously and did not risk her life, which was very abnormal. If it concerned the fate of the family, Mulan would definitely fight with her life on the line, and even perish together. Why didn't she do that? Because she had a card up her sleeve for the civil exam. This flaw must have been caught by Zhang Chong, and then he thought of a way to get Imperial Uncle Ning Qi to change the question. Whether it was the imperial examinations or this kind of civil exam, there would always be a backup question. Xianxia could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. Zhang Chong, are you a human or a ghost? How could you be so awesome? In the second battle, the Black Tortoise Count's mansion was supposed to win without a doubt. It was Zhang Chong who sensed that something was amiss and made a prompt decision to have Count Jin Hai borrow experts from several families. That was how the battle ended in a tie. In the third round of the civil exam, Zhang Chong actually asked Ning Qi to change the question. Just a little bit more, and Zhang Chong would have turned the tables. Xianwu Mansion was so close to losing. The reason why Xianxia was able to win this final battle was 30% of his strength and 70% of his luck. Even God was helping him. Of course, the reason why Xianxia was able to bet on the question was that he was well prepared. It was really a case of intentionally planting flowers, but unintentionally planting a willow tree. One must not underestimate the heroes of the world. Jin Mutsong saw Xianxia in a daze, and could not help but ask, brother-in-law, what's wrong with you? Oh, nothing. Xianxia laughed and said, of course I'm playing with you, ha ha ha. Not knowing why, Jin Mutsong felt that his brother-in-law's laughter was a little awkward. Xianxia's face was smiling, but his heartstrings were raised again. He must not take it lightly. The victory in the Battle of Jinshan Island was just the beginning. The next was the climax, the main event. Fatty, didn't you want to slap Tang Yun's face? Why did you come back so soon? Xianxia asked. Jin Mutsong said, I wanted to tell you the good news as soon as possible. Xianxia said again, you have already told me. Now you can slap Tang Yun's face. Slap his face hard. Go. Jin Mutsong said weakly, I don't dare. I'm afraid I can't beat him. Coward, Zhang Chong had been kneeling in the courtyard of the castle at the top of the mountain. It had been raining heavily for a few hours. His skinny body was kneeling straight, motionless. The torrential rain smashed onto his body as if it was smashing onto a rock. Zhang Jin and Zhang Chenhua could not persuade their father, so they accompanied him to kneel on the side. Zhang Chong said, Zhang Jin can kneel. Chenhua, you go back. Zhang Chenhua said, no, I will kneel with father. I am also a member of the Zhang family. Father is suffering. How can I enjoy it? Zhang Chong said, you are a girl. You don't wear thick clothes. What will happen if you get drenched in the rain? That's right, the dress stuck to the body, revealing the curves of her figure. Moreover, silk was very transparent. Zhang Chunhua left. Moments later, she returned, wearing a straw raincoat. She knelt on the right side of her father. The Zhang family of 3 knelt there, begging for Uncle Ningqi's forgiveness. Zhang Chong was quite gratified. His son and daughter, despite their various faults, were at least filial and of one mind. Unity was the most important thing for a family. Not long after dark, Uncle Ningqi, Bian Xiao, and Marquis Sua Xian arrived. Seeing the Zhang family of 3 kneeling neatly in the courtyard, Uncle Ningqi's eyes trembled slightly. Especially Zhang Chunhua, a girl, who was also kneeling there. It was the end of autumn. The rain was very cold. Furthermore, it was such a heavy downpour. Kneeling for a few hours was really uncomfortable. Uncle Ningqi stepped forward and said, "Zhang Nujiang, get up and go back. I'm not angry anymore." Zhang Chong said, "I'm not kneeling here to appease your anger. I'm only kneeling here because I should be punished for my mistakes." Uncle Ningqi said, "Zhang Chong, your guess is right. Shenlang might have really known the exam questions in advance. You really had no other plans." Zhang Chong felt relieved. Imperial Uncle Ningqi said, "But the plans of man are no match for the plans of God." Our backup question was still correctly predicted by him. Kaneki Satoshi won, and the Black Tortoise Earl's mansion won 2 out of 3 matches. Zhang Chong felt like he was struck by lightning. His skinny face twitched violently. He opened his mouth to say something, but nothing came out. His vision went black and he suddenly fell to the ground. "Father, father," Zhang Jin and Zhang Chunhua stepped forward and helped their father up. Uncle Ningqi couldn't bear it and said, "Quickly help your father into the castle and drink some hot ginger soup." "Hurry, hurry," but Zhang Chong quickly woke up on his own. His lips were purple. Pushing Zhang Jin and Zhang Chunhua away, he bowed to Uncle Ningqi and said, "Thank you for telling me, Uncle Ningqi. I understand." In just a moment, he regained his composure. Then, he continued to kneel there without moving. Uncle Ningqi and Duke Bianzhao's expressions completely changed. There was actually such a determined person in the world? After such a blow, he recovered in an instant and was full of fighting spirit again. Uncle Ningqi said loudly, "Lord Zhang Chong, I beg you, don't kneel. The one at fault is not you, it's me. Men, carry Lord Zhang back to rest and find the best doctor to treat him." "Yes." Several warriors stepped forward and forcibly carried Zhang Chong back to his room. Even if it was raining cats and dogs, the whole Xianwu mansion was still immersed in a sea of joy. The warriors who weren't on duty picked up the wine and drank to their heart's content. Who would have thought that they would actually achieve a complete victory? From now on, Jinshan Island belonged to Xianwu Mansion. Everyone thought they would lose. Unexpectedly, not only did they win, but it was Prince Jin Muzong who turned the tide. This world was really interesting. In Xianwu's study, a secret meeting was being held. Only 4 people participated. Xianwu, Jin Mulan, Shenlang, and Jin Muzong. Why did they let Jin Muzong participate? After all, he was a prince. And he had a huge advantage, which was that he was tight-lipped. He would never say anything that he shouldn't say. At that time, he wasn't even willing to betray a scumbag like Su Wenjiao. It could be seen how good Fat Otaku's character was. Therefore, they weren't afraid that he would leak the secrets discussed in the meeting. However, Fat Otaku didn't have the slightest excitement of participating in the core meeting. Instead, he was drowsy and scared out of his wits. Shenlang asked, "Fatty, what are you doing?" Fat Otaku shook his head and said, "Brother-in-law, I'm really bored. Can I copy books here? Damn it, mud really can't help a wall. You're the person who defeated Tang Yun, the 3rd flower warrior, and yet you're still thinking about writing. What's so good about writing? Can't you have a higher goal? Go, go." Shenlang waved his hand and said, "Do whatever you want." "Yes." Fat Otaku left happily. Xianwu sighed helplessly in his heart. Sigh. Then, his wife, Mulan, couldn't help but sigh. After Jin Muzong left, the atmosphere in the room suddenly became serious. The decision-makers of the 3-person team were not bad. There were many famous 3-person teams in history, such as XXX, XX, and XX. Shen Lang's face turned serious as he said solemnly. Father-in-law, wife. The third martial arts competition is over, and we've won. But the show has just begun. Next is the real climax, the battle of life and death. But we've finally won the first step. We've turned passivity into initiative, from defense to offense. The second step is to officially start the Cliff Island strategy. We've won the battle for Jinshan Island. Perhaps many people hope that we will invest a steady stream of strategic resources on this island. But never. After we get back the ownership, we won't develop it, and we won't station troops there. I want to turn Jinshan Island into a meat grinder, and I hope to squeeze the blood of the enemy. Of course, the most urgent thing we have to do is to take revenge. The clowns who jumped up and down before, will kill them this time. Especially Zhu Lanting, Zhu Wenhua, and his son. Last time at the banquet, they dared to trick me. For the sake of the overall situation of Jinshan Island, I endured it and let them jump for a few more days. This time, I must destroy their family. Shen Lang walked to the window and looked at the heavy rain outside. It had been raining since noon and hadn't stopped. Heavy rain was supposed to happen in summer, but this kind of heavy rain at the end of autumn was really terrible. The water level of Nujiang must have skyrocketed, and the water storage lake must be almost full. Shen Lang said, Father-in-law, if I were the enemy of the Kim family, I would come up with a vicious plan. I would dig up the dam upstream of our fief, let the water from the storage lake pour in, and turn our fief into a vast ocean, completely submerging countless houses and people, and give us a devastating blow. As soon as these words came out, Xuanwu's face immediately changed, and he stood up abruptly. Once Shen Lang's worries became a reality, the consequences would be completely unimaginable. How many people would die at that time? All the resources of the entire Xianwu mansion would be used for disaster relief and peace of the people. It would consume an astronomical amount of money, manpower, and material resources, and the entire rhythm would be disrupted. Shen Lang said, this time, we took 800 soldiers with us. Only 2,000 private soldiers stayed at home, but this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that all the leaders, such as Jin Hui, Jin Zhong, Jin Shiying, Jin Qing, and Mulan, are all here. Only Madame, Old Master Lin, and Jin Jianyang are left at home, and the army has no leader. Xuanwu said, immediately let Mulan, Jin Hui, and Jin Shiying go back. Shen Lang thought for a moment, then shook his head. Tomorrow, the result of the battle for Jinshan Island will be announced, and the two families will officially sign a contract to transfer the ownership of Jinshan Island to our Kim family, so Mulan cannot go back. And the most important thing was that passive defense was not enough, they had to take the initiative to attack. Shen Lang spread out the map, and everything could be seen clearly. The new river was just north of Xuanwu City, flowing into the sea. In order to store water for irrigation, several dams were built on the south side of the new river hundreds of years ago, forming a natural water storage lake. The entire dam was divided into many sections, built between the valleys, and used the natural mountains to store the river water. When there was a drought, the water would be released to irrigate the fields. The entire water storage lake spanned across Nujiang Prefecture and Yanwu Prefecture. There were 5 sections of dams in Nujiang Prefecture, and 3 sections in Yanwu Prefecture. Above the fief of Xianwu Mansion, there were 3 sections of dams. It could be said that it was impossible to guard against. Now that the elite forces of Xianwu Mansion's private army were all in the new river hunting ground, it was too late to return. The only way was to take the initiative to attack. Shen Lang's eyes fell on a corner of the map. Father-in-law, this should be the Lanshan Viscount Mansion, right? Shen Lang said. Xuanwu nodded. The entire Lanshan Viscount Mansion was located in a valley. Although the family's fief was gone, the tens of thousands of mu of matter was still there. Previously, the Zhu family, for their own personal interests, specially built a dam on the north side of the manor, and then diverted the water from the new river lake. Therefore, even in the dry season, the Zhu family's manor had a big harvest. Shen Lang said, is this the entire valley, the manor of Lanshan Viscount Mansion? Xuanwu nodded and said, yes. Shen Lang asked, are there other commoners' fields and houses? Xuanwu said, there used to be a few villages, but after Zhu Lanting handed over his fief and military power, the monarch gave all the fields and mountains in this valley to Zhu Lanting as compensation. Therefore, Zhu Lanting's manor is bigger than ours. There are tens of thousands of mu of fields and plantations. There are no other commoners' villages and towns. Shenlang said, Jin Hui, come in. After a moment, Jin Hui came in. Shenlang pointed to the map and said, you go back home as soon as possible and call Xianxia. You go and destroy the dam above the Lanshan Viscount mansion, let the water pour into his castle and manor, and drown everything. As soon as these words came out, everyone present was horrified. This son-in-law was really cruel and merciless. Shenlang said, let Xianxia go to the bitter water land in the east and make a big hole in the dam there, so that most of the water will flow into the bitter water land. That place is already a saline alkali land, no one lives there. Only in this way, our Xianwu mansion will be completely safe, and will not be flooded. The water will be released from another place, so the water level will drop, and Count Xuanwu's territory will not be in danger. Remember, don't completely destroy the dam of the bitter water land, just make a big hole to release the water. The dam north of the Lanshan Viscount mansion, don't make the hole too big, make sure that Zhu Lanting's manor will be destroyed, and his castle will be flooded, but the water should not be too fierce, so that the people in the valley have enough time to escape. I want to kill Zhu Lanting's family, try not to harm other innocent people. Jin Hui said, son-in-law, these dams are made of stone, it is very difficult to make a hole, and it will require a lot of manpower. I am afraid it will be too late for us to lead the army there, and it will take a long time to dig. And the dam north of Zhu Lanting's manor will definitely be guarded, so it will be very difficult to succeed. Shenlang said, do you still remember my underground room number 3? Jin Hui knew that Shenlang had many strange and bizarre items, and they were all placed in the secret underground room outside the castle. Go to Xiaobing for the key, and then go to the 3rd underground chamber and take out the box inside. Just make a small hole in the dam, put the box in, light the fuse, and leave immediately. Next, a hole will be blasted in the dam. Remember, don't open the box, and don't let others see it. When the dam is blown open, make it look like a natural collapse. The things in the box can't be seen now, otherwise it will be a disaster. In addition, detain Xianxia's parents, and don't let them leave the castle. Go do your job. Jin Hui bowed and said, yes. Then, he left the Nujiang hunting ground in the rain, and quickly rode back to Xianwu mansion to carry out Shenlang's orders. Zhang Chong fell ill. Jin Hai Earl and his party went to see him, but they were stopped by Zhang Jin. Lord Zhang Chong, Shenlang must have cheated in the civil battle. We can't just let it go. You must think of a way to save the situation. Tomorrow morning, Uncle Ning Qi will announce the final result of the battle for Jinshan Island. Once he announces that Xianwu Mansion won, they will sign the transfer contract of ownership of Jinshan Island in public. At that time, it will be too late. After a while, Zhang Chong asked Zhang Chenhua to pass a message. We lost this round. Don't linger, and immediately move on to the next round. Don't act rashly. Wait for me to think it over, then we will plan our next move. Zhang Chenhua repeated twice, telling Jin Hai Earl and his party not to act rashly, otherwise, Shenlang would take advantage of it. Then, Zhang Jin forced Jin Hai Earl and his party out, so that his father, Zhang Chong, could rest in peace. After returning to the station, Jin Hai Earl Tang Luan and the others were furious. Humph, this Zhang Chong is just putting on a show. He was good before, but he is useless at the critical moment. He said not to act rashly. Are we waiting for Shenlang to put a knife to our necks? He is just a governor. What right does he have to order us nobles around? Yes, yes. We can't wait. We must act. We must take revenge. At this moment, Zhu Lanting, Viscount of Lanshan, said to Yu Yu, I have a vicious plan that can destroy the entire fief of Xianwu Mansion. Everyone was shocked. What vicious plan? Zhu Lanting said, now that it is raining cats and dogs, it is normal for the dam to collapse. If the dam to the north of Xianwu Mansion collapses, the monstrous flood will rush into Kim family's manor and his fief. At that time, countless farmlands, villages, and castles of the Kim family will be flooded, and there will be countless casualties. What kind of devastating blow will it be to Xianwu Mansion? Note, I sat in the middle of the night until 5 in the morning before starting to write. I wrote until 8 or 9 in the morning. I wrote this chapter after thinking about it. The plot should be rich enough. Please support and encourage me. Thank you for the 10,000 yuan tips from Waiting for Illusion and Lucilli. Someone said weakly, won't this hurt the peace of the world? Everyone turned to look at him. Did an idiot sneak into our midst? You're so childish. How did you survive until now, and even get into our circle? You have to be unscrupulous in a fight, don't you know? The lake to the north of Xianwu Mansion is used to irrigate the entire fief's farmland. Once the dam breaks, not only will Xianwu Mansion's fief be flooded, but many villages and towns in Xuanwu City will also be flooded, and many people will die. The man said seriously. Count Jin Haiba said, are your parents and family among the dead? The man said, no. Count Jin Haiba said, are there any lovers or illegitimate children? The man said, no. Count Jin Haiba said, then why do you care how many people will die? Viscount Zhu Lanting said, and most of the flooded land is Xianwu Mansion's fief. After that, it will be blocked by the mountains. By the time we reach Xuanwu City, there will be no more people left. Besides, it's the end of autumn. Such a heavy rainstorm is not seen in decades. Isn't it normal for the lake to break its dam? I'm afraid the people from Xianwu Mansion will send people to guard the dam, said the man next to him. That was certain. Every year when there was a heavy rainstorm, people would be sent to guard the dam. Viscount Zhu Lanting said, the most elite forces of Xianwu Mansion are in the Nujiang hunting ground. Without a leader in the fief, how can they stop our tigers and wolves? Count Jin Haiba slammed the table and said coldly, we'll do it. Qingan knocked on the table. Although he didn't say anything, his meaning was clear. We'll do it. He and Shenlang were mortal enemies. Previously, Shenlang infected Lin Zhuo with a terrible virus, which then spread to the entire Count Qingan house. Nearly 100 people in the family died one after another. Of course, it didn't matter how many others died. The key was his third and fifth sons. Wu Zhaozhong was forced to kill them with his own hands. Such a deep hatred, he wanted to repay it tenfold, no, 100-fold. Everyone turned to look at the second son of the Duke of Jinbei, Nangong Ping. The second young master felt slightly regretful. He really shouldn't have gotten himself involved in this mess. Moreover, his family did not need any benefits from Xianwu Mansion at all. However, in order to keep his military power and for the future of himself and his elder brother, Nangong Xia, his father had joined in the attack on Xianwu Mansion. What these people were discussing was obviously very dangerous and terrifying. Thus, Nangong Ping's soul had flown to the heavens, as if he had not heard anything. Count Jin Hai said, since we've decided to do this, everyone will have to take responsibility. Every family will have to send out experts. This was equivalent to a proof of allegiance. Everyone had to do bad things together. What if one of them snitched? This matter was too big. If it was exposed, there would be huge consequences. Anyone who doesn't participate can forget about walking out of this door today. Qingan said coldly, Viscount Zhu Lanting, since you're the one who came up with this idea, you should take the lead. Zhu Lanting was startled, I can't do it for nothing, can I? Count Jin Hai said coldly, Zhu Lanting, you harmed Shenlang at the banquet to welcome the fourth prince. Now that the battle for Jinshan Island is over, do you think he'll let you off? Viscount Zhu Lanting said, what can you do to me? Then, he said, I can do things, but not for nothing. Count Jin Hai said, we'll give you 2 ships. You can buy the ships yourself, but you can join our trade routes and other countries. Zhu Lanting was overjoyed. In their trade, the so-called several ships were not the most valuable. What was valuable was the trade rights. The trade rights were very complicated. Part of it was in the hands of the nobles and bureaucrats along the coast, while the other part was in the hands of Raging Tide City. The pirate King Chou Tianwei was the controller of the East Sea trade routes of the state of Yu. That was why Chou Shao, as the son of a pirate, could openly enter and leave the nobles' mansions. Of course, the Xianwu Mansion also controlled part of the trade rights. Part of the family's salt was sold through the sea trade. One of the intentions of the monarch's new policies was to monopolize salt and iron, and take back these 2 great sources of wealth from the nobles' hands. Alright, I'll take the lead in this matter. Viscount Zhu Lanting said, young Master Qiu Shao, I'm afraid we'll have to borrow your name for this matter. Qiu Shao grinned, sure. Shenlang stole my woman and killed my men. I want to kill 1,000 of them, 10,000 of them. Count Jinhai said, we have to be fast. We don't know when the rain will stop. When the water level drops, the lethality of the flood will weaken, and we won't be able to completely submerge the Xianwu mansion. Next, all the nobles present, except for the Count of Jinbei's family, sent dozens of elite warriors. Viscount Zhu Lanting and the little pirate king, Qiu Shao, led 200 elite warriors. They braved the heavy rain and rushed to Xuanwu City at night to do something important. Destroying the entire Xianwu mansion and drowning countless people of the Kim family. Just thinking about it made one's blood boil. In the middle of the night, outside the window, the rain was still pouring. It was really evil for you to have such a heavy rain at the end of autumn. Such weather really encouraged people's evil thoughts. Mulan was wearing silk pajamas. She stood in front of the bed and gently nestled in Shenlang's arms. The silk pajamas were supposed to be loose, but on her body, it seemed a little tight. It couldn't be helped. Her figure was too hot. Husband, you said that the following battle will be more intense? Mulan asked. Shenlang's hand was placed on his wife's small waist. He paused for a moment, and then went under the silk pajamas. Mulan didn't stop him. Shenlang's fingers felt Mulan's small waist inch by inch. It was as smooth as porcelain. It was full of amazing strength and elasticity. There are 3 places on a person's body that are the most sensitive. Do you know where they are? Shenlang asked. Mulan said, I know, but I won't say. Shenlang said, lips, hands, and there. So, do you think we're born for the sake of love? Yes. Mulan said. Huh? You don't usually answer like this. Shenlang gently kissed his wife's crystal-clear earlobe and said, the following battle will be very tragic. Many people will probably die. But, those who will die will be our enemies. Mulan rubbed her face against Shenlang's cheek. She breathed through her nose and made noises. Husband, do you think Tang Luan will smoothly hand over Jinshan Island? Mulan asked. He won't. Shenlang said. Mulan said tenderly, then what should we do? Shenlang kissed his wife's neck. Mulan leaned back slightly, revealing her swan-like neck. Shenlang said, what can we do? Of course, we will bleed and fight. Mulan said, is there no rest? Shenlang said, there will be rest. When we complete the 4th step of the strategy, we will be able to force the monarch's will to retreat. Our family will be at peace. Mulan and Shenlang's neck were intertwined. She couldn't help but pout and gently kissed Shenlang's earlobe. A few hours later, Jin Hui rushed to Xianwu Mansion. The entire count house was almost sleepless. It was impossible to sleep. Because the battle for Jinshan Island was about to end. It was completely related to the fate of the family. As for the rainstorm, Madame Su Peipei was not worried. After all, it had been dry for so long. The water level of the lake had dropped a lot. Although the rainstorm would cause the Nujiang River to pour into the lake and cause the water level to rise, it was a good thing. There would be no risk. Although Madame Su Peipei was shrewd, she was kind. She didn't expect people to be so vicious. She didn't expect that someone would destroy the dam and flood the land of the count house. Seeing Jin Hui rushing in, Madame Su Peipei stood up and said, Jin Hui, what is the result of the 3 martial arts competition for Jinshan Island? Did we win? Jin Hui said, we won. Madame Su Peipei was overjoyed, ancestors bless us, ancestors bless us. My Lang heir is really amazing. When he comes home, I will definitely reward him. Jin Hui didn't tell Madame Su Peipei about the secret of destroying the dam. Instead, he went directly to Jin Jianyong. Jin Hui, Jin Zhong, Jin Shuying, and Jin Qing were not around. Jin Jianyong became one of the leaders of the private army. At this time, Jin Jianyong was wearing a military uniform. She looked valiant and expressionless. In any case, as long as she was not in front of Shenlang, her face would always be cold. She actually had a secret that she didn't tell Shenlang. The knight who knocked him off that night was her, Jin Jianyang. But at that time her whole body was covered in armor, so he couldn't see it. Sword Nyang, give the order to send 300-man teams to the 3 dams in the north to patrol and guard, Jin Hui said. Jin Jianyang raised her eyebrows and said, Brother, someone wants to destroy the dam and flood us? Jin Hui nodded. Sword Lady said, but we don't have enough warhorses. We are not fast enough. If something happens, we won't be able to coordinate with each other. Jin Hui said, if we encounter enemies, remember to monitor them. Don't fight unless it's absolutely necessary. Our elites are at the Nujiang hunting ground. If we fight, you will be at a disadvantage. Sword Lady said, are we just going to let them destroy the dam? Destroy our home? Jin Hui and Jin Jianyang were war orphans. They had been adopted by the Black Tortoise Count's mansion since they were young. They had completely regarded this place as their home and this land as their homeland. Jin Hui said, don't worry, son-in-law is prepared. Hearing the word son-in-law, Sword Lady's face instantly turned red. She had a guilty conscience. Jin Hui was speechless. In the end, he couldn't help but say, Sword Lady, son-in-law is outstanding, but, for a moment, Jin Jianyang didn't know how to describe the son-in-law. It's hard to say, right? She couldn't bear to, and she didn't dare to. If she said he was good, she really couldn't accept it. No one knew better than Jin Hui how much of a scumbag this son-in-law was. A lot of things had happened right in front of him. Brother, don't say bad things about son-in-law. Otherwise, I won't talk to you for 3 days. Jin Jianyang's neck was red. She went out to do something. Jin Hui couldn't help but say, what a sin. When Jin Hui found Xianxia, Tian Xianji, he was sitting in the dark in a daze. He had entered Xianwu mansion for a few months. I, San, am also a talent, right? After you recruited son-in-law, not to mention putting him in an important position, not to mention treating him with courtesy. He just completely forgot about it. He really forgot about it. In the past few months, San didn't have to worry about food and clothing. His parents also lived well, especially his mother. She even became good friends with Shenlang's mother, the big fool's stepmother, the Song family. She embroidered and woven silk with them every day. He didn't know how these 3 women would play together. But San was forgotten in the corner of this castle. He had nothing to do during the day and nothing to do at night. The most terrible thing was that his mother was actually looking for a wife for him. The Song family, the big fool's stepmother, inquired everywhere and planned to be a matchmaker. Maybe in a few days, he, San, would go on a blind date. Am I still AF * king killer? His broken leg had recovered. Every day, he could only practice swordsmanship, and swordsmanship desperately. When Jin Hui appeared in front of him, San was staring at the heavy rain outside in a daze. Finally, someone came to find me. I thought the organization had long forgotten me. How could it be? Even if it was a piece of toilet paper, a *T stick, it also had its use. Jin Hui said, let's go, I have a task. San was so excited that he suddenly stood up, picked up his sword and walked out. His body was almost rusty. As for what task, he didn't want to ask. Anyway, it was good to have something to do. If he continued to idle like this, he would go crazy. He came to the small courtyard where Shenlang and Milan lived. Jin Hui shouted from outside, Miss Xiaobing, I came to find you on the order of the son-in-law. After a moment, many windows in the courtyard were lit up. Then most of the lights went out, leaving only one window on. After a quarter of an hour, Xiaobing came out, sleepy. What's the matter? Xiaobing said. Jin Hui said, the son-in-law asked me to ask you for the key to the 3rd underground secret room. Xiaobing patted her head. The 3rd secret room. The 3rd secret room. The son-in-law was very annoying. There were a total of more than a dozen secret rooms, and when he left, he gave the key to her for safekeeping. She remembered, the key to the 3rd secret room. Xiaobing took out the key, opened the son-in-law's room, picked up a new key, opened the son-in-law's secret room, picked up the new key, opened the son-in-law's cabinet, and took out the key from the 3rd grid. Everything was so familiar. How could she not be familiar? Xiao Bing often sneaked over in the middle of the night to steal people. Jin Hui handed over Shenlang's handwritten letter. After reading it, Xiao Bing handed over the key. Then she let out a low cry. Because she was wearing silk pajamas, when she reached out, her tender arms were exposed. She hurriedly pulled her sleeves to cover her arms and said, "Close your eyes, don't look at my arms, I am the son-in-law's woman." Jin Hui and Xianxia were speechless. She took the key and left without saying a word. What a sin, Jin Hui couldn't help but ask. "San, have you ever thought about getting a wife?" Xianxia thought for a moment and nodded. Jin Hui said, "Go outside and look for one. With the son-in-law around, we won't be able to find a wife in the residence." Xianxia agreed. Jin Hui went to the third underground secret room, took out 2 large boxes, and wrapped them in layers of oilcloth. The son-in-law had said that they couldn't open it, and couldn't ask what it was. He handed one of the large boxes to Xianxia and said, "Don't let the box get wet, don't open it. Go to the embankment of the bitter waterland, dig a hole at a height of 2 feet, then stuff this box in, light the fuse, and immediately move 2,000 feet away. When a big hole is blown in the embankment, the flood will pour into the bitter waterland, and your task will be completed." Xianxia took the box and said, "Yes." Jin Hui said, "If someone intercepts?" Xianxia said, "Kill without mercy." Jin Hui said, "If you can't beat them, run for your life. If you really can't escape, light the fuse and die together. The box in your hand must not fall into the hands of anyone, understand?" "Yes," Xianxia said. Then, the 2 of them rode on fast horses and went their separate ways. One went to blow up the embankment to the north of the Lanshan Viscount's mansion, and staged the flood of the Zhu family. The other went to the bitter waterland embankment in the east, and blew up the dam to release the flood. At this time, Viscount Zhu Lanting led hundreds of elite warriors out of the Nujiang hunting ground and rushed to Xuanwu City. The time difference was very important. The next morning, it was still raining heavily. The weather was really strange. Today was the day to announce the end of the battle for Jinshan Island. To determine the ownership of Jinshan Island. The gorgeous dress that Mulan had prepared finally had the opportunity to wear. She stood beautifully beside Shenlang, overshadowing the rest of the crowd. There were hundreds of people present, and there were hundreds of women. All of them were the daughters of nobles, and there were countless beauties. But Mulan was the well-deserved first place. Shenlang was very proud, and his vanity was greatly satisfied. Of course, he also noticed. Viscount Zhu Lanting was gone, and so was the young lord of Nujiao City. The enemy really had no bottom line, as he had imagined. In the face of such shameless people, a tooth for a tooth, blood for blood. He wondered what Zhu Lanting's expression would be when he learned that his tens of thousands of acres of land, hundreds of acres of castle, and hundreds of years of family foundation had been completely destroyed by the flood. Silence. With a shout, the audience was silent. Hundreds of people sat neatly. King Mingqi said in a clear voice, "I declare that the third battle of the battle for Jinshan Island is officially over. The process of the battle is fair and just. The results of the battle are fair and effective. The final winner of the battle for Jinshan Island is the Xianwu Mansion, and the Kim family. From today onwards, the ownership of Jinshan Island will forever belong to the Kim family. Note, the second update has been sent. I will continue to write the third update. I didn't sleep well during the day, and I'm much more tired than usual. Please support me and cheer me on. Thank you for the 10,000 yuan tip from Yellowtail. First, set a small goal. For example, remember in 1 second, booksellers mobile in the hall, Shenlang and Mulan were a match made in heaven. Especially since Shenlang had changed into another set of clothes. The most expensive brocade was embroidered not only with gold threads, but also with an even more expensive material. A type of animal tendon. This animal tendon was very tough and suitable for making bowstrings. But it also had a special feature, which was that it could constantly change color under light, making it look especially luxurious and mysterious. So the price of this animal tendon was more than 10 times the price of gold of the same weight. Shenlang's new robe was made with dozens of such beast tendons, so there was no need to mention how gorgeous this new robe was. This show-off, he had changed 4 sets of clothes in less than 3 days at the new Jiang hunting ground. Today's set was the most expensive. People who didn't know him would be shocked to see his clothes. Who was he? Could he be the son of the Marquis? Or the son of a duke? Little did they know that he was just a son-in-law of the Xianwu mansion, and a commoner's son. Sigh, there was no other way. Only people with no status needed to wear branded clothes. Ma Ali, Li Gangqing never wore branded clothes, nor did he like to wear expensive watches. Many people said, look at him, he's wearing a Casio electronic watch. Only fools would buy Rolex or Patek Philippe watches. But the truth was, being low-key was a very expensive thing. Ordinary people's low-key was, in fact, obscurity. But there was one thing that ruined Xianlang's peerlessly handsome demeanor, the bite mark on his face. Not only did it not disappear, but it became more obvious because it was already bruised. But strangely, many of the beauties were still staring at the bite mark on his face. Aya, I'm so envious of Jean Milan. She has such a handsome face to bite. If it were me, I'd be willing to bite anywhere else, let alone his face. Next, it was time to sign the contract. Although the Duke of Jin Hai Tangluan was very unwilling, he had to sign and stamp his seal in front of so many people and the 3 super big shots. At this moment, his body trembled. Tears welled up in his eyes. Jinshan Island was the lifeblood of his family. They had been operating it for decades. But now, it was about to fall into the hands of the enemy. It was really hard to accept. Therefore, even if it was a brush, Tangluan's signature almost cut through the contract parchment. Then, Xuanwu and Jinzhua signed and stamped their seals. In triplicate. The 3rd copy was to be sent to the capital to be stamped with the seal of the monarch, and then sealed and filed away. Governor Zhang Chong also came. In just one night, he seemed to have lost a lot of weight. His face, which had been slashed by knives and axes, became even sharper. There was no expression on his face, nor was there any hint of frustration from failure. Xianlang couldn't help but glance at Zhang Chenhua. From this morning until now, this vixen hadn't even looked at Xianlang. Sigh, women really can't afford to lose. Previously, when your family was about to win, you would flirt with me every day. You were just short of reaching for my crotch. Now, I, Xianlang, have only won a small game, and you actually don't care about me anymore. More importantly, today, Zhang Chenhua was dressed very beautifully. Different from her previous low-key attire, she was wearing a bright red dress and a charming vixen's face. It was really dazzling. Xianlang glanced at her, but Zhang Chenhua didn't respond. Xianlang took a second look, but Zhang Chenhua was expressionless and didn't respond. Xianlang took a third look. Ouch, there was a pain in his waist. Mulan's fingers pinched a little bit of his waist, and she was about to turn it 180 degrees. Xianlang was instantly in so much pain that he was about to cry. Mulan's beautiful face still had a smile, like a peacock spreading its tail, desperately blooming her beauty, as if she wanted to crush Zhang Chenhua. Xianlang hugged his wife's waist and leaned over to kiss her on the lips. Everyone was watching. Everyone was a little shocked. All the men were so jealous that they vomited blood in their hearts. They secretly cursed, gigolo, shameless gigolo. All the women's hearts trembled. What a brave little man. If he kisses me like this in front of everyone, I'm afraid I'll be wet. Mulan blushed and let go of her hand. While feeling sweet, she also wanted to dig into the ground. Husband was shameless, but she still wanted to be shameless. Uncle Ningqi also saw it, but he could only pretend not to see it. On such a serious occasion, the 3 parties were signing such a sacred contract. This was completely related to the fate of the Kim family. You actually flirted with your wife at such a time. The moral degeneration of the world is getting worse day by day. How did a person like you live until you married into the Xianwu mansion? You should have been beaten to death long ago. After the contract was signed, Earl Jin Hai bowed to Uncle Ningqi and the other 2 people, and then directly left. There was no such thing as saying harsh words. Some things could be done, but not said. Prefecture Chief Zhang Chong stepped forward and cupped his hands towards Count Xuanwu. Xuanwu returned the salute. It was strange to say that Zhang Chong and Xuanwu were clearly the biggest enemies that could only live or die. All the siege of the Kim family was done by this person. But the two sides never faced each other and were always polite. Zhang Chong bowed to the three big shots again and said, "Chong, goodbye." Uncle Ning Chi unexpectedly returned the salute and said, "Take care, Zhang Nujiang." Then, Zhang Chong left with his two children. Uncle Ning Chi said, "Xuanwu, I'm going back to the capital to report what happened here to the monarch. But there's something I don't know if it's appropriate to say." Xuanwu said, "Uncle, please say it." Ning Chi said, "The general trend is that those who follow will prosper and those who oppose will perish. Although your family won a battle, I'm afraid it won't change the overall situation. It's not too late to bow down now and protect your family. If we really wait until the day when you shed all pretense of cordiality, I'm afraid that disaster will come." Uncle Ning Chi really wasn't threatening, but advising with kind words. He hoped that Xuanwu and Jin Zhuo would follow Zhu Lanting's example and hand over the family fiefdom and military power, leaving only the 10,000 mu manor. That way, although they would lose power, they could still maintain their wealth. Xuanwu and Jin Zhuo said, "The family's foundation is passed down by our ancestors, it can't be destroyed in my hands. It's better to be a broken jade than an intact tile." Uncle Ning Chi didn't say anything else. This Xuanwu was still upright and old-fashioned. He didn't even know how to be tactful with his words. He was really like a turtle shell, stinky and hard. "Take care," Uncle Ning Chi said. Then, the three big shots also left. From beginning to end, Duke Weiwu and Sua Xian didn't greet Xuanwu at all. Marquis Sua Xian's position was different. And Duke Weiwu Bianshao was completely arrogant. People like Xuanwu and Jin Zhuo were not in his eyes. Time went back to a few hours ago. After trekking for 200 miles, Viscount Zhu Lanting and Qiao Shao finally led more than 200 elite warriors to the city of Xuanwu. However, they still didn't rush to the dam in the north. Instead, they gathered their men and horses again. Qiao Shao anxiously gathered dozens of pirate experts, while Zhu Lanting gathered some of the guards he left in the castellan's mansion in Xuanwu. The two gathered 500 elite warriors, and under the last of the night, they rushed toward the dam in the north of Xianwu Mansion. At this time, the sky was about to brighten. However, the rain was still pouring, and there was not a single person on the road. More than 500 people led by Viscount Zhu Lanting all changed into pirate clothes. What should they do if they didn't have that many pirate clothes? They simply prepared a set of leather armor, covered their faces with black cloth, and dug 3 holes for their eyes and nose. Under the last of the night, more than 500 people ran for dozens of miles. Finally, they arrived at the dam 30 miles north of Xianwu Mansion. This was the largest and longest dam in the entire Nujiang Lake, spanning between 2 valleys. It was a full 300 feet long and more than 5 feet high. This section of the dam had taken the Kim family more than 3 years to build, using more than tens of thousands of manpower. Now that it had more than 200 years of history, the dam was even covered with trees, but it was still extremely strong, like the arm of a giant blocking the water for hundreds of miles. It was also because of the successful construction of these dams that the countless fields in Nujiang and Yangwu counties did not have to worry about a lack of water, and they could harvest every year. And this section of the dam was called the Kim Su Dam. This was because the person who presided over the construction of this dam was the Xuanwu Kim Su more than 200 years ago. At this time, there were 2 sentries on the dam. Almost at any time, there would be a team of warriors guarding it. Sometimes, there would be 20 people, and sometimes, there would be 7 or 8 people. Viscount Zhu Lanting looked at the majestic dam, and his heart was filled with jealousy. Why is the Kim family so much richer than me? But the more majestic the construction, the more shocking it will be when it is destroyed. It has been raining for a whole day and night, and the water level of the reservoir should have risen to a very high level. Under the huge water pressure, I only need to dig a big hole in the dam, and the monstrous flood will completely destroy the entire dam, like breaking dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. A dam of 1,000 miles will collapse because of an ant's nest. Let alone a big hole. The Kim family spent countless manpower and material resources to build the dam for several years, but it was easily destroyed by me, Zhu Lanting. Then, there was no need to mention how shocking that scene was. Xianwu Mansion's more than 1,000 square kilometers of fief, a dozen towns, and more than 100 villages would all become the ocean. All the houses and fields would be destroyed. How many people would die at that time? Thousands of people, tens of thousands of people, only God knew. How much money would the Kim family lose? Only God knew. But it would be enough to completely offset their victory in recapturing Jinshan Island. It would be enough to destroy the Kim family. God is really helping me. The heavy rain that has been raining for half a day and night has not stopped. It is a good opportunity for me to destroy the Kim family. You untouchables who are about to die, don't blame me, Zhu Lanting, for being ruthless. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being born in the wrong body and becoming the people of the Kim family. A man must be ruthless. A man who achieves great things does not care about trifles. Are all the tools ready? Zhu Lanting asked. Everything is ready. Zhu Lanting said, send 300 samurai to patrol. Kill anyone you meet. Send 50 people to sneak into the 2 outposts on the dam and kill the Kim family's garrison team. The remaining 150 people will do their best to dig the dam. Destroy the century-old foundation of the Kim family. Let countless people of the Xianwu mansion die in despair. Let the Kim family and the evil creatures of Shunlang regret being enemies with us. The dam 20 miles north of the Lanshan Viscount's mansion was much smaller. It was only 10 feet long and more than 3 feet high. This dam was also the private property of the Zhu family and was called the Lanshan Dam. Although the reservoir above was connected to the Nujiang Reservoir, it was only a branch. In the past, the Kim family spent countless manpower and material resources to build the Kim Sequence Dam for the welfare of the 100,000 people. As for the dam and reservoir of the Zhu clan, they would only serve him and his clan. The entire valley here was Zhu Lanting's fields, mountains, plantations, and horse farms. At this time, even in the heavy rain, one could see the extravagance of the Zhu family. Although the castle was far from as big as the Kim family's, it was made of a lot of white marble. Moreover, it was carved with jade and had a small bridge with flowing water. The Kim family's castle was completely a military fortress. The Zhu family's castle was full of the atmosphere of aristocratic enjoyment. There were dozens of large and small gardens. But the monarch loved this kind of aristocratic enjoyment. He did not like the Kim family's reserved and industrious aristocratic family at all. The century-old foundation of the Xianwu mansion was the entire fief, Wanya Island, and thousands of private troops. And the century-old foundation of the Lanshan Viscount mansion was in this valley. Countless fertile fields, gardens, and luxurious mansions. Jin Hui ran wildly through the night. He changed horses 5 times for a distance of only 200 miles. Finally, when the sky was about to brighten, he arrived at the Zhu family's reservoir and came to the Lanshan Dam. He was completely prepared to fight a fierce battle as if he was facing a formidable enemy. But when he arrived at the dam, he found that there was not even a shadow. There was also a sentry post on the dam of the Lanshan Viscount Mansion's reservoir. But when Jin Hui arrived, the 5 soldiers in the sentry post were sleeping soundly. What was especially eye-catching was that there were 2 men sleeping in the same bed, and they were naked. One of them had a big beard and was obviously an officer. There was also a young man who was quite handsome. There were still tears in the corners of his eyes, but his expression was somewhat ecstatic. Jin Hui could not bear to look into the reason behind it. He directly pulled out a dagger and lightly slashed. Immediately, the pair of male mandarin ducks in the bed died. Then, he easily took the lives of the other 3 warriors of the Zhu family. Then, he went to do something. Suddenly, there was a sound behind him. Jin Hui rushed out like lightning. He placed his sword on the opponent's neck and was about to suddenly cut off the opponent's head. But, he quickly stopped. Because it was a woman. Her clothes were untidy, her hands and legs were tied, and her body was covered with wounds. One could imagine what she had just experienced even if they used their toes to think. These beasts had captured this woman and imprisoned her in this sentry post. What should he do? Kill her to silence her? Jin Hui tried many times, but in the end, he did not do it. With a light flick, he cut off the cloth that was tied in her mouth. This woman was very beautiful. Her lips were slightly curled, and her eyes were not big, but they were very attractive. She was also wearing silk clothes. It could be seen that her background was not bad. Don't think of running. I will take you out in a while. Jin Hui said, then cut off the rope that tied her hands. You did not see what I did next. Jin Hui said, after this is over, I will take you to a place. Your life and death will be decided by him. And at this moment, the woman seemed to have gone mad. She crawled towards the soldiers of the sentry post. She picked up a stone from the ground and ruthlessly smashed the heads of the 3 warriors of the Zhu family into mush. Finally, she fiercely smashed the stone in her hand towards her own head, seeking death. Truly unyielding. At this moment, Jin Hui's heart trembled. He did not know why, but his whole body felt a little numb. In the next second, he kicked away the stone in the woman's hand. Then, he chopped at the back of her neck. Immediately, the woman fainted. Jin Hui was afraid that she would seek death again, so he used his fastest speed to tie her up again. He even tied up her mouth so that she would not bite her tongue and commit suicide after waking up. If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. There was not a single good person in the Zhu family. I, Jin Hui, am doing this for the sake of the people. Jin Hui's whole body was boiling. In his mind, the beautiful woman covered with wounds kept appearing. He thought of her determination to smash his head. These bastards, he used all his strength to dig a big hole in the dam of the Zhu family's reservoir. It was big enough, and deep enough. Then, Jin Hui stuffed the huge box inside. The tarp was still not opened. He found the fuse inside and directly lit it. Then, Jin Hui quickly ran back to the sentry post. Then, he suddenly carried the woman on his shoulder and used his lightness skill to the extreme. Quickly run, in just a little more than a minute, Jin Hui ran 2 miles. Then, he turned over and mounted the horse, madly rushing towards the mountain. Although he did not know what was inside the box. But he knew that the things that the son-in-law made were not good things. They were all terrible and full of destruction. Soon, the long fuse burned to the end. At this time, the heavy rain in the sky actually stopped. The whole heaven and earth seemed to have fallen into silence. Then, boom, a loud sound, the whole ground trembled slightly. The dam of the Zhu family's reservoir seemed to be violently torn apart by a giant. Countless stones flew into the air. The entire dam was blasted open with a huge crack. The flood that accumulated after a night and a half of rain surged out like a huge dragon. It swept wildly towards the Zhu family's manor, heaven and earth, castle, and pavilion. It was full of destructive power. Note, the 3rd update is here. Today, there are more than 16,000 updates. It is really tiring. Brothers, please support me. Please remember this book's original domain name. Com Wonderful Bookhouse mobile version website. End of chapter 148. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.